History's Strongest Husband Chapter 350 to Chapter 370. After Zhu Hongzhu entered the palace to meet the monarch. The next day, the monarch issued a decree. It turned out that Zhang Zixu's alleged corruption was completely false. But even so, Zhang Zixu still needed to remember this lesson. If there was a mistake, then there was a mistake. If there was a mistake, then there was a mistake. Zhang Zixu kowed out in gratitude and submitted a memorial that was a few thousand words long. After that, the monarch decreed that Zhang Zixu would be appointed as the governor of Western Heaven province. At this point, this favored son of heaven finally got his wish. However, he was probably feeling rather displeased. Originally, at the age of 39, he would have been able to become a feudal official of Shanghang province. After half a year of torment, he was already 40 years old. The conflict between the monarch and the crown prince was temporarily alleviated. The court entered a new period of balance. On the 3rd of April, an important figure returned to the capital. Xueqi, the Earl of Wu and Xianlang's greatest enemy, had finally appeared. This person was the monarch's confidant. During the inheritance war, he had contributed greatly to Ning Yuanxian. After Ning Yuanxian ascended to the throne, he controlled the Blackwater platform for more than a decade. After that, he went to Yan capital for nearly a decade. The position of a minister of the state of Yu stationed in Yan capital was not easy. Not only did he have to do diplomacy, he also had to gather intelligence and make friends with the nobles of the great Yan Empire. Moreover, the monarch sent him to Yan capital not only out of trust, but also for experience and promotion. Although the Blackwater platform was powerful, it was still a lackey. If he wanted to enter the Privy Council or the Secretariat, he had to lead Blackwater platform. Now, this important figure had finally returned to the center of power of the state of Yu. "Greetings, Your Majesty." Xueqi kowed out. This person was also good-looking. His hair and beard were neatly trimmed. He was 53 years old, but still looked very young. His body was slender and his skin was fair. His hands were even more delicate than a woman's. In some ways, he was similar to Xianlang. They were both delicate people. Of course, his scholarly aura was much more refined, and he appeared more elegant. Xianlang was still too unrestrained. This also proved that the monarch had a preference for delicate people. Xueqi and the monarch had been friends for more than 40 years. When he was still the crown prince of the Wuan Count House, he studied in the Imperial College. Later, because he was too outstanding, he was summoned to the palace to study with the crown prince, Ning Yuanxian. He was not only a confidant of the monarch, but also a good friend. The current commander-in-chief of the Blackwater platform, Yan Yi, was also the monarch's study companion. He was also the monarch's bodyguard. Yan Yi, Yan Nanfei, and Xueqi were like brothers. "Are you close to the Yinyuan society?" the monarch asked directly. Xueqi said, "Yes, they used to be very close." At that time, the Blackwater Group and the Yinyuan Association cooperated a lot. In the murder of the Kim family, we had a very close cooperation. Xueqi felt much more at ease after hearing the monarch's question. Because he was not hypocritical and did not beat around the bush. This meant that the monarch still trusted him. Ning Yuanxian asked again, "What do you think about the marriage between Zhong Yao and Prince Wu of the Empire?" Xueqi said, "I don't agree. I once wrote a secret letter to Brother Zhong, but he ignored it. But now the marriage has been abandoned halfway. Xianlang has done a good thing." Ning Yuanxian said, "What do you think about the grudge between you and Xianlang?" Xueqi had certainly heard that Xianlang said that he would destroy the entire Xue family. Hearing the monarch's question, Xueqi said, "No matter what he wants to do, I will accept it." This was Xueqi's style in front of the monarch. He told the truth and did not hide anything. Ning Yuanxian asked again, "Ningjing, what do you think?" Xueqi was stunned. Then he shook his head and said, "I don't know." Ning Yuanxian said, "If you become the commander-in-chief of Tianyue, how will you get along with Ningjing, the commander-in-chief of Tianyue?" Xueqi said, "Business is business. Well water does not interfere with river water." Ning Yuanxian nodded and said, "All right. Go home. Your family must be waiting anxiously." Xueqi kowed out. Then he quietly left a box behind. This was the gift he brought from Yan capital to the monarch. Ning Yuanxian would not accept gifts from just anyone. Those who could bring gifts to him were definitely his trusted subordinates. After leaving the monarch's study, Li Sun walked over and hurriedly stepped aside when he saw Xueqie. But Xueqie also stepped aside. Both of them stood on the side of the road. In the end, Xueqie cupped his hands, bowed, and left. Li Sun returned the salute even more respectfully. Although Xueqie worked as an intelligence officer, his words and actions were like those of a scholarly official. After returning home, the third prince, Ningqi, was already waiting here. His daughter, Xuexue, and son, Xuepan, were both there. Xuepan and the third prince were quite happy, because they had indeed gained a lot this time. 3 out of the 5 commander-in-chiefs in the world. After entering the house, Xueqie waved his hand and then took off his clothes in the yard. His flesh was compact and fair. He did not look like a man in his 50s at all. He did not look fat at all. Pour. He gave the order. Xuepan personally poured bucket after bucket of ice water on Xueqie's body. Half of the real ice water was ice taken from the cellar. After a few rounds of pouring ice water on Xueqie. Come. Xueqie gave the order. A few experts from the family stepped forward and waved their metal rods, smashing them on his body. They were really metal rods that weighed more than 100 kilograms. How strange. Xueqie did not look like he had much muscle on his body. He did not look like he was made of steel either. He looked like a pale scholar. But these metal rods did not even leave a mark on his body. After smashing, he came in front of a hard stone tablet and slammed his whole body against it. He slammed dozens of times. A crack appeared on the stone tablet. Go. Finally, he slammed his palm. The stone tablet broke in the middle. This person's martial arts were really amazing. Water. Another large bucket of ice water was carried over. Xueqie's entire body was submerged in this bucket, even his nose and mouth were covered. 3 minutes. 5 minutes. 10 minutes, 15 minutes. Such a powerful chi sealing technique. In the ice water, Xueqie's body became redder and redder. Then, the originally bone-chilling water began to emit steam, as if there was a fire under it. After coming out of the ice water, in just a few seconds, Xueqie's body was completely dry, without the slightest stagnation. And this bucket of ice water had actually become hot. Xueqie changed into loose cloth clothes and his hair was disheveled. He looked free and at ease, not like a powerful official, but like an idler. This level of martial arts was simply unfathomable. Uncle Xue. Third Highness. Xuepan said, Father has returned this time to take charge of the capital. In a few years, you will be able to enter the Privy Council. Uncle Ningqi is old, so he is saving a position for you. Xueqie glanced at Ningqi and saw that he had a proud expression, but could not hide it. Why is your highness so happy? Xueqie said, you are already at a disadvantage in the fight for the throne. Hearing this, Xuepan was stunned. Father, what are you talking about? We have won a great victory recently. We have 3 of the 5 military governors. Xueqie said, this proves that the situation is critical. Why did His Majesty suddenly elevate Third Highness? To make us fight the Crown Prince, to protect Prince Ningxing. Hearing this, the third prince could not help but be shocked. Xuepan said, how is that possible? Without Shenlang, Ningxing is useless. Those who say such things are useless. Xueqie said, His Majesty is free and unrestrained, but the state of you has accumulated many problems in the past 20 years. Therefore, at this time, we need a diligent and focused person to inherit the throne and completely solve the country's problems. Prince Ningxing is indomitable and determined. Recently, the Tianyue commander-in-chief has done a good job and solved the problems thoroughly. Also, brother Zhongyao is too impatient. He openly wants to form a marriage alliance with the Great Yan Empire's royal family. How will His Majesty view Third Highness? I have already said that the Great Yan Empire can have me. Why do we have to put in so much effort? We can let the Great Yan Empire not oppose Third Highness' ascension. In terms of closeness to the Great Yan Empire's royal family, can we compare to the Zhou family? The next key to the fight for the throne is the Battle of Nano Kingdom. On the surface, Nangong Ao does not rely on anyone, but at the critical moment, he will choose the crown prince. Soon, the crown prince will go south and personally oversee the Battle of Nano Kingdom. If he wins this battle, no one in the world can shake his position, not even His Majesty. But if Nano Kingdom loses the battle, the most dangerous place in the state of Yu is not the south, but the north and west. Therefore, from now on, we must put all our focus on the army. Soldiers are king. Don't fight with the crown prince, and don't start a faction war. Just focus on military power. Keep an eye on Xianxia. He may come back at any time. Pay attention to his every move. Shui Pan said, "Father, should we use our connections in Stupa Mountain to kill him?" Shui said, "Of course, it will be good if we can kill him. This person is the biggest threat to my family." The next day, the monarch summoned Ning Gang, the governor of Tianbei province, to the capital and entered the minister's office. Third Prince Ning Qi took over as the governor of Tianbei province. Then, the monarch issued another decree, upgrading the Tianyu governor's office to the governor's office. Shui was conferred the title of the Crown Prince's junior protector and took over as the governor of Tianyu. As soon as the decree was issued, the officials were shocked once again. The Crown Prince's faction was even more shocked. Was Shui so favored? For him, the monarch upgraded the Tianyu governor's office and conferred the title of the Crown Prince's junior protector. The situation was very clear. This person was going to enter the Privy Council in the future? Was King Ningqi really blocking the way for him? In fact, it was completely reasonable for the Tianyu governor's office to be upgraded. After all, it was the capital and should be on the same level as the province. The state of Chu and the state of Wu had also upgraded the governor's office where their capitals were located. The reason why Ning Yuanxian had not been promoted for a long time was because he had a grudge against this position. His greatest enemy, Ning Yuanwu, had risen in the Tianyu governor's office. Moreover, the monarch's promotion of Shui was indeed to buy people's hearts, but it was also a kind of spur. He needed Shui to stand on his side at the crucial moment. He even wanted him to remember that Shui was loyal to him, not Ningqi. As for the grudge between Xianxia and Shui, what should he do? The monarch really did not want to think about it. He trusted and doted on Xianxia, but he had been friends with Shui for decades. Ning Yuanxian was a little unhappy that Shui was too close to the empire of Great Yan's royal family, but he could not criticize him. After all, this was Shui's job. He felt that he could still pull him back. After all, Shui was different from Zhongyao. Zhongyao's relationship with him had always been cold. And Shui was his most trusted confidant, a direct descendant of his direct descendant. When they were young, they were even like brothers. 9th of April, the monarch, Ning Yuanxian, was on the battlefield. The army was about to march south. The day had finally come, all for this day. Xianxia cheated and robbed most of the influential officials in the state of Yu and got 5 million gold coins. For this day, the monarch and Ning Yuanxian would fall out. For this day, Xianxia was even exiled from the capital in exchange for peace in the court. Only with peace in the court could they concentrate on the war that would topple the country. The gold coins were turned into countless rations, workers, cloth, herbs, and so on. Before the army set out, the rations had to go first. For almost 2 months, the first batch of rations was transported to the battlefield in Nano Kingdom with countless manpower and resources. Now, the army could finally set out. The 80,000-strong army was mighty and majestic. Ning Yuanxian led a group of officials, including those who had retired, to march the army. No words could describe the importance that the monarch attached to this war. He even wished he could grow 3 heads and 6 arms to fight in his place. After the 80,000-strong army spread out, it seemed boundless. Seeing such a magnificent army, King Ning Yuanxian's heart was filled with excitement and his blood was boiling. When we return in victory, I will still be here to welcome you home. Ning Yuanxian raised his wine bowl high and drank it in one gulp. This was the first time he drank like this. He almost choked and his face turned red, but he forced himself to hold it back. Bang! He smashed the big bowl. The 80,000-strong army shouted in unison, their voices shaking the sky. The state of you will win. The state of you will win. Long live His Majesty. The auspicious time has come. Let's go. As the order was given, the 80,000-strong army marched southward to the battlefield in Nano Kingdom. At this time, Prince Jin hadn't completely unified the Sand barbaric tribe. When Nangong Ao led the 80,000-strong army to join Zhu Lin's army, there would be a total of 130,000-strong army. 130,000-strong army, and more than 200,000 workers. This was a war that would topple the country. The last war of this scale was the Wuyue War. The state of Yu won the last war because of the incident in Yenzhou started by Bian Shao. They won nearly 20 years of peace and almost made the state of Yu the most powerful country in the south. Ning Yuanxian firmly believed that he was fated to win this war. He would definitely win this war. At this moment, he couldn't help but look at the crown prince. The crown prince also looked at him. Feeling Ning Yuanxian's gaze, the crown prince bowed respectfully. Ning Yuanxian nodded. No matter what unhappiness there was between father and son, at least they were of the same mind in this war. Both of them were doing their best, wanting to win this battle for the fate of the nation. All the conflicts in the past would be put aside for the time being. The state of Yu's interests were the most important. Nirvana Island, the gazes of this group of people with zero bloodline could move Grandmaster Lendo. They were so timid, sensitive, and kind. However, they were too weak. Lendo had been in seclusion for a long time and didn't know anything about the Nirvana army. He scoffed at the idea of modifying bloodline and thought that Xianlang was indulging in fantasy. When Li Qianxiu said that he had witnessed it with his own eyes, Lendo immediately called him a liar. You, Li Qianxiu, even swore to me that you wouldn't tell anyone where I lived in seclusion. In the end, you brought people to kidnap me. I, Lendo, have no dignity at all. Xianlang didn't mind. Grandmaster Lendo was already 70 years old, and he was even more extreme after he became disabled. However, this person was absolutely righteous and was a true hero. Otherwise, he wouldn't have accepted so many disciples and done so many chivalrous deeds. His gaze fell on the 3,900 people with zero bloodline. He had been collecting this group of people for a few months now. In fact, after he had collected the 2,300 people in the capital, he had immediately sent people to search the entire state of Yu. He didn't register them first and then recruit them on a large scale. Instead, he used an extremely secretive method to enter the various families and immediately take one person away after finding them. Did he have to wait for the Nirvana army to amaze the world before searching for the same people with zero bloodline on a large scale? Xianlang wasn't that foolish. Wasn't it obvious that he was waiting for others to intercept him? He had sent a few hundred people to search for people with zero bloodline throughout the country and had the spies of the Hidden Yuan Association and Blackwater Group planted among them. In the end, all 3,700 people had been kidnapped. Everything was just an act. It was just that this act was too realistic, so realistic that the Black Mirror Association and the Heavenly Law Association's warriors thought it was real. They really went from house to find people according to the name list and spent large amounts of gold coins to recruit them. Even for those 3,700 fake people with zero bloodline, Xianlang injected a certain substance into their bodies to ensure that the color of their blood was the same as the people with zero bloodline. On the surface, they really did look the same as the people with zero bloodline. However, those who truly understood would realize that it was completely different. People with zero bloodline were socially handicapped and autistic, but they were sensitive, focused, and could even be considered intelligent. As for those fake people with zero bloodline, they were really mentally retarded. So was there a need to put on this act? It was extremely necessary. Previously, the Nirvana army had shocked the world and was already the target of public criticism. Only a hidden dragon could amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. He had to let everyone not know of the existence of the second Nirvana army in order to have a miraculous effect on the battlefield and win by surprise. These 3,900 people with zero bloodline had been fed the best food for 2 months. But they were still weak. However, they did not waste these 2 months. Every day, they trained their formation. Every day, they learned the theory of archery. Parabolas, gravitational acceleration, wind power, and other knowledge, they had completely memorized. Because no words could describe how serious they were in learning. It was as if they were learning in their sleep. Now, they only lacked practice. Because their bodies were too weak, they could not pull any bow, even the lightest one. Why didn't Xianxia change their bloodline earlier? There was no other way. Even the lowest level golden bloodline energy goo was limited and required a long time to produce. Xianxia waved his hand. One by one, boxes were carried up. Second Nirvana Army, return to camp. All of you lie down on your own beds. These 3,900 people split into 39 phalanxes and returned to their own wooden camps. There was no chaos. Military discipline, military posture, it was simply superb. The 3,900 people remained the same throughout the day. Master Lendo sighed, what a pity, their bodies are too weak, otherwise they could really become the world's elite. After the 3,900 people returned to camp, Xianxia started to modify their bloodline. This time, it was not Xianxia doing it alone. Over 100 people were injected at the same time. Right now, the zero bloodline modification was already very mature. It was exactly the same as the previous time. These people with zero bloodline did not resist at all. Although they were terrified. But they obeyed any orders. And when the low-level golden bloodline goo entered their bodies, the entire process was extremely painful. But they still did not scream or struggle. An hour later, the 3,900 people were all injected. Master Lendo said he did not believe it, but deep in his heart, he hoped for a miracle to happen. He stared at it from start to finish. Xianxia said with a smile, Great Master, they will need to sleep for 3 days. Now it is your turn. Grandmaster Lendo was startled, my turn for what? Xianxia, to operate on you. I don't want to operate on you, I don't want to operate on you. Grandmaster Lendo screamed and struggled with all his might. He had already heard from Xianxia that the so-called surgery was to cut open the tendons in his limbs inch by inch before reconnecting them and stitching them back together. Lendo had accepted his fate these years, he really did not want to suffer anymore. Because the countless setbacks from before had already made him want to die. Moreover, Xianxia said that cutting open his muscles again would make him recall the terrifying memories from back then. I don't want to operate on you, don't touch me, don't touch me. It is good for me to be paralyzed like this, I don't want to get better at all. I am paralyzed, do you think you are paralyzed? Grandmaster Lendo was making a scene. The Sword King's wife stared at this scene in disbelief. Grandmaster Lendo was older than her by more than 20 years. When they were young, she had admired him a lot and had seen him many times. What kind of hero was he back then, but now, he had become like this, what have you done to him in life? She had also learned this from Xianxia. Madame Qiu glanced at Xianxia and said, if you are still so useless in the future when you are old, I will kill you immediately. The Sword King looked like he was about to cry. He felt that although he was not old, he was already useless enough. What should one do when facing an unreasonable old child? It was very simple, just use brute force and press him onto the bed. Then, he took out a strong anesthetic and drank it. 15 minutes later, the old child immediately became obedient and lay there motionlessly. Xianxia began the operation. This operation was not big, but it was very, very difficult. Only the most brilliant doctors could do it. If not for the AI, Xianxia would not have dared to do this operation at all. Because he did not have a surgical microscope. But with the help of his eyes and the AI, he could achieve the same effect. He had 2 assistants, the famous Dr. Xianxia and the Sword King Xianxia. They had also prepared dozens of drugs. In order to provide sufficient illumination, Xianxia even guided sunlight down and then used a mirror to reflect it. He took a deep breath. Begin. A full 5 hours later, the operation was half done. First, he operated on both legs. After seeing the results, he would operate on Lendo's hands. Xianxia was so tired that he was almost paralyzed. And the results were definitely not as good as those in the modern world. This was because it was impossible to suture the smallest nerves. Many of the surgical materials were not up to standard. Fortunately, he had cocoon silk. Otherwise, where would Xianxia find nylon thread? In modern medicine, silk sutures were made from the protein fiber of silk. When Lendo woke up, he could clearly feel the pain. He did not shout or scream. Instead, he was very quiet. What was the result? Xianxia said, "It was quite successful, but we will only know the specific results later." Even if it was a finger amputation, the recovery process was very long, let alone the tendons of both legs. Grandmaster Lendo was silent for a moment, then said, "Xianxia, thank you." At this time, he did not look like he was making a scene. Although he did not dare to hold out hope, it could be seen that Xianxia was trying his best. The results of Grandmaster Lendo's operation did not appear so quickly. But these 3,900 people with zero bloodline had an immediate effect. 3 days later, these 3,900 people woke up one after another. All of them had completed an astonishing transformation. Everyone's strength, agility, and speed had reached an astonishing level. The grand nirvana of 3,900 people. Note, today's 2 chapters were 15,000 yuan. I really clenched my teeth to write this. I am too tired. Begging for monthly votes, begging for support, pastries bow in gratitude, thank you eternal moment, QTT's 10,000 yuan reward. Thank you, my precious silly pig Rong, for your 60,000 yuan tip. Thank you, Yenwu, for your 50,000 yuan tip. 5 days later, Grandmaster Blue Wei was still half lying in his wheelchair, looking at the 3,900 people on the drill ground. He even felt a shiver run down his spine. It was unbelievable. Xianxia had actually succeeded. He had actually changed the bloodline of this group of people. Just a few days ago, how weak were these 3,900 people, but now, every one of them could easily lift a stone weight of more than 500 kilograms. He drew his bow on a half stone. He could run 150 steps in less than 10 breaths of time. There was no army in the world that could do this. The real Nirvana army, Nirvana rebirth. Although Grandmaster Lendo had not recovered yet, there were still instructors in the second Nirvana army. Now they could learn basic archery. Of course, strength, speed, and dexterity were more important. This was because once they entered the Nan-Ou kingdom and fought with the Sand Barbarians, the geographical environment would be completely different. The warriors of the Sand Barbaric tribe were as ferocious as wild beasts and as agile as monkeys. They did not fear death at all, and their small and sturdy bodies seemed to have an inexhaustible amount of energy. Therefore, for the second Nirvana army there were 2 training sessions every day. Marching with a heavy load in an extremely harsh environment. He kept knocking arrows and shooting arrows. He didn't have a specific target. He was just looking for the feeling. The area outside of Nirvana Island was about a few hundred square kilometers. There were primitive forests everywhere, and most of the areas had no roads. There were cliffs and precipitous cliffs everywhere. The geographical environment was extremely harsh, comparable to the Nan-Ou nation and the Sand Barbaric tribe. Moreover, it was already very hot here, and there were many poisonous snakes and insects in the forest. For the first military training, I have to carry a weight of 200 caddies for a round trip of 350 kilometers. The time needed to complete it is 2 days and 2 nights. 2 days from now, I'll be waiting for you here. When the sun rises, if you haven't returned to the barracks, I'll be waiting for you. You will be expelled from the Nirvana army immediately. Depart. Following the order. 3,900 people carried 200 caddies of weight as they headed north. They had to hike all the way to the northernmost point of the island and then turn back. A round trip of 350 kilometers took 48 hours. It didn't seem to be very difficult. But there was no way out. They had to pass rivers, woods, cliffs, and so on. In short, there was no way out. Everyone had a crossbow. However, they had not actually started on the design of the bow and arrow. For the recruits, this was a training of death. However, these 3,900 people did not have any objections. 2 days later, Xianxia, Li Qianxiu, and Grandmaster Orchid Dao. He had been waiting at the drill ground for a long time. According to normal thinking, these 3,900 people would definitely return one after another. Because individual differences were inevitable. Even in a marathon, the difference between the best and the worst could be a few hours. Not to mention that this was a 350-kilometer rapid march. The sky gradually brightened. The sun had not yet risen. but the sky grew brighter. Xianxia's heart was filled with infinite uneasiness. Why haven't the 3,900 people returned yet? Someone should have returned by now. According to many calculations, at least 95% of the people would be able to make it back on time. There were even a few exceptional ones who could return within 40 hours. In the end, not a single one of them came back. What should he do now? If they didn't come back in time, would they really have to follow the orders and chase everyone out of the Nirvana army? If that was the case, the second Nirvana army would cease to exist. But if they didn't carry out the orders, the first order would be invalid, and the soul of this army would be gone. The sky grew brighter, brighter and brighter. The sun was about to rise. Even Xianxia, who was filled with confidence, felt his heart sinking. It couldn't be that bad, right? Wouldn't it be a slap in the face? Not a single one of them came back on time? Could it be that something had happened, however, at this moment? The ground started to shake. Not far away, countless birds rushed out of the forest. Then, an orderly army appeared. 3,900 people left in an orderly fashion. When they returned, they were still neat and tidy. There was no disorder. Even though their physical strength was on the verge of collapse, they still maintained absolute order. At this moment, there was still half an hour before the sun rose. The 3,900 Nirvana army soldiers all returned to the camp on time. 5 hours, a 350-kilometer journey. Xianxia finally knew why they only returned now. Because of the 3,900 people, only half of them were unscathed, while the other half were injured. There were even a few hundred people who were badly injured, completely incapacitated, and had to be carried back. More than a dozen people were already dead, but they also came back, and they were also carried back. Some of them could have returned earlier, but because they didn't want to abandon their companions, even those who were already dead, they only returned now. Even the weights of these people were carried back together with them. Seeing this scene, everyone present was shocked. Some even had tears in their eyes, and their bodies trembled. Including Xianxia, he knew that this group of Nirvana army soldiers would be outstanding. But he didn't expect them to be so outstanding. The training this time was even crueler, so they also showed even more shocking vitality and cohesiveness. Grandmaster Lendo was so shocked that he forgot himself. Then, with trembling legs, he suddenly stood up from the wheelchair. More than 3,000 second Nirvana army soldiers stood neatly on the drill ground. No complaints, no screams, they still stood straight, but their muscles were trembling. The weights on everyone's bodies were still there. Unload the weights. Return to the camp and take a medicinal bath. The dead, send them to the morgue. The seriously injured, send them to the serious injury room. The lightly injured, send them to the minor injury room. As the order was given, more than 3,000 people unloaded their weights in an orderly manner and returned to the team. Then there was no need for specific orders at all, and people directly followed the orders. The dead were sent to the morgue, and the seriously injured and the lightly injured were sent to different rooms. Dozens of doctors quickly ran forward to treat these people's injuries, and Xianxia led his disciples to the serious injury room. Some people inside were seriously injured, some had broken bones, some were bitten by poisonous snakes, and some were badly mutilated. Many of the operations even had to be performed by Xianxia himself. After a long time, Sword King's wife, Xiaoshi, exclaimed, "Grandmaster Lendo, you stood up, you stood up." Lendo was shocked. He only realized that he had stood up himself. When did this happen? Why didn't I know about it at all? It had been almost 7 or 8 days since he finished the operation. For the first few days, he was lying in bed, and then he was still sitting in a wheelchair, as if there was no difference from not having the operation. After being shocked by the second Nirvana army just now, there seemed to be a surge of heat in his body. Then he stood up instinctively. Then, he was shocked and ecstatic. He could actually stand up. He couldn't do it before. After the tendons in his limbs were broken, his hands were completely powerless, but they were trembling and he could barely raise them. But before, he couldn't stand up at all. Because after the tendons were broken, there was a mass of messy growth that suddenly tangled together. When he suddenly stood up, his whole tendons were twitching and twisting. The sharp pain was a small matter, but he felt that all his tendons were about to break again. Not to mention standing up, he couldn't even straighten or bend at all. But now he actually succeeded in standing up. Of course, there was a little pain. But he didn't feel like he was about to break, nor did he feel like he was about to fall. Because Xianxia's operation had completely and accurately connected his main tendons. Ha ha ha, I'm standing up, Grandmaster Lendo was ecstatic, and his eyes were filled with tears. Don't be excited, control. Xianxia said, you have to be neither happy nor sad, or it will affect your recovery. Okay, you can sit down now. Don't stand for so long, take it slowly, Xianxia wasn't joking. Any excitement would have a great impact on his recovery. Grandmaster Lendo closed his eyes and immediately used the Calm Heart Sutra. In an instant, he entered a state of calmness. After calming down, Grandmaster Lendo opened his eyes and said, Young Master Shen, seize the time to operate on my hands. I want to teach this army that they are the best children I have ever seen. They will be the glory of my life. I don't know how many outstanding disciples I have taught before, but they can't be compared to them. You're right, I want to be reborn with them. Xianxia said, okay, when your legs recover to a certain extent, I will operate on your hands. The next day, the entire Second Nirvana army held a short and solemn ceremony for the 15 dead. The bodies were directly burned to ashes. Then, half of the ashes were scattered in the sea, and the other half were buried in the soil. Tombstones were erected, more than 3,000 people cried silently. Almost everyone had to grit their teeth and swear in their hearts. We must become stronger. Next time, we must absolutely not have any casualties, we must not let any of our brothers leave permanently during training. In the following time, these more than 3,000 people went through crazy strength training. They trained for 18 hours a day, 24 hours a day. It was like crazy. After the 1.5 stone strong bow training, they directly trained a 2-stone bow. This 2-stone bow was more than 250 pounds, and it was all iron bows. Everyone pulled the bow every day. Every time they pulled the bow, they persisted for a minute before putting it down. Training 30 times an hour. Training 300 times a day, this amazing intensity of training was simply super destructive to the body. Fortunately, these people's bloodlines had been modified, and they could withstand it. If it was an ordinary person, their tendons and veins would have been broken, and their bones would have been dislocated. But even so, everyone needed a large number of medicinal herbs every day, eating them, and drinking medicinal soup to nourish themselves. Otherwise, even a body made of iron would not be able to withstand it. Even for these Nirvana bloodline warriors, this terrifying training had completely squeezed the power of their bloodline to the extreme, and the other one who trained hard was Grandmaster Lendo. Right now, he still couldn't train to walk, he could only train to lift his legs, and he couldn't train too much. He still had to spend a lot of time every day thinking about how to train this Nirvana army. Half a month later, the second Nirvana army began rapid marching training again. This time, it was still 350 miles, but the weight they carried was more than 280 pounds. They still rushed back within 48 hours, and this time, almost every Nirvana army soldier could not wait to memorize the route, how to avoid casualties. Especially falling from the cliff. And even if they were bitten by a poisonous snake, how to treat them immediately. And so on, although they did not say it out loud, everyone swore in their hearts. This time, there must be 0 casualties. It didn't matter if they were injured, or even disabled. Because even if they were disabled, they were still Nirvana army soldiers, and could still be clerks, military doctors, and so on. This group of people was sensitive and focused, and they would do everything they could to learn. And this time, Xianxia had great confidence in them. As expected, just 45 hours later, more than 3,800 people returned in an orderly manner. The army was neat and orderly, without a trace of disorder. Although there were still serious injuries, the number was greatly reduced. There were 0 casualties. 1 month later, Xianxia performed surgery on Grandmaster Lendo's arms. It was still very successful. After 7 hours, Xianxia cut open the broken tendons in his arms and reconnected them. But Xianxia repeatedly told the Grandmaster not to dream of recovering his martial arts. To be able to walk normally and use his hands normally was already very lucky. But this time, Grandmaster Blueway seemed to be even more confident than Xianxia. He kept saying that he had feelings, and he had faith. The second Nirvana army had already begun the training of 2.5 stone bows. This kind of training was almost at the level of madness. It was impossible for any army to train with such a strong bow. It was even impossible to mass-produce such a strong bow with wood. Xianxia could make it with low-carbon steel, but it was almost impossible to find a suitable bowstring. Fortunately, it was a training bow. There was no problem with how thick the bowstring was, so the bowstring made with the best silk became thicker and thicker. And the training of these Nirvana army soldiers also became rapid bow drawing. 20 times a minute, 1,000 times an hour. Tens of thousands of times a day, this kind of training, normal soldiers would go crazy. Because up until now, they had not shot a single arrow. Just drawing the bow. And the training intensity was 10 times, 20 times more than the other elites. But these Nirvana blood warriors could be extremely focused, training again and again. No complaints. They were even completely immersed in it. Every time they drew the bow, it was as if they had a deep communication with the bow and arrow. They could feel the power of the bowstring, the power of the bow. The power was there. The core of the power. The parts were wailing, and the parts were roaring. Another month passed, Grandmaster Lendo could stand up. His legs were already able to walk with difficulty. He officially took over the second Nirvana army and became the chief instructor of this army. There was no need for any persuasion, no need for any encouragement. In these 2 months, he had almost completely integrated with this Nirvana army. He brought more than 3,000 Nirvana army soldiers to the seaside. Normal elites rely on aiming and eyesight to shoot an arrow. Top archers rely on spirit and feelings. This is not a mysterious thing, nor is it illusory. You guys are very good. No matter what you do, you can be extremely focused and do it to the extreme. Out of 100 or even 1,000 people, there won't be a top archer, because they are not focused enough. It's enough to focus on you guys, and you are sensitive enough. But this is not enough, far from enough. A top archer not only needs to be able to hit the enemy, but also discover the enemy and sense danger. When you 3,000 people are together, you can fight. When you 300 people are together, you can fight too. But when the 3 of you are together, you still need to be able to fight. For a very long time to come, I will teach you an ancient mental cultivation method. This secret manual can greatly increase your mental power and perception. After practicing this mantra, you will feel that time has slowed down, as if you can close the distance of your vision and expand the range of your perception. Before learning this mantra, you need to feel suffocation and death. You need to enter a special state of mind. Everyone, enter the water. No one is allowed to leave the water without my order. Feel suffocation and death. Enter the water. Following Lendo's order. More than 3,800 people buried themselves in the sea. They began to suffocate. When they suffocated to a certain extent, but did not faint, they seemed to enter a very special state. The whole world was completely silent, only they were there. At a deeper level, even their own heartbeat and the sound of their blood flow could be heard clearly. Just like that, Grandmaster Lendo almost crazily squeezed the suffocation limit of the Nirvana army. Every time they were submerged in the water, longer and longer. After half a month of suffocation training, they began to practice the ancient mantra. During the whole process, Xianxia was really scared, afraid that some of the Nirvana army soldiers would really drown in the sea. Another half a month passed. Grandmaster Lendo could already walk without any hindrance, and the function of his hands had almost recovered by 70%. The second Nirvana army finally began to learn archery. It was really not easy. Before the transformation of their bloodline, they had studied archery theory for more than 2 months, and were almost familiar with it. After the transformation of their bloodline, they trained crazily for more than 3 months. Everyone had pulled the bow more than hundreds of thousands of times, but not a single arrow was shot. Everyone in the second Nirvana army shot countless arrows in their sleep every night. Finally, they could shoot arrows today. The first one to shoot was the 2-stone bow, 230 meters, shoot, 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 shoot. Of course, the result was not good. The Olympics only had a distance of 70 meters. The distance of 230 meters was simply a distance that made people despair. This distance was even beyond the range that a human could control. A little bit of wind, or even a little bit of deviation in the shooting angle, or even the factor of gravity, was enough to make the arrow deviate countless times. And even for a super strong attack like the two-stone bow, the distance of 230 meters was already beyond the effective killing range. The reason why Grandmaster Lendo set the distance so far. It was a kind of training method to eat sugar cane. Start with the most difficult, and then gradually reduce. And there was no training target. Just keep shooting. At this distance, as long as they could hit the target, it would be a victory. For ordinary people, this kind of extremely boring and illusory training would make them crazy. But not for the Nirvana army. They could look up at the clouds without moving for more than 10 hours. This kind of extreme concentration made them enjoy it. Even at this amazing distance, they could still feel that illusory feeling. After hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands of test shots, theoretical knowledge and practice were finally connected. They understood wind, gravity, and even the effect of the arrow feathers on the trajectory of the arrow. Under such circumstances, they could even make the most standard arrows, sharpen the arrowheads, and trim the arrow feathers. Xianxia had personally witnessed the miracle of the first Nirvana army, but he did not watch the training process. So in his heart, it was an incredible miracle. In just 4 months, this group of people had turned from trash to a trump card army. And now, after witnessing it with his own eyes, Xianxia felt that it was a miracle, but also not a miracle. Although their training time was short, only 3 to 4 months. But the intensity of the training was extremely high. Just the amount of training alone exceeded that of other armies in 3 years. Coupled with their innate bloodline talent and absolute concentration. How could they not be strong? This was a miracle, but it was also the result of blood and sweat. It was only natural that they were powerful. After hundreds of thousands of test shots, Qin Xiaobei's eyes lit up. The second Nirvana army could finally hit the target at a distance of about 200 meters. But this was far from enough. Grandmaster Lendo once again brought them to the sea. Taking advantage of the tide, they let the tide crazily crash against their bodies. At this distance, more than 3,000 people aimed and shot arrows. Under the shocking waves, they could not even stand properly, let alone shoot arrows. Just like that, they shot arrows in the tide every day. When the storm came, Lan Dao was even more excited. Wonderful, wonderful. Then, they shot arrows in the strong wind. They did not need to hit the target, but they could feel it. And shooting arrows in the heavy rain was a piece of cake. Shooting arrows in the trees, shooting arrows while sprinting. In short, it was as harsh as possible, but they did not shoot in unison. Because this area was too narrow, there was no way for the warhorses to display their full strength. Moreover, once they entered the battlefield of Nan-O-Yu, there were many places where the cavalry could not display their full strength. This was also why the Qing kingdom could not do anything to the Sand Barbarians even though they often disliked them. Because the southern half of the Sand Barbarians' territory was filled with mountains and dense forests, and the Qing kingdom's cavalry could not display their full strength. The second Nirvana army's training was in full swing. Grandmaster Lendo's limbs and veins had recovered much better than expected. Although his martial arts had not recovered, he could already climb mountains, swim in the sea, and even run. Then, he had completely changed. That unreasonable and shameless old kid from before had disappeared. He had turned into a cold and aloof person. In short, he was far more arrogant than a grandmaster could be. His martial arts had not recovered. But the grandmaster's arrogance was off the charts. On the other hand, the Sword King Xianxia was a true grandmaster. But ever since his wife had recovered, he was becoming more and more like an old farmer. The demeanor of a peerless expert that would occasionally appear before was completely gone now. The current Grandmaster Lendo could not be offended. He was like a tyrant who would not go back on his word. No one could question the words that were spoken. Madame Chiu whispered, "Old man Lendo has become arrogant." When his martial arts were strong, he was just bold and unrestrained. He did not put on such airs at all. But Xin Lang was well aware of this. Grandmaster Lendo, who had previously been completely paralyzed, had already given up. He was just waiting for death. His limbs had recovered. But his martial arts had not recovered. Lendo felt that he was still lacking. His martial arts were not good enough, so he used his heirs to make up for it. In short, he had to be awesome and redeem his previous image. No matter how pathetic he was before, he had to be as aloof as he was now. He would remain aloof until everyone forgot about his pathetic times. This was very normal. When a tycoon was about to go bankrupt, he had to pay more attention to his face. He had to wear branded clothes and drive a Rolls-Royce. He just could not let go of his heirs. 2 days ago, Grandmaster Lendo had secretly come to find Xianxia and asked if there was anything that could regrow hair after eating. It would be best if it could even turn his hair black. His sparse hair and balding head had become the biggest obstacle for Grandmaster Lendo to show off. Xianxia had given him a prescription, but who knew if it would work? Balding was a worldwide problem. Even the advanced science on Earth could not solve it, let alone Xianxia. If Grandmaster Lendo's hair loss was caused by the loss of nutrients, it could still grow back. If it was normal balding, taking it would be, the days of not being able to show off had passed too quickly. Unknowingly, 4 months had passed, the second Nirvana army was already very strong. In Xianxia's eyes, it had completely risen. But Grandmaster Lendo kept saying that it was not enough and that he was still far from it. There was no other way. Right now, he was at the peak of his stage of showing off and could not be provoked. He had the final say. But Xianxia had to leave first. Because Mulan's baby was about to give birth, the last time Bing gave birth, Xianxia had already regretted not being by her side. This time, no matter what, he had to be by Mulan's side and accompany her to give birth to the baby. Xianxia had to bid farewell to the Sword King's wife, Xiaoshi, and Grandmaster Lendo. Grandmaster Lendo's martial arts had not recovered, so they needed a top-notch expert to oversee this place. After Xiaoshi and Li Qianqiu drew lots, it was decided that Xiaoshi would stay. Before leaving, Xiaoshi suddenly said, "Xianxia, stop for a moment and follow me." Xianxia was stunned. Then, he followed Xiaoshi into the room. Xiaoshi hesitated for a long time before suddenly taking off the veil on her face. "Little Lang, look at Auntie's face. Can I show it to others? Can I show it to Li Ergu?" Xianxia was stunned. "Auntie, you're already an old married couple, why are you still so particular about rituals?" It had been almost a year since Xianxia had cured Xiaoshi. In this 1 year, Xiaoshi had used countless beauty products and eaten many nourishing foods. It was all to restore her appearance. Because she had always lived with her husband, Xianxia thought that she only wore a veil in front of outsiders. Unexpectedly, she also wore a veil in front of Li Qianqiu. Or rather, the main reason she wore a veil was to prevent her husband from seeing her ugly appearance. Xianxia looked at Xiaoshi's face. To be honest, there were still some freckles on her face. However, many beauties in the West had freckles on their faces, and there was no lack of peerless beauties. After a year of recovery, Xiaoshi's face was no longer frightening. In fact, she had even regained some beauty. Of course, this was only to Xianxia. To Li Qianqiu, she was probably already a peerless beauty. Xianxia looked at her for a long time. Xiaoshi appeared very nervous and unconfident. She was even at a loss. "Tsk, tisk," Xianxia said, "so my aunt is actually so beautiful. Uncle isn't worthy of you. Don't worry, with your current appearance, Senior Sword King will definitely be head over heels for you." Xiaoshi smiled embarrassedly. "Then give me another hour." She then put on her veil again and walked out. After that, she pulled Li Qianqiu into the room next door. Li Qianqiu's face immediately turned red. "Wife, don't be like this, don't be like this, in broad daylight like this, it's not good, not good, not good, we're already an old couple, and we even have a child." But when he turned around, Xianxia and Grandmaster Orchid had already disappeared without a trace. To be honest, Xianxia also felt very awkward. After all, they were elders. After the two of them walked far away, Xianxia coughed. "Grandmaster, the weather today is not bad." Grandmaster Orchid nodded. "Yes, the weather is not bad." Rumble, it was as if he was slapping himself in the face. Thunder rumbled in the sky. It was already August, and the weather was at its hottest. Of course, the capital should be experiencing a bit of autumn now, and Nanoyu should be at its hottest. He wondered how the war was going over there. How was the war for the nation's fate going? The weather changed so quickly. The sky was clear a moment ago, but after the thunder and lightning, there was a downpour. It was good that it was raining, at least it could cover up some sounds. It was too awkward. Xianxia and Grandmaster Orchid went to the furthest barracks to take shelter from the rain. More than 3,000 Nirvana army soldiers went for rapid marching training again. This time, it was 40 hours, 400 kilometers, and they had to carry a weight of 330 kilograms. It was simply shocking. The heavy rain and thunder would greatly increase the difficulty of the training. Even a real battlefield might not have such a harsh environment. But the training of the Nirvana army was like this, squeezing them to the limit. It was definitely a hellish training. Grandmaster Orchid, how long will it take for the second Nirvana army to form? Xianxia asked. 2 months. Grandmaster Orchid said. Half a year's training is equivalent to 4 to 5 years for other armies. 2 months, Xianxia said. By then, it will be winter here, but Nanoyu has summer all year round. Grandmaster Blueway said, believe me, this army will definitely amaze the world with a single brilliant feat. I have never seen such good soldiers in my life. These children can fight individually or in groups. Together with the first Nirvana army, I can't imagine how powerful they will be on the battlefield. An hour later, the heavy rain ended. The sky cleared up, however, the ground was still wet. Sword King Xianxia came out, looking down at the ground. His whole body was red, and he wished there was a hole in the ground for him to hide in. On the contrary, the Qiu clan was still calm and collected, as if nothing had happened. She felt that this was normal. Eating and drinking, men and women making love. Let's go. Xianxia said. Then, he and Xianxia boarded the ship and left Nirvana Island, returning to Xuanwu City. 2 days and 2 nights later, Senior Sword King's awkwardness was finally released. He finally dared to show his face again, even though his words were still very unnatural. Another day passed. The ship docked. Riding on his horse, Xianxia sped towards Black Tortoise City. Darling Mulan, you must wait for me, you must wait for me. Darling, work hard. Wait for Daddy to come and give birth, Xianxia spurred the horse. He quickly rushed into Xuanwu Marquis residence. He had just shown his face. Jin Jianyang and Binger quickly rushed over. Son-in-law, quick, quick, Miss is about to give birth, about to give birth. Note, the first chapter is 8,000 words. I will go eat and write the second chapter, which is still more than 15,000 words. Brothers, continue to support me. Don't stop your monthly votes. Thank you very much, thank you, Brother Lang's fan, for your 20,000 plus tips. Thank you, me1216, for everything, Wasted Youths 1. 1 million tip. Congratulations to Rongrong, Silly Piglet, for becoming the new leader of this book. Thank you for the reward of 50,000 coins. Xianxia already knew that Mulan was pregnant with a boy. Even Xianxia's mother and mother-in-law, Su Peipei, already knew. Judging from the shape of the belly was pretty accurate. Mulan was very happy to know that she was pregnant with a boy. Xianxia, on the other hand, didn't care. Although he preferred girls, he already had Xinmi as a baby, so having a baby boy was not bad. As for Qiu Yaoer, forget it, Xianxia did not even have anything to do with it. Xianxia was just donating once. Xianxia dashed into his courtyard. It was already packed with people, and all of them were women. There were more than a dozen midwives and female doctors. The baby in Mulan's belly was the center of attention. Xianxia even saw a strange woman guarding outside the door. She looked very cool. When the woman saw Xianxia, she only blinked a few times. Xianxia didn't know her, but seeing Huang Feng beside her and her lonely appearance, he knew that she was Snow Mountain Demon Lin Shang. She was a top expert who had never won a fight in her life. Her strength was infinitely close to that of a grandmaster, but she couldn't get a spot. What was she doing here? Soon, Xianxia understood. Father-in-law Jin Zhuo was worried that Mulan's labor wouldn't go smoothly and she might need the help of a top expert. Greetings, Palace Master Lin. Lin Chang was barely satisfied with this form of address. She lifted her eyes slightly and nodded. Xianlang knew that he couldn't call her Grandmaster Lin. Otherwise, people would think that he was mocking her. In this world, the lower one's martial arts, the more arrogant they were. If one's martial arts wasn't enough, they would make up for it with their arrogance. However, although Master Lin was arrogant, she was still a very honest person. At least, her entire sect would get 500 gold coins a month. That's right, the price had dropped again. Before, it was 5,000 gold coins for 3 months. That was about 1,600 gold coins a month. Now that it was a yearly contract, the price would definitely be more favorable, but food and accommodation would be included. Originally, Xianlang wanted to chat with the old demon for a while, but now he didn't have the mood to do so, so he directly rushed in. Husband, Xianlang had just arrived outside the courtyard when he heard Mulan shout. Silly girl, your husband isn't here yet. Mulan said, he's coming, he's just outside. Xianlang couldn't help but be stunned. Mulan had become so powerful that she could sense his arrival from more than 10 meters away. In the end, when Xianlang charged into the room, everyone was stunned. Was the relationship between husband and wife that deep? Mulan knew that Xianlang had arrived even though she didn't hear his voice from afar. Xianlang held Mulan's precious hand and asked, did your water break? Had the uterus opened? How many fingers have you opened? Several midwives shook their heads. Madame's stomach has been hurting for a few hours, but it won't move. Ah, then, Mulan cried out in pain again. Xianlang was shocked. Mulan was much braver than Bing. Even if she was injured, she wouldn't cry out in pain. Of course, it was painful for a woman to give birth, but with Mulan's cultivation and personality, she would definitely be able to endure it. Now that even she couldn't endure it, it could be seen how painful it was. Xianlang hurriedly checked the fetus. It was very healthy. The position of the fetus was also very good. The baby's heartbeat was strong. He couldn't help but feel a little relieved. Langer, you can't help much here. Go out first, go out first. Xianlang wanted to stay inside. Mulan also wanted Xianlang to stay inside. But the two mothers directly pushed Xianlang out. Mulan turned her head and thought that when she cried out in pain, the shape of her face might not be very good, so she agreed with Xianlang to go out. As a result, Xianlang was sent out again after he had just met his wife. Then, he heard Mulan's cries of pain coming from inside. It was extremely anxious. Mulan was extremely anxious about giving birth. The capital was also extremely anxious. Whether it was the monarch, Ningjing, or everyone else, they were all in a terrible state. Especially Ningjing, he had been the commander of Xianxia for more than half a year. He had never been relaxed, nor had he been prominent. There was no such thing as fawning or bootlicking. Every day, he was blamed and cursed by others. He simply didn't know why there were so many things. It could even be said that he only bore the responsibility, but didn't enjoy the pleasure of power. After Xianlang left, Ningjing was once again regarded as a useless person. The monarch used Xianlang's strategy to desperately raise the third prince Ningqi and belittle the crown prince, so that the court once again returned to balance, and temporarily protected Ningjing. But there were still many officials and ministers in the court who made things difficult for Ningjing. And this kind of difficulty couldn't even be reported. No matter what, they just didn't cooperate, so you couldn't do anything. The goal of the two factions of the crown prince and the third prince was very clear: to make it difficult for Ningjing to move an inch in the position of commander of Xianxia, and finally get out of here. But, just 2 months later, many people were glad that Ningjing was in the position of commander of Xianxia. Because all the things that offended people were pushed to him. Nangong Ao led 80,000 troops south, opening the prelude to the War of National Fate. But this was just the beginning. The following days were getting harder and harder. Because they had to prepare for another war. The war with Chu in the west. Although this war might not really start, it was better to be prepared. The military expenses were still enough for the time being. But at a certain point, gold coins couldn't turn into food, cloth, or medicine. At any time, merchants couldn't not make money, so it was inevitable to raise prices. Therefore, the entire area around the capital had to enter into food control. Even if necessary, there would be a food distribution system, and no free buying and selling. They had to crack down on the behavior of hoarding food and driving up food prices. But these food merchants were inextricably linked to the officials in the court. Attacking the food merchants and offending people, Nanjing had to do it, setting a limit on how much food each person could buy every month and preparing to distribute food. Nanjing had to do it too. With the state of Yu's national strength, it was very difficult to fight two wars at the same time. But in the war against Chu, they had to be prepared. All the intelligence showed that the king of Chu was almost crazy. After losing the last border hunt, the king of Chu thought about revenge day and night. This time, he spent a huge price to reach a peace agreement with New China and Liang in the west and north. Then, he continuously gathered troops and pressed against the Chu-Yu border. He ceded 20 miles of the border, paid 800,000 compensation, and publicly admitted his mistake. These three things were completely humiliating to the king of Chu, and only blood could be paid. The Chu country had already gathered 200,000 soldiers. A terrifying 200,000 troops, but the army of Chu was still marching east, and they were still gathering. It was simply frightening. The king of Chu was really crazy. Wu was quiet. The king of Wu didn't make any big moves, nor did he gather troops. But there was one move that made people uneasy. It was already the 8th month of the new year, and the spring and autumn crops had been harvested. The weather in the past year was considered good for Wu. They didn't lack food, and they had successfully passed the food shortage. But he still secretly borrowed 1.3 million don of food from the Great Yan Empire. What did the young king of Wu want to do? Why did he hoard so much food? It was definitely not to sell it for money, but to use it as military rations when necessary. Chu made a big move, and Wu made a small move. As the center of the storm, the state of Yu naturally had to make a move. The food control escalated from the capital to the whole country. However, there were only two places in the state of Yu that had the strictest food control. One was Yanzhou, and the other was the capital. Yanzhou was too developed for trade, and Bianshao had ruled for many years, so the merchants and the people only dared to complain in their hearts. The people in the capital were simply full of complaints. If spittle could fly, Nanjing would have drowned. Millions of people cursed. Because of the food control and meat control, many things could not be bought even if they had money. The merchants cursed because they were not allowed to sell alcohol or brew wine. The prostitutes also cursed Nanjing. Because of the curfew, the brothels had completely lost business. That was not all. The state of Yu had to deal with two major wars, and its military strength was severely insufficient. Therefore, it had to recruit and train soldiers. The Tianyue commandery was not in charge of training soldiers, but the recruitment was. Good men did not join the army, and good iron did not forge nails. It was slightly better in poor places, but it was the most difficult to recruit soldiers in places like the capital. If there was no other way, they had to forcibly recruit them. Nanjing was the one to do such a thing. In the past, there were cases of forcible recruitment, but as long as the family spent some money, the yamen could cross out the name. But not now. Nanjing sent the city guards to take over the recruitment. Not only was spending money useless, but they would also be punished. Nanjing had forcibly recruited more than 50,000 people from the entire capital. That was more than 50,000 families. The curses of hundreds of thousands of people were enough to make him riddled with holes. Nanjing withstood it. Even if he was condemned by thousands and reviled by tens of thousands, he still did things one by one. Even if he was in a sorry state, he did not have any outstanding achievements at all. It was not exquisite at all. But when monarch Ning Yuanxian received these results, he was instantly stunned. He even had an illusion that the state of Yu was so powerful, just from the capital alone, they got so much cloth, food, and soldiers, but after all, he was not a young man. He could tell at a glance that Nanjing had done things to the extreme. Then, he felt a little ashamed. If it was not for the fact that he had been too carefree in the past 20 years, the state of Yu would not have ended up like this. Now that the war was imminent, they had to make last-minute efforts and overdraft the people and the national power. Everyone was willing to be a good person. But it was difficult to be a bad person. And now, all the officials in the court were watching Nanjing be the bad person. After offending the officials, offending the merchants, and then completely offending the ordinary people. And the soldiers that were recruited did not belong to Nanjing. Some were sent to the south, some to Zhongyao in the west, and the other half to Ningqi in the north. In other words, the soldiers that Nanjing recruited after offending countless people would eventually belong to the crown prince and the third prince. He was a complete idiot. But he also did it meticulously. This made the monarch sigh in his heart. Xun Lang's eyes were really accurate. Now it seemed that what he said was really true. As a king, intelligence and means were not important, character and will were the foundation. For the two wars, the state of Yu squeezed the people to the limit. In the west, it was like dark clouds were pressing down. Zhongyao's army and the Chu army gathered day and night. This time, it was not like last year's show. This time, it was definitely a big battle to the death. And what about the war in Nan'o? Badly battered, Nangong Ao's son was in Zhu Lin's army, and in his letter, he had clearly written about the situation on this side. But Nangong Ao still felt that the state of Yu had more than 100,000 soldiers. No matter how strong the sand barbarian warriors were, they lacked discipline and were like a mass of loose sand. His army was far better in equipment and discipline, so it was not difficult to win. But when he really arrived at the battlefield of Nan'o, he felt the seriousness of the problem. Nan'o was very small, not even half the size of a province of the state of Yu. It was only the size of a few counties. In the whole of Nan'o, there were only 3 large cities, and these cities were in the hands of the state of Yu. But other than these 3 cities, there were enemies everywhere. Almost all the officials of Nan'o had defected to the state of Yu and were like lackeys. But Prince Jin launched a war of the people. Zhu Lin's war report said that the capital of Nan'o and the other 2 cities were in his hands every time. But after leaving the city, it was all Prince Jin's territory. The rebellion in Nan'o had been going on for 2 years, and almost all the people here were soldiers. The state of Yu's army was less than a few hundred people, and they didn't even dare to leave the city. Because they would be ambushed. And in the whole of Nan'o, except for a few cities, the rest were mountains and forests. The number of enemies, big and small, was simply innumerable. They were completely trapped in the sea of sand barbarian people. It was really like a quagmire. 3 cities, more than 100,000 soldiers, would be ambushed dozens of times every day. It was not good to send less soldiers to encircle and suppress them, or they would be destroyed. It was also not good to send more soldiers to encircle and suppress them, because they would disappear without a trace into the mountains. It had been 3 months since Nangong Ao entered the battlefield of Nan'o. Dozens of battles, big and small, had been fought. And every battle was won. But it was useless. There was no substantial progress in the war. Countless provisions and medicinal herbs were consumed every day. The weather here was too hot. The forest here was full of traps and miasma. And Prince Jin was also a bastard. Before Nangong Ao's army went south, he looked like he was pressing step by step. As if he was going to unify the sand barbarian race tomorrow, he was going to dominate and lead the army to reclaim his country. This made the state of Yu gather nearly 100,000 troops and go south. But after Nangong Ao's army arrived in Nan'o, Prince Jin was not in a hurry. His pace of unifying the sand barbarian race seemed to have become slow again. This made Nangong Ao and Zhu Lin curse. Now these 2 people only had one thought. Screw you, Prince Jin, hurry up and unify the sand barbarian race, quickly lead the army to seize Nan'o. Fight the decisive battle early. Otherwise, if it dragged on like this, they would die. And on the 15th of August, Mid-Autumn Festival, the news finally came from the southern part of the eastern world. Prince Jin officially announced to the world that he would unify the sand barbarian race. The Great Nan Kingdom was officially established. Prince Jin became the first-generation monarch of the Great Nan Kingdom. This meant that the sand barbarian race, which had been like a piece of loose sand for hundreds of years, was officially unified. The Eastern world was once again a big country. That's right, in terms of population, it was a small country. The entire sand barbarian race only had a few million people. But in terms of territory, it was a big country. The territory of the Sand barbarian race faced the sea to the east and the Chang kingdom to the west. Its territory was even larger than the state of Yu. Of course, most of the areas were mountains and primeval forests, and the tribes were relatively primitive. There were not many large cities, and not even many large towns. Generally speaking, the founding ceremony of such a big country was grand. It needed to build a large palace, summon envoys from various countries, confer titles to officials, pardon the people, and prepare many auspicious signs. However, Prince Jin did none of this. His palace was even renovated from an ancient temple. There were almost no foreign envoys, not even the Chu kingdom. The only ones who could be called envoys were probably the leaders of the Great Tribulation Temple and some merchants from various countries in the western region. However, the establishment of the Great Nan Kingdom was like a thunder. It completely shocked the entire Eastern world, from the faraway countries in the western region to the northernmost Debei Kingdom. Everyone was shaken. As for the state of Yu, it was even more shocking. The entire state of Yu's emperor, ministers, and even the common people were shaken to the point that their hair stood on end. The day had finally come. The next step was clear. Either the new Great Nan Kingdom would be broken before it could truly become powerful, or it would step on the corpse of the state of Yu and become one of the overlords of the south. Once Prince Jin announced the establishment of the Great Nan Kingdom and ascended to the throne, he would definitely start a war to take back his country. In terms of reputation, only by taking back the Nan Kingdom could he be considered a real king. In terms of strategy, after taking back the Nan Kingdom, he would have a strategic advantage over the state of Yu. As expected, after Prince Jin ascended to the throne, there was almost no celebration. He immediately started to gather the army. The army of 100,000 split into several groups and set off from the Great Nan Kingdom towards the Nan Kingdom. Princess Ning Luo, Zhu Lin, and Namgong Ao couldn't help but sigh. It was finally here. The decisive battle of destiny was finally going to break out, of course, for Xianxia. He couldn't care less about the war in the Nan Kingdom. Because 2 whole days had passed. Mulan hadn't been born yet. Everyone was shocked by what they saw. They had never seen such a situation. The position of the fetus was very good, and the labor pain started very early. But the baby couldn't come out. The water didn't break, and the uterus didn't open. They had no idea why. At this time, Xianxia was always by Mulan's side. All the midwives and female doctors turned pale and were at a loss of what to do. Xianxia's mother and Mulan's mother were already kneeling in front of the Bodhisattva and praying. However, Mulan's pain was getting worse and worse. In the end, it escalated to the point where she wanted to die. Moreover, she started to have a high fever. Her martial arts were considered strong, but she fainted a few times because of the pain. And her body started to weaken. Xianxia was ready for everything. He was ready for a C-section at any time. But the baby was very healthy, and the fetal heart was very stable. He really didn't want to have a C-section unless it was absolutely necessary. This wasn't modern society. This C-section was almost more dangerous than Zhang Chong's intestinal carbuncle surgery. Zhang Chong almost died that time. Xianxia really didn't want Mulan to take the risk. If she could give birth on her own, it was better to give birth on her own. He had really tried all kinds of methods. Even Shenmi patted Mulan's belly and said, little brother, little brother." The 9-month-old Shenmi could only call her father, but Bing tried her best to make her say little brother. In the end, the naughty little brother still didn't come out. 3 days passed. Xianxia was almost going crazy. He even took out the disinfectant to perform a C-section on Mulan 3 times. But he was stopped by Mulan. Mulan had already become very weak, and her lips were pale and colorless. "Husband, I feel that the baby doesn't want to come out," Mulan said weakly. Xianxia held her hand tightly and said, "No baby is willing to come out." Indeed, no baby was willing to leave their mother's belly. There was no sense of security, and they would try their best to stay in the belly until they had to leave. And at this moment, Xianxia's mother called him out. Dao Long, when the big fool's biological mother gave birth to him, she suffered for a few days and nights like this. In the end, she almost breathed her last before the big fool was born. Xianxia's mother said, "So many people say that this child became stupid in his mother's womb. As soon as this was said, Xianlang's hair stood on end. His mother's words revealed a terrible message. Back then, the big fool's biological mother almost died before she gave birth to the big fool. The moment he was born, he immediately breathed his last. What did that prove? It proved that he didn't come out until he couldn't stay in the belly any longer. Dalong, I love my grandson, but I love my daughter-in-law even more. I'm afraid our baby is different. At this critical moment, protecting your daughter-in-law is more important. You have to think of a way. We can't wait any longer. Xianlang's mother said, you said that we can cut open the baby's belly. If there's no other choice, we can do that. We can't wait for the baby to come out on his own. He will keep wasting time. Xianlang stared at his mother for a long time. At least these words didn't sound like something an ordinary village woman would say. I understand. After entering the room, Xianlang said directly, prepare for surgery. Then, he disinfected the sterilized instruments again. He prepared for a C-section. At this moment, Mulan covered her belly and cried weakly, husband, don't, you'll scare the baby like this. Xianlang said, this bad baby is torturing you like this. I must carry him out and give him a good spanking. Mulan cried, husband, I'm begging you, don't cut open my belly, don't cut open my belly. Xianlang said, there's no other way. Your safety is the most important thing. Don't worry, I won't let anything happen to you. I'll definitely use the best knife skills. There won't be any scars. Mulan cried, I don't care about scars, but we can't scare the baby. I can feel that he's very afraid. Husband, think of another way. Don't cut open his belly, don't cut open his belly. Our baby is different from other babies. If you cut open his belly, he'll think that the house has collapsed. Xianlang said, how is that possible? How many babies in the modern world were delivered by C-section? Who would think that the sky had collapsed and the house had collapsed? It's true, it's true. Mulan said softly, our baby is different. Husband, you have to believe me. Think of another way, think of another way. Xianlang was about to go crazy. How could he think of another way? At the thought that Mulan was in danger, he felt like he was going to explode. In the end, he insisted on a C-section, but Mulan wouldn't let him. She covered her belly with all her might. Xianlang was forced to use forceful methods to anesthetize her. Mulan begged and cried as if it was the end of the world. She used an unprecedented tone. Xianlang's heart almost melted. At this moment, Mother Shen, who was outside, said, Dalong, the baby doesn't want to come out. Dalong, the baby doesn't want to come out. If you prick him with a needle, will he come out? Xianlang was stunned. Would that work? That was too ridiculous. However, Mulan nodded desperately and said, yes, we can try this method. Husband, aren't your eyes very good? You can prick the baby's butt. You must be sure that it's the butt. Don't hurt other parts. Xianlang and Mulan were like conjoined twins. Although he hadn't specifically mentioned the special functions of his eyes, Mulan already knew. Xianlang nodded. He took out a very thin silver needle. He looked through Mulan's belly with his X-ray eyes and looked at the baby inside. Little rascal, how dare you torture your mother like this? You're torturing my precious wife like this. Even if you're my biological son, even if you're still in my belly, I'll spank you. Xianlang confirmed the position of the babies but over and over again. He took a deep breath to make sure that his hands wouldn't tremble and that he was sure of the depth of the needle. Prick! Xianlang's heart trembled, but his hands were very decisive. The thin silver needle pierced through Mulan's belly and landed on the baby's little butt. Sure enough, the baby in the belly moved a little and actually dodged it. In the end, Xianlang pricked it again with the silver needle. 15 minutes later, the amniotic fluid broke, and the uterus opened. 15 minutes later, the naughty baby was born. It wailed loudly. Xianlang almost collapsed. Mother Shen directly sat on the ground. Kid, just you wait, when you grow up a little, I'll beat you up from childhood. How dare you be so naughty and not obedient at all? Look at how obedient my sister is. Congratulations, young master. Congratulations, Mississippi. You gave birth to a baby boy, 6 pounds and 7 tails. The weight was just right. It was neither light nor heavy. The little prince that Aruna Nana gave birth to was more than 6 pounds. Back then, the big fool also gave birth to more than 6 pounds. This baby is so beautiful, so beautiful. Xianxia looked at the brat. He was indeed very beautiful. He was so beautiful as soon as he was born. Moreover, he danced and wailed non-stop. It was extremely rare for a newborn to have eyes that were wide open. Moreover, this pair of eyes was not only beautiful, but also had a dazzling luster. When this brat grows up in the future, won't he be even more handsome than me? Then, Xianxia conveniently used an X-ray to look at the baby's bloodline. Of course, he was just casually looking. He didn't have any hope. Besides, why would Xianxia's child need a high-grade bloodline? Those who practiced martial arts were all inferior people. Look at that old demon Snow Mountain outside. He was infinitely close to becoming a great grandmaster. The entire sect only cost 500 gold coins a month. But he only took a glance. Xianxia was completely stunned, because this newborn baby had a golden bloodline, and it was an even more dazzling golden bloodline. It almost blinded Xianxia's eyes. What the hell is going on? Note, more than 15,000 votes were added today. Brothers, do you still have monthly votes? The 5th place is a little unstable. Please help, please, please. Xianxia couldn't help but carry the baby who didn't even have a name yet. The little fellow kept crying and yelling. He was very strong, and his little arms and legs were flailing about wildly. It was as if he was venting his dissatisfaction. I was so comfortable in mommy's tummy. Why did you have to force me out? Wah 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 wah. The mother-in-law and mother cleaned the baby and handed it to Xianxia. The little fellow didn't stop even in Xianxia's arms and kept flailing about. At this time, Xianxia was still in a state of shock. He was completely puzzled. Although he hadn't seen the son of the big fool, Sword King Xianxia had. He said that although he didn't know what bloodline it was, the child didn't have the golden bloodline. The big fool's bloodline far surpassed that of Xianxia's, and Aranana's bloodline far surpassed that of Mulan's. In the end, neither of them could give birth to a baby with the golden bloodline, but Xianxia and Mulan gave birth to one. This was really strange. Xianxia couldn't help but recall that Mulan had indeed changed a lot. After she got pregnant. First, she became beautiful. She was gorgeous, and compared to her original beauty, she was even more beautiful. Usually, some women would become more beautiful after they got pregnant. Plump and full of luster, but under normal circumstances, this would only happen when a woman was pregnant. However, it was very rare to see a woman like Mulan who had such an obvious change in appearance. Not only that, but Mulan's perception had also become very sharp. Several times, she could feel Xianxia even when he was far away from her. Moreover, she could even sense what the baby was thinking. Previously, Xianxia didn't pay much attention to it, thinking that it was just a symptom of pregnancy. But now, it seemed that this situation was very special. Xianxia stared at the little baby. The little guy also stopped crying and stared at Xianxia with his big eyes. His little mouth was pouting, and he seemed to be very wronged. This child was very strange. His appearance was extremely similar to Xianxia's. However, its facial features were very similar to Mulan's. It was really very beautiful. Bloodline mutation? Xianxia knew that the bloodlines of this world were hereditary. However, there were also cases of bloodline mutation, especially for high-grade bloodlines. The chances of inheritance were relatively low, but the chances of mutation were very high. Alright, our babies are already very obedient. Daddy, please give us a name. Su Peipei, the mother-in-law, coaxed softly. Xianxia said, let's call him Shenpai. Before he could finish, his mother knocked him on the head. Don't blame the baby. He's still young and doesn't know much. Xianxia, then let's call him Xinyi. The women felt that the name was too casual. However, Xianxia was no longer willing to think about it. Poor baby, Daddy didn't even want to think about your name. Look at sister, Daddy thought about it for a few days, Monarch also thought about it for a few days, and in the end, she named it Xinmi. How nice is that? How meaningful is that? When it was our baby's turn, the word wild was enough to dismiss him. I think this name isn't bad. Xianlang, it's decided then. Xinyi, Xinyi. Mulan muttered this name. She also thought that it was pretty good. It wasn't that this name was meaningful, but that this name was inexplicably compatible with Xianlang. It was especially like they were father and son. One wild, the other wild. Husband, let me hug you, Mulan said. Then, she struggled to stretch out her hands. Xianlang's heart trembled. Because Mulan's voice was still very weak, and she couldn't even lift her hands. He went forward and placed the baby Xinyi in Mulan's arms to suck. Then, he first checked Mulan's temperature. It had almost dropped to a normal temperature, and she no longer had a fever. Then, he felt Mulan's heartbeat, breathing, and pulse. Then, Xianlang realized that something was wrong. Her heartbeat and breathing were very weak. And Mulan was actually still weakening. How was this possible? The final labor was very smooth, and there was no major bleeding. How could she continue to weaken? Xianlang fed Mulan ginseng soup. But it was still useless. Mulan actually closed her eyes lazily. Darling, don't sleep, don't sleep. At this point, his mother-in-law and mother also realized that something was wrong. His mother-in-law, Su Peipei, rushed out to find the Snow Mountain demon, Lin Chang. After she came in, she directly injected internal energy into Mulan's body, almost as if she was forcibly driving the blood flow. But, it still didn't work. An entire hour later, Snow Mountain demon Lin's internal energy was exhausted. After Xianlang helped Mulan put on her clothes, Sword King Xianxia came in and desperately injected internal energy into Mulan's body. Next, almost all the experts from the Xuanwu Marquis mansion came out in full force. Lin Chang's Snow Mountain Palace experts also came out in full force. Like a relay, they continuously injected internal energy into Mulan's body. In this world, there was no way to use internal energy to heal injuries, but it was barely possible to use internal energy to drive the blood flow. But, it was still useless. Mulan's heartbeat was still slowing down. Her breathing was getting weaker and weaker. Xianlang tried everything he could think of. He even used drugs to increase her excitement. Even a few addictive drugs were injected into him. It was still useless. It was as if nothing could stop Mulan from weakening and losing her vitality. The whole world seemed to be darkening. Just like that. Mulan hugged Xinyi and looked at Xianlang with infatuation. Then she closed her eyes, as if she had fallen asleep. Several hours passed. Xianlang did his best, and so did the entire Xuanwu Marquis mansion. But they still could not stop Mulan from falling asleep. She fell into a deep sleep. There was breathing and a heartbeat. But it was very, very weak, almost inaudible. In order to protect herself, Mulan's brain let her fall into a deep sleep. It was as if she had become a vegetable. In other words, he was a vegetable. Xianlang sat on the edge of the bed in a daze. The whole world seemed to have collapsed. It was motionless. He did not know why it had become like this. Giving birth to a baby was a good thing, but why did it bring such a disaster to Mulan? Take him away, I don't want to see him. Xianlang shouted with tears in his eyes. Reason told him that he could not blame Xinyi. But he could not help it. Xinyi had been crying for a while just now. He was still crying, but he was crying more weakly and his voice was much softer. Su Peipei wanted to comfort Xianlang, but she could not say a word. Bing'er walked over with tears in her eyes and carried Xinyi away to drink milk. Anyway, she had enough milk, and Xinmi could not finish it. Xinmi had already started to eat other complementary foods, but Bing'er's milk was still not nutritious enough, so she needed to find another wet nurse in the mansion. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, father, and mother. Xianxia stood behind Xianlang. They were terrified, worried, and grieving. But they were more afraid that Xianlang would take things too hard. I'm fine. Xianlang raised his head and said, Father, mother, no matter what happens next, don't disturb me. Xianlang did not care about the Nirvana army or the war in Nanoyu. In the remaining time, she had to do everything she could to wake Mulan up. In his heart, baby Mulan was more important than any national affairs and the whole state of Yu. In the next period of time, Xianlang tried at least 100 methods. He could not save Mulan. He could even feel that Mulan was getting weaker, even though the rate of weakening had slowed down. But, if this continued, the consequences would be unimaginable. Not only would Mulan never wake up, but she would also stop breathing in her sleep and lose her life. For a few days and nights, Xianxia did not sleep at all. He tried everything he could, but it was to no avail. No matter who tried to persuade him, it was useless. Later, Bing'er walked in with Shenmi and the baby. The baby could walk. When did this happen? Daddy, sleep, Daddy. Shenmi said in a childish voice. Bing'er did not bring Xinyi over. She knew that her husband did not want to see him now. Okay, Daddy, sleep. Then, Xianxia went back to his room and slept soundly. He had to sleep too, because from a medical point of view, there was no way to save Mulan. He needed to think in another direction. At this time, he especially needed a clear mind. After Xianxia went to sleep, Bing'er carried Xinyi over and put him in Mulan's arms. She cried, Sister, please wake up. If you don't wake up, the son-in-law is finished. The son-in-law is finished, and our family is finished. After sleeping for a whole 20 hours, Xianxia woke up and had a new idea. Xinyi had the golden bloodline, so he needed a huge amount of energy to grow. And this energy was completely absorbed from the mother. Therefore, he completely absorbed Mulan's life energy. In the end, after giving birth to him, Mulan exhausted all her energy and fell into a long sleep. And fortunately, Xianxia used the needle at the end. Otherwise, the baby would have stayed in his mother's body and absorbed until the last moment. Therefore, Mulan only fell into a long sleep and did not completely leave the world. Therefore, if he wanted to save Mulan, he returned to the previous question. He needed to think from the bloodline energy. Or more accurately, he had to change Mulan's bloodline talent and give her powerful energy again. Only then could she wake up. This could only be done through bloodline transformation, therefore, he had to continue the previous experiment. Therefore, Xianxia excitedly extracted Mulan's blood for testing. He was thinking, after Mulan gave birth to the golden bloodline baby, would she become a blank bloodline? If that was the case, everything would become simple. In the end, he was greatly disappointed. After giving birth to Xinyi's baby, Mulan's bloodline energy had changed. Originally, under Xianxia's special vision, these bloodline energy factors were glowing. But now, these lights were extremely dim, as if they would be extinguished at any time. But Mulan's bloodline talent still did not change. It was still a purple martial arts bloodline talent. Xianxia tried to inject the lowest grade golden bloodline goo worm into Mulan's blood sample. In the end, the bloodline energy factors in Mulan's blood that had already dimmed suddenly lit up. Then, it suddenly exploded. In an instant, the blood seemed to be boiling. Nothing changed. It was still the same as before, except for those with blank bloodline, others could not undergo bloodline transformation at all. The only result was that they would explode and die. Xianxia was about to explode again. But he quickly calmed down and started a new experiment again. He was in a complete race against time. After countless calculations and taking into account Mulan's speed of weakening, she only had about 50 days left. If Xianxia could not find a way to save her in 50 days, then she would be separated from him forever. What awaited Xianxia was probably a complete mental breakdown. Xianxia's mental state was very strong, he could completely ignore the death of tens of thousands of people. But his mental state was also very fragile. Mulan's departure was enough to destroy his inner world. I want to save Mulan. I want to save Mulan. No matter what price I have to pay, no matter what the consequences are, I want to save Mulan. I don't care about anything else. In the next 10 days, Xianxia did not step out of the house. He did 20 hours of experiments every day, and the remaining 4 hours included eating, drinking, defecating, and everything else. Almost no one could see him. When he was doing experiments, no one could be present, otherwise he would explode. Every day, Bing'er would bring him food. Every 2 days, she would bathe and change his clothes while he was sleeping. The entire Xuanwu Marquis mansion lost all smiles. Soon, the news that Jean Mulan fell into a coma after giving birth spread out. Of course, once again, countless people celebrated. They claimed that this was Xianxia's retribution, that he deserved it, and that it would be best if Jean Milan died just like that. And the heavenly Tao would continuously send all kinds of herbs and all kinds of rare things. But it was completely useless. After Monarch knew about this, he did not send an imperial doctor because he knew it was useless. Xianlang was the best doctor. He wrote a letter to his daughter, Princess Ninghan, in a very humble tone. He asked her to save Jean Milan through Xianxia Pavilion for her father's sake. A few days later, Ninghan replied, I can't go against the will of Xianxia Pavilion. I have no intention of saving Jean Milan. After receiving this letter, as if struck by lightning, Monarch stumbled and sat on the bed. Then, his body's Parkinson's disease seemed to have a violent attack, and his hands kept shaking. At this time, he thought of many things. For example, when his first wife had intestinal blockage and no one could save her, how desperate he was at that time. He believed that Xianlang's state of mind was the same at this moment. No, Xianlang's state of mind should be more painful. Because his love for his wife was deeper, and he was more proud. Concubine Bien held up Monarch's hands and kept rubbing them. Husband, don't be angry, don't be angry. After quite a while, the monarch Ning Yuanxian said with a desolate smile, my beloved concubine, in fact, I lost my daughter a long time ago. She has only come back once in the past 10 years. She came back to warn Xianlang not to interfere in the fight for the throne. She no longer has me as a father in her heart. I was deceiving myself. Then, Monarch Ning Yuanxian could not help but cry. Beloved, why don't we have children? Why don't we have children? Ning Yuanxian cried bitterly. Crown Prince Ninghan was distressed, and even third Prince Ningqi regarded himself as the spokesperson of Zhong and Shui. Concubine Bien comforted softly, husband, we still have Jing'er. He is a good child. We still have Yan'er. Although she is muddle-headed, she is also a good child. And on Xianlang's side, husband is also relieved. How many miracles has Xianlang created? He is omnipotent. He will definitely be able to save his wife. But Monarch could not stop his sorrow. Tears flowed endlessly. It had been more than half a month since Milan had fallen into a long sleep. Xianlang still did not rest or sleep, but there was nothing he could do. He wanted to smash his own head with a hammer to see if he could become smarter. At this time, Crown Prince's representative, Shui Zhaoyan, arrived. Xianlang, let's make a deal, she said. Xianlang said, speak. Shui Zhaoyan said, hand over bitter joy for me to kill, hand over the 2,300 Nirvana soldiers to His Highness, and give us the medicine to modify those with 0 bloodlines. His Highness can plead with Princess Ninghan for you and ask Xianxia Pavilion to save your wife, Jean Milan. Xianlang's face twitched. Shui Zhaoyan said, perhaps you don't know? His Majesty wrote to Princess Ninghan to ask her to save your wife, but she refused. But as long as His Highness asks, Princess Ninghan will agree. Xianlang still did not speak. Shui Zhaoyan said, Xianlang, don't you love Jean Milan very much? In your heart, is Jean Milan's life not as important as the 2,000-odd Nirvana soldiers? Not as important as the medicine for modifying bloodlines? Are you going to watch as Jean Milan dies? Taking advantage of the situation, Xianlang suddenly stood up and pointed at Shui Zhaoyan, roaring, kill her, kill her, kill this bitch. In an instant, the Sword King, Li Qianqiu, drew his sword. By now, his relationship with Xianlang was very deep, and he could empathize with his pain. Without a second word, he was about to kill, but, the next second, 2 grandmasters appeared. It was the same 2 grandmasters he'd fought with last time, summoned by Yin Yuan. There were also 4 top-notch experts, the ones who were always by Shui Zhaoyan's side. The 6 of them protected Shui Zhaoyan in the center. Xianlang, think it over. Jean Milan doesn't have much time left, Shui Zhaoyan said with a cold smile. Xianlang said calmly, if my wife leaves me, I will kill over 1 million people to accompany her in death. Ha ha, ha ha ha. Shui Zhaoyan laughed. Kill 1 million people? Xianlang, do you think you're a god? 17 days after Milan's coma. There had been some progress. It wasn't because of Xianlang's experiment, but because something else had happened. 2 people from Xianxia Pavilion had come. They were 2 unfamiliar scholars. Young master sent us to check on your wife. Young master? Who? Princess Ninghan, hadn't she already rejected them? However, Xianlang still let the two scholars from Xianxia Pavilion meet Jean Mulan. The two scholars checked Jean Mulan's pulse and carefully checked her blood. They didn't give any judgment. "We need to check on your son," the two scholars said. "This is crucial to saving your wife." Xianlang's eyes narrowed. "Wait a moment." Then, he went to Binger's room. She was the one taking care of baby Xianyi. She already had one baby, so she had to take care of both. Moreover, she had many people around her to help. This was the first time Xianlang had taken the initiative to visit baby Xianyi. 17 days had passed, and Xianyi had grown a lot. He was sleeping soundly with his head in his hands. Xianmi was sleeping next to his brother. Xianlang used an X-ray to check baby Xianyi's bloodline. Then, something even more shocking happened. The golden bloodline energy in baby Xianyi's body disappeared. It completely disappeared without a trace. This was too strange. "Binger, has anyone touched Xianyi recently?" Binger shook her head. "No, only two old women and I hugged him." "No one got close to him," Old Demon Snow Mountain said. Xianlang was shocked. That was to say, baby Xianyi was born with the golden bloodline, but it suddenly disappeared one day. Now, he couldn't see the bloodline at all. It looked like he had no bloodline at all. How does he usually react? Will he be stunned? Will he have no strength? Xianlang asked. Binger burst into tears. "Husband, how can you say that about the baby? No one knows what happened to my sister. We can't blame it on the baby. Our baby is very good. He is lively, smart, and strong." Binger cried. Baby Xianyi woke up. She pursed her lips and started bawling. His large eyes looked around, first at Xianlang, then at Binger. Then, he waved his little arms and legs at Binger and cried even harder. He was indeed strong. And how could a normal 17-year-old baby be so cunning? He was indeed a super smart baby. Binger carried baby Xianyi and sent him to Xianlang. "Look, our baby Xianyi is so good and cute. Let daddy hug him." Xianlang didn't reach out. He said to Binger, "Carry him and come with me." It was even to the extent that the baby Xianyi seemed to have sensed Xianlang's coldness, and he cried even louder. Binger saw this and quickly comforted the baby. Her heart ached. She felt that this wasn't baby Xianyi's fault. He was just a baby. "This is Mulan's baby," Xianlang said. The two Xianxia Pavilion scholars' eyes lit up and they trembled. They quickly went forward to check on baby Xianyi. But Binger took a step back. "Don't touch the baby. No one except his parents, grandpa, and grandma." Binger was like a mother beast protecting her baby. The two scholars from the Xianxia Pavilion took half a step back and observed Xianyi from a few feet away. The two of them kept interrupting each other, their eyes fixed on Xianyi's eyes, skin, and body. It was as if they were looking for something. After a while, the two scholars said, "Mr. Xianlang, can we take a little of this baby's blood?" "No," Binger said directly. Xianlang thought for a while and nodded. "I'll do it myself." Then, he took out a needle and pierced it into baby Xianyi's arm. At this moment, baby Xianyi stopped crying instead, and he gazed at Xianlang with a pitiable gaze while pouting his little mouth in an extremely aggrieved manner. He didn't look like a 17-day baby at all. Xianlang took a little blood. He first examined it carefully with an X-ray, then handed it over to two scholars from the Xianxia Pavilion. "You can check it here, but you can't take it away," Xianlang said. The two scholars nodded and took out all kinds of medicine to check. Their excitement gradually turned to indifference and then disappointment. In the end, both of them became cold. But they didn't want to give up and checked it again. Then, they gave Xianlang a result. "I'm very sorry, Xian. There's nothing we can do. We can't save your wife. Goodbye." Then, the two scholars left without saying a word. Xianlang said, "Binger, take him back." Binger said, "Darling, I beg you, can you hug the wild baby? Just one hug." Baby Xianyi looked at Xianlang with big pitiful eyes. Xianlang sighed and took the baby for a hug. In the end, the little baby's chubby little hand went straight for Xianlang's nose and gently scratched it. Sigh, This little rascal had tortured Mulan to such a state that she was in a vegetative state. From an emotional point of view, Xianlang naturally blamed him. But, to a certain extent, he was an innocent baby. He didn't know anything and acted on instinct. After Bing'er left with the baby, the Sword King, Xianxia, walked in. Xianlang, the two scholars from Sky Sea Pavilion didn't come to save Mulan. They have other motives, ulterior motives, Xianxia said. I know. Xianlang said, they came here just to see Xingyi. What sort of outcome are they hoping for? In the end, they saw that Xingyi didn't have a heaven-defying bloodline talent like they imagined, so they returned disappointed. Xianlang didn't finish. Sky Sea Pavilion had ulterior motives. After news of Mulan giving birth and becoming a vegetative state spread, Sky Sea Pavilion waited for more than 10 days before coming. The two scholars came to see if baby Xingyi had the golden bloodline. They didn't expect that the golden bloodline would disappear in the baby's body, so they were disappointed. These days, Xianlang had been focused on saving Mulan and didn't pay attention to baby Xingyi. He couldn't be sure when the golden bloodline disappeared. Did it disappear after a few days, or did it show signs of the golden bloodline when it was just born and then disappear? Xianxia said, I remember that Mulan stayed at Sky Sea Pavilion for a few months to recuperate. Xianlang nodded. Because he had a close relationship with Sky Sea Pavilion, he thought it was normal. But now, it didn't seem normal at all. Xianlang found his mother-in-law, Su Peipei. Why did Mulan suddenly want to recuperate at Sky Sea Pavilion? Su Peipei recalled. After marrying you, Bing'er got pregnant, but Mulan didn't get pregnant. She was very anxious. Then, when she was chatting with scholar Zhang Yuan, she seemed to have heard the other party mention that Sky Sea Pavilion had done a lot of research in this area and had a female scholar who specialized in this subject. Mulan thought that you had a close relationship with Sky Sea Pavilion, so she went. In other words, when Mulan went to Sky Sea Pavilion to recuperate, it was Sky Sea Pavilion who took the initiative to guide her. It was indeed strange. Infertility was a medical problem in the modern world, not to mention in this world. In the end, after Mulan went to Sky Sea Pavilion to recuperate for a few months, she was really cured. After that, she went to the capital and had an intimate relationship with Xianlang. Almost in one shot, she got pregnant in one shot. And she gave birth to such a heaven-defying baby. First of all, in terms of appearance, it was a combination of Xianlang and Mulan. It brought out the strengths of both of them to the extreme. The most important thing was the golden bloodline, which disappeared after it appeared. Now came the question, was the birth of the golden bloodline in Xingyi's baby related to Sky Sea Pavilion? Did Sky Sea Pavilion use some means to change Mulan's physique? Or did Sky Sea Pavilion want to use Xianlang and Mulan as an experiment to give birth to a golden bloodline baby? Or, was there a deeper reason? Xianlang suddenly felt that this mystery was unfathomable. Sky Sea Pavilion, which was originally a bit mysterious, became even more unfathomable now. And what role did Ning Han, that bitch, play? Was Sky Sea Pavilion the culprit behind Mulan's life-threatening crisis? Was there a conspiracy behind all this? What conspiracy? That night, Xianlang did not sleep at all. He was sure of two things. First, to save Mulan, he had to activate or even change her bloodline power. Otherwise, Mulan would leave this world forever. There was not much time left. There was only about a month left. Secondly, Xianlang's understanding of bloodline power was still too little. If he continued experimenting like this, it would be too late. In the history of Earth, any invention or experiment had to go through countless failures. This could be thousands of failures, or even more. There were many important things and experiments that many scientists could not succeed in their entire lives. In another month, Mulan's life would probably end. If Xianlang wanted to succeed, he had to obtain more in-depth information. It was either from ancient times or from hundreds or thousands of years of research in this world. He had to make a trip to Sky Sea Pavilion. Nowadays, many experiments had already touched upon the blind spots of his knowledge. To save Mulan and change her bloodline, Xianlang had to obtain some ancient bloodline books. For example, ancient books, or the secret books obtained by Sky Sea Pavilion after Jiang Li's destruction. Senior Sword King, can you accompany me to the Sky Sea Pavilion now? Sword King Xianxia nodded. I'll drive you. This time, Sword King Xianxia drove very fast. And it was a carriage pulled by 3 fine horses. Just a day and a half later, Xianlang once again arrived in front of Xianxia Pavilion. The last time he came was nearly 2 years ago, and it was really like a pilgrimage. But this time, the Xianxia Pavilion was still standing by the sea, looking magnificent in the thick fog. A temple of knowledge. A fortress of civilization. But now, in Xianlang's eyes. Just like in Journey to the West, Sun Wukong and Tripitaka entered the fake Lane Temple. At that time, Tripitaka had gone through untold hardships and traveled 108,000 miles. He felt that he had finally arrived at the Lane Temple and could seek the true scriptures. And the temple at that time was also grand and solemn. The Buddhas and Bodhisattvas inside were all solemn and dignified. But, all of them were fake. All the Bodhisattvas inside, including Buddha, were demons in disguise. Xianlang went forward and knocked on the door. The door of Xianxia Pavilion opened to reveal a face. This was a familiar face. 2 years ago, he was the one who had received Xianlang. Xianlang had solved a few difficult problems and was shocked by him. They were very close and affectionate. But now, it was as if he did not know Xianlang at all. Who is it? Xianlang said, I'm Xianlang. I'm here to borrow some ancient books. Xianlang? The scholar said, Xianxia Pavilion does not welcome you. Please leave immediately. Then, he closed the door. Xianlang said loudly, please tell that bitch Ninghan to come out. I want to make a deal with her. Note, the first chapter is 8,000 words. I'll continue writing after eating. Today, it's still more than 15,000 words. Everyone, please give me your monthly votes. I'm begging for support, thank you, Wei Liang, for your 10,000 yuan tip. A moment later, Princess Ninghan appeared in front of Xianlang. As if there was no grudge, she even smiled at Xianlang. It was as if Xianlang had not called her the B*TCH. Xianlang said, I heard that the Xianxia Pavilion recently released a new problem, a mathematical problem? And it should be a 1,000-year-old problem. The so-called 1,000-year-old problem meant that according to the current level of civilization, it would take about 1,000 years to solve. Princess Ninghan nodded. Xianlang said again, I heard that there is an ancient book called the Blood Sutra. It is almost a very precious book of the Xianxia Pavilion. Princess Ninghan nodded again. Xianlang had a big misunderstanding about the Xianxia Pavilion's book collection. He had always thought that the most precious books were ancient martial arts manuals, such as the meteor sword technique. Now he knew that was not the case. Individual martial arts manuals were not very precious to the Xianxia Pavilion. Books that were related to the ancient civilization and the occult were the most valuable. That was why the Xianxia Pavilion would never lend them to outsiders. Xianlang said, I can solve this mathematical problem on the condition that I read the Blood Sutra for 24 hours. Princess Ninghan said, wait a moment, I will go in and ask for instructions. Throughout the entire conversation, the two of them were separated by a door. They could only hear the voice, not see the face and expression. Then, Princess Ninghan left. Although Xianlang was waiting, he was not waiting for the result. Was the 100-year-old or even 1,000-year-old mathematical problem released by the Xianxia Pavilion just a problem? No? No, according to Xianlang's speculation, it should be an important clue to the ancient ruins. It was very important to the Xianxia Pavilion. Thus, Xianlang's trip here could be considered as a probe. After a moment, Princess Ninghan walked out. Sorry, no. Princess Ninghan said. Xianlang said, then how can I exchange it for the Blood Sutra? Princess Ninghan said, sorry, no way. Xianlang was silent. Princess Ninghan said, if there is nothing else, I will return. Xianlang suddenly said, what do you want from me? Why did you guide my wife here to have her bloodline altered? Princess Ninghan smiled. Shen, you're overthinking things. You don't have anything that Amami Accord wants on you. There is nothing in this world that Xianxia Pavilion wants. Then, Princess Ninghan left. Bang, even though the door in front of him was closed. However, there was the sound of the door closing again. Mr. Xianlang, Xianxia Pavilion will not welcome you in the future. Please behave yourself. It was the maester's voice. Shen Lang left, he returned to Li Qianqiu's carriage. Did you fail? Li Qianqiu asked. Shen Lang, I didn't expect to succeed before I came. I just wanted to test the waters. Li Qianqiu asked, have you found out? Shen Lang, I've tested it out. Shen Lang had indeed found out a lot of information. First, the 100-year and 1,000-year problem issued by Xianxia Pavilion was indeed related to the key clues to the ancient relic. Why? Because when Shen Lang proposed to exchange the problem for the Blood Sutra, Princess Ninghan could have made the decision to reject it. Why did she walk into Xianxia Pavilion and act as if she was asking for permission from the pavilion master? She was trying to cover it up. Since pavilion master's was not around, Ninghan had the final say in Xianxia Pavilion. She had wanted to reject it long ago. She wanted to hide the important Xianxia Pavilion placed on the 1,000-year problem. Moreover, Ninghan had recruited him a few months ago to help her decipher the clues to the ancient relic. At that time, they had just discovered the traces of the ancient relic. Not long after, Xianxia Pavilion issued the problem. Second, Shen Lang wanted to know what Xianxia Pavilion wanted from him. Did they get it? They didn't. But Xianxia Pavilion did want something from him. The ancient relic that Xianxia Pavilion had discovered a few months ago was extremely important. Ninghan even used the word great to describe it. So now, Ninghan and Pavilion Masters were excavating the ancient relic together. Why did she come back? Back to Xianxia Pavilion? Was there something important? It couldn't be the Battle of Nanou. Was it about Mulan giving birth? Did it attract Xianxia Pavilion's unprecedented attention? After this short probe, the truth was still a little confusing, but there were already some clues. Inside Xianxia Pavilion. Your Highness, the son Jean Mulan gave birth to is indeed not of the golden bloodline. The two Xianxia Pavilion Grand Scholars said, we have checked 3 times and all the indicators have been tested. His bloodline talent is completely inherited from Shen Lang. It is almost completely blank. Ninghan said, then why did Jean Mulan have such a special hibernation? The Xianxia Pavilion Grand Scholar said, I think the Xianxia Pavilion used too much medicine. It almost reshaped her entire internal environment, making her body suitable for bearing life. But after leaving Xianxia Pavilion, we stopped the medicine and energy, causing her bloodline energy to be depleted. Princess Ninghan didn't speak. The Xianxia Pavilion Grand Scholar said, since Shen Lang is useless, should we kill him? Princess Ninghan fell silent. Then, she shook her head but didn't tell the reason. Because she felt that this matter might not be so simple. What the eyes saw might not be the truth. Senior Sword King, what do you think of Emperor Jiangli? Li Qianqiu asked as he drove the carriage. A great hero, a great man, an idealist. Monarch Ning Yuanxian said the same, but he was more specific. In fact, there were many legends about Jiangli, but the truth was pitifully few. Almost all of them had been banned by the Great Yan Empire. This was a little strange. The Great Yan Empire didn't care that many people worshipped Jiangli. They didn't even take the ban on Legend of the East seriously. However, some of the truth about Emperor Jiangli was especially sealed. This was especially true for all of Jiangli's achievements and experiences. For example, where did Jiangli learn martial arts, why was he so powerful, and so on. Originally, the matter of Jiangli's remaining bloodline was also completely sealed. The Zhou clan was even wiped out because of this. But suddenly, the matter of Jiangli's remaining bloodline was completely unsealed. Many clans even openly recruited Jiangli's remaining bloodline, publicly announcing that they had Jiangli's remaining bloodline. All of this was rather bizarre. The Sword King, Li Qianqiu, and Shen Lang disguised themselves and headed towards the west. Shen Lang didn't take a carriage, but a horse. The two of them hurried on without rest. Their destination was Stupa Mountain, which was thousands of miles away. That was Shen Lang's real destination. The two of them passed through the entire Tiannan province. The clouds of war were already thick here. Along the way, they could even see an endless stream of soldiers and commoners heading south. Moreover, all the cities and even the towns were under curfew. Almost every few miles, the soldiers, bailiffs, and commoners would check the identity of the people. Countless rations and resources flowed like rivers into the sea, flowing towards Nanou. This was a war that could topple a nation. From preparation to deployment, it took a few months. From deployment to deployment, it would still take a few months. Xianxia didn't even need to deliberately ask around to know that Prince Jin's army was getting closer and closer. The 100,000 San barbaric tribe army was only a few hundred miles away from Nan-Oyu. The war of fate between the two countries was about to erupt. They left Tiannan province and entered Tianxi province. Dark clouds hung over this place. The feeling of the coming storm was even more intense. This was because the scale of this war could be even larger. Chu had already gathered 230,000 soldiers. The border of Yu and Chu had completely turned into a pot of oil. The oil was constantly boiling, and it was about to boil. At that time, no matter what was thrown into the pot of oil, it would be completely burnt. On the state of Yu's side, Zhongyao's army was already out, but it was still not enough. The monarch gritted their teeth and mobilized another 20,000 soldiers into West Garrison City. 120,000 against 230,000 from Chu, there was a huge disparity in numbers. But at least the state of Yu was on the defensive side. Ning Yuanxian's biggest request to Zhongyao was to hold on and restrain the Chu army so that they wouldn't fall. By the time Xianxia entered the Western Heaven province, it had already entered a state of complete military control. All merchant caravans and ordinary people were forbidden to come and go. No matter what the reason was, ordinary people were not allowed to leave their towns. Only the army, officials, and messengers could be seen on the official roads. And now, Xianxia and Xianxia were messengers. Moreover, they were high-ranking messengers. From the identity document to the secret letter, all of his equipment was flawless. So after passing through many checkpoints, Xianxia and Xianxia successfully passed through Tianxi province. The two of them had to pass through the Chang kingdom and enter the Chu kingdom before heading west to Stupa mountain. As they passed through Jinyuan city, Xianxia couldn't help but be slightly taken aback. What was West Heaven province's governor Zhang Zishu trying to do? Why did he have to station so many troops at the former marquis's residence? Why did he have to build so many lines of defense at the border of the Chang kingdom? The state of Yu and the Chang kingdom were now staunch allies. Moreover, the special camps that Xianxia had previously built had all been dismantled. These camps were for the Chang kingdom's cavalry. Because the Chang kingdom's warhorses were relatively short, their stables, mangers, saddles, and reins were all different from those of the state of Yu's cavalry. So these special camps had to be built near West Garrison City. If necessary, the Chang kingdom's army could directly enter the state of Yu to resupply. But now, the Chang kingdom's cavalry had all been dismantled. What was Zhang Zishu trying to do? Why would he send troops to defend the Chang kingdom at such a critical time? Wouldn't that create friction between the two countries? As Xianxia was crossing the border, he was intercepted and questioned by Zhang Zishu's army. Where are you going? The Chang kingdom. What for? A secret mission. What mission? You don't have the right to know. The military officer's expression turned cold. Identity documents. Xianxia took out their identity documents and a token. This was not the token of the Blackwater platform. Instead, it had the word Yuan on it. The military officer's expression immediately changed. He handed everything to Xianxia and let them pass. Xianxia and Ning Yuanxian entered the Chang kingdom's territory. Qianhu, who are these two? The Qianhu pointed to the sky. The Baihu at the side immediately shut his mouth. His Majesty is too much. How can a great nation like him fawn over a barbarian? The official said, so what if the Chang kingdom is powerful? Their queen has been completely subdued by Xianxia. What a shameless couple. Sooner or later, our army will destroy this barbarian. The other official laughed coldly. Even though war was imminent, the state of Yu was still divided into factions. The Chang kingdom was clearly an ally, but Zhang Zishu of the Western Heaven province was still spreading rumors that the Chang kingdom was a threat. In that case, did this mean that the interests of his faction were more important than those of the state of Yu? However, Xianxia only wanted to save darling Milan right now. These national affairs could be put aside for now. Even though the Chang kingdom's capital was so close, and they knew that the big fool was in the palace, the two of them didn't even bother going there. However, the dark clouds of war were already looming over the Chang kingdom. This was because many herdsmen had moved to the vicinity of the capital. This was because a large army was stationed there. Large groups of cavalry could often be seen galloping across the plains of the Qing kingdom. They weren't patrolling, but training. In order to deal with the possibility of war, the Qing Emperor, Nana, was also recruiting soldiers on a large scale. This had been going on for more than half a year. Currently, the entire plains were filled with cavalry training. They passed through the Qing kingdom and more than half of the Chu kingdom. After traveling for 8 days and 9 nights, Xianxia and Xianxia finally arrived at the foot of Stupa Mountain after traveling several thousand li and passing through 3 countries. Stupa Mountain. It was located between the Chu, Qian, and Jin kingdoms. It didn't belong to any of the kingdoms. The Sky Sea Pavilion still had dealings with the secular world. At least every year, they would release many difficult problems and chess games for the people of the world to solve. Every year, they would recruit a few people to become honorary scholars of the Sky Sea Pavilion. However, Stupa Mountain was different. It was very mysterious and almost never interacted with the outside world. It was also very rare to see its disciples walking around outside. In fact, just based on its location, it rejected outsiders from visiting. It was located on an island in the center of the floating sea. The floating sea wasn't really a sea, but a lake. A very large lake, more than 6,000 square kilometers. It was called the floating sea because it was very high above sea level, more than 3,500 meters above sea level. It was similar to Qinghai Lake. However, the water of Qinghai Lake was salty, while the water of the floating sea was fresh. To enter Stupa Mountain, one had to go to the floating sea pier. Otherwise, any ship that appeared on the floating sea would definitely be attacked by Stupa Mountain. The floating sea pier was right in front of them. Xianxia couldn't help but be stunned. It was too small. Furthermore, there was only a small boat docked at the pier. It showed how much Stupa Mountain didn't welcome outsiders. "Senior brother, I want to go back to Stupa Mountain," Xianxia said as he stepped forward. The boatman was also a disciple of Stupa Mountain. He was dozing off at the moment because basically no outsiders would enter Stupa Mountain for half a month. After hearing Xianxia's words, he couldn't help but shiver. He opened his eyes and looked at him for a while. "You called me senior brother? And you want to go back to Stupa Mountain, pretending to be a disciple of Stupa Mountain? Do you want to die? I know all the disciples of Stupa Mountain, but I don't know you." "Leave this place," the boatman said lightly. Xianxia said, "It's true. I'm a new disciple of Stupa Mountain. My teacher is Wu Tuzi." The boatman sneered. Wu Tuzi didn't have any disciples at all. Wu Ju was her nephew, but she didn't accept him. Wu Tuzi was like a lonely star. She couldn't even tolerate a fly around her, let alone a human. She had been practicing martial arts all her life and doing research all her life. If anyone said more than 3 sentences to her, she would be filled with murderous intent. That was because you were wasting your precious time. When she was young, she would crush someone's balls with a kick. Would such a person accept a disciple? "If we don't leave now, we will die," the boatman said lightly. He could tell that Xianxia was very skilled in martial arts, but he wasn't afraid. This was because Stupa Mountain's poison was the most powerful. No matter how skilled one was, one wouldn't be able to withstand it. Xianxia said, "Senior brother, this is my token. Please take a look." Xianxia handed over a special token with both hands. Xianxia, who was standing behind, was shocked. Since when did Xianxia have Stupa Mountain's token? Was it forged? This could kill someone. How powerful was the Sky Sea Pavilion? How powerful was Stupa Mountain? Even someone as powerful as Xianxia wasn't taken seriously by them. Wu Ju directly said that Xianxia was an insignificant person and that Stupa Mountain had indirectly harmed his wife. There was nothing to explain. What he meant was that it didn't matter if someone like Xianxia's wife died. If Stupa Mountain wanted to kill Xianxia, Xianxia wouldn't be able to protect him. Even if he risked his life, he wouldn't be able to protect him. That boatman was shocked. There was actually someone in this world who wasn't afraid of death and dared to forge Stupa Mountain's token? He would die without a burial, regardless of his identity or background. He would definitely die. However, after receiving the token, the boatman was shocked to discover something. This token was actually real. The material, weight, color, and inscriptions were all the same. He shone it under the sunlight. As the angle changed, the word stupa, and the next moment, a statue of a dignified stupa appeared. Everyone knew this. Stupa Mountain's token had hidden mechanisms that couldn't be replicated. Then, this person had a token. Was he really Wu Tuzi's disciple? How was this possible? This female Lone Star actually accepted a disciple. Furthermore, she had never left Stupa Mountain. How could she accept a disciple from the outside world? Are you sure he's Elder Wu Tuzi's disciple? Xianxia replied, I guarantee it. This Wu Tuzi was actually an elder of Stupa Mountain. Her status was even higher than he had imagined. That boatman found it extremely bizarre. He didn't dare to believe that Xianxia was Wu Tuzi's disciple. However, he had to be responsible for escorting those who had a token. Therefore, the boatman nodded. All right, you can board the boat. You are the only one. Xianxia instantly became anxious. With the protection of a sword king like him, Xianxia might not be able to survive even if he entered Stupa Mountain. Furthermore, Xianxia was alone. He was completely powerless. He had forged a token that was exactly the same as the real one. This was simply courting death. However, Xianxia nodded firmly at Xianxia and boarded the boat. Then, another person emerged from the water, followed by a small boat, quietly waiting on the dock. The new boatman was still dozing off. Xianxia was astonished. How many people and boats were hidden in the water? After boarding the boatman rowed the boat towards the north. Xianxia sighed in his heart. He had to resign himself to fate. He hoped that he could create another miracle. However, the chances were too slim. Regardless of whether it was rescuing people or robbing people on Stupa Mountain, it was beyond Xianxia's capabilities. The boatman's martial arts were very high, and the boat rowed very quickly. This floating sea was really huge. It was completely boundless. Furthermore, the water here was so clear that one could see the bottom. It was as green as jade. The small boat continued to sail towards the center of the floating sea. Xianxia and the boatman were both silent. Xianxia had originally planned to come to Stupa Mountain. However, because of Milan's matter, he had no choice but to make this trip. He had two goals for coming to Stupa Mountain. He wanted to use the Blood Sutra to save Milan. The second goal was to make Wu Tuzi his master by all means possible. She had a very high status on Stupa Mountain and had a very eccentric personality. Such a person would either view everyone in the world as enemies and completely ignore them. However, once she was moved, she would be very protective of her own people. With Wu Tuzi as his backing, whether it was bloodline research or personal safety, Xianxia would have a huge guarantee. In the secular world, he had King Ning Yuanxian as his backing. In the martial world, if he had Wu Tuzi as his backing, everything would be perfect. He could do whatever he wanted. The difficult part was how to move Wu Tuzi to accept him as her disciple. Furthermore, he was her last disciple. Her nickname was the Stone Witch. It was difficult to open up her body, but it was even more difficult to open up her heart and accept a person into her fate. Of course, this fate might not be related to a relationship between a man and a woman. It was the same for a master-disciple relationship. His time here was very short. He could only stay for a few days at most before he had to settle everything. This small boat traveled for more than 10 hours. No matter how beautiful the scenery of the floating sea was, he was already sick of it. This Stupa Mountain was really isolated from the world. Finally, he was about to reach his destination. An island appeared in Xianxia's vision. That's right, an entire island. There were many islands. On a large island in the center, there was an incomparably tall mountain. Perhaps this was the origin of Stupa Mountain. However, the boatman did not send Xianxia to the large island in the middle. Instead, he was sent to another small island. There was only one house on this small island, and the rest was a lush forest. There were also many flower beds. However, these trees and flower beds looked very unnatural. They were too beautiful, as if they were poisonous. We're here. Go up yourself, the boatman said. After the boat docked at the small island's pier, Xianxia left the boat as soon as his feet left it. It was as if there were ghosts on this island. Or perhaps, he felt that Wu Tuzi was a terrifying malicious spirit. Elder Wu Tuzi, your disciple is here, the boatman shouted and rowed toward the large island in the middle. Obviously, he was going to report to the headquarters of Stupa Mountain. This was because he did not know Xianlang, but Xianlang had a token. He had to report this situation. Therefore, Xianlang did not have much time left. His token was indeed fake. On Stupa Mountain, this was a serious crime punishable by death. Perhaps very soon, the warriors of Stupa Mountain would come to execute him. He had to settle everything in the shortest time possible. Once he became Wutuzi's disciple, the rice would be cooked. By then, the fake would become the real deal. Xianlang arrived outside the exquisite house. This was a super obsessive-compulsive disorder. The house was exquisite and absolutely symmetrical. Even the carvings were symmetrical. The trees and flower beds outside were also symmetrical. Even the branches of each tree were built symmetrically. This was terrible. Snow Mountain old demon Lin Cheng was a fake jinx. Deep down, she yearned for others' affirmation. She liked to find peace amidst the chaos and enjoyed being surrounded by others. However, this super obsessive-compulsive disorder Wutuzi was a real jinx. She could not stand having half a person next to her. She wanted to kill him and use him as fertilizer. Therefore, the boatman did not dare to step onto this small island at all. "Who's there?" An extremely cold voice came from inside. Disciple Xianlang greets master. Before Xianlang could finish his sentence, the door opened, a malicious ghost appeared in front of him. She really looked like a female ghost. Her skin was so pale that there was no color. Even her lips were white. Extremely clean. However, her dressing was extremely simple. Her long hair was loose. She was dressed in white. She was beautiful, but her entire body seemed transparent. Too white, her whole body seemed to be emitting cold air. She was the real jinx, Wutuzi. A female scientist with top-notch martial arts. How good was her martial arts, he did not know, but she was better than goddess Xuan. She was an unparalleled Virgo, a super obsessive-compulsive disorder patient. "You're that Xianlang? The one who teased me in the letters? And you even gave me a portrait, Xianlang?" the female ghost asked. Xianlang nodded and said, "That's me. Master, this disciple has traveled thousands of miles to finally see you. Even if I die, I can die in peace." Wutuzi quickly entered and came out. When she came out, she was already holding two very sharp knives in her hands. Damn it, is she going to castrate me or kill me?" Xianlang said. "Benefactor, disciple has brought you a piece of great news. Stupa Mountain's chance to defeat Xianxia Pavilion is here. Didn't you find an ancient relic? This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Whoever could find the entrance to the primordial ruins and obtain the primordial ruins would be the winner. I have an absolutely crucial piece of information that can help Master and Stupa Mountain crack the key clue to the ancient relic." This was not a lie. All the countries in the world were fighting for territory. And these transcendental forces were fighting for the ancient relic. Every ancient relic represented a powerful ancient civilization. Whoever obtained it would have a nirvana upgrade and leave their opponents far behind. Therefore, these transcendental forces were fighting openly and covertly for the ancient relic. The ancient relic was the lifeblood of Xianxia Pavilion and Stupa Mountain. Therefore, before Xianlang came to Stupa Mountain, he had to make a trip to Xianxia Pavilion to test the waters. Such a huge chip was thrown at him. He was not afraid that Stupa Mountain would not be tempted. He was not afraid that the super female scientist, Wutuzi, would not be tempted. However, everything seemed to be different from what he had planned. The super female scientist looked at Xianlang with a fiery gaze. It was like a husky seeing a rag doll. Bite and tear. Woof woof woof. You came at the right time. I've reached a critical point in one of my experiments. All the experimental animals are dead. Now it's time to experiment on living people. You came at the right time. Don't worry, it'll be quick. They'll devour your entire body in half an hour and turn you into a pool of pus." Then, Xianlang was dragged into the room by the female ghost, Wutuzi. In the next second, he was tied to the bed. Then, a small hole was pierced in his chest where his heart was. A tube of terrifying green liquid was injected directly into Xianlang's heart. This tube was more terrifying than any goo worm that Xianlang had ever seen. At this moment, tens of billions of goo worms had entered his heart. Oh, my God. In an instant, Xianlang's eyes shone brightly. All the blood in his body was boiling instantly. Note, today's 2 chapters are more than 15,000. Mulan's plot will definitely satisfy you. Everyone, please vote for me. I beg of you. Calm. Wonderful bookhouse. In that case, was the scene before them part of Xianlang's plan? To be honest, it was. Before Xianlang came to Stupa Mountain, he had thought of various plans. Was that 1,000-year-old math problem the key clue to opening the ancient ruins? If it was, it would be a huge attraction to Stupa Mountain. However, he felt that his greatest attraction to Wu Tuzi was his body. Of course, this did not mean that he would wash himself clean and send him to Wu Tuzi's bed. It was because of his special physique. As mentioned before, Xianlang had promised Mulan that he would transform her into the world's #1 expert. Since then, he had been experimenting non-stop. He kept failing. Then, why hadn't he experimented with his own blood? Of course he had, and more than once. Of course, he cherished his life very much and would never dare to directly inject goo worms into his body. What if he died, or even if she didn't die? It would be bad if there were any side effects, such as infertility. Therefore, Xianlang had been experimenting with his own blood. The results were very strange. How powerful were the goo worms of Stupa Mountain? However, after injecting Xianlang's blood sample, all the goo worms died. At that time, Xianlang was stunned. Is my blood so poisonous? He tried many times. The results were all the same. It did not matter if it was a primitive goo worm, a first-generation golden bloodline goo worm, a second-generation golden bloodline goo worm, or the lowest-level golden bloodline goo worm. All of them had the same result. They all died when they entered Xianlang's blood. He didn't even have to struggle before he died without a sound. At that time, Xianlang was truly stunned. He even separated his blood serum to find out what was going on. He could not find an answer. He even injected his blood into the bodies of many small animals. In the end, nothing happened at all. These animals were still alive and kicking. What the hell was going on? Therefore, Xianlang had experimented with his blood more than 100 times. In the end, he gave up. Because there would always be the same result. His blood seemed to be a terrifying poison to the goo worms of Stupa Mountain. Based on his understanding of Wu Tuzi, would this crazy woman capture and kill him to be used as fertilizer for her flowers? No, she couldn't bear to waste such a living experiment subject. Even if it was recycling waste, it had to be used for an experiment. And Stupa Mountain's experiments were basically related to goo worms. And Xianlang's blood seemed to be able to kill all the goo worms on Stupa Mountain. So, Xianlang came. Although the scene that happened was horrifying, it had to be said that everything was going according to plan. However, it was indeed horrifying. Moreover, Xianlang had always experimented with his own blood and had never tried to inject a goo worm into his body. Now he had achieved this new achievement. How many goo worms were injected into Xianlang's body just now? Billions. Tens of billions. In short, there were countless of them. These are brand new protozoa that I have cultivated. They have already devoured more than a few hundred lives and are constantly evolving. I believe that in a few years, I will be able to cultivate super protozoa, which will far surpass the protozoa that Stupa Mountain has now. Protozoa, in Stupa Mountain's official name, they were not goo worms but protozoa, and these protozoa had already devoured hundreds of lives? At most half a quarter of an hour. They are creatures that are extremely charming. After entering your body, they will first release all kinds of special energy, completely dissolve your body into liquid, and then completely devour it. Was it digesting before eating? This high-level protozoa has a strong replication ability. After it devours a life, it will select the most powerful energy of the life to replicate and release. The more lives they devour, the more special energy they possess and the stronger they become. You are Xianlang, right? What is the most outstanding energy in your body? What will your sacrifice bring to my super protozoa? Wu Tuzi, the female ghost scientist, sounded crazy. She looked at Xianlang carefully. What was the most outstanding thing about this person? Handsome? Of course, other than that, he might be more intelligent and cunning. Perhaps to the super protozoa, he was not worth mentioning and was merely a filling meal. Countless high-level protozoa surged into his blood vessels. In an instant, Xianlang's blood was boiling. This was not an abstract description, but a boiling up of facts. In an instant, Xianlang's body felt like it was about to explode. The light in his eyes became brighter and brighter. In the end, it was as if his eyeballs were about to pop out. These high-level protozoa were different from the previous protozoa. Previously, when the protozoa entered Xianlang's blood, they died without a sound. Now, it caused such a huge commotion. Wu Tuzi widened her eyes as she looked at the scene in fascination. Too beautiful, this scene was too beautiful, almost every experiment had such a scene. This was the release of the high-level protozoa's energy. It wanted to dissolve the life form completely and then devour it. Next, the body of the pretty boy in front of her would probably turn into a pool of pus. Finally, it was time for the high-level protozoa to feast. They would not eat everything cleanly. They would only choose the most essential parts to devour. They would completely give up and enter a short period of hibernation, leaving behind a pair of residual pus. The next time they woke up, they might level up and transform again. Of course, the probability was still the same. These protozoa leveled up very quickly at the beginning. Later on, the difficulty of leveling up and transforming increased. Even if they devoured more than 10 life forms, there would not be any transformation. However, just as Wu Tuzi was waiting for Xianlang to turn into a pool of pus, all banners and drums had ceased. The light in Xianlang's eyes disappeared. The scene of boiling blood was gone. Meanwhile, Xianlang was safe and sound. Nothing changed. Wu Tuzi was stunned. What was going on? Where are my high-level protozoa? She went forward and pried open the wound on Xianlang's chest. She put her ear on Xianlang's chest and listened to his heartbeat. Everything was normal. Xianlang acted as if nothing had happened. Wu Tuzi took out a knife and made a cut on Xianlang's blood vessel. Blood flowed into a tube. Then, she skillfully separated the blood. After separating it, she injected it into a special solution. Then, she shone it with a special light. She was shocked to find out, the high-level goo worms were gone, they were all dead. Next, Wu Tuzi cut open more than 10 blood vessels on Xianlang's body and extracted blood from different places. The result was the same. The high-level protozoa were gone, there were no high-level protozoa in his blood. What about the other liquids? In the end, there were none. That made Xianlang tremble for nothing. Next, Wu Tuzi continued to extract various samples from Xianlang's body. She did not find anything after various tests. Then, Wu Tuzi fell into a daze. What should she do next? She had cultivated the high-level protozoa for 5 years. She had cultivated them through countless failures. Now, they were all gone. It seemed like they were all dead. She could not see the worms when they were alive or their corpses when they were dead. Wu Tuzi searched all over Xianlang's body. She checked every kind of liquid, but she could not find any high-level protozoa. Who was this gigolo? Why was his blood so poisonous? It could even poison high-level protozoa. What should she do next? Kill this gigolo? Avenge the high-level protozoa? Or feed him? Teacher, after a while, Xianlang woke up. He felt like he had a dream. It was as if he had fallen into magma and melted. Even his blood was boiling. When he opened his eyes and woke up, it was as if nothing had happened. Although the process was different, the result was the same. Xianlang's blood was still so poisonous. He poisoned these billions of high-level goo worms to death. Wu Tuzi started thinking. What should she do next? Should she continue her research on high-level goo worms or switch to new research? Of course, she still had some backups of high-level goo worms. However, this person in front of her seemed to be a more interesting topic. His blood poisoned the high-level goo worms to death. Did this represent a new direction? Teacher. Xianlang. Wu Tuzi suddenly woke up. Xianlang asked, Teacher, what did you do to me? Wu Tuzi said, I took blood, fluids, and other samples. Xianlang turned his head to take a look and saw that there were more than 10 bottles at the side, and there were all kinds of liquid samples inside. These were all taken from my body? It can't be. There's even fluid from the prostate? Your name is Xianlang, right? Wu Tuzi looked at him with a fanatical gaze. Xianlang nodded. Wu Tuzi said, You want To be my disciple, right? Xianlang said, Teacher, please untie me and return my clothes to me so I can pay my respects to you. Wu Tuzi nodded and untied the various ropes. Xianlang changed his clothes. Wu Tuzi reached out her hand to touch Xianlang's face, chest, bones, and even his entire body. This feeling was too strange. Xianlang, from now on, you are my disciple. Wu Tuzi said, my only disciple, my last disciple. Success. He succeeded just like that, however, he still relied on his body and not knowledge. Xianlang had prepared a lot of knowledge and wisdom, but he did not use any of it. He succeeded while lying on the bed. What a joke. Xianlang said, Student pays respect to teacher. Teacher, do you have a greeting gift for me? So direct, Wu Tuzi said, what do you want? Xianlang asked, do you have the blood sutra? Yes. Wu Tuzi said. Xianlang asked, can I borrow it? Wu Tuzi said, no. Xianlang asked, why not? Wu Tuzi said, because the Blood Sutra is a very important ancient book. It's kept in the core library of Stupa Mountain. Only elders are allowed to read it. Then, Wu Tuzi held Xianlang's shoulder and said, sit down. Open your eyes. Xianlang opened his eyes wide. Wu Tuzi moved the mirror and reflected the light from outside into Xianlang's eyes. There was no change at all. Apart from being very beautiful, it was still the same as before. Then, Wu Tuzi checked Xianlang's pulse. She even measured his heartbeat and blood pressure. She even knew how to measure blood pressure? Was there such a thing as blood pressure in this world? Then, Wu Tuzi did a full body check on Xianlang. There was still no result. Xianlang said, Teacher, are you curious about where those high-level goo worms went? Wu Tuzi nodded. Xianlang said, they should be completely dead. Wu Tuzi said, I didn't find any corpses. Xianlang asked, do you have any more high-level insects? Wu Tuzi nodded. Then, she went into the basement and took out some high-level insects. This time, it was much lesser. There was only about 0.1 milliliters. Moreover, it was stored in a special nutrient solution that looked like a serum. Xianlang took out a tool and extracted about 10 milliliters of blood from his blood vessels. Teacher, please inject this high-level insect into my blood. Wu Tuzi hesitated for a moment and injected the 0.1 milliliters of high-level insects into Xianlang's blood. Instantly, intense boiling. After just a few seconds, these high-level insects were all dead. Wu Tuzi was stupefied once again. Then, she did a thorough check on Xianlang's blood. These high-level insects were all dead. She could even see the corpses with special means. Wu Tuzi looked at Xianlang in disbelief. What kind of blood was this? How could it be so poisonous? Xianlang said, I used my own blood to do more than 100 experiments. The results were all the same. These are my experiment reports. Xianlang placed a thick experiment report in front of Wu Tuzi. Wu Tuzi couldn't wait to read it. Then, she kept reading. Halfway through, she couldn't help but look at Xianlang. She didn't expect him to be a kindred spirit. Moreover, his research on blood meridians was so deep, Xianlang asked, Teacher, where are your experiment reports? Can I read them? Wu Tuzi waved her hand. The cabinet door nearby opened in the air. Then, Xianlang was stunned. It turned out that it wasn't a wall. It was all experiment reports. There were at least a few thousand of them. They were all categorized into plants, animals, protozoa, and blood meridians. Xianlang took out an experiment report from the blood meridians section. In the end, it was too detailed and detailed. For a scientist, this was very impressive. It almost reproduced the entire experiment process. However, for Xianlang, the content was too detailed. What he needed was a teaching material. It wasn't the notes of a super genius student. He didn't have time. After a slight hesitation, Xianlang said, Teacher, I have a question to ask you. Wu Tuzi quickly flipped through Xianlang's experiment report and said, Go ahead. Xianlang said, My wife, Jean Mulan, had a hard time getting pregnant. My body was fine, but she couldn't get pregnant. I'm a good doctor. I checked her body, and there was no problem. Her fallopian tubes and uterine environment were all very healthy. Purple blood meridians? Wu Tuzi asked. Shen Lang was instantly stunned. This was really a super expert. He could tell the truth the moment he opened his mouth. Wu Tuzi said, purple blood meridians are a type of bloodline with conflicting properties. Although it's not very powerful, it's extremely rare. People with this kind of bloodline are suitable for individual martial arts as well as battlefield martial arts. That's right. Wu Tuzi said, moreover, after giving birth to a person with purple blood, the mother's body will be seriously injured. Even if she can give birth to a second child, it will be very dangerous. Moreover, the second child is very likely to be abnormal. Huh? Shen Lang was stunned. It was too accurate. After his mother-in-law gave birth to Mulan, it was very dangerous for her to give birth to Jin Muzong. She almost lost her life. Therefore, his father-in-law was resolute that he would never give birth to another child. He would never let his wife Su Peipai take the risk. Moreover, although Mulan was so outstanding, she gave birth to Jin Muzong. Although he wasn't abnormal, he was indeed mediocre. He didn't look like the child of his father-in-law and mother-in-law at all. He finally found the root. Wu Tuzi continued, people with purple blood are considered the first generation of bloodline mutants. However, women with this kind of bloodline can't easily get pregnant because the conflicting energy in the bloodline can't form a stable environment in the uterus. They need to go through a very deep level of recuperation. This is almost the source of the bloodline transformation. It's a huge shock to the body. However, once a person with purple blood gets pregnant, it's easy to give birth to a second generation of bloodline mutants. A second generation of bloodline mutants? Is it the golden bloodline? Shen Lang asked. Wu Tuzi shook her head. No, the golden bloodline is too difficult. The so-called second generation of bloodline mutants isn't the golden bloodline, but it's close to the golden bloodline. However, it's still a very powerful bloodline. The breeding of the golden bloodline was successful decades ago, but it's long been lost. Stupa Mountain and Sky Sea Pavilion tried every means to create a new golden bloodline, but they all failed. Shen Lang asked, do you know if there's a golden bloodline in this world? Wu Tuzi said, is it the Big Fool? Shen Lang said, whether it's the Sky Sea Pavilion or Stupa Mountain, they didn't seem to touch him. Wu Tuzi said, he's too precious. We held a special meeting for him. He's free to grow, and we're not allowed to interfere. Shen Lang was skeptical. Wu Tuzi said, are you saying that we'll covet the energy of the golden bloodline in his body and use it for various experiments? You're overthinking it. Whether it's the Sky Sea Pavilion or Stupa Mountain, although they can't breed a living person with the golden bloodline, they have plenty of samples of the energy of the golden bloodline. Jiangli fell, and everyone ate their fill. Understood. After Jiangli was destroyed, the Great Yan Empire and a few transcendent forces seized all of Jiangli's inheritance, including civilization research. Wu Tuzi said, moreover, many people hope to lure more important people from the Big Fool. Therefore, they won't touch him for a long time. Shen Lang said, I'll continue talking about my wife. Yes. Shen Lang said, my wife was very impatient. She wanted a child. The Sky Sea Pavilion lured her to recuperate for a few months. After she recovered, she came to me. And got pregnant. It was very difficult to give birth to the child. In the end, I pricked the baby with a needle and he was born. However, my wife fell into a deep sleep after that. She was like a vegetable. Wu Tuzi was stunned and stopped reading Shen Lang's experiment report. What kind of gifted bloodline does your son have? Shen Lang said, he has no gifted bloodline at all. Wu Tuzi said, that's strange. According to what you said, he should be a second-generation bloodline mutant. This is a very rare gifted bloodline. It's very powerful, second only to the golden bloodline. Why doesn't he have any gifted bloodline? Shen Lang was even more shocked. However, he was also angrier. The Sky Sea Pavilion really had ulterior motives. Shen Lang said, is the Sky Sea Pavilion using my wife and her purple bloodline to produce a second-generation bloodline mutant? Wu Tuzi looked at Shen Lang for a long time and said, no, their target is you, not your wife. Shen Lang was shocked. Wu Tuzi said, purple bloodline mutants are the first-generation bloodline mutants. Although they are very rare and 1 in 10,000, the Xianxia Pavilion doesn't lack them. But Xianxia Pavilion doesn't lack it, and neither does Stupa Mountain. That was true, the state of Yu had a population of nearly 20 million. Even if it was 1 in 10,000, there were at least 1,000 of them. The Xianxia Pavilion didn't lack them. Xianlang, you probably lied to me, but I don't care. Wu Tuzi said, however, the Xianxia Pavilion schemed against your wife. Their target was indeed you, but they obviously didn't get the answer they wanted. They should have sent someone to check on your son, right? Xianlang said, yes. Wu Tuzi said, your bloodline is really special. It's 1 in a million. Xianlang said, you can finish your words. Wu Tuzi said, 1 in a million is useless. Those with 0 bloodline can still be changed, and the gray bloodline still has some power. As for you, you have 0 power. You can't be modified or improved. Of course, this was the conclusion Wu Tuzi came up with after Xianlang's experiment report. Well, Xianlang had come up with this conclusion before. He also wanted to modify his bloodline. After more than 100 experiments, he completely gave up. However, your bloodline can actually kill my advanced protozoa. This is too mysterious. I need a long time to study it. Maybe through your bloodline, I can get a groundbreaking research result and create a bloodline revolution. Xianlang didn't care if his bloodline was 1 in a million or 1 in 10 million. He only cared if he could save Milan. Then, can my wife still be saved? Xianlang asked straightforwardly. Wu Tuzi was silent for a moment. Xianlang, you came to Stupa Mountain to save your wife. Do you want to use the Blood Sutra to save your wife? Wu Tuzi asked. Xianlang nodded. What a touching love. Wu Tuzi said, then, why did you seduce me and even look like you can't wait to sell yourself to me? Men. Wu Tuzi pouted in disdain. Are you so focused that your body overflows? However, at least you proved your feelings. You're even willing to sacrifice your life to save your wife. You're still an affectionate scum. Xianlang said, Master, can my wife be saved? There's not much time left. There's only 18 days left at most. Even if I rush back as fast as I can, it'll still take 11 days. Wu Tuzi was silent for a while before she said, my mother is a first-generation bloodline mutant. I'm a second-generation bloodline mutant. Xianlang was shocked. Wu Tuzi's bloodline talent was so high. Do you think my body is strange? Xianlang said, not at all. You're beautiful. Wu Tuzi said, tell me the truth. Strange. Xianlang said, your skin is so white that it doesn't look like a human's. It's almost transparent. Also, the temperature is very low. Your body temperature is about 2 degrees lower than a normal person's. Wu Tuzi said, I can't show you my other body parts. However, I'm not a normal woman. I don't menstruate. My nickname is True, Stone Witch? It turned out to be true. Wu Tuzi said, my bloodline talent is very high. However, I don't like to practice martial arts. I like to do research in various aspects. In the end, even if I don't practice martial arts, I'm still very good at it. Damn. There it was again. Comparisons were odious. Wu Tuzi said, my father was an elder of Stupa Mountain. Therefore, he was better than you in some aspects. My mother fell into a long sleep after giving birth to me. My father tried everything he could to keep her alive for 3 years. She was like a vegetable. Then, she left. This information made him feel hopeless. He did not expect that Wu Tuzi's mother would have the same experience as Milan. Even with Stupa Mountain's ability, they could not save her. Xianlang said, everything about my son is normal. He's not like you. Wu Tuzi said, that's why it's strange. However, your wife's condition is exactly the same as my mother's. Even my father, as an elder of Stupa Mountain, could do nothing. The meaning was very clear. Wu Tuzi's father could not save his wife back then. Now, it was impossible for Xianlang to save Jean Milan. Xianlang felt a little suffocated. He took a few deep breaths and said in a hoarse voice, Teacher, I want to borrow the Blood Sutra. He would never give up. He was an intelligent brain. He had thousands of years of scientific civilization on Earth. He might be able to do what the elders of Stupa Mountain could not. Wu Tuzi looked at Shenlang. You want to study the Blood Sutra to find a way to save your wife? Shenlang nodded. Wu Tuzi said, you don't have to read the Blood Sutra. I can tell you directly that this situation is recorded on page 325 of the first volume of the Blood Sutra. It's called The Reproductive Consequences of the Second Generation of Mutant. Shenlang asked, is there no solution? Wu Tuzi said, there is. You're a great doctor, so you should be able to understand what I'm saying. Shenlang said, go ahead. Wu Tuzi said, your wife's bloodline energy is completely dormant. She's in an absolute deficit. Shenlang nodded. Yes, I've checked her blood. Through a special light, I found that her bloodline energy is extremely dim. It's like a firefly that's about to die. It can't emit any light. Wu Tuzi said, the source is the marrow, not the blood. The marrow is the source of the bloodline. Of course, Shenlang could understand this. All the different blood cells in a human's blood originated from the progenitor cells in the liver, bone marrow, and thymus, the pluripotent stem cells and the directional stem cells that migrated from them. This was the basic principle behind the production of human blood. Wu Tuzi said, Jean Moulin's marrow has lost the ability to produce bloodline energy. Therefore, her bloodline energy is constantly being consumed, but it's no longer being produced. At this moment, Shenlang completely understood, and he knew the root of the problem. Wu Tuzi said, according to the ancient records, many humans put in great efforts to save their wives. After hundreds of years, they finally solved this problem and created something called the marrow cleansing essence. Marrow cleansing essence? Shenlang asked. Wu Tuzi said, yes, marrow cleansing essence. After it's injected into the bone marrow, it can trigger a second bloodline mutation in the person who's been in hibernation for a long time. This way, not only will she be able to wake up, but her bloodline energy will also undergo a huge transformation and upgrade. She'll become a second generation of mutant. Shenlang asked, how do we create this marrow cleansing essence? Wu Tuzi said, Shenlang, the ancient books that we excavate are incomplete. We don't have any books on how to create marrow cleansing essence. Our only hope is to excavate a ready-made marrow cleansing essence. Therefore, my father explored the world crazily, hoping to find an ancient relic and obtain a tube of marrow cleansing essence. In the end, he failed. Shenlang was shocked. There's marrow cleansing essence in an ancient relic? Wu Tuzi said, I can't tell you the exact number. However, based on the past hundreds of years, there's an average of 1 marrow cleansing essence in every 7 ancient relic. That's because there's usually an alchemy room in an ancient relic. The marrow cleansing essence is a very advanced work of the ancient metallurgists. Most importantly, it's still effective even after countless years. Shenlang became excited. Could this be time? Fate? Shenlang asked, did the Xianxia Pavilion discover traces of an ancient relic recently? Wu Tuzi said, yes, the Xianxia Pavilion was the first to discover it. Then, Stupa Mountain, Xiankong Temple, Punishing Sky Pavilion, and other forces found it one after another. Shenlang asked, has this ancient relic been opened? Wu Tuzi said, no. Shenlang asked, can't you find the entrance? Wu Tuzi said, I found the entrance, but I can't open it. Shenlang asked, the Millennium Problem that the Xianxia Pavilion published? Is it related to the entrance of the ancient relic? Wu Tuzi said, maybe. I'm not too concerned about this. However, the mountain master personally led the Stupa Mountain disciples to the ancient relic. He's paying special attention to it. Shenlang asked, teacher, is this ancient relic very important to the Stupa Mountain? Wu Tuzi said, of course. Every time an ancient relic is opened, it could mean a revolution. For every transcendent force, once they miss 2 or 3 ancient relic discoveries, it means that they're not far from decline. Shenlang asked, what about the Stupa Mountain? Wu Tuzi hesitated for a moment before saying, we missed it twice. This time, we can't miss it no matter what. That's right, the Stupa Mountain had missed the ancient relic twice. However, after Emperor Jiangli fell, the Stupa Mountain gained a lot, so it could still hold on. The Great Tribulation Temple was the first transcendent force to decline in 100 years. Xianxia asked, "Where is this ancient relic?" Wu Tuzi said, "The Southern Sea." Xianxia asked, "Is it near the Sky Sea Pavilion?" "Not far." Xianxia said excitedly, "Teacher, maybe I know how to open this ancient relic. I can solve this millennium problem published by the Sky Sea Pavilion." It was indeed a millennium problem. Even in modern times, it was known as one of the three major mathematical problems. Mathematicians and scientists around the world spent hundreds of years to solve it. "Teacher, I can solve this problem on behalf of the Stupa Mountain and open the entrance to the ancient relic." Xianxia said in a trembling voice, "When that time comes, the Stupa Mountain will obtain the ancient relic. This is an opportunity that comes once in 100 years. It is the chance for the Stupa Mountain to defeat the Sky Sea Pavilion." The Stupa Mountain had missed the ancient relic twice. If they missed it a third time, it would be more dangerous. They did not know when the next discovery of the ancient relic would be. If the Sky Sea Pavilion opened the ancient relic again, the danger of the Stupa Mountain's decline would be greatly increased. The ancient relic was strategically important to the Stupa Mountain. "Teacher, I only want the marrow cleansing essence." Xianxia said, "Bring me to the owner of the Stupa Mountain immediately. We will open the entrance to the ancient relic and give the Sky Sea Pavilion a tight slap in the face." "Teacher, we have to be fast. We don't have much time." Wu Tuzi looked at Xianxia and nodded. "All right. I will bring you there. Note, the first update is here. I will have some food and write the second update. All the masters are begging for monthly votes. I am bowing and kowtowing to everyone. Thank you for not being cheap, for your 10,000 yuan tip. Teacher, can I ask where Goddess Shuiyin and Grandmaster Zhongchuk are?" Wu Tuzi said, "I know these two people and that they have been to Stupa Mountain. However, I really don't know where they are. That's not under my jurisdiction." Xianxia believed her. Wu Tuzi was an absolute mad scientist. She could not wait to stay in her laboratory 24 hours a day. She really did not have the time to care about other people's business. Wu Tuzi was about to bring Xianxia to the big island in the middle of Stupa Mountain. However, after taking a few steps, he stopped. Someone was coming. As expected, a man's voice came from outside. "Elder Wu Tuzi, is Xianxia still alive? Look at this question, it's really too direct." Wu Tuzi walked out. A boat was anchored at the pier of the small island. 5 people were standing on it. One was in white robes, while the other 4 were in black robes. "Inspector Luo," Wu Tuzi said, "what's the matter?" The 5 people lightly tapped their feet, and their bodies shot out like arrows, landing on the small island. The boat did not shake at all, and there were no waves on the surface of the water. These 5 people's martial arts skills were really high. Inspector Luo said, "I heard that someone forged Stupa Mountain's token, so I'm here to arrest him. If Xianxia is not dead, we will take him away and execute him." The boatman reported to the Stupa Mountain headquarters, and the headquarters immediately sent an inspector from the civic hall to arrest him. Wu Tuzi said, "There's no need to worry about the civic hall. Xianxia is indeed my last disciple." Inspector Luo could not help but be stunned when he heard that. Was he seeing a ghost? Wu Tuzi had never seen Xianxia before. Moreover, she could not accept anyone setting foot on her small island. Now, she had accepted Xianxia as her last disciple. Could it be that Xianxia's honey trap had worked? Although Wu Tuzi was beautiful, she wasn't a complete woman. How could Xianxia handle it? Inspector Luo said, "Elder Wu, first of all, you have to get the Virtue Hall's approval before you can accept a disciple and register him." Wu Tuzi said, "Is that so? Is it too late if I go to Bend Hall to register now?" Inspector Luo said, "Of course there's time. It's just that Xianxia also committed another crime, forging Stupa Mountain's token. All of our tokens are registered, and there's no such thing as his. Forging a token was a capital offense. I'm going to take him to Xiantang and execute him." Wu Tuzi said, "His token wasn't forged. I gave it to him." Inspector Luo said, "That's impossible. You have never left Stupa Island. How could you give the token to Xianxia?" Wu Tuzi said, "My nephew, Wu Ju, left Stupa Mountain to look for Xianxia. I asked him to pass the token to Xianxia. At that time I saw his talent and wanted to take him in as my disciple. Inspector Luo said, go get Wu Ju. A moment later, Wu Ju arrived. He was still the same as before. His ordinary face always had a friendly smile. When Shenlang saw him, he immediately felt like he had met an old friend in a foreign land. He said loudly, brother, I've missed you so much. Wu Ju was overjoyed. Brother Lang, you're finally here. I've missed you so much. I've been waiting for you to come to Stupa Mountain since a few months ago. You're finally here. Come, come, come. Follow big brother home. We won't go home until we're drunk. The two of them were really affectionate when they met. Inspector Luo said, Wu Ju, did Elder Wu Tuzi ask you to pass a Stupa Mountain token to Shenlang? When he said that, Wu Tuzi and Shenlang stared at him. Even an idiot would know how to answer at that moment. Wu Ju was stunned. No, Auntie, you didn't ask me to pass any token. Look, this was a plastic brotherhood. Of course, Shenlang wasn't surprised at all. When his experiment records appeared in the Hidden Element Association, he should be able to guess Wu Ju's role. However, Wu Tuzi's expression turned cold. Wu Ju, are you sure you didn't pass the token to me? Wu Ju said innocently, I really didn't. Auntie, did you remember wrongly? Wu Tuzi sneered. Maybe I remembered wrongly. I didn't ask Wu Ju to pass the token to me. It was someone else. Inspector Luo said, who? I'll ask him to confront me immediately. I forgot. Can I? Wu Tuzi said, but Shenlang's token is real. This was simply pestering endlessly. Moreover, it was a completely unreasonable pestering. This wasn't surprising. This was the limit of Wu Tuzi's patience. You want me to fabricate a flawless lie? Sorry, I don't have the energy. Anyway, if I can't defend myself, I'll just fall out with him. As expected, in the next second. Wu Tuzi said coldly, I've said it before. Shenlang is my last disciple. His token is real. Please leave my island immediately. Otherwise, don't blame me for being merciless. She raised her left arm slightly. The flowers on her sleeve fell, revealing her snow-white arm. Under the sunlight, it looked transparent. Suddenly, the flower bed behind her became extremely gorgeous. Hundreds and thousands of butterflies flew up. Shenlang was dumbfounded by this scene. What the F***ck, these flowers aren't flowers, they're butterflies, I've said it before. These flowers don't look right. They look especially seductive. These thousands of butterflies flew in the air, releasing an extremely dangerous aura. Obviously, they were highly toxic, Inspector Luo said, Elder Wu Tuzi, don't make things difficult for me. I'm just fulfilling my duty as an officer. Wu Tuzi said, I've said it. Get lost or die. Inspector Luo was helpless. After hesitating for a moment, he said, Elder Wu Tuzi, your actions have violated the rules of Stupa Mountain. In serious cases, you may be stripped of your position as an elder. I'll go to Elder Kong of the Shrine Hall and ask Elder Wu to reconsider. Get lost. Inspector Luo left helplessly. Wu Ju said, Brother Lang, I'll leave first. When you're done here, you must come to my house for a drink. Shenlang said warmly, Of course, of course. Brother, I'm so happy to see you. Wu Ju said, I'm the one who's happy to see you. Goodbye, Brother Lang. Remember to come to my house. I've warmed the wine for you and the dishes are ready. You're still happy, you're about to kill Shenlang, and you're still happy, after everyone left. Wu Tuzi put down her hand. All the butterflies returned to the flower bed. At first glance, they looked like gorgeous flower petals. Wu Tuzi and Shenlang waited quietly. She had no intention of speaking. Shenlang could not help but examine her body with an X-ray. She had said earlier that she was not a complete woman. She did not even have a menstrual cycle. Moreover, she was a stone witch. After Shenlang scanned her body, he found that there were normal chambers and ovaries in her abdomen. However, they were smaller than normal women, as if they were not fully developed. Moreover, her gifted bloodline was very high. It was not golden. It looked like red, but also like orange. It was even a little erratic. Are you examining my body? Wu Tuzi asked. Shenlang nodded. Wu Tuzi said, don't waste your effort. I've examined myself more than 1,000 times. Shenlang said, are all the second-generation mutants like this? Wu Tuzi said, almost all the second-generation mutants are abnormal, but everyone's abnormality is different. Then, she said, you should have heard of the story of me breaking the egg of my lover, right? Of course he had heard of it. He even had a few nightmares. That's true, Wu Tuzi said. Wu Tuzi said, however, that piece of trash from the punishing sky pavilion did it on purpose. He knew that I wasn't normal, yet he proposed to me on purpose. He was actually humiliating me. I was already being merciful by only breaking one of his eggs. If not for the sake of his wife, I would have made him a eunuch long ago. Every abnormal person is an anomaly in the eyes of others. Wu Tuzi said. Shenlang could not help but think of those with 0 bloodlines. They were also anomalies in the eyes of others. However, this anomaly in front of him was especially powerful and vicious. Could that be used to describe her? It should be described as callous. In her eyes, human lives were no different from those rabbits and mice used for experiments. About half an hour later, another small boat came. Wu Ju did not come, and neither did Inspector Luo. 3 old men came. They were old men with powerful auras. Their auras were very strong. Even though Shenlang did not know martial arts, he could feel it. Just now, when Inspector Luo and the other 4 were here, the aura was completely suppressed by Wu Tuzi. Now, the aura of the entire island was completely suppressed by these 3 elders. Junior sister, don't mess around. Hand the person over, one of the elders said. Wu Tuzi's eyes turned cold. Without saying anything, she raised both her hands. Whoosh, instantly, thousands of butterflies flew up from the flower beds. Then, an even more stunning scene appeared. All the leaves in the forest flew up as well. They were all butterflies, tens of thousands, hundreds of thousands. They covered the sky and circled in the air. This scene shocked Shenlang to the point that his scalp went numb. However, this was only the beginning. After a while, the ground began to surge. Countless venomous snakes drilled out from the ground. There were thousands, tens of thousands, and even more. These venomous snakes intertwined and formed a wall, blocking the 3 Stupa mountain elders. A surging black wall, hundreds of thousands of butterflies circled in the sky. This scene was simply more stunning than any movie. Master Wu Tuzi, I have underestimated you. You're really amazing. No wonder there is no one on this island. If you don't want others to come, they won't dare to come. They don't even want to set foot on this island. Who knows how many venomous insects you have, but Master Wu Tuzi, you are really hot-tempered. You start a fight without saying a word. Even when facing the 3 grand elders, you will still fight. I really don't know how she managed to become an elder. She must have very bad interpersonal relationships in Stupa Mountain. At this moment, Shenlang hurriedly walked out and said, wait. Scourge. One of the Stupa Mountain elders scolded coldly. Shenlang said, elders, listen to me. Go, capture him and kill him. The 3 elders did not listen to Shenlang at all and directly went forward to capture him. Oh, it was killing him. Such arrogance, such disregard for human life, was indeed the style of Stupa Mountain. How high and mighty were they, Shenlang said, I can open the entrance to the ancient relic in the southern sea. He went straight to the point. The 3 elders could not help but be startled. However, they did not stop at all and continued to move forward. Wherever the 3 of them passed, they released incomparably powerful energy. Countless venomous snakes were directly crushed when they were a few meters away from them. Countless butterflies were even reduced to dust in the air. This martial art was so advanced that Shenlang did not know what level it was. Shenlang said, if I'm not wrong, there is a map at the entrance to the ancient relic, right? As soon as this was said, the 3 Stupa Mountain elders stopped in their tracks. How did this gigolo know? There were less than 20 people who had seen the entrance to the ancient relic. None of them would tell Shenlang. Even Wu Ju did not know. Of course, Wu Tuzi did not know either. Shenlang said, the transcendental forces must have exhausted a lot of wisdom but still failed to solve the puzzle of the map. According to the rules of the transcendental forces, whoever solves the puzzle of the map and opens the entrance to the ancient relic will obtain the right to develop the relic, right? It had always been so. What joint development? It did not exist. Xianxia said, I can solve it. The three elders did not believe it. In order to solve this problem, the Sky Sea Pavilion, Stupa Mountain, Xiankong Temple, Tongtian Temple, Punishing Sky Pavilion, and other transcendental forces had put in a lot of effort. It could be said that they had gathered the smartest people in the world to try to solve this problem. Everyone had failed. Many geniuses claimed to have solved this problem, but they still failed when they tried. Xianxia was almost the 100th person who claimed to be able to solve this problem. Those wise people were not bragging. They felt that this problem was really not difficult and they could solve it. However, when they really started to do it, they found that it was as difficult as ascending to heaven. Up until now, it was unknown how many geniuses in the entire Eastern Kingdom were working their hearts out, working tirelessly to solve the problem. Do it. The three Stupa Mountain elders paused for a moment, but they still did not move. They continued to move forward. They continued to destroy Wutuzi's venomous snakes and butterflies. Forging a Stupa Mountain token was a serious crime that would result in death. However, in the eyes of the three elders, Xianxia's crime was even more serious. He had seduced Wutuzi. Wutuzi had been like a lone star that had never interacted with anyone. However, he was now protecting Xianxia as if he had been drugged. Just this alone was enough to dismember Xianxia. Wutuzi suddenly said, Three elders, let Xianxia have a try. If he can't solve the problem of the entrance to the ancient ruins, let's give it a try. I will resign from my position as an elder of the Flowerwood Hall. The three elders were taken aback when they heard this. Was Xianxia, that pretty boy, so amazing? In less than 2 hours, Wutuzi was completely infatuated with him. Wutuzi was willing to resign from her position as an elder of Stupa Mountain for him. This man was a scourge, a male calamity. However, compared to the life of a pretty boy, the position of an elder of the Flower and Wood Hall was obviously much more precious. The three elders looked at each other. It's a deal. We'll depart in an hour. Then, the three elders retreated. Wutuzi took half a step back and staggered slightly. All the venomous snakes dispersed and returned to the ground. All the butterflies returned to the forest. Those that were supposed to be leaves continued to be leaves, while those that were supposed to be petals continued to be petals. Xianxia also looked at Wutuzi in disbelief. He was also stunned. Master? We don't have such a deep friendship. The position of elder of the Flower and Wood Hall is to inherit my father's position. Wutuzi said, I don't deserve to be an elder. I've never been involved in anything and never left this island. However, Mountain Elder insisted on making me an elder. I don't mind. So that was it. However, what did the three elders mean when they said that they would depart in an hour? Did they give Xianxia and Wutuzi an hour? What for? Didn't she and I have nothing to do with each other? What kind of person do you think I, Xianxia, am? Let's go. Wutuzi said and walked directly to the dock. A moment later, a small boat emerged from the water. Wutuzi boarded the boat. Xianxia was slightly stunned, but he also boarded the boat. There was no boatman, no oars, and no sails. The boat actually moved on its own. That was amazing. Xianxia looked down and saw that there were 3 more water snakes in the water. They were pulling the boat forward. Each water snake was about 6 to 7 meters long. Xianxia exclaimed in his heart again. My beautiful master is so awesome. This is my talent. I can communicate with animals, Wutuzi said, that's why I've domesticated the entire island. I watched these butterflies and venomous snakes hatch. They see me as their mother. That was a pity. The 3 elders from Stupa Mountain had killed so many of them. It was heartbreaking. Xianxia said, Master, don't you need to bring anything? What? Xianxia said, like a change of clothes? You're so clean. Wutuzi was the cleanest person Xianxia had ever seen. She was a germaphobe. No need. Wutuzi said. A moment later, another small boat caught up to them. There was a flag with the word Constitution on it. This should be the elder of Stupa Mountain's Constitution Hall. Behind him was Wu Ju. "Sworn brother, are you coming too?" Shen Lang asked happily. Wu Ju's attitude was still very friendly. "Yes, I'm really worried about aunt and brother Lang, so I volunteered to serve Elder Kong along the way. Brother Lang, we can talk from 1,000 miles away again." Plastic brotherly love and aunt and niece love were displayed to the extreme. "If I resign as an elder of the Flower and Wood Hall, Wu Ju's father, who is also my elder brother, will take over," Wu Tuzi said. "Wow, there's another plastic sibling relationship." Next, the two small boats approached one after another. Shen Lang and Wu Ju were a few meters apart, but they were communicating enthusiastically. They were even closer than biological brothers. More than 10 hours later, Shen Lang's small boat arrived at the pier at the entrance of the floating sea. The Sword King, Xianxia, was still waiting there anxiously. Stupa Mountain was too dangerous. Shen Lang was really afraid that he would die a tragic death on this trip. But when he looked up, Shen Lang had returned, and there was an extremely beautiful woman sitting beside him. This is Wu Tuzi, he really managed to settle her. This kind of method is really amazing. We, the descendants of farmers, really can't learn, we can't learn. They left the floating sea and returned to land. Their trip to Stupa Mountain had come to an end. They had only stayed on Stupa Mountain for less than 3 hours. What was Stupa Mountain like? No idea. This was because Shen Lang did not even go to the main island of Stupa Mountain. He only looked at the extremely high peak of Stupa Mountain from afar. Moreover, he had only seen 10 people from Stupa Mountain. It was really worse than the blind feeling an elephant. Even so, the power, mystery, and superiority of Stupa Mountain had already left a very deep impression in his heart. A small city wall formed by venomous snakes. Countless butterflies formed a flowerbed and a forest. It was so bizarre that it did not seem real. When they returned to land, there were already 2 luxurious carriages waiting there. Shen Lang shamelessly sat in the same carriage as Wu Tuzi. The Sword King, Xianxia, said to the coachman, "Brother, why don't I drive the carriage? I'm familiar with this job." Alright, the 2 carriages continued south. The flag of Stupa Mountain was hung on the carriages. This was the first time Shen Lang had seen this flag. It was not majestic at all. There were many mayflies embroidered on the blue silk. It was not even comparable to the Sky-Sea Pavilion. The Sky-Sea Pavilion's flag was also very simple. It was just a cloud. This transcendent force loved to keep a low profile. This flag did not look majestic. In fact, it was very majestic. Wherever the 2 carriages passed, it was as if there was no one there. It was not because they chose uninhabited places, but because someone saw the flags of the 2 carriages and dispersed the crowd. Or rather, no matter which country they were from, they avoided Stupa Mountain like snakes and scorpions. After seeing the flag, they avoided it from afar. There were no interrogations or checkpoints. They easily passed through the Chu nation's territory. They walked openly on the official road. If not for the many fresh ruts and hoof prints on the official road, Shen Lang would have suspected that the people in this area were all dead. When they passed through the Chong nation, it was the same. Previously, they could often see cavalry galloping across the plains of the Chong nation. This time, they should have been able to see more of them when they headed south. In the end, they did not see a single cavalry. After asking, Shen Lang understood, this was because Stupa Mountain had given the route map to the Chu nation, the state of Yu, the Danan nation, and the Nano nation. There would be no one on this route. This was not flattery. It was a form of avoidance. For example, King Chu and Stupa Mountain were not on good terms. The same was true for King Yu. King Chong, Aru Nana, did not have any intention of flattering Stupa Mountain. This was similar to how in some countries in Southeast Asia, when people saw a group of monks passing by, they would instinctively avoid them and make way for them. They headed south at a very fast speed. After passing through the Chong nation, the carriages entered Prince Jin's Danan nation. Shen Lang could see that something was different. Prince Jin of the Danan nation had also received the route map from Stupa Mountain, but he did not dismiss the crowd. The Sand Barbaric tribe army continued to swagger past them. They even observed the 2 carriages. But no one came up to stop them. It was as if the 2 carriages did not exist. Stupa Mountain also ignored the Sand Barbaric tribe army. Both sides minded their own business. On the other hand, Xianxia was very surprised. He did not expect that he would pass through Prince Jin's Danan nation before he had even fought him. He also saw his army marching. Prince Jin's army of 100,000 was heading towards the Nano nation. At this moment, Xianxia saw this army up close. They were not tall, and they could not even be considered strong. But they were very tough. Every one of them had muscles as hard as iron. They looked thin, but they were full of explosive power. Every one of them looked poorly equipped, but they were actually very powerful in battle. Most of the Sand barbaric tribe wore rattan armor and straw sandals. The shields in their hands were also made of rattan armor. The bows on their backs did not look exquisite, and they were not even very big. They looked more like an army of a primitive tribe. But Xianxia knew that the rattan armor was actually very strong. In particular, the rattan shields could not be pierced by ordinary arrows. Knives could only leave a deep mark on them. Their bows looked very crude, but they were very strong. The arms of the bows were very thick, and they were made of a whole piece of wood. They were about 1 stone thick. For a large army, these were super strong bows. At least, they were stronger than the bows of the state of Yu. The knives in their hands looked a little strange. The scimitars did not look like scimitars, and the machetes did not look like machetes. But they were all made of high-quality steel from the western region. They were very tough and sharp. Know yourself and know your enemy, and you will always be victorious. Xianxia had studied the equipment of the Sand barbaric tribe carefully. And he came to a conclusion. They did not look good, but they were very useful. Moreover, when these Sand barbaric tribe soldiers marched, they did not necessarily take the road. Instead, they chose to cross the mountains. They did not know fatigue and were as agile as monkeys. Especially when they ran, the instantaneous burst of power made them move like rabbits. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Along the way, the Sand barbaric tribe had a special hunting team. They sprinted through the forest and leaped from tree to tree. The bows in their hands shot out as fast as lightning. Before one could even see the figure of their prey, they would fall to the ground and die. The archery of these hunting teams was superb. As they sprinted, they could hit running rabbits, slithering snakes, and even birds flying in the forest. Sword King Xianxia and Xianxia could not help but look at each other. The Sand barbaric tribe's reputation was indeed well-deserved. The state of Yu was in big trouble. The carriage quickly passed through the eastern region of the Great Nan Kingdom and entered the territory of the Nano Kingdom. It was a different scene here. The 150,000-strong army of the state of Yu was vast and mighty. Nangong Ao, Princess Ning Luo, and General Zhu Lin were still mobilizing their troops. Countless commoners were frantically building defensive lines and fortresses. Outside the 3 cities of the Nano Kingdom, there were dense fortresses and ravines everywhere. The entire Nano Kingdom had become a huge battlefield. This was the first time Xianxia had personally experienced such a huge battlefield. It was much grander than what he had imagined. It was even grander than the scenes in the movies. More than 100,000 soldiers, more than 100,000 commoners, and the defensive line stretched for hundreds of miles. Most of the millions of gold coins that Xianxia had earned were used to build this defensive line. The price-to-performance ratio was already very high. The battles of Jinchuan during the Qianlong Emperor's reign had cost him 70 million taels of silver. In the end, Jinchuan was just a county with a population of just over 10,000. It was a battle that could topple a nation. It was like a collision between 2 super beasts. The carriage from Stupa Mountain passed through the Nano Kingdom without any obstructions and entered the Tiannam province of the state of Yu. Then, it turned south and arrived at the seaside once again. There was already a ship waiting here, with 2 flags hanging on it. The main flag was that of Stupa Mountain, and the smaller flag was that of the Southern Seasword sect. This ship belonged to the Southern Seasword sect. Yan Nanfei and Stupa Mountain were indeed very close. However, he did not appear. Even the sailors driving the ship did not disturb the 2 elders of Stupa Mountain because there was no way they could curry favor with them. The ship sailed for 1 day and 2 nights. They had arrived at their destination. This was one of the countless deserted islands in the Southern Sea. There was not even a dock. The ship stopped first, and then a small boat landed on this small island. The ancient relic was on this deserted island. There was no vegetation on this island. Everything was made up of black rocks. Around the island, strange rocks stood tall, looking sinister and terrifying. Sword Kingly Xianxia could not land on the island and could only stay on the ship. This was absolute discrimination. There was no room for negotiation. Of course, Wu Ju did not land on the island either. His rank was not high enough. Stupa Mountain's Elder Kong, Elder Wu Tuzi, and Shen Lang landed on this black island. From a close distance, this island really looked like a huge black beast lying on the sea. They entered the island from the west, after entering the depths of the island. Shen Lang felt a strange aura. However, he could not tell what it was. Pressure? No, he just felt uncomfortable breathing. It was not because of the humidity, nor was it because of the oppression. Right, magnetic field. The magnetic field on this island was very strange. It even affected the brain, causing one to feel dizzy. Normally, people would not feel dizzy even if they entered a strong magnetic field. Through the AI, Shen Lang detected another piece of data. Radiation. The source of the discomfort was also radiation. Radium, plutonium, uranium, and other radioactive metals were not the only ones with radiation. Even marble was radioactive. The magnetic field and radiation on this island far exceeded that of other regions. Shen Lang originally wanted to ask where the entrance to the ancient relic was. However, there was no need to ask, because he had already seen it. That was the entrance to the ancient relic. In the middle of the island, there was a stone giant that was about 20 stories tall. He looked up at the sky. He was holding a large planet in his hand. The planet was engraved with a complicated map. There were many land and ocean plates, and the four corners of these plates were already marked with four colors: red, blue, yellow, and green. This stone giant seemed to be shining the sun on the map of the planet. The map of the planet in the giant's hand was the key to the entrance to the ancient relic. This map was the Millennium mathematical problem. Solving this problem would open the ancient relic. Shen Lang could tell at a glance that this was the four-color theorem, also known as the four-color conjecture. This was one of the three major conjectures of modern mathematics. In essence, it was the inherent property of a two-dimensional plane, that is, there could not be two straight lines that intersected without a common point in the plane. Many people had proved that it was impossible to construct 5 or more connected areas in a two-dimensional plane. To put it simply, any map could only use 4 colors to color countries with common borders. Without causing confusion, a map only needed to be marked with 4 colors. This conjecture seemed very simple. Even a middle school student would be excited after seeing this problem and pick up a pen to solve it. But after starting, they realized that this conjecture was actually extremely difficult. Otherwise, it would not be considered one of the 3 major conjectures of modern times, on the same level as Fermat's conjecture and Goldbach's conjecture. For more than 100 years, not a single scientist had solved this conjecture, including many genius scientists such as Bernoulli and Franklin. Countless mathematicians had failed to solve this conjecture. It was not until 1976 that 2 computers used 1,200 hours and 10 billion calculations to complete the conjecture. At this time, Stupa Mountain, Sky Sea Pavilion, Execution Sky Pavilion, Xiankong Temple, and other forces were all there. They were determined to obtain this ancient relic. Strategic level existences. These forces had spent more than half a year on this island. Even with all their efforts, they could not solve this conjecture. Princess Ninghan was also here. At this time, she was still racking her brains, calculating on a piece of paper. Several forces and dozens of geniuses were frantically calculating, racing against time. It was normal that they could not solve it. Not to mention half a year, they could not even solve it in 1 or 2 years. So many outstanding mathematicians on Earth had spent more than 100 years to solve it. It was impossible for them to solve it in half a year or even a year. But Shen Lang could easily do it, because he was standing on the shoulders of a giant. Moreover, he had a AI. Note, today's 2 chapters reached 17,000. I'm really doing my best to beg for the monthly votes and support of all the big bosses. Please, I'm counting on you. Thank you, Nelzel, Sin AO, for your 10,000 coins. Congratulations to this reader for becoming the new leader of this book. I'm so grateful. The dozens of people present were probably at the top of this world's pyramid. The masters of several transcendent forces, their heirs, and the smartest people were all here. Xianlang did not know who these people were. Nobody introduced him either. Xianlang's arrival did not attract anyone's attention, including Princess Ninghan. She did not even raise her head. Xianlang roughly noticed that there were about 8 or 9 people from the Sky Sea Pavilion. Zhu Yuan was not here. Clearly, she was not qualified to be here. "You guys wait here," Elder Kong of the Constitutional Hall said. Then, Xianlang and Wu Tuzi stayed where they were while Elder Kong went to report. "Is that the master of Stupa Mountain? He looks very young." After Elder Kong reported, the man looked at Xianlang and nodded. A moment later, Elder Kong came over and said, "You can solve it here. You can take a piece of paper and a pen." Xianlang sneered inwardly. Are these people from the transcendent forces all so high and mighty that they look down on all living beings? However, it was normal. In the eyes of these transcendent forces, they were the representatives of advanced civilizations, while Xianlang was just a representative of the natives. It would seem hypocritical if they appeared to be courteous and humble. Wanting these people to believe that Xianlang could solve the four-color theorem, that would be subverting their own worldview. The dozens of people present all felt that they were the smartest people in the world. They had spent more than half a year to solve it, let alone a native like Xianlang. They had seen many geniuses like Xianlang. They felt that the problem was simple and that they could solve it. It was too shallow. Once they delved deeper, they would know how difficult it would be. What the master of Stupa Mountain meant was to give them a piece of paper, and they should solve it together. Then, they should know the difficulty and leave. This was already giving face to Wu Tuzi. Otherwise, Xianlang would not even be qualified to set foot on this island. As for solving this 1,000-year problem for Xianlang, the Stupa Mountain master had never even thought about it. However, Xianlang did not have the time to waste. At this time, there were only a few days left before Mulan's life force was exhausted. He had to solve this problem within an hour and open the entrance to the ancient ruins. Upon seeing this, Wu Tuzi asked, "Xianlang, have you seen this map clearly?" Xianlang said, "Yes." Wu Tuzi asked, "Are you sure you can do it?" Xianlang said, "Of course I can. I can finish it in half an hour, or I'll be cut into pieces." Wu Tuzi nodded. Then, she no longer needed Elder Kong's help and walked towards the Stupa Mountain master. Elder Kong tried to stop him. "Go away," Wu Tuzi said coldly. Elder Kong's expression changed, but there were too many people present, and he couldn't let the other factions see the disunity in Stupa Mountain, so he stepped aside. Wu Tuzi came to Stupa Mountain master and said, "Mountain Elder, Xianlang can solve this problem in half an hour." The Stupa Mountain master frowned when he heard this. "Let him try it himself. We'll talk about it after he solves it." Wu Tuzi said, "He wants to try it on the planet on the map. Let Xianlang solve the problem on paper and then hand it to the Stupa Mountain master." He wouldn't do that. That would be too unglamorous, too unpretentious, and a slap in the face. This was like a student who made a super awesome discovery and wrote a paper to publish in the world's top journal, Nature. In the end, the paper was handed over to the tutor, and after it was published, the tutor's name became the author. Stupa Mountain master was stunned when he heard Wu Tuzi's words. Did Xianlang not know the immensity of heaven and earth? "You are acting on behalf of my Stupa Mountain. If you don't complete it, wouldn't you be throwing away the face of my Stupa Mountain?" "No." Stupa Mountain master said, "Rabbit, I'm very happy that you finally accepted a disciple. No matter what methods he used to make you protect him, if he continues to be so immature, let him leave." Stupa Mountain master was really angry. What kind of situation was this? Who did you, Xianlang, think you are? You're using the same tricks you used in the state of you here. Do you think I'm Ning Yuan Xian who will indulge you? Wu Tuzi said, "If Xianlang can't solve this problem and open the entrance in half an hour, I'll resign as an elder of the Flowerywood Hall. I'm a man of my word. Of course, if you don't agree, I'll also resign as an elder of the Flowerywood Hall." Stupa Mountain master was shocked when he heard that. What method did that gigolo, Xianlang, use? How did he make Wu Tuzi fall head over heels for him? Actually, it didn't matter if he tried. It wouldn't affect him even if he failed. He would just lose face. In the first month, the major forces had taken turns to try many times. However, they later realized that it was too difficult, so they didn't go up and embarrass themselves. They would focus on solving it first. They could only try after they were done. Stupa Mountain Master said, "Rabbit, I can let him try. However, if he can't solve it in half an hour, you can expel him from the sect. Stupa Mountain doesn't want disciples like him." Wutuzi nodded, then she waved at Xianlang and said, "Come here." Xianlang walked over. Wutuzi ignored everyone present. She lifted Xianlang's body and climbed up the giant statue lightly. Soon, the two of them climbed up the giant's hands. "Xianlang, if you can't solve it in half an hour, I'll resign as an elder of the Flowery Wood Hall and expel you from the sect." Wutuzi was another kind of ignorant person who was fearless. She didn't understand how difficult this problem was. She wasn't even interested in understanding it. Her motto in life was to not be a coward and just do it. Xianlang nodded. "No problem." Stupa Mountain Master didn't say anything. Elder Kong, who was next to him, lit a stick of incense. Half an hour passed after the stick of incense was burned. Stupa Mountain Master said, "Senior brothers, this Xianlang is now a disciple of Stupa Mountain." He didn't say anything else. However, everyone present was a top-notch expert. They had heard the conversation between Wutuzi and Xianlang. Everyone had the same reaction. Here comes another genius who boasted shamelessly, Stupa Mountain had accepted another disciple. No one was surprised by this situation because it had happened many times in the past 6 months. Several transcendent forces had been looking for geniuses to solve this problem. For example, Princess Ninghan had represented Xianxia Pavilion to look for Xianlang. Of course, the most important reason she had looked for Xianlang was to prevent him from participating in the State of Yu succession contest. Many geniuses who came from outside the sect felt that this problem was very simple and could be easily solved. When Xianlang said half an hour, there were other geniuses who were even more arrogant and said 15 minutes. Everyone was used to it. Native geniuses like Xianlang who didn't know the immensity of heaven and earth were like frogs in a well. Based on the performance of these geniuses, several transcendent forces unanimously agreed. The truly intelligent people in this world were in the few transcendent forces because they had been nurtured by ancient advanced civilizations. They couldn't be mentioned in the same breath as these natives. Thus, after glancing briefly at Xianlang, everyone present paid no attention to him and continued to bury their heads in answering the questions. They couldn't waste their time on a frog in a well like him. What was there to see if they made a fool of themselves? That included Princess Ninghan. She had some understanding of Xianlang's intelligence, and she even had a very deep understanding of it. After all, Xianlang had solved the super difficult problem released by Xianxia Pavilion and the crippling heaven chess game. However, that super difficult problem was not a problem for Ninghan at all. Juning also solved it in a very short time. As for the crippling heaven chess game, unfortunately, this chess game was created by Ninghan and another Xianxia Pavilion elder. Therefore, in terms of intelligence, she still looked down on Xianlang. No matter how intelligent Xianlang was, he had not been educated by an advanced civilization. He was still a barbarian. As for the four-color problem at the entrance of the ancient relic, it was definitely not something that could be solved with a whimsical thought. It was not something that could be solved with a flash of inspiration. It required a lot of calculations and a genius's brain to work frantically. Therefore, Xianlang had previously looked for her to solve this ancient problem in exchange for the Blood Sutra. However, Ninghan had rejected him. Firstly, it was because of Ninghan's arrogance. Xianxia Pavilion would not compromise. Since they had listed Xianlang as an unwelcome person, they would definitely not change their stance for any benefits. Secondly, it was because of Ninghan's arrogance and intelligence. She had seen many geniuses like Xianlang. Now that he said he would solve this problem in half an hour, it further proved his superficiality. Therefore, in everyone's eyes, Xianlang's challenge was just like the other native geniuses. They were all acting like clowns. However, no one would laugh at him. This group of people were at the top of the pyramid. How could they laugh at others openly? Wouldn't that be too superficial? They would just completely ignore it. This place was so high. Xianlang was standing on the giant's hands. This pair of giant hands was dozens of square meters. The diameter of the planet held by the giant hands was about 2 meters. Xianxia carefully observed the planet. It was not Earth. It was not even this world. It was a very strange map of the planet. After checking it twice, Xianxia could not help but gasp in amazement. It was really awesome. The layout of the map on this planet had simply magnified the difficulty of the four-color theory to the extreme. There were hundreds of irregular plates, some of which were deep and intertwined. It did not look like a normal map at all. It was too strange. Although it couldn't be said that the four-color conjecture was completely proven, it was almost 9,999% complete. Next, Xianxia would use 4 colors to paint each plate on the map of the planet. He could not use a 5th color. Moreover, all adjacent plates had to be of different colors. It looked really easy, as if even elementary school students could do it. But when he really started to do it, it was simply hopeless. Especially the map of the planet in front of him, which was completely made for this theorem. There were hundreds of intersecting plates on the map. In other words, there would be a total of more than 10 billion combinations, but only one of them would be correct. Therefore, if these transcendental forces wanted to completely prove the four-color theory, even a few decades would not be enough. But to complete the painting of the planet, Xianxia roughly thought about it. If he gathered a few hundred people and used the elimination method, he might be able to complete it in a few years. If there was no AI, what would happen if Xianxia did it? Perhaps it would take 10 years, or even longer. But in 1976, the two computers used 1,200 hours. And the calculation speed of Xianxia's AI was tens of millions of times faster than the two computers. Therefore, he entered this problem into the AI. In just a few seconds, the answer was out. Tens of billions of calculations were nothing to the AI. Next, Xianxia picked up the brush and began to color. The 4 brushes were in the hands of the giant. They were yellow, blue, red, and green. There was no need to use paint, the brush itself had color. Moreover, the color of the brush directly appeared on the plate of the planet. This was really strange. It was like a magnetic field reaction. Xianxia began to paint the plate of the map. Only one plate was painted. Wu Tuzi could not stand it anymore. This was too frustrating and slow, there were hundreds of plates. Based on Xianxia's slow speed, even half an hour might not be enough. She directly grabbed the brush. What color? Tell me. Yellow. Blue. Green. Blue. Xianxia took out a mirror and reflected the sunlight onto a specific plate of the planet. Then, he told her the color to be painted. Wu Tuzi's martial arts were high, and her movements were fast. She did not even need a second to paint each plate. Moreover, her movement speed was as fast as a ghost. After a short 3 minutes, she actually painted half of the map. At this moment, half of the people present raised their heads. That was because they discovered that, at least up until now, Xianxia's answers were all correct. It was very easy to determine right from wrong. They only needed to see if the neighboring plates had different colors, but there were no more than 4 colors in total. It was good that someone was watching, it was boring to act cool in silence. Xianxia's peerlessly handsome face became even colder. He stood on the giant's hand with his hands behind his back, as if he was a superior person teaching the inferior races how to behave. His pretentious manner gave the people below the stage the same thought. They wanted to kill him, Xianxia continued. Wu Tuzi did not stop for even a second. Xianxia spoke, and Wu Tuzi moved. After another 3 minutes, the entire map of the planet had been painted. There was only one plate left. Xianxia did not say anything. That was because even a pig could see that it was yellow. The last plate, if Master Lang did not say anything, would be left blank. Seeing that Xianxia had stopped, Wu Tuzi could not help but frown. Tell me, what color is it? Damn it, my acting cool failed, my beautiful master, can't you use your brain a little? There were 3 colors around the last plate. There was only yellow left. Yellow. Xianxia said helplessly. Was Wu Tuzi a pig? No, she was a super scientist. Her EQ was frighteningly low, but her IQ was frighteningly high. However, she was not willing to use her brain for a problem that did not belong to her. Wutuzi painted the last part of the painting. Instantly, all the colors of the planet were painted. Mission accomplished. There were hundreds of plates, and every neighboring plate had a different color. There were no more than 4 colors in total. The entire strange map appeared in front of everyone. It did not look like a map plate, but more like an impressionist painting by Van Gogh. There were tens of billions of combinations, but only this one was correct. This was the answer that Xianxia had given them. Everyone began to check. Then, she sucked in a breath of cold air. It was really correct, all correct. I'm going to die. This was too scary. How much time had passed? Xianxia had said that it would be half an hour, but only half an hour had passed. This 1,000-year-old problem had been solved. This world was too strange. Countless geniuses had spent more than half a year without being able to solve it. Yet, Xianxia had solved it. He was just a native who had not received any influence from an ancient advanced civilization. The whole place was dead silent. Slap 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 slap. Suddenly, the sound of someone slapping their face could be heard. It was not an illusion. It was real, because Xianxia was slapping his thigh. Sorry, there are mosquitoes. To hell with you. The environment of this island was extremely special. There were no living creatures at all, not to mention mosquitoes. Xianxia was slapping their faces in front of everyone. Slapping everyone's faces, acting cool. Who was I, Master Lang, afraid of? All of you pretended to be representatives of advanced civilizations and looked down on the people of the secular world. I might not be as good as you in other fields. But this 4-color theory. I have a smart brain that can kill all of you in seconds. Then, Xianxia focused on Princess Ninghan's face. *TCH, does your face hurt? All of you spent half a year to solve it, but I solved it in less than half an hour. When I went to look for you, you were still arrogant. But now, ha 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 ha, seeing Xianxia's despicable face, Ninghan's face turned pale. She really did not expect Xianxia to be able to solve it in such a short period of time. Because she had a deep understanding of this problem and knew that it required countless calculations. But now the truth was in front of her. Xianxia had indeed completed it. This was the first time she had been slapped in the face so hard. Slap slap slap. Xianxia stood on the giant's hand and slapped the mosquitoes in the air again. This person was really too despicable. This was really like a slap to Ninghan's face. Yes, her expression became extremely ugly. At this time, the most overjoyed person was the owner of Stupa Mountain. It was really unbelievable. It was actually completed just like that. Xianxia, this pretty boy, was really amazing. He was so talented in arithmetic. This problem was solved. Once the entrance to the ancient ruins was opened, the entire development rights would belong to Stupa Mountain. Then, everyone waited quietly. Xianxia could not help but feel a little anxious. This problem had been completely solved. Why hadn't the entrance to the ancient ruins opened yet? Xianxia was sure that this was the only solution, 100% accurate. But there was no movement in the entire ancient ruins. Xianxia used X-rays to observe. In the end, he found nothing. This ancient ruins actually blocked X-rays, or was it because the outer shell was too thick for Xianxia's X-ray eyes to see through? The sun shone on the planet in the stone giant's hand. Then, the planet began to gradually light up. It reflected a dazzling light. Brighter and brighter. When Wutuzi grabbed Xianxia, she gently jumped back to the ground. The planet in the giant's hand was extremely bright. Rumble, a loud sound, the planet in the giant's hand suddenly shattered, revealing a polygonal sucker. This is a key, such a complicated and strange key. Without saying anything, Wutuzi once again climbed on the giant's hand, picked up the strange key, and jumped back to the island's ground. Rumble, then, the incomparably hard black stone ground under the giant's feet began to crack. This black stone ground was originally extremely hard. Even the toughest sharp weapon could not penetrate it, nor could it be burned by terrifyingly high-temperature flames. But now, it was directly crushed into powder. A gust of wind blew. A thick layer of powder drifted. Then, the 20-story stone giant began to spin and sink. A series of loud sounds rang out. Half an hour later. The entire stone giant completely sank into the ground. Instead, a black stone house rose up. This house was not big, only a few dozen square meters and 3 to 4 meters tall, but it was still indestructible. The black stone house had a door with a polygonal hole in it. If nothing went wrong, this door should be opened with the polygonal key. Wutuzi still did not say anything and took the key and put it into the hole. Kacha, kacha, it gently turned. This thick special door slowly opened, revealing a bottomless entrance. Through this entrance, one should be able to enter the ancient ruins. At this moment, this ancient ruins was officially opened. From discovery to opening, it took a total of 235 days. Stupa Mountain owner said, "Thank you, senior brothers. This ancient ruins belong to Stupa Mountain. Congratulations, junior brother. Congratulations, junior brother." The other transcendental forces left one after another. Horizon Sea Pavilion, Execution Sky Pavilion, Hollow Temple, Tongtian Temple, and so on. Aside from Stupa Mountain, everyone, including Ning Han, had retreated cleanly. Stupa Mountain owner stepped forward and said to Shenlang, "From today onwards, you will be a hero of Stupa Mountain. Elder Kong, go back and register it. Shenlang will become Elder Wu Tuzi's disciple and become a Flowery Hall disciple." "Yes, Mountain Master." Elder Kong said, "This kid once forged Stupa Mountain's token. Master, please tell us how to punish him." Stupa Mountain owner said, "Merits offset demerits." Wu Tuzi said, "Mountain Master, I promised Shenlang that if he can open the ancient ruins and find the marrow cleansing essence, it will belong to Shenlang." Stupa Mountain owner nodded. "Good. Send the signal. Order the Stupa Mountain disciples to officially enter the island." Whoosh, an arrow was shot into the sky. A moment later, hundreds of Stupa Mountain experts entered the Black Island. They began to set up defenses at the entrance of the ancient ruins. Wu Tuzi officially handed the key to the ancient ruins to Stupa Mountain owner. After the defense was set up, Stupa Mountain owner said, "The first batch will officially enter the ancient ruins to explore. Remember, don't touch anything." Yes, 13 experts and 13 Stupa Mountain scholars were ready. They wore thick protective suits and carried all kinds of equipment as they entered the ancient ruins. "I'll go too." Wu Tuzi said, "I'll look for the marrow cleansing essence." Stupa Mountain owner nodded again. Wu Tuzi put on the protective suit and entered the ancient ruins. Shenlang did not enter. He did not even ask for it. He knew deep down that he was an outsider. Even though he was the one who opened the ancient ruins, he was considered a hero. Exploring the ancient ruins had nothing to do with him. He could only leave it to the core members of Stupa Mountain. That was the bare limit. Shenlang was a secular person, while Stupa Mountain was a transcendental force. They could not cross the line. Shenlang did not even stand at the entrance. Instead, he strolled around the island. More and more people boarded Stupa Mountain's island. More and more ships appeared on the surface of the sea. All of them belonged to the South Sea Sword sect. These fleets cruised the surrounding sea. Not only would Stupa Mountain occupy the entire island, but they would also clear the surrounding sea. Would Yan Nanfei be there? Very soon, the truth told him the answer. Yan Nanfei was here. A huge ship approached the island and stopped. The flag on it had the word Yan written on it. Hundreds of South Sea Sword sect disciples boarded the island and set up defenses. They formed a human wall in front of Shenlang. Yan Nanfei came to greet Stupa Mountain's master. Shenlang did not see Yan Nanfei because he was very far away. Moreover, Yan Nanfei had cleared the area, isolating Shenlang a few hundred meters away. Next, the South Sea Sword sect's fleet increased. They completely covered the sea around the island and seized control of the surrounding sea. Shenlang narrowed his eyes. He did not expect the South Sea Sword sect and the Shui clan to be so powerful in the sea. There should be at least 100 spaceships in total. Including sailors and warriors, there were tens of thousands of people. What did the Shui clan and the South Sea Sword sect rely on to support this fleet? To support so many people, the Shui clan did not have a share in the Raging Tide trade route. Had the Shui clan opened another trade route in the Southern Sea? the southern trade route, and in order to protect this ancient relic and clear the surrounding sea, the Shui clan and the South Sea Sword sect had dispatched so many fleets. The relationship between the two sides was far closer than imagined. The situation was very complicated. The Shui clan was Xianxia's mortal enemy. After the battle with Prince Jin, it was almost time to destroy the Shui clan. Now, it seemed that destroying the Shui clan might be more difficult than killing Sunan. Sunan was a very outstanding and ambitious hero. However, he had used all of his power on the rebellion, and the amount of power he had left to deal with Xianxia was very little. And the Shui clan did not rebel. Once Xianxia wanted to destroy the Shui clan, he would face the all-out counterattack of a super behemoth. The third prince, Xianxia, the Shui clan, and Yanni of the Black Water Group were all one. If he wanted to destroy them, he had to destroy them all. The Shui clan was far more powerful than he had imagined. The Shui clan that everyone saw now was like an iceberg on the surface of the water, with the remaining 90% underwater. And what was the relationship between the Shui clan, the South Sea Sword sect, and Stupa Mountain? Xianxia's mind worked quickly. Planning how to destroy the Shui clan, he had to destroy the South Sea Sword sect first. And the South Sea Sword sect was alone in the sea. To destroy it, he had to destroy the South Sea Sword sect's fleet first. How to destroy it, how to make use of the right time and place, Xianxia racked his brains. What was a genius? It was thinking about how to harm you 200 days in advance. Now that Prince Jin had not been destroyed, Xianxia had already begun planning how to destroy the Shui clan. Xianxia carefully observed and walked on the Black Island, feeling the climate and tides. Sometimes, he even crouched down and put his ear on the Black Island. Xianxia closed his eyes and began to recall the map of the sea. Was the South Sea Sword sect not far from this Black Island? Would this Black Island, or even the ancient ruins, come in handy if he wanted to destroy the South Sea Sword sect in the future? Yes, this direction could be considered. Yan Nanfei paid his respects to the owner of Stupa Mountain. Then, he had a secret conversation with Elder Kong of Stupa Mountain's Constitution Hall. That little bastard went to Stupa Mountain. Why didn't senior brother Kong kill him? Elder Kong said, Wu Tuzi protected him with his life and was even willing to exchange his position as the Flowery Hall's elder for Xianxia to solve the mystery of the ancient ruins entrance. I didn't expect him to really solve it. Yan Nanfei said, that little bastard is alone on the island now. Can he be killed? No. Elder Kong said, Master has spoken. This person is a genius in arithmetic. There might be many places in the ancient ruins that need to be solved and will come in handy in the future. Yan Nanfei's eyes narrowed and flashed with a cold light. Elder Kong said, Ning Yuanxian has warned us again and again. He wrote 3 letters to Master that Stupa Mountain should not interfere with the state of Yu's political affairs and not touch Xianxia. After all, Stupa Mountain's territory is in the west. If we cross the border, the Sky Sea Pavilion will not be happy, and the Supreme Emperor will not be happy either. Yan Nanfei sneered, our king of Yu can't even protect himself, but he still has the heart to care about Xianxia. The two of them really hit it off. Elder Kong said, Master said that matters in the Imperial Court should be settled in the Imperial Court. We transcendental forces should not interfere with the Imperial Court affairs of other countries. If we anger the Supreme Emperor, we will lose more than we gain. This person kept referring to the Supreme Emperor as if he respected the Emperor more than the commoners. Yan Nanfei stopped talking about Xianxia's matter. Senior brother Kong, the South Sea Sword sect is loyal to Stupa Mountain. This time, in order to protect the sea power around the ancient ruins, our fleet almost went all out. Can some of Stupa Mountain's weapons and books from the mysterious civilization be given to us? Yan Nanfei said, the stronger our South Sea Sword sect is, the more power Stupa Mountain will have in this area. Elder Kong said, don't worry, Master has spoken. Bend Hall has already started organizing. In a few days, many books, weapons, and so on will be given to the South Sea Sword sect. Prepare to receive them. Yan Nanfei said, thank you, Mountain Elder. The South Sea Sword sect's leader, Yan Nanfei, only stayed for an hour before he left. Xianxia continued to explore the entire Black Island. Around him, countless South Sea Sword sect disciples and Stupa Mountain disciples came and went. They built fortresses and defense lines. Everyone turned a blind eye to Xianxia. He seemed to be completely out of place with the entire island. He made a full circle. Xianxia returned to the entrance of the ancient ruins. He waited anxiously. What's in the ancient ruins? If it was any other time, Xianxia might have been curious. But now, he only cared about one thing. Was there marrow cleansing essence? Even if all the treasures in the world were placed in front of him, they could not compare to Milan. He hoped that the heavens would bless him. He hoped that there was marrow cleansing essence in the ancient ruins. Wu Tuzi had once said that the probability of marrow cleansing essence appearing in the ancient ruins was 1 in 6. However, she did not say that. In the past 100 years, only 6 ancient ruins had been excavated in the Eastern world. In other words, only one marrow cleansing essence had been discovered in the past 100 years. So, could it save Milan? It was destined. Why was Wu Tuzi not out yet? Xianxia was getting more and more anxious. The sky was getting darker. The sun was gradually setting in the west. Xianxia was getting more and more nervous, even a little fearful. If Wu Tuzi could not find the marrow cleansing essence, no matter what, Xianxia had to enter the ancient ruins personally. He had to find it himself. Even if there was no marrow cleansing essence, he had to find something else to save Milan. Suddenly, a familiar fragrance wafted over. Wu Tuzi was out. She tore open her protective suit and heaved a long sigh of relief. Congratulations, Xianxia. Your wife is saved. I found the marrow cleansing essence. Wu Tuzi looked at Xianxia. Not only will she wake up, but she will also transform into a second-generation bloodline mutant. Then, Wu Tuzi handed a jade bottle to Xianxia. Xianxia was overjoyed. The heavens have taken pity on me. The heavens are finally taking care of my darling Milan. Milan, wait for me. Husband will come to save you soon. Note, the first update will be delivered. I will continue to write after eating. Today is still more than 15,000. The pastries are competing every day. Brothers, you must give me your monthly votes. Thank you so much. Congratulations to Mr. Hua Xuejian for becoming the new leader of this book. Thank you for the 50,000 yuan tip. Xianxia held the jade bottle in his hand tightly. It was translucent, and there seemed to be 3 pills in it. Xianxia could not help but be startled. Could it be that these were all marrow cleansing essence? Why are they shaped like pills? Aren't they supposed to be injected into the marrow? Aren't they supposed to be consumed directly? Wu Tuzi said, the marrow cleansing essence is in the pills. That way, it can be stored for countless years and can be opened when it's needed. They're also in a long sleep. Xianxia asked, are the other 2 marrow cleansing essences? I don't know. Wu Tuzi said, but based on their appearance, I don't think they're marrow cleansing essences. Xianxia asked, teacher, don't you want these too? Wu Tuzi said, I focus on my research. If you give me these too, it'll affect my energy. Xianxia understood. Wu Tuzi was a super scientist, and she was extremely curious about mysterious things. In order to suppress her curiosity, she could only force herself not to be distracted and focus on her research. Therefore, she did not care about the ancient relic. She did not care about the other 2 things in the jade bottle either. Instead, she handed them to Xianxia. What would happen if she stayed on her own? Curiosity killed the cat. She would keep thinking about what was inside. After opening it, if the thing inside was very magical, then it would be completely over. She would want to study them thoroughly, but wouldn't her original research project be delayed? Xianxia was an example. Initially, she was focused on cultivating and researching the high-level protozoa. In the end, after Xianxia came, his blood actually killed all the high-level protozoa and made them disappear without a trace. This was too magical, too strange. Therefore, she had to study Xianxia. She changed her research direction. If she changed her direction again, she felt that her research path would be completely ruined. Therefore, nobody should try to tempt her. Xianxia kept the bottle in his pocket. Teacher, I'm leaving. Of course, he would not stay for even a quarter of an hour. He wanted to rush home as soon as possible. I'll go with you, Wu Tuzi said. Xianxia was stunned. What do you mean by going with me? Is it along the way to the north, and then you will return to Stupa Mountain? Or follow me back to Marquis Xuanwu Mansion? Wu Tuzi said, I'll follow you back to Marquis Xuanwu's residence. Ugh, Wu Tuzi said, my father failed, but you succeeded. That's why I want to watch. Shenlang understood. Wu Tuzi was not completely heartless. At least, she was filled with guilt towards her mother. To a certain extent, her mother had died giving birth to her. Her father had done everything he could to save her mother's life. Now that Shenlang could save Jean Milan, it was a form of redemption for Wu Tuzi. Perhaps Wu Tuzi had spent her entire life researching bloodlines to make up for the regret in her heart. Alright, welcome teacher, Shenlang said. Then, the two of them left the Black Island. The Stupa Mountain Master was reading a book. Seeing that Wu Tuzi was about to leave, he could not help but say, Rabbit, are you leaving? This time, Shenlang heard it clearly. This Supreme Master of Stupa Mountain had indeed called Rabbit, not Tuzi. Yes. The Stupa Mountain Master glanced at Shenlang and frowned. He seemed to want to say something, but he did not say anything in the end. Go on. Shenlang and Wu Tuzi arrived at the seaside. They saw a small boat with the sword sovereign, Xianxia, on it. The large boat that had sent Wu Tuzi and Shenlang had disappeared. Xianxia said, that boat belongs to the South Sea Sword sect. It has been requisitioned. Shenlang understood. The South Sea Sword sect was unwilling to send Shenlang home with a boat. Or to put it more maliciously, even if Shenlang obtained the marrow cleansing essence, the South Sea Sword sect would not give him a boat. If Shenlang could not return in time, Jean Milan would still die. Furthermore, this kind of death was even more hopeless. They had already obtained the marrow cleansing essence, but it had been delayed because of time. Although Yan Nanfei had never met Shenlang, he was filled with absolute malice. He wanted to indirectly kill Jean Milan. Wu Tuzi's expression changed. She stepped on a large wooden plank and rushed into the sea. She then swam up to a ship. When she arrived in front of a ship, Wu Tuzi said coldly, I am Stupa Mountain's elder, Wu Tuzi. I want to requisition your ship. I'm sorry, but the sect master has ordered that all ships must participate in the monitoring of the surrounding waters. They are not allowed to leave. The leader of the ship immediately rejected Wu Tuzi. Wu Tuzi said coldly, I am Stupa Mountain's elder. At this moment, Elder Kong of Stupa Mountain's General Hall walked out and said calmly, Junior Sister Wu, the South Sea Sword sect has already helped us a lot. Why should we make things difficult for them? Since you are here, stay for a few more days and help the master study the ancient ruins. Wu Tuzi said coldly, Shenlang helped us open the entrance to the ancient ruins. He has made a great contribution. Can't we even requisition a ship? Elder Kong said, Shenlang has indeed made a great contribution, but we have already rewarded him. Didn't you give him the marrow cleansing essence? Moreover, the master has already pardoned him for forging the token. What more do you want? No matter what, Yan Nanfei and Elder Kong did not want to borrow the ship. Wu Tuzi was so angry that she was trembling. She jumped into the sea and swam back to the island. I'll look for mountain. Elder. Wu Tuzi said to Shenlang. Shenlang shook his head and said, There's no need for that, teacher. Let's row the small boat. Wu Tuzi looked at Shenlang in disbelief. Are you crazy? Or am I crazy? We are thousands of miles away from land. With this small boat, moreover, the current was heading south. How long would it take for them to reach home if they rowed with the boat? By then, Jean Milan would not be able to hold on any longer. Furthermore, this kind of small boat couldn't travel long distances. Any big wave would capsize it. Shenlang said, Teacher, please believe me. Wu Tuzi glanced at Shenlang again before boarding the boat. The small boat was indeed very small. It was already very crowded for 3 people. Sword Sovereign Xianxia picked up the oar and rowed with all his might. The small boat resisted the southward current and headed north with great difficulty. Senior Sword Sovereign's martial arts were very high, but he couldn't channel his inner energy into the small boat. The power provided by the oar was limited. However, Sword Sovereign Xianxia still believed in Shenlang. Just like that, the 3 of them boarded the small boat and slowly headed north. Ha ha ha, the disciples of the Southern Sea Sword sect burst into laughter. Shenlang wants to row home on a small boat? Is he dreaming? Just a small wave can smash this boat. will they have to row back by hand? By the time Xianlang swims home, Jean Milan will be long dead. She might even be rotting. All the disciples of the Southern Sea Sword sect knew that Xianlang was rushing home to save Jean Milan. Everyone looked at him with schadenfreude, hoping that he would be unable to move an inch on the sea. That way, Jean Milan would die. Wu Tuzi remained silent. However, her meaning was very clear. Sorry, Xianlang. As an elder, I don't have any authority and can't order the Southern Sea Sword sect around. Wu Tuzi didn't know how to conduct herself. Despite her high position, she was a commander without an army. However, given her status, she could definitely order the disciples of the Southern Sea Sword sect. However, Stupa Mountain Civic Hall's Elder Kong and Yan Nanfei had issued completely different orders. They were not allowed to borrow a boat and were going to let Jean Milan die. Thus, Wu Tuzi's orders were useless. Sword Sovereign Xianxia said, Xianlang, you're right not to practice martial arts. You have no future. This was not the first time Xianxia had said something like this. His martial arts were very high, very high. In the entire state of Yu, there were very few people who could surpass him. But so what, he had no power or influence. He had a grudge with the Southern Sea Sword sect, but so what, could he charge into the Southern Sea Sword sect alone and start a massacre with Tang Yan? How many people could he kill? He wasn't afraid of death, but what would happen to his wife after he died? No matter how high our martial arts are, we're still just a sword. The key lies in the person wielding the sword, Xianxia said, Xianlang, you're the person wielding the sword. This sword of mine belongs to you. Senior Sword Sovereign, we're almost there. Xianlang said, we won't have to wait too long. I'll be able to wipe out the entire Shui clan and the entire Southern Sea Sword sect to avenge us. I'll do the same thing I did to the Su clan last time. I'll kill them all and not leave a single person alive. Sword Sovereign Xianxia quietly rowed the boat and repeated, this sword belongs to you. Just like that, Xianxia continued to row the boat. After a few hours of hard work, they had already rowed nearly 50 kilometers. Along the way, they encountered the fleet of the Southern Sea Sword sect. Countless of them. It seemed like the Shui clan had already completed Xianlang's strategy of ruling from across the sea decades ago. Now, the Shui clan's status in the state of Yu's imperial court was also very high. Its subsidiary, the Southern Sea Sword sect, was already extraordinarily powerful. At this time, the waves on the surface of the sea were gradually getting bigger. The boat had already lost control. It was completely useless to rely on the strength of the oars. The waves easily caused the boat to spin on the spot. Xianxia said, Xianlang, what should we do next? We don't have much time left. Milan can only hold on for 5 or 6 days at most. Xianlang said, don't worry, a large ship is coming to pick us up. Xianlang's guess was right. Just 15 minutes later, a large ship appeared in front of them. It was the Xiankong Temple's large ship. Benefactors, may I have the honor of sending you off? An old monk asked. Even though they were very far away, even though they were in the midst of the raging waves, the old monk's voice still clearly reached Xianlang's ears. In fact, it was as if the voice was ringing in Xianlang's ears. Who was the one who said that the monks of the Xiankong Temple were weak? Who was the one who said that they didn't practice martial arts? A moment later, Xianlang's group boarded the Xiankong Temple's large ship. This old monk, Jimia of the Xiankong Temple, pays his respects to the 3 benefactors. The old monk bowed to Xianlang's group. Xianlang's group respectfully returned the greeting. Greetings, Master. This monk, Jimia, was an elder of the Xiankong Temple. He was the one who had led the team to excavate the ancient ruins. The abbot of the Xiankong Temple, Ji Kong, hadn't come. Xianlang said, many thanks, Elder Jimia. Jimia said, saving a life is better than building a 7-storied pagoda. Please follow me for a vegetarian meal. Buddhist incense was lit in the cabin. It was indeed a vegetarian meal, and it was served separately. During the meal, the few of them were silent. After the meal, the Xiankong Temple served tea. Almsgiver Shen's mathematical attainments have left me in awe. Xianlang said, that's because I'm standing on the giant's hand. Elder Jimia said, Benefactor Shen, actually our temple owes you a favor. Xianlang said, you're too polite. The Great Tribulation Temple is evil, and everyone has the right to punish them. The Xiankong Temple did Shenlang a big favor. For a long time, the Great Tribulation Temple had suppressed the Tongtian Temple and the Xiankong Temple. After the Great Tribulation Temple was annihilated, the Xiankong Temple and the Xiankong Temple recovered. Shenlang killed Sunan and cut off the Great Tribulation Temple's path to the east. The shocking avalanche that Shenlang put on in the Great Tribulation Palace destroyed the legend of the Great Tribulation Temple. Venerable Xianxia said, "What does Shen think of what happened today?" Shenlang said, "It's not good to be too smart, especially for a secular aboriginal. People who love to show off are unlucky. Today, I solved the 1,000-year problem and opened the entrance to the ancient ruins. Everyone was unhappy, including Stupa Mountain. But I love to show off, and I can't help it." Venerable Xianxia said, "The evil of human nature cannot be transcended. Even the boundless Buddhist Dharma may not be able to transcend." This monk was interesting. He did not speak like an enlightened monk, and there was no zen in his words. Venerable Xianxia said, "But I'm really impressed by Shen's mathematical skills. If it's convenient, I'd like to invite Shen to my temple as a guest." Shenlang said, Of course. Venerable Xianxia said, "Then I won't disturb your rest." The Xiankong Temple prepared a cabin for Shenlang. Shenlang had a good sleep. He woke up the next day. He realized that the Xiankong Temple's ship had stopped. He walked out onto the deck. He found that the ships of the Punishing Sky Pavilion and the Sky Sea Pavilion were blocking the way. "Venerable Xianxia, would you like to be a guest at the Sky Sea Pavilion?" a Sky Sea Pavilion elder asked. Venerable Xianxia said, Next time. A middle-aged man from the Punishing Sky Pavilion said, "I'm Linghu Mo from the Punishing Sky Pavilion. Is Shen here?" Shenlang said to Venerable Xianxia, "Please tell him I'm not here." Venerable Xianxia said, "Junior brother Linghu, Shen said he's not here." CK. Venerable, I've finally seen your true colors. Venerable Xianxia put his palms together at Shenlang and said innocently, "I'm sorry, Shen. A monk does not lie." Shenlang could not help but laugh. This monk is interesting. Linghu Mo from the Punishing Sky Pavilion was also shocked. Was this a slap in the face? I wanted to invite Shen on board, but since it's not convenient, forget it. Goodbye. The Punishing Sky Pavilion ship left. The elder from the Sky Sea Pavilion said, "Venerable Xianxia, please visit us when it's convenient. On behalf of the left pavilion master, I extend a sincere invitation to your temple's abbot Ji Kong. We will definitely welcome you." Venerable Xianxia said, "I will pass on the message. Thank you for the invitation." The Sky Sea Pavilion ship left. Shenlang bowed and said, "Thank you, Venerable Xianxia." Just now, it was as if there was no anger, and it was even very respectful and loving. But that was not the case. The Sky Sea Pavilion and the Punishing Sky Pavilion stopped the Xiankong Temple ship. The Punishing Sky Pavilion was overbearing and wanted to force Shenlang to stay. To maintain their arrogance, the Sky Sea Pavilion would not force Shenlang to stay, but they were willing to cooperate with the Punishing Sky Pavilion. But Master Terminator of the Xiankong Temple refused. He said he would not hand over Shenlang. It was because of Xiankong Temple's unyielding attitude that the Punishing Sky Pavilion retreated. Venerable Xianxia said, "You're welcome." Just like that, the Xiankong Temple ship sent Shenlang to the Tiannan province's pier. This was already within the state of Yu, the territory of the king of Yu. According to the rules, neither the Sky Sea Pavilion nor the Punishing Sky Pavilion could do anything to Shenlang. Of course, they could also break the rules. But it was not worth it to break the rules for a mere Shenlang. After these few days of interaction, Shenlang could vaguely feel the rules set by the emperor of the Great Yan Empire, the limits of authority of the secular monarchs and martial arts factions, and the boundaries between them. "Shen, we will take our leave. Please visit our temple when it is convenient for you." Venerable Xianxia said. Of course. Thank you for the invitation, Venerable Xianxia." Then, the Xiankong Temple ship left. The three of them traveled north for several kilometers. There was a carriage here, and Sword King Li Xianxia drove it with ease. "Shen, why don't you help the Xiankong Temple open the ancient ruins? Why are you helping Stupa Mountain?" Li Xianxia could not help but ask. Shenlang said, firstly, I have just experienced the friendship of the Xiankong Temple. Secondly, the Xiankong Temple is only a bystander in the excavation of the ancient ruins. The first to discover the ancient ruins was the Xianxia Pavilion, followed by Stupa Mountain, and finally Punishing Sky Pavilion. The Xiankong Temple was invited here, so no matter what, the excavation rights can only be given to the Xianxia Pavilion, Punishing Sky Pavilion, and Stupa Mountain. The Xiankong Temple has no hope. Wu Tuzi could not help but be stunned by this. As an elder of Stupa Mountain, I don't even know about this, but you, Shenlang, know about it so clearly. Of course, Shenlang knew about it. He had a pair of gossipy ears. Listening to the conversations of the people on Black Rock Island, he had a clear understanding of the relationships within. The Xiankong Temple has been in decline for hundreds of years, but about 10 years ago, they elected a complete stranger as their abbot. That was Master Ji Kong. Li Xianxia said, at that time, no one knew who this Master Ji Kong was, but he was the one who brought the Xiankong Temple back to its position as one of the 6 great transcendental forces. Shenlang said, then this Master Ji Kong is very impressive. Have you met him, teacher? Wu Tuzi said, no, this is my first time leaving Stupa Mountain. You're awesome. Universe-level female geek. Shenlang asked, Senior Sword King, do you know Master Ji Kong? Li Xianxia said, no. In fact, up until now, almost no one has seen this Master Ji Kong. That's why the Xianxia Pavilion keeps inviting him over to visit. They want to understand this peerless expert. Shenlang suddenly asked, Senior Sword King, between you and my teacher, who's more skilled in martial arts? Wu Tuzi said, him. Shenlang was stunned. It was actually the Sword King who was more powerful, however, this was normal. Wu Tuzi had relied entirely on her heaven-defying bloodline to become so powerful. She didn't practice martial arts at all. She was doing experiments every day and didn't have time to practice. Shenlang said, Senior Sword King, your martial arts are so high, and you have such a domineering nickname. Why are you so cowardly? Li Xianxia wasn't annoyed. He said, my title as a martial grandmaster, including my nickname, was conferred by others. That was really the case. The 6 great transcendental forces formed a committee to determine the number of martial grandmasters. The state of Yu was divided into 6, the Chu nation was divided into 6, and the Wu nation was divided into 5. Without their conferment, even if one's martial arts reached a certain level, one could never be called a grandmaster. These 6 great powers completely monopolized the entire martial arts world. Shenlang asked again, why didn't anyone from the White Jade capital come to excavate the ancient ruins? Wu Tuzi said, don't you know that saying? Shenlang asked, what saying? Wu Tuzi said, the snowless places in the east have nothing to do with the White Jade capital. Wherever there is snow, it belongs to the White Jade capital. Wow, this saying is awesome. Shenlang asked, among the 6 great powers, is the White Jade capital the strongest? Wu Tuzi said, we haven't fought before, so who knows who's the strongest? However, the White Jade capital is the most mysterious. Shenlang asked, is it more mysterious than Stupa Mountain? Wu Tuzi said, Stupa Mountain isn't mysterious at all. Alright, I can't do anything about it, teacher. In the eyes of everyone in the world, Stupa Mountain was synonymous with mystery and terror. However, one could tell that the White Jade capital was even more mysterious than Stupa Mountain. The next day, Shenlang passed by Tiannan province's capital, Tiannan City. This was the 3rd largest city in the state of Yu. It had a population of more than 300,000 people, and its city walls were more than 15 kilometers in circumference. At this moment, Tiannan City was also shrouded in the clouds of war. The city gates were almost closed, and only a small opening was left. The city walls were densely packed with soldiers, and outside the city walls, there were teams of soldiers patrolling. From afar, Shenlang could even see Tiannan province's governor Zhu Yong. He had personally gone up to the city walls to inspect the city's defenses. Moreover, there was an endless stream of grain carriages on the official road in the southwest direction. They were all sent to Nanou. According to the time, Prince Jin's 100,000 troops should have already entered Nanou's territory. A war was about to break out, and it might even have already broken out. Once a war broke out, Tiannan province would be Nan's rear, and Tiannan city would be their first fortress. At this moment, Nan Ouyu's 150,000 troops were all from the Crown Prince's faction. The Crown Prince's faction was determined to win, and the Zhu clan was also going all out. Shenlang did not stop, and he continued to head east. Nan Ouyu was more than 300 kilometers away from Tiannan city, and more than 500 kilometers away from Xuanwu city. The war there would not spread to Shenlang's home for a while. The three of them hurried on their way. When they arrived at the next relay station, the three of them changed horses, and instead of riding carriages, they galloped on horseback. They changed horses every 200 kilometers. The three of them traveled day and night, without sleep or rest. It only took them 2 days to cover the distance of 500 kilometers. Finally, they arrived at Xuanwu city. Go, 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 an army surged out of Xuanwu city's gate. There were about 1,000 people, and they marched in an orderly manner towards the southwest direction. The one leading the army was the familiar castellan Lu Wuyan. He was still here. Shenlang had almost forgotten about this person. Lu Wuyan could not help but be slightly startled when he saw Shenlang, and then he looked away and continued to lead the army forward. This was really a war that could topple a country. Even Xuanwu city had to send 1,000 soldiers, and they were personally led by the castellan. In this war, the state of Yu had directly sent out 150,000 troops, and the indirect troops were probably more than 250,000. The Zhu clan really wanted to squeeze the entire Tiannan province's soldiers to the extreme, and send them all to the battlefield in Nan Ouyu. Shenlang slightly frowned. Was this not good? If the Zhu clan frantically mobilized troops from the entire Tiannan province, the entire rear would be empty. If Nan Ouyu was defeated, then all the pressure would be on Tiannan city. And if Tiannan city fell, then there would be no city in the entire Tiannan province that could be defended. What would happen at that time? It was scary just thinking about it. The Crown Prince's faction was really staking everything on this one throw. The sword monarch Li Xianxia also felt that something was wrong. He could not help but ask, even if Nan Ouyu falls, the defensive line in Tiannan province won't fall, right? Shenlang did not reply. Although the war in Nan Ouyu was important, it could wait until baby Mulan was saved. Go, 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 Shenlang's group of 3 rushed to Marquis Xuanwu's residence. They were finally home. The son-in-law is back, the son-in-law is back. Shenlang did not like last-minute rescues. According to his calculations, there were still 3 days until the deadline for Mulan's return. Nothing bad should have happened. Although the atmosphere in Marquis Xuanwu's residence was heavy, at least there was no earth-shattering situation. When they were still a few hundred meters away from the castle gates, the gates opened to the maximum. Shenlang's group of 3 rushed into the Marquis's residence and immediately jumped off their horses. A moment later, a group of people swarmed over. Shenlang's parents, younger brother, Bing father-in-law, mother-in-law, Jin Mutsong, and so on. All of their gazes fell on Shenlang's face, full of hope and apprehension. This time, the hope of saving Mulan was completely pinned on Shenlang's head. Shenlang nodded, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief. Then, Shenlang did not stop and directly rushed to his courtyard. Father-in-law, mother-in-law, Xiao Bing, and Shenlang's mother followed. After entering the courtyard, Snow Mountain Demon Lin Shang was still guarding the door. You're finally back. If you had come a few days later, Mulan would have. Lin Shang's teacher did not finish her sentence, leaving a good impression on Shenlang. This top fighter who had never won a fight finally had feelings for this family. She could not bear to say those cruel words to Mulan. Shenlang rushed into the room. More than a month later, Shenlang once again returned to Mulan's side. Dr. Xianxia was inside. He had lost a lot of weight and seemed to be on the verge of collapse. If something happened to Mulan, there was nothing he could do. After Shenlang left, the responsibility of maintaining Mulan's life fell on her. Not only was Mulan half her master, but she was also like his daughter. If something happened to Mulan while Shenlang was not around, Xianxia felt that he would really have to commit suicide. Everyone, leave first. Teacher and I will be fine. Shenlang, immediately, everyone left the room in an orderly manner. They waited quietly outside the courtyard, almost holding their breaths as they prayed to the gods. Teacher. Wu Tuzi said, untie Mulan's clothes. Xianxia stepped forward and untied Mulan's clothes. Darling Mulan had lost weight. She had been in a long sleep for almost 50 days and had lost a lot of weight. The plumpness caused by pregnancy had completely disappeared. Moreover, her face was almost as pale as Wu Tuzi's. Her breathing and heartbeat had become so weak that they could almost not be heard. Fortunately, Xianxia had arrived. There were no delays along the way. They had traveled more than 5,000 kilometers in a month. Finally, he had arrived. Xianxia took out a jade bottle. Needle. Wu Tuzi said. Xianxia took out a syringe. Wu Tuzi was stunned. It turned out to be a syringe. It was a modern syringe created by Xianxia. It could be used for suction and injection. Very good. Very amazing, Wu Tuzi said. Then, she took out the marrow cleansing essence. It turned out to be a red elixir. It was not an elixir because the layer on its surface seemed to be a very special substance. Wu Tuzi pinched the elixir and injected inner force into it. Almost instantly, the elixir lit up. The thing inside had awakened. Wu Tuzi pierced the elixir with the syringe and extracted the marrow cleansing essence without any guidance. Xianxia finally saw what the marrow cleansing essence looked like. It was indeed alive. Moreover, it was blood red and looked like a type of goo worm. This is not a goo worm. It's very complicated. I haven't even figured it out yet. The countless marrow cleansing essences were emitting a dazzling red light. Mulan was lying on her side. Wu Tuzi took a deep breath. She thought to herself, Wu Yan, you shouldn't have given birth to me back then. Otherwise, my mother would have been fine. You couldn't save your wife back then. Today, I'll treat it as if I'm saving my mother. I'll save this lovely lady before me. Then, she pierced the long needle into Mulan's spine. She injected the dazzling marrow cleansing essence into Mulan's marrow. In an instant, Mulan's entire spine emitted a red light. The skin on her delicate body seemed to have turned transparent. The endless energy of the marrow cleansing essence exploded in her body like a tinder. Xianxia could clearly feel the blood vessels in Mulan's body exploding inch by inch. Then, an extremely mysterious pattern appeared on Mulan's back. 3 seconds later, Mulan suddenly opened her eyes. Absolutely stunning. Note, today's 2 chapters cost 16,000. Brothers, do you still have monthly votes? I want to rush back to 5th place. Please help me, I beg of you. He did not know how to describe Mulan's eyes at this moment. They seemed to be filled with absolute attraction, as if they could see through everything. The light they released was simply breathtaking. To some extent, human eyes were not as beautiful as many animals' eyes. For example, cats' eyes were deeper and more enchanting than humans' eyes. Even in the dark, cats' eyes seemed to emit Yu's glow. Therefore, many people even joked that cats' eyes were psychic. At this moment, Mulan's eyes were even more resplendent and deep than a cat's eyes. The light released from her eyes was getting more and more intense. Her entire body was also changing. A pregnant woman's belly would not be small even after giving birth, and it would take time for it to shrink. Some especially lazy women would not be able to bear it. After Mulan gave birth, her belly naturally became smaller, but it was still plump and bulging. But now, her entire body seemed to be on fire. Not only was it red, but it was also emitting red light. Moreover, it was reshaping her figure. Her entire body seemed to be lengthening. Her slightly plump abdomen quickly flattened, and her waist gradually returned to its previous super small size. Her legs were already very long to begin with, and they were already super beautiful long legs. But now, her entire skeleton was crackling as if it was facing a second puberty. Her legs were gradually lengthening. Xianxia was stunned. So was Wu Tuzi. Teacher, what's going on? I don't know either. Isn't it good? Don't you men like long legs? But, Xianxia kept exclaiming in his heart. Baby Mulan, stop growing. Stop growing. You'll be taller than husband if you grow any longer. After coming to this world for 2 years, Xianxia had grown a few centimeters. He was about 1.85 meters tall. Mulan was about 1. 73 meters tall, but she had grown a few centimeters. Moreover, her body was not just growing. Her skeleton, tendons, muscles, and skin had all changed. Was this the second metamorphosis? She had completely transformed from inside to outside, from top to bottom. Xianxia asked, "Teacher, what is this marrow cleansing essence?" Wu Tuzi said, "I'll let you know after I've looked through more detailed ancient books." Mulan had changed too much. Xianxia examined her body with an X-ray eye. He discovered that the density of his bones had greatly changed. If there were no accidents, the toughness of her bones had already far exceeded that of a normal person. And his meridians, a normal person's tendons and meridians were tough and could withstand a lot of force. However, if the force was too great, it was possible that his tendons and meridians would rupture. The sprinters on Earth were most likely to suffer from such injuries. Mulan's tendons and meridians had also been strengthened by several times. In other words, her current body could withstand even greater pressure. She had more explosive power. That was awesome. This kind of bloodline transformation did not rely on inner force, but directly strengthened the body's quality. Then Xianxia discovered something else. Mulan's figure had actually become even more devilish. This is going to kill me. Mulan's figure was already shocking in the past. Now, her legs were longer, and the curves of her thighs were rounder and straighter. Her waist was slimmer, and it was filled with super strength. Her chest was even more perfect. In short, her entire body seemed to have been completely transformed. It was hard for a normal person to have such curves. It was like a fantasy. It was like some special race in a game. Xianxia asked, "Teacher, does this bloodline transformation take into account the thoughts of a woman's husband?" Wu Tuzi said, "From your point of view, her transformed body is more suitable for sleeping with one's arms. From my point of view, her body transformation is more suitable for combat." Hearing that, Xianxia observed from the perspective of combat. He found that it was true. Mulan's body transformation was completely for combat. She was slender, agile, and full of explosive power. Was she like the Elsa in the game? Finally, the violent transformation of his body stopped. Next was her face. No. Mulan's face was already perfect. There was no need to change it. There was no need to change it. No more changes. No more changes. 7 minutes later. Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder. After the transformation, Mulan's face was too beautiful. The outline didn't change. But her nose was a little bulging, her face was a little slender, and her eye sockets were a little deeper. This made Mulan look like a mixed blood. It was not a mixed blood, but a more mysterious mixed blood. Of course, Mulan was still Mulan. Everyone could tell at a glance that this person was Mulan. Xianxia could pat his chest and say, "My wife will be the most beautiful woman in the state of you in the future." Xianxia, go away. Ning Han, your appearance will no longer be able to roam the world. At this moment, Xianxia deeply felt the mysterious aura of this world. Of course, the rejuvenation of Tianshan Tonglao in the demigods and semi-devils, and the fat and thin monks in the deer and the cauldron were also very mysterious. But Xianxia was still shocked. He had done more than 1 or 2 experiments on the transformation of the bloodline. The 10 Lan brothers turned from semi-disabled to normal people. The Nirvana army turned from imbeciles to ace warriors. But at least their appearance didn't change much. But now, Mulan had undergone a transformation from the inside out. A whole hour later, Mulan's transformation ended. The red flame-like light on her body disappeared. But on her snow-white back, there were bright red runes and carvings. They looked like mysterious and beautiful tattoos, vivid and lifelike. Xianxia reached out to touch Mulan's body. He found that her skin had become so compact. In the past, Mulan practiced martial arts all year round, so she didn't have much fat on her body. Her skin was porcelain but soft. But now, Mulan's skin was shockingly elastic. And it was as smooth as porcelain. Such skin could only be achieved by those beauties on Earth who had photoshopped it. Xianxia was filled with worry. Was this change a good thing? Or a bad thing? Teacher, do you think Mulan looks like the ancient humans? Xianxia asked. Wu Tuzi said, a little. Xianlang said, do the humans of the primordial era look different from us now? Wu Tuzi said, there are some pictures of humans in the ancient books. Maybe it was to be suitable for combat, so the ancient humans developed more perfectly in certain aspects. Basically, they are taller and more profound than the people we are now. Xianlang asked, apart from Mulan, has anyone else in this world used the ancient marrow cleansing essence? Wu Tuzi nodded. Yes, a woman from the White Jade capital used the ancient marrow cleansing essence 35 years ago. Her name is Xiaoqi. Then, Wu Tuzi said, rumor has it that ancestor Lei also used the ancient marrow cleansing essence and underwent a huge change. She should be in her 50s now, but I heard that she looks like she's in her 20s. Ancestor Lei, Qiu Yaoer's teacher, the dream lover of the Sky Sea Pavilion's pavilion masters was CI. After the transformation, Mulan continued to sleep. But this time it wasn't a long sleep. Her breathing and heartbeat were strong. She was full of vitality. This kind of sleep was for growth. It was like how a snake would shed its skin after growing up and stay in its cave motionlessly as a sacrifice to the heavens. By the time it came out again, it had become even stronger. Xianlang picked her up and wanted to take a bath in the bathtub. But he couldn't carry her. How embarrassing, he had been able to carry her before. Mulan was clearly thinner than before. She had such a devilish figure, but she didn't seem to weigh more than 120 kilograms. Wu Tuzi stepped forward and carried Mulan into the bathtub. Her bone density has increased. Although she looks thin, her weight is not low. Also, you have to be careful when you make out in the future. Her strength has increased a lot, but she's not used to it yet. If she accidentally uses too much force, she might break you. It'll be troublesome to break your pelvic bones. Xianlang was speechless, but he shuddered in fear. Teacher, you've never touched a man's finger. You really know everything. After the bath, Xianlang helped Mulan put on her clothes. But, it was a little short. Mulan was pulled up by 6 or 7 centimeters, and her long legs were on her legs. Sigh, I can't wear any pants. But with such long legs, I can really play with them for 10 years. Honestly, if it wasn't for his teacher, Xianlang would have started. At this time, his mother-in-law and Xianlang's mother were still praying to the gods outside the yard. Bing'er was also praying silently. The door opened, and Xianlang walked out. Langer, how did it go? Xianlang smiled and said, it's a success. Mulan is safe, but she'll sleep for another 2 days or so. You can go and see her now. Lucky. Lucky. You're amazing. God bless us. God bless us. The women rushed into Mulan's room. Then, his mother-in-law, Su Peipei, exclaimed. This is my Mulan. Why has she changed? Xiao Bing cried miserably, oh my God, Miss has become so beautiful. How am I going to live in the future? Xianlang said to himself, Bing'er, don't worry. Although you're not as beautiful as Mulan, you're coquettisher. After rescuing Mulan, Wu Tuzi left immediately and did not stay for a long time. She only said a few words before saying goodbye. Give me 10 vials of blood. If I need you in the future, just come to me. Without hesitation, Xianlang drew out 10 vials of blood and gave them to her. Then, Wu Tuzi left just like that. In the end, Xianlang did not ask the question in his heart. Teacher, how did you extract the fluid from my prostate gland? At night, Xianlang took a bath and changed his clothes. He was paralyzed on the bed, unable to move. He had traveled more than 10,000 miles in a month, and he had no strength at all. He could not even lift half a kilogram. Although he was fully prepared, his thigh was still badly bruised. He had never suffered like this before. He did not feel excited and nervous when he rescued Mulan, but now he was burning with pain. He had never suffered like this before. Bing'er carefully applied the ointment on him. She originally wanted to use her ultimate skill, but her husband's posture seemed to be unable to do so. After applying the ointment, she put on a loose robe. 2 adorable babies were crawling around on the side. Shenmi was almost 1 year old. Xingyi, on the other hand, was less than 2 months old. A normal baby needed 6 months to learn how to crawl. But Xinyi started to crawl in less than 2 months. It was really strange. Although Shenlang was weak, he could not help but pick up Shinmi when he saw the cute baby. Daddy's baby girl. Too many things had happened in the past, and he had not held her for almost 6 months. When they were in the capital, Shenlang held her every day and did not want to put her down. Shinmi opened her big black eyes and looked at Shenlang seriously. Papa, Papa, after shouting, she even clapped her hands. The baby already had 8 teeth. Shenlang was soft-hearted and missed many moments of the baby's growth unconsciously. After a person had a family, did he have to divide his heart into several parts? One for the parents, one for the wife, and one for the child. Baby Xinyi was full of energy. Originally, he was very excited to climb on the big bed alone. As he climbed, he studied the mat. However, when he looked up, he found that his father was holding his sister instead of himself. He turned over and sat up, flattened his little mouth, and burst into tears. This boy was only 2 months old, but he could turn over and sit up by himself. He cried when he saw his brother. Shinmi pointed with his chubby little hand. Beep, beep, Shenlang could not help kissing the little girl's face. Baby, you're great. Shinmi began to clap his hands again. Seeing this, Xinyi cried even harder, and even deliberately pretended to be out of breath. Bing'er rolled her eyes at Shenlang and went forward to pick up Xinyi. Let's ignore the bad father. Your mother loves the wild baby. But no matter how Bing'er coaxed him, Xinyi kept crying. Bing'er had no choice but to push him to the other side of Shenlang. Shenlang held him with his left hand. In an instant, Xinye's crying stopped abruptly. Then, he used his little hand to push his sister. The next day, while his father-in-law was happy, he was also frowning. He was happy because Mulan had recovered. He was frowning because of the official document in his hand. To be precise, there were 3 official documents. The Secretariat, the Privy Council, the Governor's Office of Tiannan Province. The official document from the Privy Council was written by King Ningqi himself, and the official document from the Governor's Office of Tiannan Province was written by Zhu Yong himself. The content was the same. He hoped that Marquis Xuanwu would set an example for the nobles and send troops into the second battlefield. Nanu was the first battlefield, and Tiannan City was the second. After Sunan was destroyed, there were only 2 old marquises left in the entire state of Yu, Zhongyao and Jinzhua. Zhongyao was leading hundreds of thousands of troops to defend against Chu. As the other marquis, Jinzhua would feel bad if he did not send troops. According to him, everyone was responsible for the rise and fall of the country. The previous war in Nanu was just a small rebellion, and the Kim family was facing the crisis of the new policy, so it was understandable that they did not want to send troops. But now it was a war for the fate of the country, so Jinzhua felt that he was duty-bound. Zhu Yong also called Jinzhua as his elder brother in private letters, hoping that he would send 2,000 troops, and promised that he would not send them to the battlefield in Nanu, but only to guard Tiannan City. After a year or 2 of development. How many private troops did the Kim family have now? 6,000. That's right, it was still only this little. Because after taking over New Tiao City, the Kim family used all their energy and financial resources to develop their naval fleet. These 6,000 troops were used to defend Marquis Xuanwu's office and New Tiao City. According to his previous temperament, Jinzhua would have already led 2,000 private troops to Tiannan City. But now, he wanted to consult Shenlang's opinion. Father-in-law can just ignore it. Shenlang, this war in Nanu is completely led by the Crown Prince, we don't need to join in the fun. Marquis Jinzhua, Lang do you think we will lose this war? Shenlang came in front of the big map. For this war, the Zhu clan has invested an incalculable amount of money, materials, and political resources. Shenlang, they have gathered 150,000 troops on the battlefield in Nanu, and 100,000 troops on the defensive line in Tiannan City. How extravagant! How extravagant indeed. Things have developed to this point, it has already exceeded the imagination of many people. Previously, Zhang Chong had told the monarch that Nano needed to increase the number of soldiers on the battlefield by 150,000 in order to maintain their position. At that time, the monarch said that even if the state of Yu went bankrupt, they still wouldn't be able to send 150,000 troops. Because of Xianlang's help, the monarch's military budget was unprecedentedly rich. But even so, they only sent 100,000 troops to the battlefield in Nanu, 80,000 at first, then 20,000 later. The construction of the defensive line in Tiannan City was completely done by the Zhu family. Where did these 100,000 troops come from? Part of it was mercenaries hired by the Zhu family. The other part was the Zhu family's political resources, squeezing out half of the state of Yu. When Xianlang came, he already saw that Xuanwu City had to send 1,000 troops. Xuanwu City's garrison was a real second-rate local army. Not only that, the Zhu family also used their political prestige to call on the nobles to send troops. Of course, there was a price to pay. It wasn't just money, the real price was the future position in the royal court and the local government. These nobles sent their own private army, in a sense, they were investing in the crown prince. Everyone knew that this war in Nanu was related to the fate of the country. If they won, it would be a great achievement, and no one would be able to shake the crown prince's position. Once the crown prince ascends to the throne in the future, these nobles' investment would be returned tenfold. Relying on the future political resources, the Zhu family gathered 250,000 troops in the south. So where did the military budget for this extra 100,000 troops come from? Of course, it was the Yinyuan Association again. The association had plenty of money. They didn't want to lend it to Ningyuan Xian, but they were willing to lend it to Crown Prince Ningyi. 250,000 against Prince Jin's 100,000. Moreover, they were on the defensive side, and they had a strong city. No matter how you looked at it, they would win. Xianlang said, if the state of Yu holds its ground and fights a war of attrition, they won't lose. But the crown prince can't wait, and neither can the Zhu family. They don't need to be undefeated, but a great victory. Politics determined war. Nothing could be more correct than that. Now the crown prince's faction was in a difficult position. The monarch had raised the third prince's status. If the crown prince couldn't make a great achievement, his position would be in danger. Reality forced him to win this match. Otherwise, in the eyes of the world, he would be incompetent if he couldn't destroy Prince Jin's 100,000 barbarians with 250,000 troops. There's only one key point in this war. The state of Yu can only defend, not attack. Xianlang said, this time, I passed by Prince Jin's Danan Kingdom and Nano Kingdom. I observed Prince Jin's army closely. They are indeed not well organized and disciplined enough, but their individual combat power is far superior to the state of Yu's army. In the battle of attacking and defending cities, Prince Jin's army will be at a disadvantage. But as long as they leave the cities and enter the mountains and forests, into the territory of Danan Kingdom, then, the state of Yu's army will be finished. Xianxia said, is it that serious? The state of Yu has 250,000 troops. Xianlang said, in that environment, the army is useless. There are mountains and dense forests everywhere. Not to mention 250,000 troops, even 30,000 won't be able to fight. Once they enter the forest, it will be the world of Prince Jin's army. They are like wolves, tigers, leopards, and poisonous snakes. No matter how many troops the state of Yu sends, they will die. The sand barbarian warriors are really strong. They can walk in the mountains and forests like they are walking on flat ground. Their archery skills are also very good. Xianxia said, Prince Jin knows that his army can't attack the city, so why did he attack the 3 cities of Nano Kingdom? Xianlang said, to lure the snake out of its hole. Zhu Lin and Nangong Ao are both veterans. They have been defending the city like a turtle shell. That's why Prince Jin's 100,000 troops came to attack the city. He used himself and his 100,000 troops as bait. Xianxia said, will Zhu Lin and Nangong Ao fall for it? Xianlang said, if they are the absolute commanders, they won't fall for it. Because both of them are very cautious when it comes to using troops. They would rather not make a mistake than fail. But if the prince goes to Nano Kingdom's battlefield, everything will be different. As long as the temptation is big enough, the state of Yu's army will come out in full force to eliminate Prince Jin and Danan Kingdom. At that time, it will be the end of the state of Yu's army. Xianxia was silent for a long time before he said, Xianlang, do you need to submit a memorial to His Majesty? Xianlang said, yes, of course I do. Not only me, but His Highness Ningxing also needs to make his voice heard in the court. 2 days passed, Mulan had not woken up yet. At this moment, she was like a peerless sleeping beauty. She was not only healthy, but also full of vitality. Although she was lying there, she looked like she could jump up at any time, pick up a scimitar and rush out to fight. Moreover, the fragrance on her body was even stronger than Shui Yin's. Shui Yin's fragrance was because of the Futu Mountain goo worm in her body. And Mulan's fragrance was the fragrance of a second-generation bloodline metamorphosed. Shenlang lay beside her. I'll endure it, endure it, endure it. Finally, Shenlang could not hold it in anymore. He started kissing Mulan's ankle and moved upwards. Sigh, my wife is definitely the most beautiful woman in the world with long legs. This is not a leg for fun, but a leg for fun. After a while, Shenlang could not hold it in anymore. My wife is still unconscious. If I do anything, won't I be a beast? But the atmosphere had already reached this point. It is not good to give up halfway. Besides, we are legally husband and wife. It is normal to be intimate. It took him 10 seconds to convince himself. Shenlang kissed Mulan's little mouth. Mulan darling, please don't blame me. It is all because you are so charming that husband is not human. 10 minutes later, Shenlang was defeated. He doubted his life again. How could this be? I've clearly become very powerful already. In the past, Mulan and I were on par. Now Mulan is lying there in a deep sleep. I have lost so badly. Then when she wakes up, won't I be defeated like a landslide? My dignity as a man. I knew it. Metamorphosis is not a good thing. It is all that ancient marrow cleanser's fault. Husband, let's eat. Binger walked in and saw the scene in front of her. She could not believe it. Is my husband such an animal? Can't he wait? However, my sister is still asleep. Husband, why don't you come to me? I've been thinking about you day and night during this period of time, to the point that I'm going crazy. I didn't see anything. I will cook for you again in a while. Binger quickly retreated. After a while, she poked her little face in and said in a low voice, Husband, do you want me to come with you? Ah, there is indeed no wrong nickname in this world. In the past, Shenlang was very tempted, but now, he was doubting his life. He could not let Binger know this embarrassing side of him. You go eat. Oh. Binger left angrily. She had a bad feeling about her future. So she liked to stay in the capital. Although Ning Yan was there, they could take turns and drink water. As long as they returned home, husband would stay in Mrs. room every day. Now it was even worse. Miss had become more beautiful, and her figure had become more devilish. Look, she was still asleep, but husband was already behaving like a beast. When she woke up, it would be terrible. Husband might not come to my room anymore. It would be amazing if he could come to my room for 1 day out of 10. I knew it. Binger could not help but feel sorry for herself. Next, Shenlang found 100 reasons for himself. I must be too excited. I have been too tired. I have traveled more than 10,000 miles in a month. Even a body made of iron can't take it. Plus, after experiencing such great joy and sorrow, it is normal for my physique to fluctuate. This is normal, isn't it? Do it again, do it again. I, Shenlang, am definitely awesome. 6 minutes later, Shenlang was in despair. I'm done, completely done for. What ancient marrow cleansing essence? Trash, trash. Shenlang laid on Mulan's Shenlang, wanting to cry but no tears came out. What should I do in the future? But I have to clean up the crime scene. Then, he acted as if nothing had happened. Xiaobing's mouth is sealed. She won't say anything. Shenlang's reputation can't be ruined. I can't let people know that I did such a beastly thing. When my wife wakes up, she won't know anything. I, Shenlang, am still an infatuated gentleman. My image can't be ruined. Shenlang was about to get up to bathe Mulan. And at this moment, Mulan opened her eyes and looked at Shenlang. Oh my God, my wife, why didn't you wake up earlier or later? Why did you wake up at this time? Heavens, are you playing with me? However, there's something wrong with Mulan's expression. Oh my God. Are you going to put on a melodramatic show where the female lead loses her memory? Please don't. I'll be beaten to death if that happens. Right now, Mulan could probably crush me to death with just half a finger. Baby, this. How many is this? Xianlang stretched out 3 fingers. Mulan still stared at Xianlang with wide eyes. Xianlang's scalp went numb. Baby, do you know who I am? I'm your husband. What I'm doing now is legal. Please don't beat me to death. Mulan still didn't say anything. Xianlang felt a chill down his spine. Baby, do you know who you are? Do you know where this place is? Mulan still didn't respond. Xianlang's entire body was cold. It's over, it's over. Is she really going to put on a melodramatic show of amnesia? Do I need to run away immediately? I'll die if I'm a second late. Xianlang didn't even have time to put on his clothes. He turned around and ran away as fast as he could. Whoosh! Mulan's delicate body moved like lightning. She moved more than 10 meters in an instant and stood in front of Xianlang. Baby, spare me. I was wrong. I was really wrong. I shouldn't have taken advantage of you when you were asleep. In the next second, Xianlang was pressed to the ground. Mulan kissed him. Husband, let's have another child. Husband, I feel strange, very strange. Husband, I seem to have awakened a very special ability. Note, I didn't sleep well last night and my eyes are burning. I'm going to lie down for half an hour before eating and writing. Today, I'll still have more than 15,000 votes. Don't stop your monthly votes. You're less than 200 votes away from the 4th place. Please, thank you for the 10,000 yuan tips from Sinao, Vanish, and Cold Finger. Wife, I really can't take it anymore. Wife, why don't you let me go today and talk about it at night? At night, we already have a little rascal, Xinyi, and it's annoying enough. Let's not have any more, Xianlang begged for mercy again and again. Finally, he managed to escape. Why don't I run and do squats with Fat Otaku from now on? I wonder if it's too late to start practicing now. Teacher, why are you in such a hurry to leave? I still have a question I haven't asked. Does your Stupa mountain have any ancient secret manuals to cultivate the secret techniques of the bedroom? Do you have any elixirs? Do you have any super elixirs that can allow one to fight against 100 women without losing after eating them? Mulan went to take a bath, and Xianlang followed her. Half an hour later, Xianlang still couldn't escape. Mulan was really too infatuated. And this time, Xianlang's performance was not bad. He immediately became proud. It seems that I have the ability, but sometimes I can't perform it well. Mulan wouldn't tell him how hard it was for her to regain his confidence. She had to grasp the absolute rhythm without any mistakes. Otherwise, this scum of a husband of hers would collapse. Of course, this time it really couldn't be blamed on Xianlang. Mulan's transformation was too powerful. It wasn't something that the weak Xianlang could resist. Xianlang was just trying to show off in front of Xiaobing. Xianlang lay on the bed and wailed. Mulan was massaging his back. Son-in-law, are you coming out for dinner or not? Binger shouted from outside. She knew her man's ability very well. Calling him after more than 2 hours was already giving him face. But when she came in, Binger found that Mulan was awake. Miss, you're awake? Then, she was about to run out. Binger, don't run out and shout. I still want to be alone with husband for a while, Mulan said. These words were a little heartless. However, if Binger went out and shouted, it was guaranteed that dozens of people would rush into the room to look at Mulan. Of course, Mulan was very touched by everyone's concern. But she just wanted to be alone with her husband. She didn't want to be apart for even a minute, and she didn't want to be affected. She wished that there were only the two of them in the world. All right, I know. Miss, you've grown 2 inches taller. I'll make use of these few days to change your clothes. I'll go get it now. Binger said. Oh right, do you want to bring Xinyi over? No. Xianlang and Mulan said in unison. Sigh, poor baby, daddy and mommy only care about their love and don't care about you. A moment later, Binger brought the modified clothes over. First was the tight-fitting snakeskin battle suit. Of course, she knew what the scumbag husband liked. He loved Miss wearing tight clothes. Sure enough, after Mulan put it on, Xianlang's eyes went wide. This figure, it was almost inhuman. She really looked like those super beautiful elves in games, and they were female combat elves. These two super long legs were really soul-stirring. In order to look good on camera, those female celebrities in the modern world were all as thin as poles. The two legs were long, but the shape of the legs was not good at all. And now, Mulan's legs. The shape of the legs was perfect, they were super long, round and powerful, full of absolute strength and beauty. These were beautiful super legs, extremely sexy. The chest is a little tight, the buttocks are a little tight, and the waist is a little loose. Hearing this, Binger almost vomited blood with jealousy. The Mrs. figure was already super good, and now it was even more hot like a normal human. She was slender and curvaceous. It made people feel inferior. Beauties like us who are 90 points don't need to live anymore, Binger looked at Xianxia sadly. Husband probably won't enter my room in the future, right? Binger really worried too much. If Xianxia didn't enter his room, how could he show off? Ha 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 ha, sob sob sob. Finally, the two of them had enough intimacy. Mulan appeared in front of everyone. The entire Xuanwu Marquis residence was once again as happy as the new year. Everyone surrounded Mulan, clicking their tongues in surprise and disbelief. She became so beautiful after a long sleep. Was there any woman more beautiful than Mulan in the entire state of you? Probably not, Xianxia, Jin Hui's wife, said. Anyway, I won't be standing next to Mulan in the future. She makes me look like an ugly duckling. The story of the ugly duckling was told by Binger to Shenmi, and Xianxia heard it in passing. Jin Hui hurriedly said, in my heart, you are the most beautiful, the one and only. Bootlicker, Xianxia said seriously, Jin Hui, don't have a bottom line. Be realistic. Jin Hui said, then you are the second most beautiful. Xianxia raised her eyebrows and said coldly, seems like you dislike me? It's over, bootlickers really don't have a good ending. Su Peipei looked at Mulan from head to toe for a while and said, Mulan, are you still my daughter? How can my daughter be so beautiful? You are at most half my daughter. The other half was given to you by Langer. TSK, this skin is really like jade. TSK, even Langer can't draw the curve of this but. I'm so jealous. Su Peipei stopped halfway through her sentence. After all, Xianxia was here. As an elder, it was not appropriate for her to say such things. After a while, Su Peipei said to Xianxia, Langer, do you have a second set of that marrow cleansing essence? There was really no more. Even if you have a mother-in-law, you can't use it. It's not a beauty product. Baby, get ready, run. Xianxia shouted. Mulan's devilish body instantly shot out, and her two super long legs sprinted forward. This speed was too fast, 100 meters in 6 seconds, 200 meters in 12 seconds, 300 meters in 19 seconds, 1000 meters in 63 seconds, 2000 meters in 127 seconds. Xianxia was completely stunned. This is my wife still a normal human? There was indeed such a thing as Qinggong in this world. But Qinggong did not mean that it could be faster than a car. There was no such thing. It was more about endurance. Running at high speed for a long time. Sword King Xianxia was extremely powerful. But his running speed might not be faster than Big Fool's. Chou Yaoer was the fastest person Xianxia had ever seen. His speed was definitely not that of a human. Big Fool's instantaneous speed was not fast, but he could run at his top speed for several hours. How fast was Baby Mulan's speed? About the same as Sword King Xianxia. But Sword King completely relied on internal energy and Qinggong. Mulan completely relied on her body's explosive power. Not only was her running speed faster, her reflexes and agility had also improved tremendously. The most amazing thing was her jumping ability. Baby, let's go. With a loud shout from Xianxia, Mulan jumped directly onto the roof of a house that was nearly 5 meters high. He didn't borrow any strength and directly jumped up. This was too heaven-defying. The people in this world had very high martial arts, and they also had Qinggong. But before, when Great Grandmaster Hanya and Su Nan wanted to rush to the walls of White Knight City, they also needed to borrow strength to climb, and it was impossible to jump directly. The people in this world could not fly. Mulan could not fly either, she jumped completely by relying on her body's amazing elasticity. This was something that even a Grandmaster expert could not do. No matter how strong the internal energy was, it could not make the body have such amazing elasticity. This was directly using cheats on the body. Were ancient humans so strong? Then, Mulan took out her scimitar and began to use it. Fast, super fast, it was the same scimitar, but the lethality was much stronger than before. Next was the test of strength improvement. There was improvement, but the improvement was not very big. Xianxia understood, this marrow-cleansing essence greatly enhanced Mulan's physique, so that her body's elasticity, speed, and agility were greatly improved. Not including internal energy, her physical fitness had far surpassed most humans in this world. But the improvement of strength was average. Her internal energy had a certain improvement, but it was also average. But in terms of personal combat effectiveness, it was more than doubled compared to before. And martial arts without relying on internal energy was amazing, and it had amazing endurance. She could fight forever. And masters who relied on internal energy began to become fierce like tigers. Once the internal energy was exhausted, they would instantly become weak. Mulan, who had just transformed, was extremely excited, like a child who got a new toy. She held Xianxia in one hand and ran everywhere. She easily climbed any of the tallest buildings in the Marquis's mansion. He easily climbed up the city wall and climbed up the mountain behind it. She climbed up along the cliff. The mountain behind the Marquis Xuanwu's mansion was very tall. It was more than 2,000 meters tall, and it was all cliffs. No one had ever climbed it before. Now Mulan went up, and she even brought Xianxia up. The two of them snuggled there and watched the sunset. At this height, they could even see the sea. Watching the sun set over the sea, it was as if there were only the two of them in the whole world. It was so romantic. Mulan was very happy. She was finally strong. She could finally protect her husband. But it was not enough. This was just the beginning. Scumbag, do you think ancient humans are like me? Mulan said softly. She called this scum in an incomparably sweet and lovable manner, causing Xianxia to become restless. Humph, if not for the fact that I overdraft today, I would have done you on this mountain top. However, when Mulan looked over with an infatuated gaze, Master Lang immediately shrank back. My wife can't do it. I really can't do it today. I have to rest until tomorrow. No matter when, my wife will always be unique, Xianxia said. Mulan kissed Xianxia's lips. Scumbag, you are the most amazing person in this world. You are my son. Mulan said seriously. Yes, I am your son. In Mulan's heart, she really did worship her husband. Especially this time, when she was in a long sleep. Husband had traveled more than 10,000 kilometers a month for her. He had gone to Stupa Mountain, passed through several countries, and finally went to the ancient ruins near the South Sea Sword sect. Most importantly, he was the one who opened the ancient ruins, but he didn't even want to go in and take a look. The ancient ruins were incomparably attractive to anyone, but Xianxia wasn't tempted at all. Because he wanted to come back with the marrow cleansing essence to save her. This was what teacher Wu Tuzi had told her. At that time, although Mulan was in a deep sleep, she could hear and feel it. Of course, she had automatically filtered out some of teacher Wu Tuzi's words. For example, your husband is a scumbag. I am his teacher, but he still wanted to desecrate me. Another example, Jean Mulan, ever since you cured me, your husband has peeked at my chest about 19 times. Teacher, you have wronged me. With your pair of A's, I can't see anything even if I peek. In the end, teacher Wu Tuzi concluded. Even if your husband is a scumbag, he is a scumbag who loves you the most. He is a scumbag who completely belongs to you. Husband, didn't I say that I awakened a new ability? Xianxia was startled. He said cautiously, wife, I already know that your new ability is powerful and powerful. But husband, I really can't take it today. Even my iron body can't take it anymore. Mulan was annoyed. What the hell, fine, that was also a superpower. But she still had another superpower. Not that superpower, but another one. Xianxia was startled. He suddenly thought of the superheroes in the Marvel movies. Superpowers, like Professor X, who could enter other people's brains, or Magneto, who could control all magnetism. Or the Hulk's outburst, "Mulan darling, I didn't mean to cheat on you. Cheating on your body doesn't count as cheating." "I can feel the whole world," Mulan said. I can do that too." Mulan said, "I don't know how to describe it. But I can feel the growth of trees, the whispers of the earth, the wails of the mountains, and the roars of the ocean." Xianxia was instantly invigorated. This didn't seem like a superpower. But, it was actually very effective. "It will rain in 6 hours, Mulan said, "I can even feel the water vapor condensing in the air." Xianxia looked up. The moon was bright and the stars were sparse. It didn't look like it was going to rain at all. Mulan continued, "I can feel that in 2 days, there will be a hurricane on the eastern sea, because it has begun to brew." At this time, it was already October. It was almost winter, and the typhoon weather was almost non-existent. "Then we shall wait and see." Then, Xianxia lay quietly on Mulan's lap and played with her waist over and over again. Sure enough, 4 hours later, the stars and the moon were gone, covered by dark clouds. It was really going to rain. Mulan took Xianxia down the mountain and returned to Marquis Xuanwu's mansion. As soon as they entered the yard, they heard Xianxia's baby crying. The baby felt wronged. After his mother woke up, he only looked at her twice, and then she went out to play with his father, leaving the baby at home. Mulan took the baby. Xianxia's cries instantly stopped and he moved closer to Mulan's chest. "Son, you are destined to be disappointed." After Mulan's body transformed, the milk that had not yet gushed out completely disappeared. Xianxia held Xianmi baby, and Mulan held Xinyi baby. The two of them stood in front of the window and watched the heavy rain outside. They were like an immortal couple. 2 days later, there was a hurricane on the eastern sea. Xianxia gasped in amazement. Mulan's superpower was so accurate, it was even more accurate than the Central Meteorological Station. Was this also a special ability of ancient humans? They could sense the changes in the world. Or maybe this was originally a human ability, but it was gradually fading. Did the ancient marrow cleansing essence stimulate Mulan's ability? After all, Mulan had already shown signs of it when she was pregnant. Xianxia was still more than 10 meters away from her. She could feel it the moment she entered the yard and said that her husband was here. At that time, everyone was amazed and said that Mulan and Xianxia had a deep relationship. Xianxia's imagination ran wild as he thought about Mulan's superpower. For example, an earthquake, a volcanic eruption, or a tsunami, these were all omens. They were all accumulated energy. Could Mulan sense it in advance? Xianxia lived like an immortal at home. Ningjing lived a hellish life in the capital. He had lost more than 20 kilograms and now only about 50 kilograms. Sleeping for 3 hours a day was a luxury. He had been the commander of Xianxia for almost a year. Now, all the government affairs were easy to handle. In fact, the things he did had completely exceeded the scope of being a commander of Xianxia. Now, the officials had another impression of him. The old ox, the scapegoat. They were conscientious, diligent, and willing to bear hardships without complaint. And he was the scapegoat of the world. He had to take the blame of the monarch, the officials, the crown prince, and the third prince. But, everything was actually done by him. The originally bustling capital had been forcefully turned into an ice-cold city. Curfews, stopping the flow of people, food distribution system, wartime prices, wartime compulsory labor, wartime tax collection, and so on. Everything was done by him. Everything made way for the war. Accumulating national strength for the war in advance so that they would not be caught off guard. The entire capital area had become a wartime machine. It was as if the loose and extravagant metropolis had disappeared and was replaced by a harsh and Cold War city. Although everyone still made fun of Ningjing for being stupid and offending the whole world, the crown prince and the third prince benefited. Born with a dark face, he was most suitable to be the scapegoat. But deep in their hearts, they had already recognized his ability. Ningjing was a cold and upright person and he was capable. But under Ningjing's harsh rule, the entire capital was exhausted as well. He was in a constant state of tension. Everyone was looking forward to the south. Let's start the war, otherwise, we really can't take it anymore. It had been a few months since Namgang Ao's army entered Nano. Everyone's emotions towards the war had changed from fear to indifference, and now they were full of anticipation. Let's hurry up and have a result. Otherwise, this kind of anxiety would really make people collapse. Let's start the war, monarch Ning Yuanxian, the officials of the state of Yu, the people of the state of Yu, and even the entire Eastern world, all had their eyes wide open. They were just waiting for that explosion. Let's start the war, we have waited for too long and have been prepared for long enough. The war machine of the state of Yu was completely in operation, and they had entered a situation where they had to fight. October 19th, Prince Jin's 100,000 troops had officially arrived at the city. They surrounded the capital of Nano so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. At this time, the 150,000 troops of the state of Yu were in Nano, and 100,000 of them were in the capital of Nano. The supreme commander of the garrison was Zhu Lin. Princess Ning Luo guarded Sand City, which was the second largest city of Nano. Namgang Ao guarded the third largest city of Nano, Luoya City. The three cities formed a triangle and rushed to help each other. General Zhu Lin was still eating porridge as usual. He had been in Nano for 2 years, and he had really worked hard and did his best. 2 years ago, he was still handsome and had a head full of black hair. But now, most of his hair was almost white, and he was almost 10 years older. This damn place was too torturous. Fortunately, this torment was about to end. The final battle was finally here, although it was different from what he had imagined. Prince Jin, who was originally like a stray dog, had actually become the monarch of the Great South, and he had actually led 100,000 troops back to kill. Zhu Lin's face seemed to be emotionless. But his heart was surging. This battle was not only the battle of the fate of the state of Yu, but also the battle of the fate of the Zhu clan and Zhu Lin. If they won, the position of the crown prince was as stable as a mountain. And he, Zhu Lin, would squeeze out Xue Che, enter the Privy Council, and achieve the peak of a military general. This meant that the Zhu clan not only controlled the civil officials of the state of Yu, but also occupied a large position in the military camp. God bless me, Zhu Lin, and make a great contribution. At this time, there was a shocking sound of war drums outside. Dong 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 dong. General Zhu Lin finished the bowl of porridge in his hand at a moderate pace. Then he stood up and opened his arms. The attendants put on the armor for him. This was the world's top armor, light and strong. It was from the Skycy Pavilion. After wearing it, Zhu Lin picked up the big sword and slowly walked out of the Nano King's mansion. He turned over and mounted the horse. Behind him, hundreds of elite knights neatly mounted their horses. They quickly galloped to the western city wall and walked to the top of the city wall. He opened his eyes and looked. There was no end to the outside. It was all Prince Jin's army. There were more than 10,000 soldiers, and there was no end to it. There were 100,000 soldiers, and the sky and earth were connected. Was that Prince Jin? 2 years had passed, and there seemed to be no change. He was still so gentle, but his skin was slightly darker. Although he had become the king of the Danan kingdom and the ruler of the Sand primitive tribe. He didn't wear a royal robe, and it was as if he had become the chief of the Sand primitive tribe. His clothes were very simple. His arms and shoulders were exposed, and he wore armor with a black cloak behind him. On top of his head, was that a crown? It was so rough, as if it was made of ordinary black iron. And his 100,000 soldiers. They stood crookedly. The army was not neat at all. Where were the siege weapons, catapults? None, there were only crooked siege ladders. This was simply an army of primitive tribes, but Zhu Lin didn't look down on them at all. Because he could see that these Sand primitive tribe warriors were cruel and bloodthirsty, but they had no fear. The capital of the Nano Kingdom was considered a big city. The city wall was 15 feet high and 20 feet thick. In front of these Sand primitive tribe warriors, it should be a huge monster. Facing such a strong city was a nightmare for any army. This meant that they had to pay a price several times the price to attack it. It represented countless sacrifices and bloodshed. General Zhu Lin and Prince Jin looked at each other. Prince Jin pulled out his sword. Attack. He gave the order. The Sand primitive tribe army surged towards the city wall like a tide. They roared like wild beasts released from their cages. The decisive battle in the Nano Kingdom had officially begun. The war in the Nano Kingdom had begun. The war in the Nano Kingdom had begun. Hundreds of messengers rushed out. In just a few days, the news spread throughout the state of Yu. The war had finally begun. The people of the state of Yu instinctively opened their eyes wide and their hair stood on end. Even though they were far away, everyone held their breath. It was as if they were looking at the battlefield from afar. The war had finally begun. The entire defensive line of Tiannan City was in a state of readiness. 100,000 soldiers were in position. All the generals were in armor, waiting for orders to go to the battlefield in the Nano Kingdom to provide support. In the capital, everyone heard the news of the war. They let out a long sigh of relief. The thunderclap finally came crashing down. Next, they just had to wait for the result. No matter what, there would be a result. Crown Prince Ningyi and Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu were tense at all times. Once the outcome of the war was clear, victory would be in their hands. Crown Prince Ningyi would immediately head south to the Nano Kingdom and command the entire battlefield, reaping the fruits of victory in this war. The war has finally begun. Xianxia sighed after receiving the news. His and Mulan's immortal days were over. Husband, I want to go with you. I don't want to leave your side. Mulan was determined. Xianxia nodded. The next day, he, Mulan, and Xianxia boarded the ship and headed for Nirvana Island. 2 days later, Xianxia approached Nirvana Island again. Then, he saw a breathtaking scene. On the huge cliff in front of him, it was densely packed with people. More than 3,000 soldiers from the 2nd Nirvana Army were climbing the cliff with their bare hands. How steep was the cliff? If they fell, they would definitely be smashed to pieces. Moreover, these soldiers were strung together with ropes. This meant that if one person fell, dozens of people might fall together. Of course, it was also possible that one person fell, and dozens of others pulled him back. In the end, Xianxia saw every single one of them climb to the top. Not a single one fell, climbing a cliff with their bare hands. This ability was amazing. When they were on the battlefield, what terrain could stop them? Prince Jin's Sand barbaric tribe warriors were already powerful enough, traversing through the mountains and forests like they were on flat ground. But compared to this Nirvana army, they were far inferior. 2 hours later, more than 3,800 soldiers from the 2nd Nirvana Army stood neatly on the drill ground. Grandmaster, is this army done? Xianxia asked. When Grandmaster Blue Wei saw Mulan, he couldn't help but be startled, and his eyes widened to the max. What? Grandmaster Blue Wei said, This looks like someone I saw in the ancient books. Sure enough, then, Grandmaster Blue Wei stared at Mulan from head to toe with a fanatical gaze. Of course, he was not being a hooligan. In his eyes, Mulan was his granddaughter. He was amazed. Her physique was too strong, she had surpassed most people in this world. Xianxia asked, Grandmaster, is the 2nd Nirvana Army done? Yes, wait for the wind. Grandmaster Blue Wei said proudly. More than an hour later, the wind came, about level 3. It was not a strong wind. But for archery, this kind of wind was fatal. Grandmaster Blue Wei said, Rise. 800 Nirvana Army soldiers neatly drew their bows and nocked their arrows. All of them were two-pickle bows. Shoot, shoot, shoot. As the order was given, the 2nd Nirvana Army kept shooting. In the wind, arrows kept raining down. Two-pickle bows were too powerful, they could reduce the influence of the wind to the minimum, but they were not shooting at the target. Instead, they were aiming at the branches in the woods 100 meters away. Everyone aimed and shot. Whoosh 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 whoosh, the arrows were like lightning. All of a sudden, the woods in front of them were like raindrops hitting banana leaves. Countless branches were broken. Whoosh, 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 more than 3,000 Nirvana Army soldiers kept shooting arrows. An average of 1 arrow every 3 seconds. 3 minutes later, each of them shot more than 50 arrows. More than 3,000 people had shot nearly 200,000 arrows. Then, the small forest 100 meters in front of them was directly shot down. Most of the branches were shot down. More than 100 trees were left bare. Xianxia was completely stunned, Mulan was completely stunned, too strong. Once this army appeared on the battlefield, it would shock the world once again. as long as one was within their shooting range, it was destined to be a massacre. Blue Wei said lightly, Xianxia, the second Nirvana army is done. You can go to the battlefield and create miracles. You can shock the world. Note, today's 2 chapters are more than 15,000. The monthly votes have entered the 4th place. Can everyone help me keep it? Pastries, thank you very much, thank you for your generous reward of 10,000 coins. Xinyi was not the only one who was behaving like a monster. Arezwang was behaving as well. He was not even a year old yet, but he was already as strong as a calf. He was almost a meter tall. It was already late October, and it had snowed twice in the Chang kingdom. It was extremely cold. However, Arezwang was dressed very thinly. He crawled on the snow with his bare buttocks, enjoying himself. It was not that Arezwang was abusing the child, but that he could not wear any clothes at all. He would yell and tear them off himself if he wore any more. In the snow, the big fool was practicing martial arts. He was wielding a black iron staff weighing more than 250 kilograms. No one could get close to him within a few meters of him. The stellar energy generated from the staff was so strong that no one could open their eyes. In fact, there was no snow in the area 10 meters around him, as if a helicopter had just passed by. After the Sword King, Xianxia, left the Chang kingdom, the big fool stayed behind. After all, his wife and child were here. However, without the Sword King, no one could ambush him. Thus, his training in blocking skills was temporarily delayed. However, before the Sword King left, he taught him a staff technique. It was called the wind-breaking staff. It was not an ancient secret manual, but a very ordinary staff technique. From start to finish, there were only 9 moves. The big fool practiced it more than 1,000 times every day. By now, he had practiced it more than 200,000 times. No one knew how powerful his martial arts were, but the old eunuch from the Chang kingdom said that Prince Dazhuang's power had already surpassed that of the previous Chang king, Arezwang. At the very least, Queen Arezwang was no longer a match for the big fool. In fact, all the chiefs and generals of the Chang kingdom had come to challenge the big fool. The results were rather disappointing. He could beat you until you cried. Even if you had the upper hand in the beginning, your inner energy would eventually be exhausted. The big fool's strength was endless, like a raging wave. In less than an hour, all of his opponents would be defeated. At this moment, Queen Arezwang was handling official business. The big fool was practicing martial arts. Arezwang was rolling around naked in the snow, but no one cared about him. These were the children of the Chang kingdom. Even the princes were left to fend for themselves. He sat down on the snowy ground, and the snow immediately covered his balls and chick. The cold feeling made Arezwang's balls shrink, and it felt like he was peeing. So, he stood up directly, then squatted down, and the chick released water. The hot boy's urine melted the snow. Yeah. Ga, as if he had discovered a new continent, Arezwang continued to pee with all his might. In the end, he finished peeing. He also wanted to wash away the snow, but he had no more urine, so he held it in and used all his strength. Pfft! He farted. Quack, 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 quack. Instantly, he happily rolled around in the snow. The big fool and Arezwang were foolishly happy. Inside the Chang palace, Arunata was a little annoyed. This was the 3rd case. The Changhua border conflict. Originally, the relationship between the Chang kingdom and the state of Yu was very close, to the point that the border was practically non-existent. The cavalry of the state of Yu would sometimes enter the Chang kingdom to train, and the cavalry of the Chang kingdom would sometimes enter the state of Yu. However, ever since Zhang Zishu, the governor of the Western Heaven province, took office, everything changed. He first reinforced the Marquis of Zhenyuan's fortress. Then, he dismantled all of the Chang kingdom's military camps within the state of Yu, and finally built a defensive line along the border. His wariness made Arunana very unhappy, but she didn't say anything. After all, the king of Yu, Ning Yuanxian, was very friendly towards the Chang kingdom. After that, Xianxia resigned and returned home. Arunana didn't fall out with him, because she had already received a secret letter from Xianxia. At this time, there were still many ambassadors from the state of Yu waiting in the Chang kingdom's capital. Since Zhang Zishu acted as if he was facing a great enemy, Aru Nana ordered that the Chang Kingdom's cavalry would never cross the border again. Even though the Chang Kingdom's warriors were unhappy, they still obeyed the king's orders. However, the Chu Kingdom sent many spies to the Chang Kingdom. They would either pretend to be Chang Kingdom warriors and launch sneak attacks on the State of Yu's border fortresses, or they would pretend to be State of Yu warriors, poaching the Chang Kingdom's herdsmen's cows and sheep, or even committing murder and arson. If the Chang Kingdom and Yu Kingdom had mutual trust, the Chu Kingdom's spies would never have succeeded. However, Zhang Zishu's current attitude caused the trust between the two countries to plummet. As time went on, the Chu Kingdom's schemes gradually succeeded. The atmosphere on the border between the two countries became tense, and there were even 3 intense clashes. A few days ago, another small tribe from the Chang Kingdom was attacked. All of the cows and sheep had been stolen, dozens of herdsmen had been killed, and more than 10 Chang Kingdom women had been defiled. The survivors said that they had seen it clearly. The State of Yu warriors had done it. Of course, the chief of the tribe at the border couldn't take this lying down. He led thousands of cavalrymen to the border and demanded that the State of Yu hand over the murderer. Otherwise, they would have to resort to force. Even though Zhang Zishu's troops were filled with enmity towards the Chang Kingdom, they were still cautious. No matter how the Chang Kingdom's cavalry provoked them, they refused to come out. The chief of the tribe reported the matter to Aru Nana, which gave the queen quite a headache. Of course, she couldn't reprimand the chief under her command. Because she was the queen of the Chang Kingdom, she had to stand on the side of her people. However, it was obvious that this was yet another scheme of the Chu Kingdom's spies. Even though Zhang Zishu was very wary of the Chang Kingdom, he couldn't go against King Ming Yuanxian's orders. On the surface, he had praised the Chang and Yu Kingdom's friendship, and he had even taken the initiative to visit the Chang Kingdom's capital. Even if Aru Nana wanted to reprimand him, she couldn't seem to find a reason. However, Zhang Zishu was indeed the main reason why the relationship between the Chang and Yu Kingdom had reached a freezing point. He appeared to be friendly with the Chang Kingdom on the surface, but he had secretly increased the number of troops on the border, destroying the trust between the two countries. Of course, Zhang Zishu had his own reasons. First of all, Queen Aru Nana of the Chang Kingdom had a close relationship with Xianxia. Xianxia was the crown prince's enemy, and as the crown prince's direct descendant, Zhang Zishu naturally had to be wary of the Chang Kingdom. Furthermore, there was a powerful faction within the Chang Kingdom that was close to Prince Jin. It was the original mercenary army led by Eagle Yang. Many of these mercenaries were warriors from the Sand Primitive tribe, and they all saw Prince Jin as the Sand Primitive tribe's hero and savior. They had always wanted to form an alliance with the Chang Kingdom. Prince Jin had already sent a few envoys over to invite Queen Aru Nana to share the State of Yu's territory, as well as to invite the Chang Kingdom to join the alliance. As long as Aru Nana agreed, the entire southern part of the Western Heaven province would be ceded to the Chang Kingdom in the future. Inside the former Marquis Zhenyuan's residence, Governor Zhang Zishu of the Western Heaven province spent most of his time here, not in the Western Heaven governor's residence. How grand and lofty was the Marquis's residence! At the moment, he had close to 30,000 soldiers under his command, most of whom were originally Jing Tuo's troops. Zhang Zishu had been the top scholar for more than 10 years, and he was truly a handsome and elegant man. How could one describe this person? He was talented in both literature and politics. However, he was extremely conceited. He was the kind of person who looked down on the rest of the world because of his talent. In his eyes, there were only 2 people among the officials of the State of Yu who were worthy of his attention. One was Zhu Hongzhu, who was half Bian Shao and half Xianxia. In his eyes, the rest of the people were all useless. In his eyes, Zhang Chong had talent, but no political foresight. In his eyes, Xianxia was a crafty person, but not a capable person. He also lacked political foresight. He had always believed that after Zhu Hongzhu passed away, Zhu Yong would become the leader of the civil officials of the State of Yu. After Zhu Yong passed away, it would be Zhang Zishu's turn. Don't worry, Queen Aru Nana is a straightforward person. She won't really turn hostile, and she won't really send troops to attack the borders of the State of Yu, Zhang Zishu said. She's so straightforward that she's almost stupid. She can't attack the State of Yu, nor can she blame the chiefs under her command. She'll only be in a mess. The chief censor from the governor's office of the Western Heaven province said, "My lord is wise. Then why do we have to gather 30,000 soldiers at the border and act as if we're on guard against the Chang kingdom?" Zhang Zishu said, "It's better to be prepared. An army needs enemies, and their minds need to be tense at all times. Otherwise, they will become scattered sand." What a joke. It's precisely because Aru Nana is honest and straightforward and is close to the kingdom of you that I have to be so overbearing. If she were as vicious and domineering as the previous 2 generations of King Chang, we would not dare to be so arrogant. The chief censor said, "Good people will be bullied by others. This is politics." Zhang Zishu smiled and said, "As long as someone gives in, someone else will follow. Moreover, is what I'm doing wrong? Shouldn't I guard the borders when the war is imminent?" "Of course you should. No one in the world can point out my lord's mistake." The chief censor laughed. However, he knew clearly that Governor Zhang Zishu was only using this opportunity to gain military power. Just as he had said, any army needed an enemy. Otherwise, their hearts would scatter. Even if they didn't have an enemy, they had to create one. This way, the army of the Western Heaven province would be under one person's command. Zhang Zishu's move was very successful. The southern army of the Western Heaven province originally didn't have any enemies. Both the Chu Kingdom's army and Prince Jin's army were very far away. Zhang Zishu had just arrived, and these commanders were somewhat unruly and unwilling to listen to him. It was very difficult for Zhang Zishu to control the army. Thus, he created an imaginary enemy, even if this imaginary enemy was his ally, the Chang Kingdom. With this imaginary enemy effect, the relationship between the 2 countries became more and more tense. Meanwhile, the State of Yu's army also gradually gathered under Zhang Zishu's command because of their fear and confusion. In the past half a year, he had basically gained control of these 30,000 soldiers. Zhang Zishu knew that he was taking a risk. This was a form of strategic blackmail, and he was even bullying an honest person like Aru Nana. However, when a general was on the battlefield, he couldn't obey his sovereign's orders. Back then, Xianxia was much crazier and riskier than him. Moreover, Zhang Zishu didn't go against the monarch's orders at all. All the official documents and memorials talked about the friendship between Yu and Chang. He even took the initiative to visit the capital of the Chang Kingdom twice and even sent gifts to Aru Nana. Zhang Zishu was very proud of this move of his. The more he held the position of military governor of the Western Heaven province, the more he enjoyed it. "You have ulterior motives, ulterior motives." Ning Yuanxian flew into a rage after receiving the secret report from the Blackwater platform. "Zhang Zishu, you bastard. I'm trying my best to maintain my friendship with the Queen of the Chang Kingdom, but you're trying to undermine me. You're really bullying the Queen for being straightforward." After losing his temper, Ning Yuanxian calmed down. What could he do? Issue an order for Zhang Zishu to remove the line of defense at the border, or should he directly dismiss Zhang Zishu? Both were impossible. The position of military governor of the Western Heaven province could only be held by the Crown Prince's faction. It would be the same for anyone else, because the Queen of the Chang Kingdom was an absolute ally of the Xianxia, which made her an enemy of the Crown Prince's faction. Moreover, Zhang Zishu was dancing on a tightrope, but he never crossed Aru Nana's bottom line and would never really force her to the enemy's side. For example, when the Chang Kingdom's cavalry attacked the border, he had ordered the army to retreat and not escalate the conflict. He even seemed to be enduring the humiliation. This person was just too smart. He was bullying an honest person, but with the enemy and the war ahead, wasn't Zhang Zishu afraid of playing with fire? Ning Yuanxian drew a huge cross on Zhang Zishu in his heart. Last time, he was involved in the case of military grain embezzlement, so Ning Yuanxian felt that he could still be used. This time, however, Zhang Zishu's actions disappointed him greatly. But soon, Ning Yuanxian sighed again. If the monarch won this time, the crown prince's position would be as stable as a mountain, and Zhang Zishu wouldn't need Ning Yuanxian to promote him. If the crown prince lost, Zhang Zishu's future as the crown prince's direct descendant would be over, and it wouldn't matter if Ning Yuanxian drew a cross on him or not. They were all smart people, they were just too smart. Issue a decree to reprimand Zhang Zishu. No specific crimes, just reprimand him directly. Take back the plaque of Zhang Zishu's family, which was given by the late king. Queen Arunana of the Chang kingdom looked at the sand barbaric warriors in front of her, her heart ached like a knife being twisted. 2,000 warriors knelt before her. Your Majesty, you are like the moon in the sky. It is our honor to serve you. But now, the sand barbaric tribe has our own son. Our son, our Prince Jean, needs us. The sand barbaric tribe also has our own country. The Danan kingdom needs us. Our motherland needs us. So, please forgive us, but we can no longer serve you. These were all sand barbaric warriors, mercenaries who had once been loyal to Arunana. After she ascended to the throne, 8,000 mercenaries came to serve her, and most of them were sand barbaric warriors. If you are angry, you can kill us or order us to commit suicide. As long as you give the order, we will definitely not live. One of the sand barbaric warriors placed a scimitar on his neck. As long as Arunana gave the order, he would not hesitate to slit his own throat. Arunana let out a long sigh. Go, thank you, Your Majesty. The 2,000 sand barbaric warriors stood up and took off all their armor, scimitars, bows, and arrows. Then, they left just like that, naked. They did not take anything with them and returned to the sand barbaric tribe to serve Prince Jean. They would rather give up everything and lose everything to serve Prince Jean. From this, it could be seen what kind of position Jun Jean held in the hearts of the sand barbaric warriors. The General Eagle Yang said, I am sorry, Your Majesty. I cannot stop them, and I cannot stop them. The queen shook her head and said, some things are bound to happen eventually. Nirvana Island. Xianxia looked at the 3,800 Nirvana army in front of him and was very excited. In the Battle of Agincourt, 5,000 British longbowmen defeated 30,000 French soldiers and killed more than 10,000 enemies, with only 200 casualties. But compared to the Nirvana army in front of him, the British longbowmen were far inferior. Whether it was willpower, combat power, or even the bows and arrows they were equipped with, they were far inferior. How amazing would this Nirvana army be on the battlefield? Xianxia could not imagine it at all. However, the equipment of the second Nirvana army was still not good enough. First of all, the defense was too weak. Change the equipment. Xianxia ordered. Cart after cart of new equipment was pushed out. After opening it, new armor. Of course, these armors could not be compared to the first Nirvana army. They only weighed 40 pounds. But they were forged with the best steel. Although light, they were far stronger than ordinary iron armor. It might be difficult to defend against the enemy's swords and spears, but it should be able to defend against the enemy's arrows. Moreover, the craftsmanship of this armor was very difficult. Because this was a mountain army, they needed to climb cliffs, mountains, and jungles. Therefore, the armor must be flexible and light. The design must be in line with ergonomics. For this reason, they had to use a lot of chainmail and even leather armor. Moreover, the weather in Nano was hot, so there were a lot of holes on the helmets. After putting on the new armor, the appearance of the second Nirvana army changed dramatically. It looked especially heroic and vigorous. Change the bows and arrows. Although the second Nirvana army had enough strength and endurance, a normal two-stone bow was still too strong. Even the second Nirvana army could only shoot more than 50 arrows in one breath. If they needed to aim, it would be even more exhausting. As the order was given, the second Nirvana army changed to a new composite bow, which was made with modern technology. This was a revolutionary breakthrough in archery. Now, all the Olympic archery competitions used composite bows. Everyone could not help but be slightly stunned. This bow looked complicated and delicate, but it was not powerful. Indeed, the recurve bow looked really domineering. But suddenly, the bowstring was pulled. The brothers of the second Nirvana army immediately felt the difference. It was so effortless, especially after pulling the bow to its full extent. The strength needed was completely reduced to a minimum. This was better for aiming and stabilizing the bow. Start the test. The second Nirvana army began to test the bow. Wonderful, 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 this new bow was simply too good. Not only did it not weaken, it became even stronger. Because of the energy saving, the shooting speed was faster and the accuracy was higher. With this new type of bow and Arrow. On the battlefield, it would definitely be able to kill the enemy. Grandmaster Lendo gave the order. Long-range coverage. 3,800 soldiers of the 2nd Nirvana Army drew their bows and aimed at the sky. They aimed at the woods 250 meters away. Release, release, release. As the order was given, arrows fell like rain. Once again, it was a storm-like covering shooting. This crazy burst of shooting lasted for another 3 minutes. Another 100,000 arrows were shot out. Suddenly, the woods more than 200 meters away were destroyed. It was as if it had been ravaged by a beast. Xianxia, Mulan, and Grandmaster Lendo entered the woods to check. The power of this bow was really strong. Even at such a long distance, it still had lethality. Densely packed arrows were nailed to the tree trunks and the ground. Some of the thinner branches were even shot off. But at this distance, aiming completely depended on God's will. It could only cover the area from a long distance. It was impossible to kill them with precision. But this was already a subversive breakthrough. Any archer army in the world could not kill more than 100 steps away. Shooting beyond this distance was considered a waste. And Xianxia's 2nd Nirvana Army could at least kill the enemy from 200 meters away. This was a huge advantage. Withdraw the arrows. Grandmaster Lendo gave the order. 3,800 soldiers entered the woods and withdrew the arrows. The arrowheads of these arrows were made of the best steel. Of course, it would be too slow to rely on blacksmiths to make them. The current smelting workshop on Jinshan Island had already used a more primitive assembly line. For example, for each arrow, hot molten steel was first poured into the arrowhead mold, and after cooling, the mold was dismantled. Then a large number of primitive arrowheads were sent to the grinding room for polishing. And the polishing of the arrowheads was not done by manpower, but by turning the gears of the water wheel and turning the grindstone. At the very least, the grindstone was stepped on by feet. More than half a year in advance, they had already forged an astronomical number of arrows. These arrowheads should be made of the best steel, so the hardness, toughness, and sharpness were far better than ordinary arrows, and there was no problem for them to pierce through armor. But after the Nirvana Army retrieved each arrow, they would carefully check it. If there was a problem with the arrow, they would trim it or even replace it. If there was a problem with the arrow, they would use the grindstone to polish it bit by bit, to ensure that the arrowheads were in the sharpest state. Grandmaster, who do you think is the most suitable to be the leader of the 2nd Nirvana Army? Xianxia asked. Grandmaster Lendo pointed at Mulan. Originally, I felt that no one was qualified to be the leader of this Nirvana Army, not even Bitter Joy. He is a powerful commander, but he is not a godly archer. Grandmaster Lendo said, but after seeing Mulan, I feel that this army is tailor-made for her. Xianxia was startled. Mulan is also not a godly archer. Of course, Mulan's archery is very good, but she is best at horse fighting. Bow, the strongest bow. A moment later, someone brought a super strong bow. This is an iron bow, also a compound bow. It is actually 1.6 meters tall. Moreover, the bow arm is extremely thick. The bowstring is also unprecedentedly thick. This bow has already exceeded 3 stone. The arrows need to be specially made. Someone brought a quiver of arrows to the ground. This arrow is indeed not ordinary. It is more than 1.2 meters long, and its weight is twice that of ordinary arrows. At this time, the wind has already become stronger. Mulan picked up this super strong bow. Immediately, Xianxia ignited. Stone, this posture is too beautiful, too sexy, it is simply the poster of those games. This super strong bow of more than 3 stone was easily opened by Mulan. She barely aimed. Whoosh, suddenly, an arrow was shot out. This arrow is really as fast as a meteor, almost like a bullet. Effortlessly, it shot through a tree branch 260 meters away. Coincidence? Accident? Immediately after, Mulan shot a second arrow, a third arrow, and a fourth arrow. Almost every arrow can hit a branch. Too strong. This is what it means to have 100 shots. At such a long distance, it is comparable to a sniper. The key point is that Mulan did not aim at all. After the bloodline transformation, is she this strong? The ability that Mulan awakened is a kind of perception, the perception of nature. This kind of perception in battle, first is the sense of danger, then is archery. She really does not need to aim. Top-level archery is the talent that this bloodline transformation gave her. She is the true top-level archer. Xianxia looked at Mulan and said, "Baby, this second Nirvana army, from today onwards, belongs to you." The next day, Xianxia led the second Nirvana army to board dozens of ships and left Nirvana Island, returning to Xuanwu City. It has been 7 days since the war broke out in Nanou Nation. The entire state of Yu was once again in a state of anxiety. How is the war going? Did they win or lose? There was no news for 7 days, but the rumors were everywhere. Have you heard? We lost the war in Nanou Nation. General Zhu Lin died in battle, General Nangong Ao surrendered, and Princess Ning Luo was captured. I heard that not only was Princess Ning Luo captured, but she was also thrown into the Thousand Snakes cave and bitten to death by a poisonous snake. Our Yu country's army died miserably. Mountains of corpses and seas of blood. The entire ground is covered with corpses. Of course, this is just one of the rumors. There were also rumors of the state of Yu's victory. Prince Jin surrendered, Prince Jin was killed, and Prince Jin was captured and was being escorted to the capital. However, the rumor of the state of Yu's defeat was the most widespread, and the most realistic. Of course, it was the work of the Chu spies, but ultimately, it was the fear and resentment in the hearts of the people of the state of Yu. The entire state of Yu was under a curfew. Without the permission of the government, any gathering of more than 30 people was illegal. Because when there were too many people, it would naturally become a hotbed of rumors. But even with such strong suppression, it couldn't stop the outbreak of rumors. And it was getting worse and worse. The entire state of Yu was in a state of panic. Especially the Tiannam province, which was close to Nanou Nation. Some people even began to pack their belongings, ready to escape at any time. As for the powerful nobles, they began to close their homes and ordered all armed servants to be on duty day and night. At this time, the most anxious person was definitely the governor of Tiannam province, Zhu Yong. 9 days had passed. He had received hundreds of battle reports. But the content was almost the same. Prince Jin's army was extremely crazy, and they were fearless. Although they lacked large-scale engineering equipment, they were extremely brave and ferocious, like wild beasts. They were like moths to a flame, attacking the city. Every time he received a battle report, Governor Zhu Yong was frightened. Although the content of almost every battle report was the same. But he could see that the situation was getting more and more dangerous, and more frightening. Because every hour or so, there would be a new battle report from the battlefield of Nanou Nation. Therefore, Governor Zhu Yong almost didn't need to sleep. Even napping was a luxury. "Governor, you should go to sleep. If something serious happens, I will wake you up," Yan Wuji couldn't help but say. "No, I can't sleep. Governor Zhu Yong said, if I make a mistake, I will be condemned for all eternity." Yan Wuji said, "Governor, you are too tense. This is very disadvantageous to the situation. Haven't you noticed that the atmosphere in the governor's palace is so tense that it's hard to breathe? Are the citizens of Tiannan City in a state of panic? All the battle reports have to go through you first, and the servants will judge the situation of the battle based on your expression. If your face is too depressed and solemn, the servants will feel that the situation of the battle is definitely unfavorable. After they leave, they will inevitably mention it to their families. After the rumor is magnified again and again, it will evolve into a rumor about the defeat of the battle before it even reaches the capital. As the commander-in-chief, you need to be calm, relaxed, and confident. This way, the morale of the troops will be high. Don't you know that many of the citizens of Tiannan City have already packed their belongings and are preparing to escape?" Governor Zhu Yong was startled, then he bowed deeply. "Thank you for your warning, sir. It was my fault, I was too concerned." Yan Wuji said, "Governor, go to sleep. Tomorrow, you must appear on the city wall, in front of the army, full of vigor, and shatter the so-called defeat rumor." Governor Zhu Yong nodded, "All right, I will do as sir says." Then, he took a deep breath, returned to his room, and lay down to sleep. But, how could he sleep with his heart full of anxiety? Seeing this, Yan Wuji lit a stick of incense. After a while, Governor Zhu Yong finally fell asleep. But, Governor Zhu Yong only slept for a little more than 2 hours before he was immediately woken up. He sat up abruptly, and said in shock, "What's wrong? What's wrong?" Yan Wuji said, "General Zhu Lin's latest report, the western city wall of Nano City has fallen, and Prince Jin's army has attacked the city wall." Governor Zhu Yong shuddered, and his scalp almost split open. The quantitative change on the battlefield had finally caused a qualitative change. The grievous news had finally arrived. Note, I have been suffering from insomnia recently, and my hands are weak after writing this chapter. I have to lie down for a while before I can continue writing. Thank you, brothers, for your support and monthly votes. I am grateful. Thank you, Makui. I just want to find a good book to read in peace. Tian Chen Snow Splashes 10,000 yuan tip. Was the situation in the capital of Nan Ou really as dangerous as reported? No, in fact, it was even more dangerous. The army of the state of Yu had been baptized like never before. The baptism of blood and life. Zhang Chong led 5,000 troops to defend the city of day-night. Sun An's army had more than 30,000 troops besieging the city. After more than half a month of fighting, they still failed. That battle could already be said to be extremely tragic. But compared to the defense of the capital of Nano Yu, it was child's play. The battle in the capital of Nano State had been terrifying since the first day. Everyone knew that the warriors of the Sand Barbaric tribe were very brave. But they didn't expect them to be so crazy. They were more than fearless of death. They looked like they were rushing to their deaths. Zhu Lin had nearly 100,000 troops defending the city. Prince Jin's army also had 100,000 troops attacking the city. Normally, the attacking side needed at least 2 or 3 times the number of troops. It was impossible to fight a 1-to-1 ratio. Not to mention that Prince Jin didn't have large siege weapons. But on the first day of the battle, they almost rushed to the top of the city wall. For the warriors of the Sand Barbaric tribe, the 15-meter-high city wall wasn't an awe-inspiring height. This group of people carried crooked siege ladders and rushed up. They had to climb up with siege ladders and without siege ladders. They held 2 iron claws in their hands and climbed up like geckos. The army of the state of Yu had never seen such a crazy scene. In the beginning, they were almost beaten into a daze and were almost captured. But Zhu Lin's army was one of the most elite troops of the state of Yu. After being caught off guard at first, they immediately organized a fierce counterattack and restrained the offensive of the Sand Barbaric tribe army. Then, the two sides fell into a tug-of-war. In general, in the first 5 days, the army of the state of Yu had the upper hand. After all, they were the defending side. There were countless rolling logs, stones, boiling oil, and so on. But Prince Jin's army also had a trump card. That was the bow and arrow. Every warrior of the Sand Barbaric tribe was good at shooting, and each of them could shoot very far. Even though it was a great disadvantage to shoot from the ground, the difference in the number of archers on both sides was too great. The warriors of the Sand Barbaric tribe hunted in the forest all year round, and almost all of them were archers. On the other hand, the state of Yu's army only had specialized archers equipped with bows and arrows, and their archery skills were even lagging behind. Therefore, the archers of the Sand Barbaric tribe caused a shocking number of casualties to the state of Yu's army. On the 7th day, the battle situation changed once again. The scales of victory were tipping towards Prince Jin's side. It was because the state of Yu's army was not as resilient as the Sand Barbarian warriors. After 7 days of fierce battle, the state of Yu's defenders were getting more and more tired, and their morale was gradually dropping. The intensity of the war was far beyond imagination, so the consumption of all kinds of resources was much faster than expected. There were fewer and fewer logs, stones, and boiling oil on the city wall. After a few days of battle, the Sand Barbaric tribe's army had gradually become more proficient at sieging cities. The key was that even in the face of such high casualties, their morale was still high. Even after 7 days of battle, these Sand Barbaric warriors were still full of fighting spirit and murderous intent. This was also a result of their unique living environment. Most of the Sand Barbaric tribe was still a barbarian tribe, and they still relied on hunting for a living. Once the Sand Barbaric warriors entered the forest to hunt, they would often not return home for 10 days to half a month. It was completely normal for them not to sleep for days and nights. Their living conditions were too harsh, so they were surprisingly resilient and strong-willed. This time, Prince Jin unified the entire Sand Barbaric tribe, and the rise of the Danan kingdom. This greatly stimulated the Sand barbaric warriors' sense of honor, and countless Sand barbaric mercenaries came to join them. These mercenaries were all born in the western region, and they were born to fight. Not only did they have to fight humans, but they also had to fight beasts. In terms of individual combat strength, the Sand barbaric warriors were far superior to the State of Yu soldiers. Finally, the war had broken through a certain balance point. The Sand barbaric warriors once again rushed up the city wall. This time, they were not pushed down. More and more people rushed up the city wall. The entire western defensive line had almost collapsed, and it was about to fall. General Zhu Lin's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. In the shortest time possible, he had the chief military officer write a few battle reports and sent them as fast as possible to Princess Ning Luo, Nangong Ao, and Zhu Yong. Even though 3 days ago, he felt that the situation was not good and had asked for help from Nangong Ao and Princess Ning Luo in advance. It's over. It's over. General Zhu Lin's body was almost ice cold. Then, he led the elite warriors of the Zhu clan, and all of them pressed forward. Zhu Lin took the lead, and behind him, thousands of Zhu clan warriors fought crazily. However, even so, they still could not stop the Sand barbaric attack. The number of Sand barbaric warriors on the city wall was still increasing, and more, Zhu Lin was almost in despair. This was the capital of the Nano Kingdom. Once it fell, the Sand City and Luoya City would not be able to stop it. Once Prince Jin seized this city, the morale would soar. At this time, Zhu Lin thought of his father's gaze, and the crown prince's expectations. If it really fell, then how would I, Zhu Lin, have the face to return to the capital? It would be better to die in battle here. However, Zhu Lin's life should not end here, at this time. Dust billowed from the north. Dust billowed from the east. The entire ground was trembling. Princess Ning Luo led the army to help. Nangong Ao led the army to help. 3 days ago, they had just received the request for help, and they had already sent out their troops. The two of them did not have many reinforcements, only 25,000. But it still changed the situation of the battlefield. Prince Jin's army had no choice but to separate 20,000 to defend against Nangong Ao and Ning Luo's army. The power invested in the siege was greatly reduced. With the arrival of the reinforcements, the morale of Zhu Lin's army rose. Finally, after paying an innumerable price, Zhu Lin's army once again pushed the Sand barbaric army out of the city. The west wall of the Nano Kingdom's capital was saved. Suddenly, General Zhu Lin almost collapsed to the ground, and Nangong Ao and Ning Luo's 25,000 army and Prince Jin's army fought fiercely on the plains for an hour. Both sides had casualties. But Ning Luo and Nangong Ao's army had suffered a lot more casualties. But Prince Jin's army seemed to have used up the last of their strength. As the sun set, both sides stopped fighting. Nangong Ao and Princess Ning Luo entered the Nano Kingdom's capital. This battle was full of danger, but Nano Kingdom's capital could not be held. But, the whole game had completely changed. Originally, 3 generals were guarding the 3 cities of Nano Kingdom, while Governor Zhu Yong was at the rear, rushing to Tiannan City. In the end, because Prince Jin's army was too powerful, the 3 generals gathered in Nano Kingdom's capital ahead of time. This was like a domino effect, creating a chain reaction. With Nangong Ao and Ning Luo here, the other 2 cities of Nano Kingdom would be empty. Prince Jin would most likely take the opportunity to launch a sneak attack. What to do? Of course, they could only move troops from the second battlefield, which was Tiannan City's defense line. But this way, the entire rear would be empty. Inside the Nano Kingdom's palace, Zhu Lin, Nangong Ao, and Princess Ning Luo were silent. Today's battle was really a shocking moment. Just a little bit more and the city would have fallen. Zhu Lin raised his cup and said, "Words cannot express my gratitude. The 2 of you have saved the situation today." The 3 drank a cup. It was a light fruit wine, not intoxicating. Then, the 3 of them were silent. Normally, they should be happy that the city was defended, but they couldn't be happy. They were almost defeated when they had a 1-to-1 ratio of troops. Prince Jin's Sand barbarian army is too strong. Zhu Lin sighed, fighting with such an army is a complete nightmare. Every one of them is like a beast, fearless of death, and even takes the initiative to die. When the Nano Kingdom's army rebelled, it wasn't like this. Those rebels were also sand barbarians. Princess Ning Luo said, "The people of Nano have been domesticated and have become similar to the people of the state of Yu." This time, Prince Jin brought the purest sand barbarian warriors. They have been hunting in the forest since they were 5 or 6 years old. To them, living is an experience, and death is a kind of ending. This is too crazy. This kind of race shouldn't exist in this world. Zhu Lin sighed. Princess Ning Luo said, "Out of 10 sand barbarians, only 3 can live past the age of 30. In such an environment full of death, anyone will be tempered into a beast." Previously, these ferocious beasts were scattered in the forest, but now, Jin Jun has brought them out and gathered them together. Nangong Ao said, "General Zhu Lin, how many casualties were there in the past few days?" 37,000. Zhu Lin said. Nangong Ao said, "So many?" He couldn't believe it at all. The defending side actually had such a large number of casualties. Zhu Lin said, "Yes, it was too tragic. The arrows of the sand barbarian warriors are too fierce and cunning." The sand barbarian warriors rushed up the city wall twice and brought about shocking casualties. Nangong Ao said, "What about Prince Jin's casualties?" Zhu Lin said, "It should be around 40,000. In other words, the casualty ratio of the attacking side and defending side was almost 1-to-1. It was simply unbelievable that the battle had reached this state. Zhu Lin was still conservative and steady. In reality, Prince Jin's army had suffered more than 40,000 casualties. For a normal army, with more than half their casualties, their morale would have collapsed. But the sand barbarian army was still majestic and mighty. "Send more troops," General Zhu Lin said. Ning Luo and Nangong Ao fell into silence. Send more troops, that was equivalent to giving up the rear and giving up South Sky City's defensive line. But right now, there was nothing more important than Nano Country's capital. Thus, the 3 of them wrote a joint letter to Governor Zhu Yong and requested the monarch to send more troops. When Governor Zhu Yong received the battle report, he felt as if the world was falling apart. But, 4 hours later, he received another battle report. He immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Nangong Ao and Princess Ning Luo rushed to the rescue. Nano Country's capital was finally defended. At this time, his order had already been sent out. 30,000 troops rushed to the south. A day later, he received a joint secret letter from Princess Ning Luo, Nangong Ao, and Zhu Lin, requesting for reinforcements. Governor Zhu Yong gritted his teeth and sent another 40,000 troops south. At this point, the entire South Sky City's defensive line only had 30,000 troops left. In other words, the second battlefield was almost useless. However, the second battlefield was originally meant to serve the first battlefield. Based on this situation, if the first battlefield fell, then the second battlefield would not be able to be held. Strictly speaking, to continue to send more troops to Nano Country, they needed the monarch. But reinforcements were like putting out a fire, it was simply too late. Fortunately, the Zhu clan did their best and overdraft their political resources to get 100,000 troops. Otherwise, this battle would have been really dangerous. The power of Prince Jin's army far exceeded everyone's imagination. The battle almost turned the situation upside down. A few days later, Tiannan province's 70,000 troops entered the Nano Country's battlefield. 50,000 of them entered the Nano Country's capital, while 20,000 went to Sand City and Luoya City respectively. At this point, the state of Yu's troops in the Nano Country's capital reached 130,000. In the entire Nano Country's battlefield, the state of Yu's army reached 180,000. At this time, Prince Jin's Sand Barbarian army was less than 60,000. The two sides' military strength had reached an unprecedented 3-to-1 ratio. The battle once again fell into a stalemate. Next, Jun Jin's army launched a few small-scale attacks on the city. But the disparity in military strength between the two sides was too great. All of them returned without success and both sides suffered casualties. November 15th, Prince Jin's army suddenly left the battlefield and turned north. They were going to attack the Sand City. As a result, the Sand City was in danger. However, at this time, Governor Zhu Yong stepped forward and led 20,000 troops into the Sand City, increasing the Sand City's army to more than 45,000. Prince Jin fiercely attacked the Sand City. Previously, the Nano country's capital was almost conquered, let alone the Sand City. However, Governor Zhu Yong was far more powerful than expected. From the very beginning, he staked everything on this one attack and put all 45,000 troops on the line. The fierce battle lasted for a full 8 hours. Governor Zhu Yong personally led his retainers to the city wall to fight. Both sides suffered countless casualties. Although the duration of this battle was short, it was even more bitter and dangerous. Just a little bit more and the city would have fallen. The Sand Barbarian army was too strong. Governor Zhu Yong felt like he was in hell every second. He was even counting down in his heart. The reinforcements had to arrive quickly, otherwise the Sand City would fall. At this time, Nangong Ao finally led his cavalry to the north. Nangong Ao and Governor Zhu Yong attacked from both inside and outside. Finally, Prince Jin's brave and invincible Sand Barbarian army suffered a great defeat. More than 20,000 of the 60,000 troops died. He led less than 40,000 troops to retreat. This retreat was 60 miles and they returned to the Black Water stronghold to lick their wounds. At this point, the first phase of the war in Nano country had ended. The State of Yu had won the first phase of the war. Prince Jin continuously fought against the Nano country's capital and the Sand City, causing countless casualties. Looking at the situation, Prince Jin had completely lost the opportunity to take the initiative to attack. They won. Inside the Nano country king's residence, Zhu Lin, Nangong Ao, and Princess Ning Luo had tears in their eyes. Now, they could finally drink without any worries. It was not easy. Although the war only lasted for a short month, it was too tragic. It was too thrilling. The capital of Nano country was almost conquered. Fortunately, several generals made prompt decisions. Even Governor Zhu Yong, as a civil official, personally went to the battle. Otherwise, the Sand City would have fallen. Looking at the invincible posture of Prince Jin's army, if they let him take one of the cities, the consequences would be unimaginable. Especially the last battle. Although it only lasted for 6 hours, the State of Yu suffered nearly 30,000 casualties, they finally won. In 1 month, more than 60,000 of Prince Jin's 100,000 troops died. The State of Yu's 250,000 troops died more than 80,000. Now, the State of Yu's army in the battlefield of Nano country exceeded 160,000 while Prince Jin's army only had 30,000. The disparity in strength between the two sides was extremely great. Although Lady Jin's army is invincible, attacking a city requires the first spurt of energy, the second spurt of energy, and the third spurt of energy. Once the momentum is gone, there will be nothing left. Yes, yes, yes. The Sand Primitive Tribe's warriors are still not good enough. They only have courage, but no strategy. This monarch's political methods may be powerful, but his military skills are lacking. He's still a little lacking. Spread the news of victory to the capital and the entire State of Yu. At this moment, General Zhu Lin said, "It's time to let the crown prince go south." As soon as this was said, Princess Ning Luo was silent for a moment, then nodded. General Zhu Lin looked at Nangong Ao. At this time, you finally need to make a statement. Nangong Ao was very anxious. On one hand, he was loyal to the monarch. On the other hand, this battle was won. The crown prince's faction was like the sun in the sky, and he couldn't resist. Although the monarch wasn't the setting sun, he was still in his 50s after all. And the crown prince was like the rising sun. Most importantly, the Nangong clan's fatal weakness was in the hands of the Zhu clan. General Zhu Lin said, "Lord Privy Council, the war in Nano country has entered a new phase. I feel that at this time, the crown prince needs to come and take charge. This way, it can boost the morale of the people and inspire them. This old man is already physically and mentally exhausted, and I can't hold on anymore. I can't take on the position of Nano country's capital. Why don't Marquis Zhenbei take over as well?" Zhu Lin's words were already very explicit. "Lord Nangong Ao, you don't want the crown prince to come to Nano country to preside over the war. Are you worried that he will come and take the credit? Then why don't we give all the credit to you?" Suddenly, Nangong Ao had no way out. He stood up and said, "General Zhu, what are you talking about? Both of you are right. The more critical this is, the more we can't slack off. We must completely eliminate the main force of Prince Jin once and for all. At this time, we especially need the crown prince to take charge of the army. I agree. General Zhu Lin laughed and said, Marquis Jinbei is indeed the pillar of the country. How about the three of us join forces to report to the monarch? How could Nangong Ao say no? So, the three of them wrote a report together. They reported the victory to the monarch. In addition, they asked the monarch to send the crown prince to the south to take charge of the war and completely eliminate Prince Jin. Maybe it was because he was too nervous. The monarch's Parkinson's disease had become a little obvious recently. When he was empty-handed, he couldn't help but tremble. In order to cover up, he would grab something in his hand. His heart was too anxious. The war in Nano country had lasted for a month. Especially in the beginning half a month. It was all bad news. Ning Yuanxian was also shocked 3 times a day. He even had strong doubts about himself and the state of Yu. Was Prince Jin so powerful? With just 100,000 people, he almost took the capital of Nano country, especially that battle report, the western city wall of Nano country almost fell. Ning Yuanxian felt cold all over his body at that time. He was very clear in his heart. The capital of Nano country was the largest fortress in the entire battlefield. Once it fell, it would mean the defeat of the entire war. Fortunately, Zhu Lin and Nangong Ao were able to defend it. Next, it was a long wait. At this time, not only the entire capital, but the entire palace had banned all entertainment. The Queen Mother only ate 2 bowls of porridge every day and prayed for the war in front of the temple all day long. When the eunuchs and palace maids walked, they almost didn't dare to make the slightest sound, for fear of disturbing the nobles and causing their lives to be in danger. The entire palace, the entire capital was in an extremely depressed state. The rumors in the dark were getting more and more intense, and it was impossible to kill them all. Everyone knew. If Nano country was defeated in this war, then King Chu's 280,000 troops would madly rush to the Western Heaven province. At that time, it would be a disaster for the entire state of Yu. Although Ning Yuanxian missed Shen Lang very much, there was not a day when he didn't think about his return. Especially when he saw how outstanding Ning Jing was, his longing for him became even more urgent. He knew that once Nano country won the war, it would mean that Shen Lang's return would be completely cut off. But he was the king of the state of Yu after all. Of course, he was extremely eager to win. Compared to Shen Lang's return, the survival of the state of Yu was more important. Shen Lang, that little bastard, was living a happy life in Xuanwu City. God bless him, all the gods bless him. He must let the state of Yu survive this disaster. He must let Nano country win the war. Even concubine Bian, who loved Ningjing dearly. She knew that if Nano country won the war, the position of crown prince would be secured, and Ningjing's chance of winning the throne would be extremely slim. But from her husband Ning Yuanxian's point of view, she still longed for victory. God bless him, Buddha bless him. Nano country wins, Nano country wins. The Queen Mother's voice was clearly heard in the corner of the temple, but it seemed to resound throughout the palace. And at that moment, a group of elite warriors galloped madly north. Urgent! Urgent! Nano country won the war, won the war, won the war. The Qianhu guarding the gate of Xuanwu was Lan Er. Ku Tuhuan was promoted to the commander of the city guards. The 10 Lan brothers were all promoted from Baihu to Qianhu. After hearing the news, Lan Er's heart trembled, and for a moment, he was inexplicably sad. His fate was tightly tied to Ningjing's. If Nano country won the war, then Ningjing's chances of winning the throne would be slim. Urgent, Nan Ou has won the war. The cavalryman who came to report the news approached from afar. Lan Er immediately shouted, "Open the gate! Open the gate!" The gate of Xuanwu slowly opened. The messenger knight rushed into the capital and roared. Good news, the state of Yu won the war in Nano country. Good news, good news. Logically speaking, they shouldn't be shouting in public. This messenger cavalry should enter the palace as soon as possible and report the good news to monarch Ning Yuanxian before announcing it to the world. However, for some reason, this messenger cavalry shouted crazily along the way. Everywhere they went, they heard the news of Nano country's victory. Instantly, the whole country was excited. The capital, which had been silent for a few months, had been repressed for a few months. It was completely immersed in an ocean of joy. Countless people rushed out of their homes. They were aimless, but they were desperately enjoying themselves. Long live the state of you, long live the state of you. Long live your majesty, long live. The city guards were supposed to maintain order and drive these people back home. After all, according to wartime regulations, any gathering with more than 30 people was illegal without the approval of the admiral's office. But looking at the joyous crowd, the city guards didn't do anything. Your Majesty, great news, great news. The gates of the palace opened one by one. The messenger knight dashed in unimpeded and directly arrived at the main hall. Your Majesty, the Nano nation has won a great victory. Prince Jin's army of 100,000 retreated in panic with less than 40,000 remaining. At this time, the atmosphere in the court meeting was depressing. The warrior who came to report the victory rushed in and shouted loudly, shocking everyone. The officials were stunned at first, but then they were overjoyed. Finally, the news of the victory came. The crown prince's heart was boiling. The day had finally come. Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu's face turned red and his breathing became rapid. It wasn't easy. The Zhu clan had paid an incomparably huge price in exchange for this hard-fought victory. He had spent a lot of money and overdrawn on political resources. But it was all worth it. Crown Prince Ningyi immediately knelt down and said loudly, "Congratulations, father." Zhu Hongzhu knelt down. "Congratulations, your majesty." Then, all the officials knelt down neatly. "Congratulations, your majesty." These people were congratulating His Majesty, but in their hearts, they were congratulating the Crown Prince. Nano country had won the war. It almost meant that the Crown Prince's position was as stable as a mountain. Monarch Ning Yuanxian listened. He was overjoyed at first, but then he was in a trance. Did they win? Did they win just like that? It was good to win, good to win. Then, he looked at the Crown Prince. The Crown Prince's eyes emitted an incomparably proud light. But Ning Yuanxian still saw it. This was a victory for me, but the biggest winner was the Crown Prince. In the past few months, he had elevated Ning Qi and suppressed the Crown Prince. Was the Crown Prince finally going to hold his head high? Ning Yuanxian couldn't help but look at Ning Jing. Ning Jing used to be short and fat, but now he was so thin that he was out of shape. He was the one who really worked hard. He was the one who endured humiliation and shared the burden of the country and the emperor wholeheartedly. He never complained about the hardships or tiredness. What a good son. What a pity, but it was still better to win than to lose this war. Monarch Ning Yuanxian calmed himself down and laughed. My dear officials, please rise. Tell this good news to the Empress Dowager immediately. Tell the world and all the people will be happy together. Zhu Lin, Ning Luo, Nangong Ao, and Zhu Yong have worked hard. The officials bowed again. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Then, the leader of the warriors said, Your Majesty, Princess Ning Luo, General Zhu Lin, and General Nangong Ao have jointly submitted a memorial. Monarch Ning Yuanxian narrowed his eyes. Here they are. They didn't stop for even a moment. But Ning Yuanxian was still overjoyed. Send it here. Send it here. The warrior handed the memorial to eunuch Li Sunday. Li Sun checked it and then passed it to Monarch. Ning Yuanxian opened it. In fact, he already knew the content of the memorial. He asked the Crown Prince to go to the battlefield in Nano to reap the greatest victory. Ning Yuanxian smiled. Zhu Lin, Ning Luo, and Nangong Ao have jointly submitted a memorial. The war in Nano has entered a new phase, turning from defense to offense. They want to eliminate Prince Jin's main force once and for all and ensure the peace of Nano forever. So, the next step is to encircle and annihilate them. Bring me the map. A few eunuchs hung up a large map. Ning Yuanxian said, Prince Jin has retreated to the Black Water Stockade with 30,000 sand barbarian soldiers. This is a stockade that has been abandoned for 20 years. It is also the westernmost land of Nano. They want to fight a war of annihilation and encirclement. They want to eliminate Prince Jin and this so-called Danan kingdom. The three of them want the Crown Prince to oversee the war in Nano and the transportation of resources. What do you think? Ning Yi, are you willing to go? Crown Prince Ningyi said, I am willing to share my father's burden. I will go through fire and water without hesitation. Because they were closer, Xianxia received the news of Nano's victory earlier than Monarch. Then, he gasped in amazement, Prince Jin was amazing. It was true that he almost took down the capital of Nano for the first time. At that time, he did try his best to take down Nano's capital. But when he realized that he couldn't take it down, he immediately gave up and carried out his original strategy. Luring the snake out of its hole. Although this plan was extremely simple, it was not difficult. But Prince Jin paid such a huge price for it. He put on a good show. No, it wasn't even a show. Instead, he used himself as bait to put on a show of life and death. Xianxia stood in front of the map and sneered. If Crown Prince Ningyi goes to Nano, what awaits him may be eternal damnation. We should also get ready. Maybe it won't be long before it's our turn to perform. Note, today's 2 chapters cost more than 15,000 yuan. I am only a few dozen votes away from the 3rd place. Brothers, please lend me a hand. I will fight to the end. Thank you Internet Genesis UO, Book Friend 1,605,552,283,396,559 coins. In that instant, Xianxia could almost read Prince Jin's mind. He was well aware of the strengths and weaknesses of the Sand Barbarian army. Therefore, Prince Jin's initial strategic goal was to completely disrupt the State of Yu's strategic deployment in the south and take full advantage of the internal power struggle of the State of Yu to maximize his victory. But when the battle started, Prince Jin found that his army was far stronger than he had imagined. Therefore, he wavered a little and wanted to take back the capital of Nano. After all, this was the city of his dreams and the future capital of the Danan state. He had almost succeeded in this attempt. Then, he immediately returned to the right track. Prince Jin's ambition is frightening, Xianxia said. Marquis Jinxue asked, what does he want? Xianxia said, not only does he want to take back the homeland of Nano, but he also wants to wipe out the State of Yu's main force and dismember the State of Yu with the State of Chu to avenge his father's death. Then, Xianxia began to search on the map. Husband, what are you looking for? Mulan asked. Xianxia said, I'm looking for a stronghold. When the situation completely collapses, which point should we defend? Which city should we set as a stop-loss point? Xianxia kept searching on the map. This city must meet 2 requirements. First, it must not be too big. Second, it must be at a critical point to stop the Sand Barbarian army from advancing north and east. The road to the west. Soon, Xianxia found this city. Tiannan Province, Yangge Prefecture City. This city was 600 miles away from Xuanwu City, 300 miles away from the capital of Tiannan, and 1,000 miles away from the capital. Next, it could be used as a stop-loss point. If the situation was really as Xianxia had predicted, and the situation had worsened to the extreme, then Xianxia would use this point to turn the tide and save the State of Yu. At the capital meeting, the Crown Prince expressed his willingness to go south and preside over the battlefield of Nano. The 2 officials who belonged to the Crown Prince's faction agreed. What a joke, the Zhu clan had paid such a huge price just to let the Crown Prince reap the biggest fruit of victory. How could he not go? Moreover, everyone was tied to the Crown Prince's war chariot. Of course, they hoped that the Crown Prince would be able to decide the outcome of the battle. Although the 3rd Prince's faction wanted to object, they were powerless to do so. If he were to object now, he would be hated by the Crown Prince for life. Everyone couldn't help but look at Zhongyi and Xueqi. 3rd Prince Ningqi was currently the governor of North Heaven Province, and Zhong Yao and Xueqi were the leaders of their factions. If someone has to speak, it should be these 2 big shots who speak first. Small fries like us are not qualified. However, Zhongyi and Xueqi remained expressionless. Clearly, they wouldn't say anything. This subject agrees. I agree. This subject agrees. The officials present all stepped out and agreed with the Crown Prince's decision to head south. It was a one-sided situation. At this moment, Ningxing stepped out of the ranks. Everyone was stunned. When did you open your mouth to speak? There's nothing to do with you now. Before, Ningxing had been busy with his work and almost never spoke in the imperial court. Now that Nano State has won the war, Ningjing, you, the scapegoat, can step aside. Your value has been lost. What if you stand out and support Crown Prince Ningyi now? It's too late. The Crown Prince will never accept you. You won't even have the right to surrender. This subject objects. Ningjing said. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Ningjing actually objected. Who do you think you are? What right do you have to say in this matter? Are you still unwilling to give up at this juncture? Do you still want to struggle? Do you still want to stop the Crown Prince from achieving his achievements? You're like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Ning Yuanxian was stunned. Oh? Ningjing, why do you object? If he remembered correctly, this was the first time Ningjing had spoken in the imperial court. Ningjing said, first, the state of Yu's army is good at defending cities, and is not suitable for fighting in the mountains and forests. Moreover, Prince Jin's army has retreated to the Black Water Stockade, changing from the attacker to the defender. This is even more disadvantageous for our army. Refute. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War stepped forward and said, Marquis Chongping doesn't know anything about military affairs, so it's fine for him to say this. Now that Prince Jin's army has retreated to the Black Water Stockade, what is this Black Water Stockade? The assistant minister bowed and said, Your Majesty, please allow me to use the map. Ning Yuanxian nodded. The assistant minister said, No one in the state of Yu is more familiar with the Black Water Stockade than I am, because I was responsible for building this stockade. 20 years ago, the state of Yu and Nano State fought against the Sand Barbarians. Because of various reasons, the army could not be stationed in the capital of Nano State, so the Black Water Stockade was built on the border of Nano State. It was originally intended to be a fortress to block the invasion route of the Sand Barbarians and defend the southwest border of Nano State. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Many of the old officials still remembered what happened. According to the plan, the Black Water Stockade should have been built for about 5 years to form a solid line of defense. But then something unexpected happened. The king of Nano State died on the battlefield, which caused a series of changes. So the construction of the Black Water Stockade was suspended. Therefore, only 1/5 of the Black Water Stockade's construction was completed, and the various defensive functions were not complete. It was not a solid line of defense at all. There were no city walls or fortresses, only the most primitive wooden barracks and walls. Moreover, they had been abandoned for at least a dozen years and were already broken. They couldn't even withstand a single blow. Prince Jin's army was digging its own grave by staying here. Secondly, in the battlefield of the state of Yu, there are 170,000 soldiers of the state of Yu, while Prince Jin has less than 40,000 soldiers. If he can't defeat the army of the Sand Barbarians, Marquis Chongping is looking down on the elites of the state of Yu. Hearing this, everyone nodded. Ning Yuanxian said, Ningjing, what else do you think? Say it all at once. Ningjing said, secondly, I'm worried that this is Prince Jin's plot to lure the snake out of its hole. Hearing this, everyone else snorted. Oh, you're the only smart person in the world. Plot, are you saying that Prince Jin is acting? Out of his 100,000 soldiers, more than 60,000 were killed or injured, almost 2/3 of them were gone. Acting at such a high price, ridiculous to the extreme. Are you childish? Or do you have ulterior motives? Ningjing braced himself and said, therefore, I think that His Highness should not take risks. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War sneered, Marquis Chongping, according to what you said, since we fear Prince Jin like a god, we should let him trample on the land of Nano State. Even if he only has 30,000 soldiers left, we can't touch him or fight him. Then I would like to ask, what should we do about Prince Jin? Ningjing said, Prince Jin is no longer an ordinary rebel. He is the ruler of the Great Nan Kingdom. We are not facing a single person, but the entire Sand primitive tribe. Therefore, we should play to our strengths and avoid our weaknesses. We should fight a protracted war, a fortress war. Ning Yuanxian said, you mean, we should build a large number of fortresses along the border of Nano State and Great Nan Kingdom? Yes, this is what we are good at, Ningjing said. Hearing this, everyone was in an uproar. Is he crazy? It's ridiculous. How stupid it is to build fortresses along the entire border. Now, Jin Jun was left with more than 30,000 soldiers. He didn't want to take advantage of the victory to pursue and destroy them in one fell swoop. Instead, he wanted to fight a protracted war. Marquis Chongping, I thought you were a loyal minister who worked hard. But now it seems that I'm disappointed. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War said, I know you have conflicts with His Highness, but you shouldn't delay national affairs for your own interests. This behavior is a disgrace to you. This was a very harsh accusation. But everyone felt that it was reasonable. It was obvious that this was a golden opportunity to destroy the main force of Prince Jean. Not only are you not taking advantage of the victory to pursue and attack, but you're going to hide and defend, you are afraid that His Highness will make great achievements. You have no hope of winning the throne. But don't you know that you have lost your hope a long time ago? Ningjing said, Your Majesty, my lords. You only see that Prince Jean has less than 40,000 soldiers left, and he has retreated to a defenseless black water stockade. But why don't you think about what we should do if he retreats again and returns to the jungles and mountains of the Great Nan Kingdom? Our army can't do anything there. Besides, how do we know that Prince Jean has no more reinforcements? He has the entire Sand Primitive tribe now. The assistant minister of the Ministry of War said, Marquis Chongping is worrying too much. Nangong Ao and General Zhu Lin have led the army to surround the Black Water Stockade. Prince Jean can't escape even if he has wings. Now the army has built temporary fortresses around the Black Water Stockade, and the encirclement of Prince Jean has begun. Ningjing said, if it's an open plain, this kind of encirclement will work. But in the mountainous and forested Nano Kingdom, it's almost impossible to encircle him completely. Ning Yuanxian suddenly said, Ningjing, is this your opinion or Shenlang's? Ningjing said, this is my opinion, and also Shenlang's opinion. Then, he handed over a letter. This is a letter from Shenlang to your Majesty. Ning Yuanxian waved his hand. Li Sun handed over Shenlang's letter. He opened it and saw that Shenlang had written it clearly. Facing Prince Jean and the Great Nan Kingdom, they could only fight a protracted war and build fortresses on the border. They shouldn't think of destroying them in one fell swoop. The monarch frowned slightly. First of all, he had absolute trust in Shenlang. But a protracted war was not in line with his mentality. Because he hated the word protracted the most. What he liked most was to end the war in one fell swoop, just like how he destroyed Sunan's rebellion. In fact, Shenlang and Ning Yuanxian were exactly the same. Neither of them had patience. But Shenlang knew clearly. It was possible to defeat Prince Jean on the battlefield. But to destroy the Great Nan Kingdom in one fell swoop? To destroy the Sand barbaric tribe by military means, then don't even dream about it. The territory of the Great Nan Kingdom was even larger than that of the state of Yu. There were mountains and primitive forests everywhere. Any army that entered the Great Nan Kingdom would be dragged to death and completely submerged. The Soviet Union couldn't destroy Afghanistan, the US Army couldn't destroy Vietnam, and the state of Yu certainly couldn't destroy the Great Nan Kingdom. Quit while you're ahead, Your Majesty. These were the last words Shenlang said to Ning Yuanxian in the letter. It was already a great achievement to win this war. Don't expect more. Uncooked food tasted bad, but it was better than starving to death. Ning Yuanxian didn't like the situation, but he was willing to trust Shenlang's judgment. Taking a deep breath, Ning Yuanxian said, We'll talk about it later. Hearing this, the whole court was in an uproar. Talk about it again? What do you mean, Your Majesty? Are you jealous of the Crown Prince's achievements and don't want the Crown Prince to make a contribution? Wasn't it more risky for you to go to the camp of Minister Wu, Bian Shao? Now the Crown Prince is going to Nano Kingdom to command the army. It's an absolute victory, but you don't allow him to go. How ridiculous. Sure enough, as soon as the news spread in the court, thousands of people cursed angrily. The anger of the people in the capital was directed at Ningjing, Shenlang, and even Ning Yuanxian. Ningjing was a traitor, and Shenlang was a traitor. For their own interests, they ignored the interests of the country. In order to prevent the Crown Prince from making a contribution, they let Prince Jean go. Shameless. Extremely shameless. Countless impeachment memorials flew into the palace like snowflakes. Under the organization and manipulation of some people, countless civilians surrounded the Admiral Tianyua's mansion and Marquis Chongping's mansion. Every time Ningjing went out, countless people pointed at him and shouted, Traitor! Traitor! Ningjing was not Shenlang. Shenlang couldn't be offended because he was narrow-minded. Whether you were a civilian or not, he would kill your whole family and drown you in the cesspool. But Ningjing was very magnanimous. He didn't kill any of the subordinates in the Admiral Mansion who had been giving him all kinds of obstacles, not to mention the people pointing at him and cursing him. Traitor, traitor, traitor. As a result, the residence of the Kim clan, which had been burned once, was burned again. After it was burned, tens of thousands of kilograms of feces were poured into it, and the stench was overwhelming. Of course, at this time, there was no one in the residence of the Kim clan. Shenlang wasn't in the capital at all, so it could only be regarded as killing a tiger. So, was the anger of the people in the capital justified? Of course it was. The opinions of Shenlang and Ningjing seemed to be completely on the opposite side of all the officials and all the people. Now that Nano had won a great victory, it was a good opportunity to eliminate Prince Jin in one fell swoop. How dare you cower and retreat? How dare you let Jin Jun escape, traitor, traitor, they deserve to be cut into pieces. Not to mention the people in the capital of the state of Yu. Even if the people of our country saw this situation in the modern world, I'm afraid they would be even more angry. People were like this, wishing that their country could destroy the sky, the earth, and the air. As long as it wasn't domineering, it would be humiliating. Soon, someone divided the court into two factions. The Crown Prince's faction was the pro-war faction, while Ningjing and Shenlang were the shameful surrender faction. This time, they were really condemned by thousands of people. Whether it was the officials or the people, they firmly believed that they were standing on the side of justice. Shenlang and Ningjing suppressed the Crown Prince for their own selfish interests. They were definitely traitors. Ningjing's stunning performance in the heavenly worship ceremony had long been reduced to ashes. Previously, because of his strict wartime regulations, he had offended the merchants, officials, and commoners. He had long been cursed by them. But at that time, the people in the capital knew that although Ningjing was strict, what he did was right and beneficial to the interests of the country. But this time, Ningjing was definitely a traitor, not to mention the people, even the city guards under Ningjing's direct command couldn't understand it. His Highness Ningjing wasn't such a person. He wouldn't disregard the country for his own interests. He wouldn't harm the country because he was jealous of the Crown Prince. But Ningjing and Shenlang's cowardice made the city guards a little dissatisfied. As the saying goes, the right time, the right place, and the right people. Right now, the Crown Prince's faction definitely had the right time and the right people. The people of the state of Yu were on his side, looking forward to him going south and eliminating Prince Jin in one fell swoop. He would make a great contribution and ensure the peace of the state of Yu for decades. More and more memorials were written to impeach Ningjing and Shenlang. The Marquis of Xuanwu, Jin Zhua, was also impeached. Previously, the Privy Council and the Governor's Office of Tiannam Province issued an order asking Jin Zhua to set an example for the nobles and lead 2,000 private troops into the second battlefield. In the end, Jin Zhua refused. Looking at this matter now, it was even more disgraceful. In the face of national crisis, even a small noble would send troops to the battlefield of Nano Yu. Jin Zhua was the only old marquis in the state of Yu, but he didn't send a single soldier. Did he have any patriotism and loyalty to the country? The intention of rebellion was clear as day. Then, an even more absurd rumor spread. It was said that Shenlang was dissatisfied with being exiled from the capital and had betrayed the state of Yu and the monarch. The Kim family had colluded with the imperial army to divide the Tiannam province. Shenlang harbored ulterior motives. He wanted to let Jin Jun go so that he could raise an enemy for himself. And Ningjing was a fool, played by Shenlang in the palm of his hand. When the will of the world was unified, no one could stop it. Ningjing couldn't go out. Even if he went to the Tianyue governor's office, he couldn't do anything. Any order he gave could not be carried out. Except for the officials under his direct command, any officials, even the bailiffs and civilians, resisted any of his orders. It was completely difficult to move. In the following court meeting, even in the face of overwhelming pressure, Ningjing still insisted on his point of view. The Crown Prince couldn't go south. The army couldn't go out easily. They had to fight a fortress war with Prince Jin, a protracted war. Every single time, he would be criticized to the point where he was left with cuts and bruises. Then, he and Xianlang were completely nailed to the pillar of shame of the surrender party. It was really unjust. It could be said that Xianlang had ulterior motives. But Ningjing was really dedicated to the country. Yufei insisted on going north to recover the lost land. That was loyalty to the country. That was eternal loyalty. Qin Hui and Song Gaozong stopped Yufei's expedition to the north for their own personal interests. They even executed Yufei on a groundless charge. They were the real traitors, the eternal shame. But how could Ningjing have the intention to surrender? He was completely worried that he would fall into Prince Jin's trap and lose nearly 200,000 of the state of Yu's main force. At that time, it would be a disaster. Although the fortress tactic he proposed was costly and slow to produce results, it was indeed the only reliable strategy. But the people of the world didn't care about this. You just wanted to let Prince Jin go. You just couldn't see the crown prince make a contribution. You were a traitor. Portraits of the two of them were pasted all over the capital. There were all kinds of strange portraits, and they were all very ugly. As soon as the city guards tore them down, they immediately pasted more. Moreover, the portraits of Xianlang and Ningjing were all of them kneeling with the words traitor written on their faces and traitor written on their backs. Countless spit was spat on every portrait. There were even feces and bags of blood from women's monthly cycle splashed on every portrait. At first, they were just portraits. Then, they were wooden statues. They carved Xianlang and Ningjing so vividly. They were still statues of traitors kneeling. When Xianlang received these letters, he was so angry that he laughed. Go on, I haven't acted tough and slapped people's faces for a long time. Previously, I only slapped tens of thousands of people's faces. This time I will slap millions or even thousands of people's faces. It will be even more satisfying. Now, the people are slandering Xianlang and Ningjing more fiercely. In the future, Ningjing will be more and more upright. The whole world is wrong. Only Ningjing is right. Moreover, he insists on his own views in the court. Isn't that commendable enough? Isn't it reasonable for such a person to be the crown prince? The court assembly entered the 10th day. Ning Yuanxian was exhausted. He was also under great pressure. Because under the guidance of some people, the subjects and people had subtly classified him as a capitulator. The term fatuous ruler had appeared again. Standing against the subjects and people, even as the monarch, was very scary. The key was that Namgong Ao, Zhu Lin, and Princess Ning Luo's memorials were continuously sent to him every day, urging the crown prince to go south. The will to express was getting stronger and stronger. The big encirclement had been completed. Prince Jin must not be let go. This big encirclement was unprecedentedly huge. Governor Zhu Yong once again recruited troops in Tiannam province. Or rather, squeezed. Countless nobles and officials sent their armed retainers over. On the battlefield of Nanou, the state of Yu's army had already exceeded 200,000. 200,000 against Prince Jin's less than 40,000. Should they still not fight? Should they let Prince Jin go just like that? And the scale of this battle had reached the extreme, spanning hundreds of miles. Ning Yuanxian's heart was also shaking. Ningjing, have you changed your opinion after reading these memorials? Ning Yuanxian asked gently. Ningjing read these memorials carefully. To be honest, he was a little confused now. After all, he had never been to Nanou, but he really couldn't see the truth from the map. If he had to judge by himself, he felt that this battle could be won. The remnants of Prince Jin's army were already surrounded. 200,000 against more than 30,000 people, how could they win? But Xianlang's secret letters came one after another. The contents were all the same. Prince Jin had a conspiracy. Ningjing had to stick to his original opinion and absolutely not waver. When Ningjing couldn't see clearly and couldn't see through it, he chose to believe in Xianlang. At this time, all the officials in the court were staring at Ningjing. This person was the last obstacle, the obstacle to destroying Prince Jin in one fell swoop, the obstacle to the crown prince's achievement. Being stared at by all the officials, Ningjing also felt a burst of numbness on his scalp. I still stick to my original opinion. The crown prince can't go south. Since we have surrounded Prince Jin, we should continue to surround him. Build fortresses where we are and gradually shrink the encirclement. Don't start a fight recklessly. Ning Jing expressed his opinion. Suddenly, an imperial censor suddenly rushed up. He aimed at Ning Jing's face and punched him. Ning Jing is a traitor, and Xianxia is a traitor. You have brought disaster to the country and the people. You have colluded with Prince Jin and harmed the country. You should be hacked into pieces, colleagues, for the sake of the state of you, for the sake of the people of the state of you, kill the traitor. Then, dozens of young officials rushed up and raised their fists to beat Ning Jing. They were really going to beat him to death in the court. Monarch Ning Yuanxian was completely stunned. Was this scene going to happen again? If Xianxia was here, he would also exclaim in surprise. Was this finally happening? Although brawls in the imperial court were rare in the history of China, they were not rare either. It had happened a few times in the Ming dynasty alone. The commander of the brocade guards was beaten to death in the imperial court. It was even more common in foreign countries. The history of brawls in the Parliament of England was more than 800 years old. However, it had only happened once in the history of the state of Yu. The monarch was shocked at first, then he flew into a rage. Li Sun, beat them up. Following Ning Yuanxian's order, Li Sun rushed in with dozens of internal guards. They picked up wooden sticks and smashed at the officials who were beating up the officials. In just a short while, dozens of officials were beaten to the ground. They were wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves, and blood was dripping from their bodies. Li Sun went to help Ning Jing up. He was covered in bruises and blood was dripping from his face. Although Ning Jing's martial arts was not the best, it was still very good. It was more than enough for him to beat up those civil officials. However, he did not make a move. Those officials did not want to be dignified, but he wanted to be. Arrest all these rebellious traitors. Arrest them all and send them to the Supreme Court. Following Ning Yuanxian's order, dozens of officials were arrested and sent to the Supreme Court. However, on the way to the Supreme Court, they were treated like heroes. Well done. They are indeed loyal officials. They dared to beat up traitors and traitors for the sake of the country. Death to the traitors. Death to the traitors. The dozens of officials suddenly became famous. Within a short period of time, their names had spread throughout the entire state of Yu, and countless scholars had written poems to praise them. Their families also enjoyed great glory. Local officials came to pay their respects. They really brought honor to their ancestors. Moreover, after being sent to the Supreme Court prison, they also enjoyed the first-class treatment. The jailers in the Supreme Court's prison were the most snobbish. Even Zhang Chong had almost been tormented to death by them. But now, they were calling him a lord and a hero, and even paying out of their own pockets to take turns treating him to drinks. They were not in prison. They were acting like masters. November 29th, a memorial to the throne broke the situation. Governor Zhu Yong fell ill and was dying. There was no one to take charge of the situation. His Majesty, please send officials to the south immediately. The Zhu family was ruthless. In order to let the crown prince go to the south, they made Zhu Yong fall ill. This was a serious illness. The monarch would definitely send imperial doctors. No matter how Zhu Rong got sick, he had to get sick, and he had to be on the verge of death. Then, memorials from Zhu Lin and Nangong Ao came again. Prince Jin's provisions were almost used up. Because of the poor health conditions, there was already an epidemic. The Sand Barbarian army kept losing members. It was a golden opportunity to eliminate Prince Jin. Finally, this matter could not be stopped. Zhu Yong fell ill. He was the commander of the whole war. Now there was no one to take charge of the situation. Who would go? Except for the crown prince, no one could go. The monarch Ning Yuanxian heaved a sigh of relief. Ning Yi, I know you want to go to the Nanoyu kingdom. I stopped you not because I was afraid you would make a contribution, but because I was worried that you would be in danger. Crown Prince Ning Yi kowtowed. Thank you for your concern, father. Ning Yuanxian said, although Xianxia is your enemy, you still have to listen to him. He is very loyal to the big picture. After you go to the Nanoyu kingdom, you must be careful, careful, and more careful. The crown prince kowtowed. I will remember. Ning Yuanxian said, surround Prince Jin. If you can defeat him, it will be a victory. Don't let the army enter the Danan kingdom. Don't chase a desperate enemy. I will remember father's teachings. Ning Yuanxian was silent for a long time. Ning Yi, I know you hate me. But let me tell you something from the bottom of my heart. You don't need to eliminate Prince Jin. As long as you can drive him away, it will be a victory. Your position as crown prince will be secured. The crown prince kowtowed. I will do my best. The next day, the crown prince led 5,000 cavalrymen south to the battlefield in the Nanoyu kingdom. The monarch and his ministers saw them off. The people in the capital saw them off. That scene was simply bustling with activity. Long live the state of you! Long live the state of you! Long live the crown prince! Long live the Prince Jin! Long live the crown prince! Long live the crown prince! The crown prince looked at the scene. He was supported by all the people. He couldn't help but feel his blood boiling. He looked at Ning Yuanxian. At this moment, Ning Yuanxian didn't deliberately straighten his back. He looked slightly hunched. The monarch was truly mentally exhausted at this moment. You are old. Wait for me to take your place. Crown Prince Ningyi sneered. When I come back after eliminating Prince Jin, no one in the world will be able to stop me, including you, father. When I go to the Nanoyu kingdom, I will have 200,000 soldiers. Who can stop me? Shen Lang, he is just a clown. When I, Ning Yi, enter the Nanoyu kingdom, I will be like a dragon in the sea. I, Ning Yi, am destined to rise from the ashes. Let's go. Crown Prince Ning Yi gave the order. 5,000 cavalrymen marched towards the south. The monarch stood in his original spot, watching and watching. Until Ning Yi's figure disappeared. Ning Yuanxian couldn't help but look towards the east. Shen Lang, you little bastard. I hope you don't jinx it this time. Bastard, bastard. Ning Yuanxian returned to the carriage. Let him be, let him be. It doesn't matter if it's thunder or rain, glory or sin. I will let him be. Marquis Xuanwu's residence. Young master, the crown prince is heading south. A warrior from the Black Mirror division reported. Shen Lang closed his eyes in fascination. The real show, the real good show, was finally about to begin. Ha 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 ha, Ning Yi, I will wait for the news of your army being wiped out. Note, I haven't slept more than 5 hours these days. It's so frustrating. I will lie down for a while before writing the second chapter. I will make everyone happy. Everyone, give me your monthly votes and help me keep third place. Please, thank you for your sinful arrogance. Thank you for your 10,000 coins. The crown prince led 5,000 cavalrymen south at a fast pace. It was the standard for a rapid march, covering 200 li in a day. This was the most elite cavalry, even reaching the level of 1 man and 2 horses. It didn't look impressive, but in reality, this was already very fast with cold weapons. Moreover, this cavalry didn't need to carry any rations. There were people resupplying them along the way. When they were 100 li away, not to mention rations, even hot water and delicious food were prepared at the next relay station. Crown Prince Ning Yi only needed to stop to enjoy the best treatment. But that wasn't all. Along the way, there were many elite cavalrymen coming to join them. They were all young nobles of the state of Yu. They brought their families' most elite warriors, and some even traveled thousands of li to join them. Of course, this was the icing on the cake. But it was also a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Now that the crown prince had the support of the people, this wave was to gain merit. If they showed their face in front of the crown prince, this investment would be worth 10 times the return. Everyone knew that the state of Yu had more than 200,000 soldiers on the battlefield in Nano. Prince Jin's Sand barbarian army was less than 40,000, and they were facing a shortage of food and a plague. This was a battle that they had to win. So before Crown Prince Ning Yi reached Tiannan City, his cavalry had already increased to 8,000. More than half of the nobles of the state of Yu had sent people. Not only that. Every time the Crown Prince's army passed through a city, countless scholars and commoners would come to welcome them. Of course, the scholars were spontaneous. Because the Crown Prince's interests were the state of Yu's scholars' interests. His base was the civil officials. For the Crown Prince's position, the civil officials dared to oppose the monarch. As for how these commoners came to be, no one knew. But in short, the crown prince was supported by the people. And from the day the crown prince left the capital, the entire civil official system began to build up public opinion. Day by day, it escalated. It almost made the Nano War the greatest war in 100 years. It was even more important than the Wuyue War 20 years ago. As long as they won this battle and eliminated Lord Jin, they would be able to exchange for decades of peace and stability in Yu country. That was true. But it was too much, almost to the point of a holy war. However, scholars were like this. They would not rest until their words shocked people to death. By the time the crown prince entered Tiannan province, the public opinion had already reached its peak. It was like a raging fire, fresh flowers were embroidered, and oil was added to the raging fire. Countless people were also inspired by the scholars, and they joined in the fun, as if they were drunk. Soon, the Zhu clan felt that they had overexerted themselves and wanted to cool down a little. But it was too late. At this time, even without the guidance of the Zhu family, even without the guidance of the civil officials, the scholars of the state of Yu had already fallen into self-satisfaction. The scholars supported the crown prince, some of the warriors supported the third prince, and the idiots supported Ningjing. This was deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. All the scholars in the state of Yu felt that it was everyone's responsibility to protect the crown prince's position. This was not even for the crown prince, but for the interests of the scholars. They spontaneously publicized the decisive battle led by the crown prince. He worked hard to write poems and stories, and he even paid storytellers to tell stories about the Battle of Nano Kingdom in restaurants and inns. For a moment, it was simply overwhelming, and the whole world was watching. Even the old farmers in the most remote mountains knew that a holy war was about to break out. His Highness the Crown Prince would personally go out to destroy the state of Yu's greatest enemy, Prince Jin. This was a battle that would destroy the country, and in exchange, the state of Yu would have decades of peace and stability. Even the idiots on the streets shouted, "When the Crown Prince comes, Prince Jin will die. When the Crown Prince comes, Nano Kingdom will fall." In this tsunami of cheers, the Crown Prince led the cavalry into Tiannan City. At this time, Ningyi welcomed the most powerful reinforcements. Sky Sea Pavilion warriors, there were only 200 of them, but they were all experts. Of course, they had no markings on them. The one leading the 200 Sky Sea Pavilion warriors was another disciple of Pavilion Masters with Ci, Li Nanfeng. From this, it could be seen how much importance Princess Ninghan placed on Ningyi's battle. These 200 experts only had one purpose, and that was to protect Ningyi. This was the true pride of the heavens. He was doted on by tens of thousands of people. The Crown Prince entered the governor's office to see Governor Zhu Yong. Governor Zhu Yong's illness was real. He had worked hard for the past few months and had indeed overdrawn himself. But this serious illness was fake. It was only after taking special medicine that his life seemed to be in danger. "Your Highness, I cannot bow to you." Ningyi said, "Uncle, you don't have to be so polite. I will remember everything you have done for me." Governor Zhu Yong said, "My state of Yu's 200,000 soldiers have surrounded Prince Jin's 30,000 soldiers for almost a month. But if the Crown Prince did not come, we would not dare to fight this battle." Of course they would not dare to fight. If the Crown Prince did not come, the battle would be won and Prince Jin would be eliminated. That would be embarrassing. If he fell before he even fired, would it show that his marksmanship was especially accurate? Governor Zhu Yong said, "Your Highness, everything is ready for the battlefield in Nano. We only need one thing, and that thing is you." The Crown Prince said, "Is everything ready?" Governor Zhu Yong said, "Everything is ready. Only more, no less." That was strange. When the war started, the Zhu clan did their best. Their supplies were still tight. Now that the 200,000 soldiers surrounded Prince Jin, they had more supplies. It was not strange at all. Before, no one knew who would win and who would lose. They were afraid that their investments would be wasted. But now that they were about to win, the merchants, nobles, and even the Inyuan Association could afford it. Every day, there would be mountains of supplies being transported to Nano. Everyone was willing to do the icing on the cake. Zhu Rong said, "For this war, our Zhu family has almost taken out all the resources we have accumulated for decades." Crown Prince Ningyi said, I will never forget grandfather and uncle's kindness. Zhu Yung said, Your Highness, I am not saying this to show my kindness. I want to tell you to be careful, careful, and careful. Crown Prince Ningyi said, I understand, uncle. Governor Zhu Rong said, After you go to Nan'o, you have to trust Zhu Lin and Nangong Ao. They are both experienced generals. Crown Prince Ningyi was a little unhappy when he heard that. Zhu Yung, what do you mean? You don't trust me? To put it bluntly, you want me to make a statue for people to worship? That was Zhu Yung's intention. Crown Prince, you only need to send people. As for your wisdom and talent, you can use it later. This time, you can just sit back and enjoy the fruits of others' labor. Do you think I am a 3-year-old? But Zhu Yung did not dare to be careless. If the 200,000 soldiers were lost, the Zhu clan's decades of work in the state of Yu would go down the drain. His position as crown prince would also be in danger. Ningyi said, Don't worry, uncle. This time I will only bring my eyes and ears to Nan'o, not my mouth. Zhu Yung knew that the crown prince was unhappy and quickly softened his tone. Your Highness, you are exaggerating. The crown prince suddenly said, Shenlang said that Prince Jin might be plotting something. What do you think, uncle? Zhu Yung was silent for a moment. As a commander, I have to consider everything. Shenlang said that Prince Jin is plotting something to lure the snake out of its hole. But of course, it is ridiculous. After all, he lost 2/3 of his army. But we still have to be on guard. So, I only have one thing to say to the crown prince. If Prince Jin escapes into Danan, our army must not chase after him. Do not enter the forests or mountains. Crown Prince Ningyi nodded, I understand. Governor Zhu Rong emphasized again, within the Great Nan Kingdom, there are dense forests and high mountains everywhere. Our army can't fight freely, and we will be exhausted to death. If Prince Jin escapes, do not chase after him. Crown Prince Ningyi said, I understand. The next day, Crown Prince Ningyi led 10,000 troops into Nan'o. The state of Yu's army on the battlefield reached an astonishing 210,000. 5 days later, Crown Prince Ningyi arrived at the battlefield. Zhu Lin greets your highness. Nangong Ao greets your highness. These generals were rather reserved, but the remaining high-ranking officers were very direct in their fawning. We look up to the crown prince like a baby looking up to his parents. With your highness here, the battle is settled. Yes, yes, yes. With your highness here, we will be at ease. Crown Prince Ningyi returned the salute meticulously and said, Big sister, General Zhu Lin, General Nangong, you are all famous generals of your generation. I will be relying on you to decide how to fight this battle. I am here to learn. I will only bring my eyes and ears, not my mouth. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief when they heard this. A general was most afraid of being blindly commanded by a superior. It was great that the crown prince had such an attitude. But verbally, everyone had to suck up to him. Your highness is wise, and we will follow your lead. As long as the crown prince gives the order, we will go through fire and water without hesitation. Crown Prince Ningyi said, There is a rumor in the capital that Prince Jin is short of food. Is it true? Princess Ning Luo said, It is true. Because, they have started to eat their own kind. Everyone couldn't help but vomit when they heard this. General Zhu Lin said, All the wounded soldiers of the Sand barbaric tribe were killed and made into jerky. Ningyi said, Then is it true that a plague broke out in Prince Jin's army? It is true. Nangong Ao said, We saw it clearly from above. The corpses were arranged neatly and then burned. There were countless of them. If it wasn't for the plague, it wouldn't have happened. Then is it true that Prince Jin's army started to eat humans? It is false. To be honest, the Sand barbaric tribe did do this in the past. But after Prince Jin unified the Sand barbaric tribe, the first thing he did was set a law. Cannibals must die. Then what did the state of Yu scouts see about the so-called cannibalism? It was dummies made of dough. They were cut off with a knife and put into a pot to cook. Then they were divided and eaten. Because the distance was too far, and this matter was too horrifying, no one doubted the authenticity of this matter. Especially the Sand barbaric tribe, who had a previous record. So is the plague true or false? It was normal for a plague to happen in the army. Especially in an army like the Sand barbaric tribe, their hygiene was poor. But after Prince Jean succeeded the throne, as long as it was in his army, all the water had to be boiled before drinking. This was learned from Xianxia. Of course, the Sand barbaric tribe's warriors had lived in this dangerous environment for a long time. They had already trained their stomachs to be iron. No matter how dirty the water was, no one would be affected. Therefore, many people felt that drinking boiled water was completely superfluous. Because of this, Prince Jean even used special methods. For example, he poisoned the water, causing the Sand barbaric tribe's warriors who drank the water to suffer from a large-scale disease. Of course, these people were cured, but horrifying traces were left behind. The scene was too horrible to look at. From then on, the Sand barbaric tribe's army also started to drink boiled water. Not only that, Prince Jean also brought in a few hundred doctor monks from the Great Tribulation Temple. So basically, there wouldn't be a large-scale plague. So why was there a rumor of a plague? It was very simple. Just let a group of people wrap themselves up and burn the corpses. In this war, the Sand barbaric tribe suffered countless casualties. Previously, the Sand barbaric tribe's custom was to bury the corpses. There was no such thing as burning corpses. Now, Prince Jean gave the order to cremate the corpses on a large scale. Every day, more and more corpses were burned. Moreover, the people who carried the corpses and burned them were all wrapped up from head to toe. From a few dozen corpses a day to a few hundred. When the State of U scouts saw this, they naturally determined that there was a plague. Humans were very strange creatures. They were especially willing to believe what they saw, and even more so what they were willing to believe. For example, the Sand barbaric tribe's cannibalism was definitely real. They were definitely short of food. If there wasn't a plague, why would they burn the corpses and wrap them up tightly? That was why Prince Jean was so awesome. He had completely used psychological tactics to the extreme. Even if it was an act, it was done to the extreme. Crown Prince Ningyi was overjoyed. The timing, location, and manpower were all on my side. It would be hard not to win now. Generals, when can we start the war? His attitude was still very humble. Nangongao didn't know how to reply, so he looked at Zhu Lin. We have already prepared and can start the war at any time, General Zhu Lin said. It will be the 9th of December in 3 days, which is an auspicious time. We can start the war then. Nangongao nodded. Princess Ning Luo nodded. Crown Prince Ningyi said, all right, it will be the 9th of December. Let's start the war and eliminate Prince Jean. Princess Ning Luo said, now that there are many fierce generals on the battlefield, there is no need for a woman like me. I will return to the capital of Nano Kingdom. Everyone nodded in agreement. The next day, Princess Ning Luo led 10,000 troops back to the capital of Nano Kingdom. Anyone would be shocked if they looked down at the entire battlefield. There were military camps, ravines, and temporary fortresses made of wood everywhere on the ground that spanned dozens of miles. It was really boundless, covering the sky and the earth. The 210,000 troops of the State of U really surrounded the entire Blackwater stronghold. Only 1/5 of the Blackwater stronghold was built. After 20 years, a lot of it had collapsed, and now there were less than 3,000 acres left. The walls were all made of wood and were about 2 meters tall. It was tall enough. But after 20 years of wind and rain, it had started to rot, and it even started to sway when the wind blew. Relying on this wall to defend? It was almost impossible. In these 3 days, Prince Jin's camp in the Blackwater stronghold was very quiet. There was no cannibalism or burning corpses. But this made the State of U's army believe that the Sand barbarians were short of food, and there was a plague. The reason why they stopped cannibalism was because they knew that the final battle was coming, so they released all the remaining food. As for burning corpses, it was also because they knew that the final battle was coming, so it didn't matter how much the plague spread. Look, Prince Jean didn't even need to act, and the State of U could already imagine it. So how did Prince Jean know that the final battle was coming? Even a fool would know. Because Crown Prince Ningyi's flag had been erected in every corner of the State of U's military camp, high up in the sky. 3 days passed by quickly. On the 9th of December, the 210,000 troops of the State of U officially launched an all-out attack on the Blackwater stronghold. The final battle between Crown Prince Ning Yi and Prince Jin was about to begin. According to Ning Yi's imagination, he and Prince Jin should be king to king. It should be like in the history books. Before the battle started, the rulers of the two countries would appreciate each other, talk to each other, and drink a few cups of wine. If that was the case, Ning Yi would definitely keep them company. However, Prince Jin didn't even show up. This disappointed Crown Prince Ning Yi. He missed a chance to show off his kingly demeanor. The sun was about to rise. The generals of the state of Yuan stared at Crown Prince Ning Yi. They were waiting for his command. Crown Prince Ning Yi climbed up the platform step by step. This platform was very high, more than 100 feet high. It could almost overlook the entire battlefield. It could also see the Sand Barbaric tribe's army in the Blackwater stronghold. Every step Ning Yi took, he felt extremely heroic, as if he had ascended to the throne in advance. After this battle, who can stop me from ruling the state of Yu? No one. Even my father, Ning Yuanxian, can't, let alone a clown like Shen Lang. When I succeed the throne, Ning Jing will die, Shen Lang will die, and Jin Shuo will die. Jin Mulan, even after 5 or 10 years, you will still be mine. Don't worry, I can wait. At this moment, Crown Prince Ning Yi was even grateful to Prince Jin in his heart. Thank you for being so powerful and so magical. That's how I was able to achieve this feat, Sha Jin. You are destined to be my stepping stone. The more glorious your performance was, the more I, Ning Yi, am destined to be. When the Crown Prince ascends the platform, the sun suddenly jumped up. Was it a coincidence? Of course not. Ning Yi had calculated the time to climb the platform. Also, the first ray of sunlight shone directly on the platform on Crown Prince Ning Yi. In an instant, his entire body was golden and exuded a noble aura. Dozens of generals and countless soldiers of the state of Yu raised their heads and saluted. More than 100,000 soldiers looked up at Ning Yi. He was truly the center of attention. In everyone's eyes, Crown Prince Ning Yi was like the rising sun. No one could stop him. Ning Yi suppressed the surging emotions in his heart. Where is Prince Jin? Why hasn't he appeared? Why won't you let me see you? He took a deep breath. Ning Yi roared, today's battle will ensure the peace of the state of Yu for decades to come. Long live, long live, long live. Long live the state of Yu. Long live the state of Yu. The 200,000 soldiers shouted in unison. Their voices shook the heavens. Crown Prince Ning Yi pulled out his sword and shouted with all his might, start the battle. Kill all the Sand Barbaric rebels. Instantly, a deafening war drum sounded. More than 100,000 soldiers of the state of Yu surged towards the fragile Blackwater stronghold. The final battle had begun. Kill, kill, kill. The battle had entered a state of white light from the very beginning. The wooden walls of the Blackwater stronghold could not withstand a single blow. In less than a quarter of an hour, almost all the walls of the stronghold had been pushed down. Countless Vietnamese soldiers swarmed into the stronghold. Whoosh 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 whoosh. The rain of arrows from the Sand Barbaric tribe appeared. They were indeed sharp, but how many waves of arrows could they unleash? Even though there were many casualties, it was nothing compared to the numbers of the state of Yu's army. The two armies quickly engaged each other in close combat, close quarters combat. The state of Yu had close to 200,000 soldiers, while the Sand Barbaric tribe had less than 40,000, but the Sand Barbaric tribe's shocking combat power was evident. With such a huge disparity in military strength, they were evenly matched. There was no strategy, just a clash of lives and blood. The entire battlefield was in a state of chaos and darkness. Blood filled the air. Crown Prince Ning Yi stood on the platform and heaved a sigh of relief. Before the battle, he was really worried that Prince Jin would have some kind of plot in the Blackwater stronghold. He even imagined a few horrifying scenarios in his mind. For example, after the army charged in, they realized that there was no one inside. The Sand Barbaric tribe had all fled. Or, after charging in, they realized that there were traps everywhere. He even put himself in Prince Jin's shoes and thought about how to fight this battle. For example, digging a large number of tunnels. Tens of thousands of people would be able to dig through the entire Blackwater stronghold in a month's time. Once they entered the tunnels, the state of Yu's advantage in numbers would disappear. In the narrow tunnels, the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors would be able to maximize their agility and bravery, or they could use plague tactics. The entire Blackwater stronghold was filled with infected corpses. In short, Ningyi had come up with countless battle strategies for Prince Jean in his mind. Because he thought that Prince Jean was a very powerful person and would definitely have some tricks up his sleeves. In the end, there was none. It was the most barbaric, direct, and bloody battle. That's good, what's there to be afraid of when I have many times more soldiers than you, Prince Jean? Everyone says that you're powerful, but that's all there is to it. I'm going to win this battle. As the State of Yu's army charged into the Blackwater stronghold, the encirclement became smaller and smaller. But, soon, Ningyi couldn't laugh anymore. From the looks of it, the State of Yu's army had the absolute advantage. It was as if the boundless sea had surrounded a reef in the middle. But it was also like the raging waves crashing into the reef, instantly shattering into pieces, at the place where the two armies were fighting. The State of Yu's army was actually at a disadvantage. How could the Sand Barbaric tribe be so powerful? With less than 40,000 soldiers, they were still undefeated against nearly 200,000 soldiers. This wasn't surprising at all. When Prince Jin's army of 100,000 attacked the capital of Nan'o, Zhu Lin's army was also 100,000 strong. Even with the fortified city, they were almost defeated. And in the previous battles, as the defending side, the State of Yu's casualties were actually 20 to 30,000 more than the State of Yu's. Now that they were fighting in the wilderness, the Sand Barbaric tribe's bravery was fully displayed. In the hearts of the State of Yu's generals, Prince Jin's army had experienced the food shortage incident and the plague. They must have lost a lot of soldiers and their morale was low. In fact, they didn't lose any soldiers at all. Their morale was still high. These people were all lunatics. They had struggled to survive in the face of death since they were young. He had been through much more desperate predicaments than this. What did this count for? Of course, it was scary to be surrounded by 4 to 5 times the number of soldiers. But could it compare to being surrounded by a dozen wolves? The fierce battle was still going on, the sky was shaking, and blood flowed like a river. The State of Yu's army was disappearing at an alarming rate. Although Prince Jin's Sand Barbaric tribe was also suffering from casualties, the number was shocking. But the more they died, the crazier they became. In the end, they were like crazed beasts, charging forward to seek their own deaths. Every single one of them looked like they wanted to perish together with the enemy. The State of Yu's army was getting more and more frightened as they fought. They even started to look left and right to see if there were more people behind them. They needed a sense of security. This extremely bloody battle was like snow melting under the scorching sun. Every minute, every second, countless people were dying. General Zhu Lin's scalp went numb. Nangong Ao was terrified. Why weren't these people in despair? They had been surrounded for more than a month. Why weren't they depressed? Ning Yi, who was standing on the high ground, was truly shocked. He even trembled as he asked Zhu Lin, "We won't lose, right?" Were the Sand Barbaric tribe's warriors really this strong? General Zhu Lin said, "I request to fight." Crown Prince Ningyi nodded. Granted. Immediately, General Zhu Lin led his personal guards and charged into the battlefield. He led the Zhu clan's most elite warriors. As expected, they stopped their decline. The State of Yu's army once again gained the upper hand, but, another half an hour passed, the State of Yu's army was once again in chaos. Because they had never experienced such a crazy battle. They were not facing an army, but a group of beasts. One of the State of Yu's army could not stand such a terrifying massacre and turned to escape. The entire situation was once again on the verge of collapse. Nangong Ao said, "Your Highness, I request to fight." Granted. Nangong Ao led a few thousand personal guards to fight. Once again, they stopped their decline. Crown Prince Ning Yi felt a chill run down his spine. He did not expect that Prince Jin's army did not have any tricks. Even with such a huge disparity in military strength, they were still so valiant. They actually forced 2 of their generals to personally fight. Another half an hour passed, another State of Yu's army's morale collapsed. They turned to escape. The law enforcement team was already killing with all their might, but they still could not stop their escape. One army's escape could mean the collapse of the entire battle. Even now, the State of Yu's army was still several times that of Prince Jin's army. "Your Highness, I request to fight." This person was the crown prince's direct descendant, Xianxia, the former Tianyue commander. The 10,000 cavalrymen he led were the state of Yu's last army. Half of this army was brought by the crown prince from the capital. The other half were elite cavalrymen from the state of Yu's aristocrats. These 10,000 cavalrymen were there to hold the line. They would not fight at all. Their only goal was to protect the crown prince. But now there was no other way, the battle was about to collapse. Zhang Zhao looked at Sky Sea Pavilion's Li Nanfeng. Don't worry. My 200 Sky Sea Pavilion warriors will definitely protect the crown prince. Li Nanfeng had absolute confidence. The 200 top warriors he led were all top-notch experts. They looked down on all martial arts in the world. They might not be suitable for the battlefield, but protecting the crown prince was definitely not a problem. Granted. Crown Prince Ningyi ordered. Zhang Zhao led 10,000 cavalrymen and charged into the battlefield. Finally, the decline was stopped once again. Crown Prince Ningyi was drenched in sweat. His scalp was numb. He had not expected the battle to be so dangerous and shocking. All three generals had joined the battle. Even his main army had joined the fray. Finally, Prince Jin's Sand Barbarian army had been squeezed to the limit. The entire battlefield had reached a new equilibrium. The state of Yu's army had once again gained the upper hand. Crown Prince Ningyi did not know the casualties on both sides. But Li Nanfeng estimated that the Sand Barbarians had suffered more than 10,000 casualties, while the state of Yu had suffered about 30,000 to 40,000 casualties. Crown Prince Ningyi gasped when he heard this comparison. The state of Yu's soldiers were exchanging 3 for 1. What was even more infuriating was that even though the state of Yu's army had suffered 30,000 to 40,000 casualties, it was not more than a quarter of the total. There were still 160,000 of them who were on the verge of collapse. On the other hand, Prince Jin's Sand Barbarian army had suffered more than 1/3 casualties, but their morale was still high. The difference between the two armies was too great. Fortunately, they had made ample preparations. Fortunately, they had prepared 200,000 soldiers. Otherwise, the outcome of this battle would be uncertain. At this point, the outcome was basically decided. This was a kind of momentum. Once the balance of the battle began to tilt, it would be very difficult to salvage the situation without the influence of external forces. Previously, the state of Yu had been on the verge of collapse several times, but new reinforcements had been sent to stop the decline. But Prince Jin did not have any reinforcements, therefore, this battle was about to be won. Oh no, Prince Jin is trying to break out. Li Nanfeng suddenly said. Indeed, the remaining 20,000 Sand Barbarian soldiers were preparing to break out. And the commander-in-chief and generals were at the forefront, forming a dagger formation to break out. The leader wore a silver mask and held a silver spear. He was courageous and invincible. Riding on a warhorse, he was almost invincible. Was that Prince Jin? That figure seemed familiar, but Crown Prince Ningyi could not care less. He ordered loudly, block him, block him. We must not let the enemy break out. But, it was useless, the difference in combat power between the two sides was too great. General Zhu Lin and General Nangang Ao personally charged to stop the enemy commander-in-chief. Still, they could not stop him. The state of Yu army was already afraid. Seeing the Sand Barbarian army break out, they heaved a sigh of relief. The ferocity of the battle just now was truly frightening. They were not saints, nor were they wild beasts. They knew fear. Just like that, the Sand Barbarian commander-in-chief led 20,000 soldiers and easily tore an opening in the state of Yu's encirclement. They broke out and killed their way out. Zhu Lin and Nangang Ao led the cavalry in pursuit, but the Blackwater stronghold was still relatively flat. Outside of the Blackwater stronghold, there were forests and mountains everywhere. It was not advantageous for the cavalry to pursue. These Sand Barbarian warriors split up and burrowed into the mountains and forests. They were extremely fast, as if they were walking on flat ground. They could not catch up at all. Facing such an army in this kind of terrain was truly hopeless. There were cavalry and hundreds of thousands of soldiers, but they could only watch helplessly as they broke out of the encirclement and disappeared without a trace. But, Crown Prince Ningyi was not very depressed. It was fine as long as they won. He was pragmatic. He had been completely shocked by the fierce battle that had lasted for a few hours. He no longer wanted to destroy Prince Jean. It was a great victory to be able to drive him out of Nan-ou. Anyway, he could write whatever he wanted. A victory was a victory, although it was not a complete victory, it was still a great victory. And at this moment, the Sand Barbarian Commander-in-Chief turned around. He rode on a tall horse and looked at Crown Prince Ningyi from afar. Crown Prince Ningyi was stunned. This person was Prince Jean? Why was he wearing a silver mask? He did not want to meet Ningyi previously. What did this mean? Although the Sand Barbarian army was extremely powerful, Prince Jean had lost, and at this moment, the Sand Barbarian Commander-in-Chief took off the silver mask on his face. His handsome face was revealed. The Crown Prince trembled. He could not believe his eyes, it was actually him? Ha 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 ha, Ningyi, you did not expect it to be me, did you? You did not expect me to be alive. This person, the former Marquis of Xianxia of the state of Yu, Sunan, no wonder the silver spear was invincible. No wonder Crown Prince Ningyi felt that he looked very familiar. It was actually Sunan, wasn't he dead? Not only was he not dead, but his martial arts seemed to have advanced. Crown Prince Ningyi shivered all over. The enemy commander-in-chief was actually not Prince Jean. Then, where was Prince Jean? Thinking of a certain possibility, Crown Prince Ningyi's heart almost collapsed. Sunan will not cause trouble for the protagonist if he is not dead. He is very useful. Note, today, there are more than 16,000 updates. The monthly votes ranking is in danger. Brothers, please help me. Dessert is begging you. Sunan didn't die, yes, then who was the one who died at the border between the Chang and Chu kingdoms, the leader of the mounted bandits, the three-eyed heretic, Sunan's entire clan had fled to the western regions. Because they were greedy for the gold from the Chang palace, they had wasted a lot of time. Furthermore, the army was suffering from diarrhea and malaria, and they were surrounded by Xianxia and the Chang cavalry. To protect Sunan, the loyal servant Su Yong had disguised himself as Sunan and led the majority of the Su clan to their deaths. Meanwhile, Sunan had brought the most direct descendants of the Su clan north to enter Chu kingdom before taking a detour to the western regions. In the end, Xianxia had brought the king of swords, Xianxia, and the most elite Chang cavalry to block the entrance to Chu kingdom. In the final battle between Sunan and Xianxia, his stomach had been sliced open. Before he died, he had killed everyone in the Su clan, including Sunan's sons, nephews, wives, brothers, and so on. He had even told Xianxia that the grudge between him and the Su clan had been completely settled. Finally, he had smashed his own head with a palm and died a tragic death. He had left an indelible impression on Xianxia and Xianxia. In fact, his image was suddenly elevated, and he became an ambitious and ruthless man full of tragic and stirring colors. However, the person who had died was the leader of the mounted bandits, the three-eyed heretic. There was a detail here. Sunan had been pretending to be an old man in the imperial court for a long time, and Xianxia had never seen his true appearance. The three-eyed heretic had always been wearing a mask and had never revealed his true appearance. Sunan had two substitutes and an old man. The two of them could not be exactly the same, so Sunan had to pretend to be the old substitute. As the young substitute, did the three-eyed heretic resemble Sunan? The two of them were not brothers, nor were they related by blood. Thus, it was impossible for them to be completely alike. Their physiques could be trained to be exactly the same, and their facial bones were also quite similar. How did the faces of the two men resemble each other? The Great Tribulation Temple. As mentioned before, the Great Tribulation Temple had always been considered a heretical sect because they were proficient in many evil arts. Perhaps it was because the ancient ruins they had excavated were also rather evil. It will have a lot of strange things. For example, many of the carvings in the Great Robbery Palace were about men and women, and they were very explicit. There were even people who were neither male nor female, and there were even people with characteristics of both genders. Great Tribulation Temple had another ability. He didn't know if it should be called disguise or plastic surgery. However, it was not surgery, and there was no need for an incision. Instead, a very strange method was used to adjust a person's face. However, most people would not be able to withstand such an evil method. It would be amazing if 1 out of 10 people succeeded. But there was another detail. The remnants of Jiang Li's bloodline possessed a very special bloodline. When they reached adulthood, their bloodline power would not be released, and their faces and bodies would become distorted. Bitterness and joy, the 10 Lan brothers were all like this. This was the best time to reconstruct his face. The leader of the mounted bandits, Three-Eyed Evil, was a remnant of Jiang Li, a person with a special bloodline. To a certain extent, he and Bitter Joy were brothers. Back then, many clans adopted war orphans, and Sunan was no exception. The Three-Eyed Evil spirit escaped from it. From the age of 17, he began his career as a mounted bandit and also as Sunan's substitute. However, even if the Great Tribulation Temple had an unfathomable ability, they were unable to make him look exactly like Sunan. Thus, they needed a lot of disguise techniques to make the two of them look 90% similar. That day, only one person had seen Sunan's true appearance. Sword King Xianxia. However, the Sword King had a special characteristic. He looked at people not by their faces, but by their inner strength, vital energy, and martial arts aura. In this aspect, Sunan and the Three-Eyed Evil spirit were the same. This was because the two of them cultivated the same secret manuals and used the same weapons. However, when Sword King Xianxia fought with him, he was slightly curious as to why Sunan's aura seemed weaker. It was not as domineering as it was at the relay station in Lane County. However, after thinking about it, he felt that it was normal. Because Sunan had suffered a few consecutive blows, his mental state had undergone a huge change. It was only natural that his aura had weakened. But no matter what, there was a flaw in the Three-Eyed Evil spirit's disguise as Sunan. In that case, what was the reason for everyone to believe that person was Sunan? It was a psychological tactic. People especially believed what they wanted to believe. Everyone would think that Sunan would definitely be with his family. Most importantly, that Sunan had killed all his family members before he died, including his wife and his most beloved son. These things were all true. This matter was too shocking. It was enough to cover up all the flaws. Just like a movie, if the plot was so shocking that it made people's hair stand on end, then people would instinctively ignore its flaws. Every time Shenlang recalled that scene, his hair would stand on end. Sunan had personally killed all the direct descendants of the Su clan, one by one. Everyone would think that only Sunan could do such a thing, and only he was qualified to do it. Then, did the direct descendants of the Su clan recognize that Sunan was a substitute, Sunan's son, wife, and the others must have recognized him. However, they did not say anything and allowed Sunan's substitute to kill them. They used their own deaths to save Sunan. The entire Su clan used their own lives to exchange for Sunan's. More than 100 direct descendants of the Su clan died in front of Shenlang. To understand this grudge. At this time, would anyone suspect that Sunan was a substitute? Who would have thought? No one would have thought of it. Then, did Shenlang think of it? He had X-rays, and he looked at people's bloodlines first. Unless their bloodlines were exactly the same, no one could escape his discerning eyes. So, however, he did not say anything. That was because he was also astonished. Moreover, after Sunan's substitute, the three-eyed demonic demon, killed the entire Su clan, he asked Shenlang this question. Was the grudge between the Su clan and the Jin clan settled? Shenlang could not help but say in his heart. It was settled. In fact, at that time it was already impossible for Shenlang to catch Sunan. Even if he mobilized all the cavalry of the Chang kingdom, he would not be able to catch him. Sunan sacrificed his entire clan, abandoned everything, and was alone. He could easily turn into anyone. It was like looking for a needle in a haystack. How could he catch him? However, it was predictable that Sunan would head south and seek refuge with Lady Jean. Shenlang only told 4 people about Sunan's secret. Sunan's clan was wiped out, and he lost his foundation of hundreds of years. However, this helped him. This person was an absolute hero. Whether it was intelligence, tactics, or temperament, he was the best. However, he had one weakness. He was easily greedy. Once he was in a favorable situation, he would want to kill 2 birds with 1 stone. It was precisely because of this flaw in his character that he lost to Shenlang and suffered the disaster of his clan being wiped out. Now, he had nothing to lose. Then, he became extremely powerful again. In just over a year, his martial arts had improved again, and he finally broke through the bottleneck and reached the Grandmaster realm. Of course, this Grandmaster title still needed to be conferred by the 6 transcendental forces. However, his strength had already reached that level. Moreover, how talented was he, how broad-minded was Prince Jean. After Su Nan went south to rely on Prince Jean, the two of them were like fish in water. In just over a year, he became Prince Jin's right-hand man. At the age of 60, he was reborn. At this moment, Su Nan was riding on a horse, looking down on the state of Yu's army. Looking down on Nangong Ao and Zhu Lin. Looking down on Crown Prince Ning Yi. Ning Yi, are you going to chase after them? Su Nan laughed. The Sand Barbaric tribe had already escaped into the mountains and forests. Should he chase after them? When Ning Yi came, the monarch repeatedly said not to chase after a cornered enemy. Governor Zhu Yong also repeatedly advised that if Prince Jin's army escaped into the mountains and forests, they must not chase after them. At that time, Ning Yi was unhappy. Why can't I chase after them? I have over 100,000 troops, and I can definitely kill all of Prince Jin's army. But now, there was no need for Ning Yuanxian and Zhu Yong to advise him. Crown Prince Ning Yi would not chase after them, and he did not dare to. Only when he was there would he understand everything. It turned out that the mountains and forests were really the territory of the Sand Barbaric tribe. If he chased after them, he would really die. No matter what, at least he won. The battle was ugly, but so what? Who saw it? The commoners were all fools, and it was easy to fool them. At that time, he could just exaggerate the victory and let countless people in the world crazily praise the victory of this battle. But Crown Prince Ning Yi still had a haze in his heart. Where was Prince Jean? Finally, Crown Prince Ning Yi could not help but ask, Su Nan, where is Prince Jean? Su Nan actually heard him from such a distance. How would I know? How would I dare to interfere in His Majesty's affairs? Su Nan laughed. You're not going to chase after them? Then I'm really leaving. Su Nan turned and left. But after walking for 100 meters, he turned back and said, Are you really not going to chase after them? Then I'm really leaving. The Crown Prince, Zhu Lin, and Nangong Ao were trembling with anger. How did Su Nan become as despicable as Shen Lang? But those Sand Barbaric tribe warriors were also despicable. They actually came out of the forest and stood in the middle like thorns. It was as if a prostitute was standing on the window and waving, Sir, come here, come and play, it's fun. At this moment, the 3 leaders of the state of Yu felt extremely humiliated. But no one said anything to chase after them. When the Crown Prince came, he was full of confidence and wanted to annihilate Prince Jean in one fell swoop. He wanted to tear him into pieces and make a great contribution. But now, he just wanted to take this military merit and leave in peace. After all, Ning Yuanxian also said that as long as he defeated Prince Jean, his position as the Crown Prince would be stable. It seemed that this Crown Prince was still rational, he was still a coward when it was necessary. Your Highness the Crown Prince, Nangong Shumi, General Zhu Lin, I'm really leaving. Su Nan's voice was heard. King leave quickly. Then, Su Nan swaggered away with the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors. The hundreds of thousands of State of Yu army watched them leave. Zhu Lin and Nangong Ao heaved a sigh of relief and bowed in front of the Crown Prince. Your Highness is wise. Are you mocking me? Zhu Lin and Nangong Ao weren't being sarcastic, they were sincere. They were really afraid that the Crown Prince was young and impetuous. If he gave the order to chase after them, then the hundreds of thousands of soldiers would be doomed. The forest and the mountains were the home ground of the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors. Crown Prince Ning Yi returned to the camp and drank unhappily. The Zhu family paid a huge price, used up their decades of wealth, and overdrafted their future political resources. In exchange for this result, it was not a complete success, it was like eating a pot of half-cooked rice. Zhu Lin sighed, Your Highness the Crown Prince, I'm already satisfied with this result. It's very normal to seek the best and obtain the best. The Crown Prince said, the price paid was too high. Zhu Lin said, 9 out of 10 people are not satisfied with life. How many wars in this world can be won completely? They all end awkwardly. This sentence was right. There were very few victories like Huitubing's. Most of the wars were fought until both sides were exhausted and retreated. Then, both sides claimed victory. The crown prince said, "How can I return to the capital in this situation? The people of the world are still waiting for me to win and make a great contribution." "Your Highness the crown prince has already made a great contribution." Zhu Lin said, "We have indeed defeated Prince Jin and completely repelled the main force of the Sand Barbaric tribe. In this war, Your Highness the crown prince commanded well, allowing our army to achieve a great victory." "Is that right, Nangong Shumi?" Nangong Ao said seriously. "The Sand Barbaric tribe's army kept pouring out of the Danan kingdom. In the end, they gathered 100,000 soldiers. Our state of you had 180,000 soldiers against the Sand Barbaric tribe's 100,000. We killed 80,000, suffered 50,000 casualties, and achieved a great victory. The enemy General Sunan led less than 20,000 soldiers and fled in panic. If this isn't a great victory, what is?" "Of course, it is a great contribution." Zhu Lin said, "Nangong Shumi is indeed a veteran of the battlefield." Zhu Lin's words were not sarcastic. He was really praising Nangong Ao. This kind of report was most in line with the expectations of the people of the state of Yu. First of all, the Sand Barbaric tribe's army was indeed powerful. We had 180,000 soldiers against their 100,000 soldiers before we won. But we were also very strong. We killed 80,000 soldiers and suffered 50,000 casualties. If this isn't a great victory, what is?" Zhu Lin said, "The main point is the enemy General Sunan." Zhang Zhao said, "The main point of this victory is Sunan. Isn't this person already dead? Wasn't he eliminated by Shenlang? Why did he come back to life and even appear in Prince Jin's army? This proves one thing even more. Shenlang let Sunan off privately and colluded with Prince Jin. This is irrefutable." Crown Prince Ningyi nodded and said, "Yes, this is enough to divert anyone's attention. The main point won't be on questioning the report, but on the fact that Sunan didn't die and that Shenlang colluded with Prince Jin. With this crime, we can completely kill Shenlang and Ningjing." Great General Zhu Lin said, "This report is enough to shock the world." Crown Prince Ningyi said, "Then father, do you want this report too?" Great General Zhu Lin was silent for a moment. This kind of report could deceive the world, but definitely not Ning Yuanxian. After thinking for a moment, Great General Zhu Lin said, "We didn't lie, why can't we report this to His Majesty? What do you think, Nangong Shumi?" Nangong Ao's scalp went numb. But he couldn't get away now. "Yes, this is the truth. Our army killed 80,000 soldiers and lost 50,000 of our own. We almost wiped out the general's army. Of course we have to report this to the monarch truthfully," Nangong Ao said. Zhu Lin stood up and said, "Congratulations, Your Highness, for eliminating the main force of Prince Jin and bringing decades of peace to our state of Yu. You have made a great contribution." Nangong Ao also stood up and cupped his hands. "Congratulations, Your Highness, for making a great contribution." Crown Prince Ningyi stood up and helped the two generals up. He said, "The success of this battle is all due to the good command of the two generals. It's all because of the fearlessness of the soldiers. Ningyi did not contribute at all." Sigh, after this battle, Ningyi had also matured. At least when he said these words, he didn't blush anymore. He probably already had the foundation of being a king. Crown Prince Ningyi said, "Next, should I go north or stay in Nano Kingdom?" Great General Zhu Lin said, "Your Highness, you should stay in Nano Kingdom for a period of time to consolidate the victory and appease the people. Let the people of Nano Kingdom admire your grace." Crown Prince Ningyi understood. This was to let the Crown Prince earn another round of contribution. For the Crown Prince, military contribution was contribution. But governing the people was also contribution. When the time came, let the people of Nano Kingdom send a blood letter, swearing loyalty to the state of Yu. When the Crown Prince left, tens of thousands of people sent him off. When the Crown Prince returned to the capital, he asked the state of Yu to send another blood letter, asking for Nano Kingdom to completely submit to the state of Yu and become the second special state. In this way, the Crown Prince's contribution this time would be solid. Back then, Ning Yuanxian's contribution was also to persuade Bian Xiao to betray Wu Yu. Now, I, Ning Yi, have not only completely defeated Prince Jin, but also made Nano Kingdom completely submit and become a part of the state of Yu. Wasn't the merit of expanding the territory enough? It is indeed enough, as long as the scholars in the world speak up together and flatter him. It wouldn't be long before this contribution would become real. Crown Prince Ningyi's contribution will be nailed to the history books. As for the truth, who cares? Even though the public opinion of the state of Yu is in the hands of the scholars, what do they know? What do the people know? Wasn't it because they listened to what the scholars said? The history books will be written by us. At this moment, the crown prince finally calmed down. No matter what, the war was won in the end. All he needed to do was to edit the report. I've decided to implement a new strategy. We will build a lot of fortresses along the border to protect the people, Crown Prince Ningyi said. Your Highness is wise. Your Highness is wise. Build fortresses along the border to fight a protracted war with Prince Jin. Wasn't this the policy that Xianxia and Ningxing had decided long ago? How did it become the crown princes? In fact, Crown Prince Ningyi was also feeling emotional. It turned out that Ningxing and Xianxia were right. Xianxia's words were too good. The truth was often in the hands of the few. After Xianxia and Ningxing proposed the idea of a fortress war and a protracted war, they were condemned by the world and nailed to the pillar of shame of the capitulators. Even Ningyi snorted. However, they did not expect that they were actually correct. But, so what? Your pillar of shame can't be overturned. In addition, Sunan is still alive. Xianxia's collusion with Prince Jin has become a fact. Next, you can only wait for your infamy to last for thousands of years and be spurned by the people, never to rise again. Your correct strategy of a protracted war and a fortress war belongs to me, Ningyi. No thanks, no thanks, I will send you into the abyss to express my gratitude. But where was Prince Jin? The three of them had a haze in their hearts. Where is Prince Jin? Crown Prince Ningyi still asked. General Zhu Lin said, now that I think about it, Prince Jin has disappeared for more than a month and is no longer in the army. Nangong Ao said, no matter what, Sunan is still an outsider. He actually handed over the military power to an outsider? Zhu Lin said, yes, as a ruler, who would hand over the military power to an outsider? What happened to make him hand over the military power to an outsider? Unless there was a change in the Danan kingdom and Prince Jin's throne is unstable. Crown Prince Ningyi said. Yes, this is the only explanation. Zhu Lin said, only when the throne is threatened will Prince Jin abandon the army and return to the kingdom. Nangong Ao said, Prince Jin led 100,000 troops to attack the Nano kingdom. Although he was brave, his efforts were in vain. He did not occupy an inch of land or a city. He lost tens of thousands of troops in vain. His legend was shattered, so his throne is destined to be unstable. Zhu Lin said, although the Danan kingdom is a country, there are actually many barbaric tribes. These chiefs are arrogant and unruly, so why would they obey Prince Jin? His previous battle was in vain, so his prestige must have suffered a huge loss. Nangong Ao said, moreover, he handed over the army to Sunan and not the other Sand barbaric generals. This proves that he does not trust the Sand barbaric generals. He is eliminating dissidents, so Sunan can ascend to the throne. Not bad, this theory was flawless. Nothing could be more correct than to judge others by oneself. That must be it, if not for the terrible change, who would hand over the military power? How could there be such a ruler in the world? Sunan had previously rebelled against the state of Yu, so he was a traitor. Immediately, Zhu Lin bowed and said, congratulations, Your Highness. This time, the main force of the Sand barbaric tribe has been completely defeated. Prince Jin's throne is even more unstable now. I'm afraid there will be a great turmoil in the Danan kingdom, or even a civil war. From now on, the Nano kingdom will not have to worry about anything. This is all because of Your Highness. Nangong Ao said, this time, it can really be considered as a great achievement. Then, Zhu Lin said, there's no time to lose. How about we write the victory report now? Good. The people of the state of Yu will definitely be looking forward to it. His Majesty will also be looking forward to it. The new year is coming soon. This great victory report will let the people of the state of Yu have a good new year. It was not just a good new year. As long as they bragged properly, they could completely immerse themselves in an ocean of joy. Then, Great General Zhu Lin wrote a report of victory. 1,000 words, he wrote the entire battle thrilling and exciting. 80% of the writing was used on Crown Prince Ningyi, portraying him to be a god. In modern terms, Ningyi had the bravery of Lu Bu and the wisdom of Zhuge Liang. He loved his soldiers as if they were his children. He had great foresight and used troops like a god. He took the lead and was unstoppable. Of course, there was no Lu Bu or Zhuge Liang in this world. In short, Crown Prince Ningyi was perfect. The only imperfection was that he worked too hard. Every day, he worked his heart out. When it came to the battlefield, he disregarded his own safety and often rushed to the front. In just half a month, the Crown Prince was emaciated. In other words, if it wasn't for Crown Prince Ningyi, there would not have been this great victory. It would not have been possible to behead 80,000 people, and it would not have been possible to almost wipe out Prince Jin's main force. It was the monarch's fortune and the people's fortune to have such a crown prince. He also warned the Chu kingdom. The crown prince was so wise, but now Prince Jin had been defeated. How dare the Chu kingdom invade the border of the state of Yu? After Ningyi read the report, he waved his hand and said, "That's too much, too much." Zhu Lin said, "Not at all. I'm speaking from the bottom of my heart." Then, Zhu Lin stamped his seal and signed his name. Nangong Ao stamped his seal and signed his name. All the generals with 1,000 households and above signed their names, bit their fingers, and pressed their bloody handprints on it. Wasn't the more names the more authoritative it was? This represented the will of hundreds of thousands of troops. Who dared to deny it? They would be the enemy of hundreds of thousands of soldiers. Urgent. Send it out. Send 100 knights to spread this news everywhere. Let the people of the state of Yu have a good new year. Yes, sir. An hour later, hundreds of knights rode their horses and galloped out. Good news, great news. Our army has achieved a complete victory. We beheaded 80,000 Sand barbarian troops. Great news, Prince Jin's main force was almost wiped out. These messenger knights began to shout. Of course, they were trying to flatter the crown prince. But, it was a little embarrassing to listen to. Especially the hundreds of thousands of soldiers present. They were so ashamed that they wanted to die. They were beaten like sh*t, but they bragged that they had achieved a complete victory. They had killed 40,000 soldiers and only killed about 10,000 enemies, but they bragged that they had killed 80,000. The Sand barbarian army only had about 30,000 soldiers. Even if they were killed twice, they would not be able to get 80,000. But it did not matter. Anyway, there were many Sand barbarian civilians in Nanoyu. Wouldn't they be able to get 80,000 by secretly killing 60,000 to 70,000? The more they bragged about their contributions, the more rewards they would receive. The embarrassment and humiliation on the battlefield should be left on the battlefield. They should not bring it home. After returning home, they would still be a hero. We have to write another memorial. Zhu Lin said, impeach Shenlang and Ningjing for releasing Sunan and colluding with Prince Jin. Yes. Impeach Shenlang and Ningjing. We have to take advantage of this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity to kill them so that they will never be able to rise again. Then, Zhu Lin began to write another memorial. Another 1,000 words flowed out of his mouth. It was almost as if he wanted to seal the coffin of Shenlang and Ningjing. National traitors who almost caused the destruction of the state of Yu. Even Shenlang and Prince Jin had colluded as early as a year ago to divide Tiannam province. The Kim family was plotting a rebellion. His Majesty had to guard against it, the subjects of the state of Yu had to guard against it. Zhu Lin believed that once this memorial was announced, the world would be shocked once again. Originally, men already hated Shenlang and Ningjing to the bone. Now, he definitely wished that he could skin them alive, pull out their tendons, and grind their bones into dust. Once this memorial is released, Ningjing will be finished. Shenlang will not be able to wash his name away even if he jumps into the sea. He will be infamous for thousands of years. Ha ha ha, let's drink a toast. Let's drink a toast. The Crown Prince, Nangong Ao, and Zhu Lin drank another cup. They looked as if they were drunk, but in fact, the more they drank, the more sober they became. The military war was over, and the next step was the political war. But, this was what they were best at, wasn't it? Half an hour later, a familiar person appeared in the camp. He was in an extremely sorry state and was wailing incessantly. This person was the minister of Nanou state, Yu Zhu. He was the biggest traitor of Nanou state, the lackey of Princess Ning Luo. Both of his ears were cut off, and then 2 wild dog ears were sewn on. Both of his hands were also cut off, and 2 wild dog claws were sewn on. He stumbled and rushed to kneel in front of the Crown Prince Ning Yi. Your Highness the Crown Prince, General Zhu Lin, Nangong Shumi, bad news, bad news. The minister of Nanou state was used to being a dog. When he saw the 3 big shots, he instinctively wanted to prostrate and kneel on the ground. But both of his hands were cut off and replaced with hyena claws. He immediately lay on the ground, burst of pain, and howled like a ghost. Crown Prince Ning Yi's heart trembled. Please don't let it be the worst news, please don't. Zhu Lin shouted sternly, what's the matter? Speak. Yu Zhu said in a trembling voice, the capital of Nanou state has fallen, taken away by Prince Jin, and Princess Ning Luo has also been captured. What? General Zhu Lin said in disbelief. Nangong Ao was still sitting on the chair, but, bang! There was a loud noise. The chair under him was instantly torn apart. As for Crown Prince Ning Yi, he only felt his vision blacking out. His whole body was cold. He originally had an ominous premonition in his heart, but he felt that this premonition would not come true. He didn't expect it to come true. The capital of Nanou state, the largest city, was almost the largest stronghold of the army in the entire Nanou state. Now it had fallen? How was this possible? Was he hallucinating? How could such a ridiculous thing happen? Zhu Lin roared, how could this be? Where did Prince Jin get his troops? There are 15,000 soldiers in the capital, and when Princess Ning Luo returned, she brought another 10,000 soldiers with her. Where did Prince Jin get his troops to take over the city? Yu Zhu, the Prime Minister of Nanou, said, Lady Jean, there are less than 2,000 people. But these 2,000 soldiers have been lying in ambush in the mountains and villages around the capital, disguised as ordinary civilians. There are also a few hundred of Prince Jin's spies in the capital. With the joint attack from the inside and the outside, the 15,000 defending troops collapsed in less than 2 hours. And among the 15,000 soldiers, 5,000 are servants of Nanou state. They have all surrendered to Prince Jin. Zhu Lin said, what about the 10,000 soldiers of the state of Yu? Yu Zhu said, they surrendered first, but they were still killed by Prince Jin. All the officials, soldiers, and merchants of the state of Yu in the capital were killed. Prince Jin was ruthless. Those who are not of the same race must have a different heart. Zhu Lin said, Princess Ning Luo had 10,000 men, why didn't she send any news? Yu Zhu said, after Prince Jin took over the city, he still had his men defend the walls under the banner of the state of Yu. Most importantly, Prince Jin forced me and Ningming to put on an act to trick Princess Ning Luo into entering the city. We fell into Prince Jin's ambush and were almost wiped out. Princess Ning Luo was captured. Zhu Lin trembled, Ningming betrayed us? Impossible. She grew up with Princess Ning Luo and they are like sisters. She is Princess Ning Luo's most trusted lieutenant, why would she betray her? Yu Zhu said, she and Prince Jin have had an affair, and she is also a sound primitive woman. She just didn't know at first. Zhu Lin felt dizzy. He almost couldn't stand. Crown Prince Ning Yi couldn't stand anymore. He sat on a chair and trembled. How many troops does Prince Jin have in the capital of Nanou now? 10,000. Yu Zhu said, and it's still increasing. Lords, you didn't see it. After Prince Jin took over the capital, many lowly people of Nanou went crazy. Many of the lowly people of Nanou went crazy, and many young people joined his army. Crown Prince Ning Yi said, since Prince Jin has spies in Nanou, why didn't he use them in the previous battle? Zhu Lin said, there are too few spies. We had too many guards in the city, a few hundred spies won't be of much use. Nangong Ao gasped, this is a madman. More than a month ago, he lost the battle in Sand City on purpose. At that time, he handed the army to Sunan and sneaked back to Nanou's capital alone. He's a complete lunatic. He actually managed to create a diversion to this extent. He went to take over Nanou's capital alone and handed the main force to an outsider like Sunan. This is a madman even crazier than Shen Lang. Who would dare to do this? Who would dare to do this? This is a bold and unconstrained madman who can't be caught at all. He's too powerful, Crown Prince Ningyi trembled. Then what does he want to do now? Zhu Lin said coldly, he wants to eat all of our 200,000 troops, wants to take back the entire Nan-O-Yu, wants to conquer the entire Tiannan province, wants to ignite the war between the four countries, wants to unite with Chu and Wu to completely dismember the state of Yu to avenge his father's death. As soon as these words came out, Crown Prince Ningyi couldn't help but feel his stomach churning. He drank so much tonight. He didn't feel it before, but now he felt dizzy. Pfft! Ningyi opened his mouth and suddenly spat out. All the contents in his stomach gushed out. The worst situation had happened, it was almost hopeless. Note, first update sent. I waited at home for my wife to bring me food to save time writing. Today still more than 15,000. Brothers, do you still have monthly tickets? Give them to me. Endless gratitude. Calm. Miao Shiwu calm. Only now did Zhu Lin and Namgong Ao feel the charm of Prince Jin. His unconstrained imagination, adventurous spirit, and magnanimity. Even as an enemy, they couldn't help but be shocked. There was actually no such thing as a scheme in this world. Shen Lang's several annihilation of the enemy was indeed a scheme. This was also because he took advantage of the difference in civilization. Whether it was the annihilation of the Su family, the blasting of the tunnel to divert seawater into the pit to destroy the pirate king's army, or the use of gunpowder to cause an avalanche, etc. It was indeed unexpected because the people of this world had never come into contact with this knowledge. It was completely a blind spot of civilization, which was why it had such a surprising effect. Other than that, there was no real scheme. No matter what kind of scheme, someone would think of it. The key was whether they had the courage and the charm to carry it out. Back then, Ning Yuanxian, as the crown prince of the state of Yu, entered Bian Zhao's camp alone and persuaded him to betray the state of Wu. This was also a kind of courage. This time, Prince Jin dared to put on a show at such a high price. He dared to hand over the main army to Sunan. As a king, he dared to take risks and take the capital of Nan-O. It was truly admirable and breathtaking. This not only required imagination and courage, but also great personality charm. On the other hand, Zhu Lin and Namgong Ao, these two could indeed be regarded as generals of their generation. They were very orthodox when fighting and very skilled when playing politics. It wasn't that they weren't smart, but their imagination had been worn out. Everything, they thought about it with their own worldview and personal views. No matter what happened, political factors were the first consideration. Prince Jin is amazing. Such a king, no wonder he could unify the entire Sand barbaric race. Zhu Lin suddenly sighed. Namgong Ao said, normal people with normal thinking can't get to where he is today. Many times, when we look at historical figures, we are also amazed. It was too exaggerated, even novels wouldn't dare to write like this. Han Gaozu Liu Bang was still an old hooligan at the age of 47, and became an emperor at the age of 56. Guangwu Lu Xiu was even more exaggerated. He was still farming at the age of 27, and became the Eastern Han Emperor at the age of 30. And this Prince Jin, 2 years ago, he was like a stray dog. The entire Nan-O kingdom was occupied by the Sand barbarians, and he had to flee to the Sand barbarians alone. 2 years later, he unified the entire Sand barbaric tribe and led an army of 100,000 back to the Great Nan Kingdom. His territory was even larger than the state of Yu. Previously, Zhu Lin and Namgong Ao had been wondering if the Sand barbaric tribe's tribal chiefs were all idiots. They were actually unified by Prince Jin, a pretty boy who wasn't even 30 years old. Now, they finally felt this strong charisma. Even enemies would be stunned. It was no wonder that these barbarian leaders would worship him. Such an enemy was truly frightening. Because he was a lunatic. You had no idea what he was thinking. Most importantly, he was an extremely intelligent lunatic. Now that he thought about it, Shen Lang's enemies must have felt the same pain. After the complete shock and even fear. What should he do next? The Crown Prince, Zhu Lin, and Namgong Ao were speechless. Zhu Lin said, next, there are 3 options. First, the army will set off tomorrow. While Prince Jin has yet to gain a firm foothold, we will return to the capital of Nano Kingdom and take back the city at all costs. But in this way, Sunan and more than 20,000 San barbaric tribe warriors are likely to attack us from behind again. Together with Prince Jean, they will destroy our 160,000 troops. It was a bit shameful to say this. Even if Sunan and Prince Jin's troops added up, they would only have 30,000 to 40,000 troops. Zhu Lin and the others' troops added up were still as large as 160,000, but they were worried that they would be completely destroyed. Second, give up the capital of Nano Kingdom, or even Luoya City, and retreat to Sand City. Sand City was the northernmost city in the entire Nano Kingdom. Further north was the territory of the state of Yu. Third, completely withdraw from the territory of Nano Kingdom and directly retreat to the defensive line of Tiannan City. That is our home ground. Zhu Lin had already been stimulated by Jun Jin to come up with these three plans. He had become very bold. Otherwise, under normal circumstances, he would not dare to give out the third option. After Zhu Lin finished speaking, the three people were silent. No one dared to make this decision. The consequences were too serious. If they chose the first option, they might face total annihilation. If they chose the third option, the political consequences were too serious. This was equivalent to losing the entire Nano Kingdom, which meant complete failure. Zhu Lin could not make this decision, and Namgong Ao could not either. Thus, both of them looked at Crown Prince Ning Yi. They had to make a decision immediately. The battlefield was ever-changing. Ning Yi closed his eyes and desperately tried to calm himself down. If I were a person like Prince Jean, what should I do? As the Crown Prince of the state of Yu, which choice should I make? Ning Yi instinctively chose the third option. Completely abandon Nano Kingdom and retreat to the territory of the state of Yu. Tiannan City, as the provincial capital, was the third largest city in the state of Yu, far better than the capital of Nano Kingdom. Moreover, there was Zhuyong in Tiannan City. It was the home ground of the Zhu clan with countless resources and soldiers. But in this way, he, the crown prince, would be a complete failure and infamous. Before Yu came, the state of Yu had the upper hand. In the end, when Ning Yi came to the battlefield of Nano Kingdom, he suffered a crushing defeat and the entire Nano Kingdom fell. This must be because of his incompetence. Unable to accomplish anything, but more than enough to spoil things. For the benefit of the state of Yu, he should retain the 160,000 troops and retreat to Tiannan City. But for Ning Yi's benefit and reputation, he had to fight. Then choose the first option, lead the 160,000 troops to attack the capital of Nano Kingdom. He really had no courage. Whether it was Ning Yi, Zhu Lin, Namgong Ao, or even the army of the state of Yu, they were all afraid. Even if there were only 10,000 troops under Prince Jean in the city. But this person was too terrifying. Moreover, the army of Sunan was likely to attack from behind. After thinking about it, there was only the second option. He didn't dare to risk the 160,000 troops, but he also couldn't bear the political consequences of losing Nano Kingdom. So the army entered Sand City. Your Highness, please make a decision. Zhu Lin said. Crown Prince Ning Yi sneered in his heart. You want me to make a decision now? When I first came, you were afraid that I would blindly command, so you told me to shut up and be a statue here. Now that you can't bear the political consequences, you listen to me. After cursing for a moment, Crown Prince Ning Yi said, the army will retreat to Sand City at full speed. 80,000 will enter Sand City and 80,000 will retreat to Tiannan City. Immediately deploy a second battlefield in Tiannan province. Sure enough, it was this plan. Zhu Lin and Namgong Ao let out a sigh of relief, but they also felt disappointed. What mediocrity! Deep in their hearts, they hoped that the crown prince would make a braver and risky decision, but in the end, he still didn't. He was extremely conservative. What was even more ridiculous was that they also thought the same. Even if Crown Prince Ning Yi made a risky decision, the two of them would turn it around. Your Highness is wise. Your Highness is wise. Crown Prince Ning Yi sneered in his heart. Wise? Yes, it was indeed wise. Because only such a crown prince would be in line with your ideas. The decision had been made. Next, he immediately gathered all the officers of 1,000 households and announced the decision. Immediately, the generals were in an uproar. Everyone was stunned. Prince Jean was this crazy? He was the emperor, yet he had risked his life to take Nano's capital, but after hearing Crown Prince Ningyi's decision, they also sighed in relief. Because this plan was also in line with their ideas. As expected, they were all cautious people. Then, Crown Prince Ningyi suddenly said, "Quick, send someone to stop the knights who are reporting the victory. We must stop them." If they reported a victory at the beginning and then suffered a crushing defeat at the end, it would be too embarrassing. Only Xianxia had other ideas. He was a very extreme person. He immediately went to find the Crown Prince. "Your Highness, I heard that we are going to retreat to Sand City?" Crown Prince Ningyi nodded. Xianxia said, "Your Highness, you must not. Prince Jean only has 10,000 soldiers in Nano's capital. Why wouldn't we dare to fight? As long as we win, Prince Jean will be eliminated." The Crown Prince said, "Then Sunan will lead 20,000 sand barbarians to attack us? What should we do?" Xianxia gritted his teeth. "Your Highness, I am willing to lead 50,000 soldiers to stop Sunan's sand barbarians." The Crown Prince said, "Can you stop them? Can you win?" Xianxia shook his head. "I can't, but I can hold on for long enough." The Crown Prince asked, "How long do you mean?" Xianxia replied, 2 days. The Crown Prince said, "First, you may not be able to hold on for 2 days. Second, even if you do, we may not be able to take Nano's capital." Xiangxiao's voice trembled. "Your Highness, 110,000 soldiers are attacking the city, but Prince Jean only has 10,000 at most. How can we not take it?" The Crown Prince said, "Have you thought about what will happen if we fail? The 160,000 soldiers might be wiped out." Xianxia couldn't believe it. 160,000 soldiers were scared out of their wits by Prince Jin's 30,000 to 40,000 soldiers. They didn't even dare to try. Crown Prince Ningyi hated Xiangxiao's gaze. "What is the meaning of this? Are you mocking me for being useless?" After a while, Xiangxiao said, "If that's the case, then we might as well retreat from Nano and gather our troops in Tiannan City. That is our home ground. Prince Jean will definitely go north anyway. Let's fight there." Crown Prince Yu said, "If we do that, then the entire Nano kingdom will fall and we will have to hand it over. Who can bear this responsibility?" Xiangxiao felt pain in his heart. Why couldn't they be a little more straightforward on the battlefield? Prince Jean was already the king, yet he still dared to take the risk. "Your Highness, you are not the king yet. Why don't you dare to take the risk? If you want to fight, then fight. If you want to retreat, then retreat. If you don't fight, then retreat. What is this all about? This kind of mediocrity will kill people." Immediately, Xiangxiao cowed out and said loudly, "Your Highness, please give me 60,000 soldiers. I will attack the capital of Nano Yu and fight with Jin Jun. If I lose, I will just give up my life. I will repay your Highness's kindness." He couldn't stand this, it was too useless. Crown Prince Ningyi said coldly, "You say it so easily. These 60,000 soldiers are precious, how can we let them die so easily?" Xiangxiao said painfully, "Then we will retreat completely and return to the state of Yu. I have already made it very clear." Ningyi said, "Can you bear the responsibility of Nano Kingdom's fall?" "Only I will bear it." "Alright, I have made up my mind. You don't need to say anything more and just carry out my orders." Xiangxiao's head was bleeding and he was almost crying, "Your Highness, you can't do this. Either we fight or we retreat. We cannot be mediocre." He kept kowtowing and after a while, his forehead was dripping with blood. Crown Prince Ningyi was annoyed by him. He waved his hand and said, "Drag him out." Immediately, 2 Sky Sea Pavilion warriors came forward and dragged Xiangxiao out. "Your Highness, you can't do this. Either we retreat completely or we fight to the death." After Xiangxiao was dragged out, Crown Prince Ningyi couldn't help but want to vomit. He quickly took a sip of tea. "Li Nanfeng, do you think I am wrong?" The Sky Sea Pavilion warrior leader said, "I don't know." He was a martial artist and didn't pay attention to military affairs. At this moment, Crown Prince Ningyi finally realized how difficult it was to be a ruler. Every decision was as difficult as a mountain. Then he stared at his teacup in a daze. Everyone said that he was very similar to Ning Yuanxian. They were indeed similar in some aspects. They looked alike and had similar personalities. They were both mean and ungrateful, but Crown Prince Ning Yi was even more gloomy. Ning Yuanxian was also full of romance. Now he could see it even more clearly. Ning Yuanxian was bold and dared to take risks at critical moments. He was even like a gambler with bloodshot eyes, daring to bet everything as long as he had a 40% chance of winning. But Ning Yi was actually conservative. Of course, this had something to do with his personality. But on the other hand, he was too much influenced by the Zhus. He liked to be thorough in everything, and he liked to use political thinking to solve problems. Forget it, forget it. No matter what the consequences are, I will bear it. Ning Yi gritted his teeth and smashed the teacup in his hand. The next day, Crown Prince Ning Yi gave the order. The remaining 160,000 soldiers of the state of Yu set out. Zhang Zhao led 30,000 soldiers to guard the rear, ready to defend against Sun Nan's attack at any time. Not only did the army not attack the capital of Nano, but they also went around it, determined not to give Prince Jin a chance to launch a sneak attack. Since they were conservative, they would be conservative to the end. The 160,000 soldiers were like a turtle shell, moving cautiously. The journey that could have been completed in 2 days now took 3 to 4 days. When they passed by the capital of Nano, they could still see the city from afar, even though it was far away. Crown Prince Ning Yi was filled with hatred and shame. Prince Jin, you lunatic, how dare you take such a risk? You must be standing on the city wall, laughing at my army. You must be laughing at me for being as timid as a mouse, not daring to attack the capital of Nano despite having 160,000 soldiers. Laugh, laugh all you want. I won't give you a chance. You are a lunatic, but I am not. I will make you look like a mouse pulling a turtle, unable to find any flaws. Zhang Zhao sent scouts to report again and again, but the main force of the Sand barbaric tribe led by Sun Nan did not catch up. But the more it was like this, the more Crown Prince Ning Yi felt that there was something fishy going on. Under normal circumstances, someone as despicable as Sun Nan would definitely lead his army to attack from behind. But he did not appear. It was obvious that he wanted me to attack the capital of Nano without worry, and then he would cooperate with me to destroy my army. I will definitely not be fooled. So, when they passed by the capital of Nano, even though Zhang Zhao repeatedly begged to attack the capital of Nano, Crown Prince Ning Yi rejected all of them. Zhu Lin and Nangong Ao were furious. How could Zhang Zhao not know what was good for him? Military orders must be obeyed. How could they be changed overnight? It was no wonder that this person was so unaccomplished and had been left idle for so long. Because they had to take a detour to avoid the capital of Nano, it took them 3.5 days to reach the Shacheng Pass in the north. The main force of the Sand barbaric tribe led by Sun Nan did not catch up to them. Ning Yi and the rest could not help but heave a sigh of relief. As long as the army entered the Sand City, they would be safe. Then the 80,000 soldiers would retreat into Tiannan province. With the protection of Tiannan City, they would be able to sleep peacefully. This way, he could ensure his safety and not completely withdraw from the Nano-Yu kingdom. In any case, the war was not over yet. It was normal for them to advance while they won. The next step would be for the civil officials to start a war of public opinion. They would wantonly pave the way for the decisive battle in South Sky City. It's not that I, Ning Yi, am incompetent and lost the Nano-Yu country, but it's more beneficial to have a decisive battle in the Tiannan country. It's more beneficial to completely annihilate Prince Jin. As for the battle report, it was written in the spring and autumn period. Even though it was a little awkward, there was still room for maneuver. He believed that with the shameless methods of the scholar, he would definitely be able to clear his name. Next, Crown Prince Ning Yi made his decision. Once the army was deployed to the second battlefield and planned to have a decisive battle in Tiannan City, Jin Shui must be sent out. He must not let the Kim family get away with it. The flames of war had already spread to Tiannan province. As the oldest noble family in Tiannan province, there was no reason for the Kim family not to send out their troops. Once they send out their troops, don't blame me for cutting their flesh and letting out their blood. I must take advantage of this war to let the blood of the Kim family run dry. Next, Crown Prince Ning Yi asked himself. Even at this moment, should he still think about politics and think of all ways to attack his political enemies? Very quickly, he got a definite answer. That's right, it had to be like this. This was politics, filled with coldness and cunning. There was no room for naivety or romance. Xianxia was the enemy. In good times, he had to be attacked. In bad times, he had to be attacked even more. Otherwise, he would take the opportunity to bite back. Have the memorials of Xianxia releasing Sunan and colluding with Prince Jin been sent out? Ningyi asked. They have been sent out. Ningyi said, very good, write another memorials. Blame the loss of Nano State's capital on Xianxia. If he didn't collude with Prince Jin, how could we have lost the city? Huh? This required a lot of imagination and more than 1,000 words to link the cause and effect. Zhu Lin said, how is this framing? This is the truth. Our army had already won a great victory. It was because Xianxia colluded with Prince Jin and planted a large number of spies in Nano's capital. They informed us of the situation in the city and poisoned our state of Yu's army. This allowed Prince Jin to seize Nano's capital and forced our main force to move to Sha City. This time, the loss of Nano's capital is one of the main culprits, Xianxia. Nangong was amazed. Great General Zhu Lin, you are indeed worthy of being a military general who was born as a civil official. Shirking responsibility and framing others, you have no bottom line at all. Ningyi said, not only that, the reason why Sister Wang Ning Luo was captured is also related to Xianxia. Sister Wang Ning used Xianxia's medicine for a long time, right? Zhu Lin said, indeed. Ningyi said, the medicine was poisoned. Princess Ning Luo was poisoned at a critical moment, so she was defeated by Prince Jin and captured. Xianxia is the biggest sinner in the loss of Nano State. Li Nanfeng was also amazed. Crown Prince Ningyi was indeed a civil officer. All his skills were in political means. His ability to shirk responsibility was displayed to the extreme. Of course, they knew that they couldn't fool monarch Ning Yuanxian, but they could fish in troubled waters and deceive a large number of civilians. Moreover, the scholars in the world would be willing to believe it. As for Monarch, as long as they had more than 100,000 troops, Monarch could only pretend to be ignorant. Because the war in the south was completely dependent on the Zhu faction's army. Xianxia, don't blame me. Who asked you to be my enemy? Who asked you to be despised by the world and be condemned by thousands of people? If you don't take the blame, who will? And at this moment, another group of knights rushed over in front of them. They looked disheveled and panicked. The leader was the general guarding Xianxia. Crown Prince Ningyi's heart trembled again. Please don't have any more bad news, please don't, I really can't take it anymore. The warrior rushed to Ningyi and knelt down. Your Highness, bad news, bad news. Prince Jin has taken Xianxia Pass. As soon as these words came out, it was like a lightning strike. Crown Prince Ningyi, Zhu Lin, and Nangong Ao were completely stunned and couldn't move. The voice seemed to have come from beyond the clouds of the 9 heavens. Their scalps were about to explode. It was as if they had fallen into endless cold and darkness. Xianxia was already the northernmost city of Nano Yu. If they went further north, they would be in the state of Yu. Crown Prince Ningyi was originally going to lead the army into Xianxia. Now, Xianxia had fallen. F***ck your mother, Prince Jin, F***ck, you lunatic. Are you done yet, you? Are you playing with my intelligence, lunatic, lunatic? Zhu Lin and Nangong Ao also felt that they had been greatly humiliated. That was the capital of Nano Yu. To Prince Jin, it was an extremely important city, even his lifeblood. It was the capital of the country. You just took it, and you actually turned around and left, you. Aren't you afraid that we will attack? After you leave, who will guard the capital of Nano Yu? How many people did Prince Jin bring to attack Xianxia? Zhu Lin trembled. More than 1,000. The warrior said, he has spies in the city, about 200 to 300 people. Another spy. Xianxia originally had about 7,000 defending troops. 7,000 men had been defeated by the enemy's 1,000 men from both inside and outside. Are you all trash? Nangong Ao trembled, 7,000 people can't beat more than 1,000 people? The general of Xianxia said, Prince Jin is too strong. He leads the troops and is incomparably brave. The people in Sand City, they also support Lady Jean. At this moment, Crown Prince Ningyi's body swayed on his horse, as if he was about to fall. Your Highness, Zhu Lin and Namgong Ao rushed up. Ningyi didn't fall in the end because Li Nanfeng supported him. After a long while, Ningyi felt that he had regained his senses. He was completely silent. The three of them were completely played in the palm of Jin Jun's hand. Why did Prince Jin dare to secretly abandon the capital to take Xianxia? He had calculated that Ningyi's State of Yu army wouldn't dare to attack Nan Ouyu's capital. This was a risk. But, it was also knowing oneself and the enemy. Ningyi, Zhu Lin, and Namgong Ao were all killed by him. It looked extremely risky. In fact, he was very confident in this step. Humiliation, great humiliation, what to do next? Should he continue north to take back Xianxia, or should he go south to take back Nan Ouyu's capital, or should he escape completely and return to the State of Yu? No, he couldn't retreat. The State of Yu's army wasn't the sand barbarian warriors and couldn't climb over the mountains. The way back to the State of Yu had to pass through Xianxia. Or he could take a detour of 400 miles and head east, passing through Luoya City and entering the State of Yu. There were three choices in front of Ningyi. Go north to attack Xianxia. Go south to attack Nan Ouyu's capital. Continue to turn and take a detour of 400 miles to Luoya City. Zhu Lin trembled. Your Highness, it's time to make a decision. Make your mother's decision, Crown Prince Ningyi was about to roar. Why didn't you let me make a decision when everything was going smoothly? Now that we're in danger, you want me to make a decision? I'm the Crown Prince, I'm also the Emperor. Am I supposed to be your shield? Ningyi was really afraid of the word decision now. Last time, his decision had been completely predicted by Jin Jun, which was why he had ended up in such a tragic situation. If he listened to Zhang Zhao and attacked Nan Ouyu's capital without hesitation, then there would be nothing left. Prince Jin wasn't here and there were less than 10,000 soldiers in the city. Maybe they could take it down. In the end, he was afraid of wolves in front and tigers behind. He was in a dilemma. Your Highness, I know this is difficult, but we have to make a decision, Zhu Lin said. It's too dangerous for the army to stay in the wilderness. It'll be even more dangerous when it gets dark. Yes, there were only 4 hours before it got dark. Ningyi was about to break down. It turned out that it was so difficult to make a decision. He had lost all confidence after being manipulated by Prince Jin. He was afraid that every decision he made would be calculated by the other party and he would fall into the other party's trap. Your Highness, please make a decision. Your Highness, please make a decision. Crown Prince Ningyi finally couldn't take it anymore and said sternly, why do you want me to make a decision? Don't you have any ideas? The State of Yu has raised you for decades. Don't you have any ideas at this critical moment? Zhu Lin said sadly, Your Highness, we're old and our thinking is limited. You're a young man. Ningyi understood that Zhu Lin and Namgong Ao had been trampled by Prince Jin and had lost all confidence. Zhang Zhao, come here, the Crown Prince thought of Zhang Zhao. His idea a few days ago was correct. A moment later, Zhang Zhao appeared in front of Ningyi. Ningyi said, Zhang Zhao, do you think we should go north to attack Sand City, south to attack Nan Ouyou, or east to enter Luoya City? Zhang Zhao wasn't complacent, nor did he say anything about not listening to me. Now you know the consequences. His face was solemn. Now he didn't know how to make a decision. Prince Jin had just taken over Sand City, so he didn't have many troops at hand. At this moment, it was the best time to attack Sand City. If they were lucky, they could directly destroy Prince Jin in Sand City. But Sand City was a small city, and it was a small city in the mountains. Without an insider, it was easy to defend and hard to attack. To be precise, it was a city pass. Hundreds of thousands of troops couldn't be used at all. The sand barbaric warriors could only walk on this kind of terrain like it was flat ground. At this time, Prince Jin wasn't in Nan Ouyou, so it should be the best time to attack Nan Ouyou. Zhang Zhao was an extreme person. Previously, he said that they should attack Nan Ouyou, but now he was a little obsessed. Your Highness, in for a penny, in for a pound, in for a pound. We'll go south to attack Nan Ouyou. As long as we can take it, we'll turn defeat into victory. No matter how cunning Prince Jean is, it'll be difficult to reverse the situation. Xianxia said. Crown Prince Ningyi said, but, we'll be closer to Sun Nan's main army. What if he attacks from behind? Xianxia roared, I'll lead 50,000 troops to cut off the retreat. Unless I die, Sun Nan can forget about taking a step past my position. At this moment, Crown Prince Ningyi had another idea. Maybe they should attack Sand City directly. Xianxia roared, Your Highness, why are you so afraid? Do you have the bearing of a ruler? Ningyi said, Can we attack Sand City? Xianxia rebuked, Sand City is a city pass in the mountains. Without an insider, it's easy to defend and hard to attack. How are we going to use hundreds of thousands of troops? We won't be able to make use of our advantage in numbers. We're not sand barbaric monkeys, we can't climb mountains. On the contrary, the surroundings of Nan-Oyu's capital are flat, it's most suitable for our army. Ningyi still couldn't make a decision. Xianxia roared, Military intelligence is like fire, how long are you going to hesitate, Your Highness? Suddenly, a general said, Can we split our troops? One to attack Nan-Oyu's capital, and the other to attack Sand City Pass? Almost everyone glared at him. Split our troops, my ass, you're still splitting up at this point. Are you afraid that everyone won't die quickly enough? Xianxia roared, Your Highness, Sun Nan's army hasn't caught up yet. Every second is precious, how much more time do you want to waste? Are you so irresolute because you grew up in a woman's hands? These words completely infuriated Crown Prince Ningyi. He glared at Xianxia fiercely. Once this crisis is over, I'll make sure you die a horrible death. Then, Crown Prince Ningyi gave an order. Let's march south and attack Nan-Oyu's capital. Hurry up, hurry up. Instantly, hundreds of thousands of soldiers marched towards the southeast in a grandiose manner. They had just passed by Nan-Oyu's capital yesterday. Now, they had to return. After giving the order, Ningyi felt slightly regretful. He instinctively felt that they should attack Sand City Pass. But Xianxia was right. Moreover, it would be difficult to reverse the order after it was given. Most importantly, Xianxia was right. Sand City was steep, and his army could not do their best. Only Nan-Oyu's capital was wide enough to unleash the full power of the army. Xianxia was right, he was right, this time, the state of Yu's army marched quickly. The next day, more than 100,000 troops were at the city gates, they finally reached Nan-Oyu's capital, then, the most despairing scene appeared. A handsome face appeared on the city walls. It was actually Prince Jean? Wasn't he at Sand City? Why did he return to Nan-Oyu's capital? Prince Jean smiled, people are like this, it's easy to go from one extreme to another. They are extremely conservative at the beginning, but once they realize that they are wrong, it's easy to go to extreme risks. Ningyi, you really should continue to the north and attack Sand City. Ningyi trembled and was speechless. Prince Jean said, You said that I'm not at Sand City, right? Yes, I'm at Sand City, but you don't dare to attack Sand City, so I came back alone. Your army of more than 100,000 must be exhausted after running for 4 to 5 days. Brother Ningyi, since you're here, don't leave. You and your army can stay here and rest forever. That's not a bad idea. He calculated it wrong again. Immediately, the crown prince felt a boundless darkness, and boundless fear surged into his heart. At this moment, the scouts from the rear reported, Sun Nan led the main force of the Sand barbaric tribe from the west. There were more than 20,000 of them. Looking at the dust on the ground, there were probably 30 to 40,000 of them. Crown Prince Ningyi instantly felt the world spinning. He could no longer take such a huge blow. Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Ningyi fell from his horse and fainted. Note, today's 2 updates cost 17,000. He really went all out. Begging for support from his brothers, begging for monthly votes. Kowtowing. Thank you for the 50,000 coins. Your Highness, the surrounding people rushed over. Li Nanfeng held Crown Prince Ningyi in his arms. Then he used his fingernails to press on his chest. Ningyi woke up you. Who woke me up like this? Why did they wake me up? Why didn't they let me continue fainting? He felt a pain in his chest and couldn't help but vomit again. This time, it wasn't just blood, but also acid. This could be considered neurotic vomiting. He hadn't slept well for several days and nights, and it was caused by suppressed emotions and pain. What should he do next? Ningyi's mind was in a mess. Head north to Sand City? Impossible. If they took this path a third time, the army would completely collapse. Set up camp and continue attacking the city? Crown Prince Ningyi glanced at the tall city walls and really didn't have the courage. Not to mention Ningyi, even the hundreds of thousands of soldiers of the state of Yu didn't have the courage. The hundreds of thousands of soldiers had been on the move for several days. They traveled day and night, traveling hundreds of miles. Both physically and mentally, they were exhausted to the extreme. Especially their morale, which was on the verge of collapse. The general was the courage of the soldiers. For the past few days, the crown prince, Zhu Lin, and Nangong Ao had been toyed around in the palm of Jin Jun's hand. They were like headless flies and everyone could see it clearly. The generals were confused, and the soldiers were at a loss. Especially Crown Prince Ningyi vomiting blood, everyone saw it clearly. So the hundreds of thousands of soldiers were panicking and full of fear. The three leaders had a secret discussion again. What should they do next? Crown Prince Ningyi kept his mouth shut. If anyone dared to ask him to make a decision again, he would kill them. Make a decision, my ass. Prince Jin had predicted their decision several times, causing the entire army to fall into a desperate situation. Their dignity and confidence were all trampled. Nangong Ao also didn't make a decision. Even though he had the highest position, he wasn't the first leader on this battlefield. After a long while, Zhu Lin said, "It's impossible to attack the city. We have enough soldiers, but the morale has collapsed." Prince Jin was in the city, and everyone had lost confidence because of him. They really did not have the courage to attack the city, even if there were only 10,000 people in the city. But as long as Prince Jin was there, they wouldn't dare to attack the city, nor would they be able to. Let's do it this way, Zhu Lin said, run to the east, to Luoya City, and from there, head north to the state of Yu. Nangong Ao said, that's a full 400 miles. Crown Prince Ningyi said, could it be that Luoya City has also fallen? Everyone fell silent. Once these hundreds of thousands of troops went east to Luoya City, it would take at least 7 or 8 days, or even more than 10 days, to travel 400 miles. Not to mention the collapse of morale in the process, they were also facing a food shortage crisis and could be attacked by the Sand Barbarians at any time. The key was that if the army reached the middle, Prince Jin once again led 2,000 Sand Barbarian warriors to Luoya City and seized it. What should they do? This was very possible. Even if they let the army of the state of Yu go 200 miles first, Prince Jin could still arrive at Luoya City earlier than them with 2,000 people. These Sand Barbaric madmen traversed the forest as though it was flat ground, and their speed was extremely fast. And at that time, the hundreds of thousands of troops had been running for nearly 10 days and had been completely exhausted. If they found that Luoya City had been lost, there was no need to fight and they would completely collapse on the spot. In this situation, they couldn't attack the city. They couldn't retreat to Luoya City either. Zhu Lin said, what about Zhang Zhao? He's in the rear, preparing to resist the main force of the Sand Barbaric tribe led by Sunan. Zhu Lin said, General Nangong, you lead 10,000 cavalry with enough food and fodder to Luoya City as fast as possible. You must enter Luoya City before Prince Jin. That is our only way to survive. Your cavalry is fast and should be able to capture the city before Prince Jin. Nangong Ao was stunned and said, Master Zhu Lin, why don't you lead 10,000 cavalry to Luoya City, and I lead the main force to follow behind? The current situation was very clear. Whoever followed the main force was the most dangerous. General Zhu Lin said, it's settled. Zhang Zhao will lead 50,000 troops to cover the rear, Nangong Ao will lead 10,000 cavalry to open the way, and rush to Luoya City at full speed. I will lead the main force in the middle. Crown Prince Ningyi was stunned. Then, what about me? Zhu Lin didn't say Crown Prince Ningyi's arrangement at first because he wanted him to take the initiative to speak. At this time, following the main force was the most dangerous. But Zhu Lin still hoped that the Crown Prince could take the initiative to stay and follow the main force. This would at least have a little effect on the morale. Ningyi didn't speak. Zhu Lin sighed in his heart and said, Crown Prince and General Nangong Ao will lead 10,000 cavalry and advance eastward at full speed. Enter Luoya city and prepare to receive the main force. Okay. Ningyi said, a quarter of an hour later. The 160,000 troops of the state of Yu were divided into 3 groups. Zhangjiao's 50,000 troops formed a formation to cover the rear. The Crown Prince and Nangong Ao led 10,000 cavalry to Luoya city at full speed. Zhu Lin's 100,000 main force was in the middle. Go, go, go. Crown Prince Ningyi couldn't wait to get on his horse and led 10,000 cavalry away. He didn't want to stay in this damn place for even a moment. He wanted to leave this place in the shortest time possible. He wanted to go to a place with walls. Go, go, go. The 100,000 main force saw the Crown Prince and 10,000 cavalry leave. They suddenly felt betrayed. The Crown Prince actually escaped and left them behind. At this time, in the hearts of the state of Yu's 100,000 troops, the image of Crown Prince Ningyi completely collapsed. Go, go, go. Crown Prince Ningyi led 10,000 cavalry and kept heading eastward. In the end, they just ran for a few dozen miles. Suddenly, a scout came to report. Your Highness, the road ahead is blocked. There are a lot of rocks and wood piled up. The road was blocked. The cavalry could still go around it, but many grain carts couldn't go around it. Crown Prince Ningyi's hair stood on end. Would there be an ambush? Army, get into formation, get ready to meet the enemy, get ready to meet the enemy. Nangong Ao ordered. In the end, it was just a false alarm. It took more than an hour to clear the rocks and wood piled up on the road. 10,000 cavalry set off again. But, they ran for less than 30 miles. Another urgent report came from the front. The road ahead was blocked again. This was a landslide. Countless mud and rocks blocked the road. Nangong Ao ordered again, Army, get into formation. Once again, the 10,000 cavalrymen struggled to get into formation in this narrow terrain. There were flaws everywhere. But, it was yet another false alarm. A full 6 hours. The road ahead was finally cleared. The army continued to advance. However, even the cavalrymen were completely exhausted. In the end, they walked for less than 30 miles. The scout in front reported once more. The road ahead was blocked again. This time, it was destroyed by the flood. There was a huge gap in the entire road and they needed to pave it temporarily. Can we go around it? No. The mountain torrent had destroyed a huge ravine from top to bottom. Repairing the road was already the most effective way to deal with it in the shortest time. And we still have carriages and rations. Not only Ningyi, even Nangong Ao was about to collapse. Pave the road, army, get into formation. Defend, defend. 10,000 cavalry once again entered a defensive state. But, the sky was about to turn dark. And at this moment, swoosh 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 swoosh, countless arrows were shot. The Sand Barbaric tribe warriors really came to attack. Alright, it wasn't countless arrows, just a few hundred. But they were extremely precise and cunning. They easily took away dozens of lives. The state of Yu cavalry fell off their horses. Where was the enemy? Where was the enemy? Protect the Crown Prince, protect the Crown Prince. Immediately, 200 warriors from Xianxia Pavilion protected the Crown Prince in the middle. This road was halfway up the mountain, with dense forests on both sides. The slope of the mountain was very steep, and the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors were elusive, easily darting through the forest like monkeys. They couldn't be caught at all, and they couldn't even be found. Arrows kept coming, taking away wave after wave of lives. Cavalry couldn't enter the forest. Nangong Ao came to the Crown Prince and said, Your Highness, can I borrow your Xianxia Pavilion warriors? They are martial arts masters and can find and kill the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors. There aren't many Sand Barbaric tribe warriors, only a few hundred of them. Crown Prince Ningyi instinctively wanted to refuse. The Xianxia Pavilion warriors couldn't leave his side. Before he could speak, Xianxia Pavilion warrior Li Nanfeng directly refused. No, our only duty is to protect your highness, we can't leave. Nangong Ao stared at the Crown Prince. Your Highness, at this time, can you not be so selfish? Crown Prince Ningyi said. Li Nanfeng, obey General Nangong Ao's orders. Li Nanfeng sneered, Skycy Pavilion is a transcendent force, we don't need to obey anyone's orders. Ningyi heaved a sigh of relief. He also didn't want the Skycy Pavilion warriors to leave. Nangong Ao saw this and was furious, but there was nothing he could do. They were still desperately paving the road in front. To hell with the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors, they used arrows to sneak attack the soldiers building the road. Almost every foot of the road required the sacrifice of several lives. In this godforsaken place, 10,000 cavalry were completely passive. Nangong Ao glanced and directly ordered, Nangong Xia, attack. Nangong Xia led hundreds of family warriors and rushed into the dense forest to chase after the Sand Barbaric tribe warriors. But after a moment, Nangong Xia flew back. Father, bad news, the Sand Barbaric tribe wants to burn the forest. Nangong Ao was about to explode when he heard this. Burning the forest? Was Prince Jin crazy? Once a mountain fire started, it would be endless, and it couldn't even be extinguished by human strength. This Nan Ou country was Prince Jin's homeland. In order to destroy our 10,000 cavalry, you actually set fire to the mountain. Then, an incomparably terrifying scene appeared. Thick smoke rose from the forest in all four directions. The Sand Barbaric tribe was afraid that they wouldn't be able to burn Ningyi's 10,000 cavalry, so they surrounded them with a sea of fire. This place stretched for hundreds of miles, and once the mountain was set on fire, it was almost impossible to escape. Your Highness, we must leave quickly, leave quickly. Li Nanfeng said, once the fire starts, we won't be able to escape. Crown Prince Ningyi said with a trembling voice, run, where else can we run to now? Li Nanfeng said, go straight south, to the sea. Crown Prince Ningyi remembered. Yes, Nan Ou country was near the sea. And for the Crown Prince's safety, the Zhu clan had arranged a retreat route at sea in advance. There was a ship anchored almost every 100 miles. This place was only more than 100 miles away from the sea. These ships couldn't carry many people, but they could barely carry 100 or 200 people. But in this way, they would have to abandon the 10,000 cavalry. This was equivalent to abandoning the army and escaping alone. Was this, okay? Nangong Ao rushed up and shouted, Your Highness, you must not abandon the army and escape. This is Prince Jin's plot. He didn't really set the mountain on fire. He couldn't bear to do so. He is a wise ruler. Once the fire was set, the consequences would be unimaginable. He wouldn't do that, he just deliberately released the smoke to scare us. Really? Crown Prince Ningyi felt that it made sense. However, in the next minute, in the north and east, flames rose at the same time, directly dyeing the sky red. Ningyi was shocked. Prince Jin had gone crazy, he actually set fire to the mountain, the 10,000 cavalry were in an uproar. Nangong Ao shouted, don't panic, as long as the road in front is repaired, we can leave. Don't panic, don't run away, don't enter the dense forest on both sides. The two flames grew bigger and bigger. Li Nanfeng trembled, Your Highness, we must quickly make a decision, we can't run away soon. This mountain fire can only be extinguished by torrential rain. Your Highness, quickly head south and lead by sea. Ningyi's mind was about to explode. On the left, Nangong Ao kept shouting that this was Prince Jin's plot. Once the road in front was repaired, they could leave. Not far away, the fire burned brighter and brighter. If I abandon the army and escape, wouldn't I become a sinner of the state of you? Wouldn't my reputation be tarnished? Li Nanfeng said, Your Highness, you can only have a future if you are alive. If it was an enemy attack, we 200 experts can protect your safety, but we can't do anything about this mountain fire. Even if you don't burn to death, you will choke to death. It's useless no matter how high your martial arts are. Your Highness, run. Run. The fire became more and more intense, and the smoke became thicker. Crown Prince Ningyi gritted his teeth. Where there is life, there is hope. General Nangong Ao, I'll leave the situation to you. Although this was a difficult and shameful decision, Crown Prince Ningyi still made a decision. He dismounted from his horse and fled south under the protection of 200 Xianxia Pavilion warriors. This journey to the south required crossing mountains and forests, but with the protection of the Xianxia Pavilion warriors, it was absolutely safe. No matter how powerful Prince Jin's sound primitive warriors were, their individual martial arts were far inferior to the Xianxia Pavilion. In the blink of an eye, Crown Prince Ningyi disappeared without a trace. All the way to the south, over mountains and through forests. He went out to sea and escaped by boat. Nangong-ao looked at the scene in disbelief. Is this the crown prince of the state of Yu? This is the future king? Although his majesty is mean and a prodigal, he is not afraid of death. How brave was his majesty? 20 years ago, he entered the enemy camp alone. 2 years ago, he personally led the army to confront King Wu's army, using himself as bait. As for Crown Prince Ningyi, he abandoned the army and escaped before the mountain fire could reach him. The crown prince has escaped. The crown prince has abandoned us, we are finished, everyone, run, run, General Nangong-ao shouted desperately, the crown prince has escaped, but I, Nangong-ao, am still here. Everyone, don't worry, focus on repairing the road and leave together. Don't panic, don't run, but, it was useless, of the 10,000 cavalrymen, 5,000 were brought by the crown prince from the capital, and the other 5,000 were from the nobles. They were the icing on the cake, following the crown prince. But now that the crown prince had escaped, they completely collapsed. The fire is coming, run, run, other than the Nangong family's knights and some of the imperial cavalry, Nangong-ao could no longer control the other knights. These people scattered like birds and beasts, fleeing in all directions. Some fled on horseback, while others abandoned their horses and ran away. North, south, east, west, there were people fleeing everywhere. Many people even fled back to meet up with Zhu Lin's main army. Nangong-ao roared, an incompetent general exhausts 1,000 soldiers. I, Nangong-ao, am really blind. The collapse was like a landslide. It couldn't be stopped anymore. The 10,000 cavalrymen in the vanguard had completely collapsed when they were still 300 miles away from Luoya city. Looking at the frantically fleeing cavalry, Nangong-xia said, "What should we do?" Nangong-ao gritted his teeth and said, "How many people can we control?" "Less than 3,000 cavalrymen." Nangong-xia said. "Enough." Nangong-ao said, "Regardless of the cost, regardless of the mountain fire, continue to repair the road." Nangong-ao's judgment was correct. Prince Jin cherished his country and was not willing to set fire to it. Once the fire spread, he didn't know how many people would be displaced and burned to death. He was just trying to scare Ningyi. Ningyi and his 10,000 cavalrymen were like birds startled by the mere twang of a bowstring. Every bush and tree was an enemy. When the fire started, they fled. Less than 2 days after his departure, the 10,000 cavalrymen scattered. More than 2 hours later, Nangong-ao paid the price of hundreds of lives to repair the road that was destroyed. Then he led more than 2,000 cavalrymen to continue eastward towards Luoya city, once Ningyi decided to escape. Then he would focus on his task and advance courageously. At this time, his heart was a lot lighter. Sometimes the army was really a burden. It would trap people to death and drag them to death. Once he abandoned the army, he could fly freely in the mountains. He had the protection of 200 Xianxia Pavilion warriors. Even in the dense forest, he was unimpeded. Across the mountains, through the dense forest. After escaping for dozens of miles, he turned around and looked. Why was there no fire? Shouldn't the fire have been completely ignited by now? Could it be another one of Jin Jun's deceptive tactics? Nangong-ao's judgment was actually correct. Then, wouldn't my reputation be ruined? Li Nanfeng said, "Your Highness, don't think so much. Nangong-ao may not be able to escape." In less than 100 miles, we encountered a roadblock, a landslide, and a flash flood. There are still 400 miles to Luoya city. I don't know how many more accidents there will be. Prince Jin's sand barbarian warriors appear and disappear in the jungle. Nangong-ao may not be able to reach Luoya city alive. As long as you are alive, there is still hope. Let's go to the sea at the fastest speed and take a boat to the east. Maybe we can reach Luoya city in the shortest time. As long as we take Luoya City, all the mistakes will be nothing. Crown Prince Ningyi nodded in agreement. In history, not to mention abandoning the army, some of the kings could even abandon their parents. In the end, they still became the ruler of a generation. Every man for himself, heaven and earth destroy. Crown Prince Ningyi did not regret it and continued to gallop south on Li Nanfeng's back. The Xianxia Pavilion warriors were really powerful, although they were not sand barbarian warriors, their martial arts were high. Even the jungle and mountains were like flat ground to them. Moreover, the sand barbarian warriors did not dare to attack them. The key was that they could not catch up. In just 6 hours, these 200 Xianxia Pavilion warriors had run 160 miles. Finally, they heard the sound of the sea. Finally, they were going to escape. Then, Crown Prince Ningyi had a bad premonition. Could it be that when they reached the beach, Prince Jin was waiting there again? Please don't, the Crown Prince worried too much. 200 Xianxia Pavilion warriors carried him out of the endless jungle and came to the beach. There was no one. There will be a boat waiting for me less than 100 miles to the west, Crown Prince Ningyi said. East. Because the east was closer to Luoya City and farther from Prince Jin. 200 warriors ran along the coastline toward the east. Run. Sure enough, after running less than 50 miles, they saw a ship. Crown Prince Ningyi cried tears of joy. It was too difficult. This journey was too difficult. It was like a nightmare. Quick, go check the ship to see if there is an ambush by Prince Jin. Ningyi ordered. Immediately, dozens of Xianxia Pavilion warriors rushed out and rowed along the sea. They climbed onto the ship and checked the identity of the people on board. There was no problem. They were all sailors of the Zhu family. Quickly check the ship. There was no problem. Go, get on the ship. The Crown Prince took a small boat and boarded the ship. The 200 Xianxia Pavilion warriors also boarded the ship. Set sail and head for Luoya City in the east. The ship spread its sails and sailed at a speed of more than 20 miles per hour. Standing on the deck, Crown Prince Ningyi's eyes were almost filled with tears. Finally, he escaped. These days were really like a nightmare. Farther away. Ningyi ordered. Even though his order was unclear, Li Nanfeng still understood it. Sail away from the land and away from the territory of Nanou Kingdom. Yes. The ship turned south and went dozens of miles into the sea. Looking at the jungle of Nanou Kingdom getting farther and farther away, Crown Prince Ningyi finally felt a little relieved. This damn place was too scary. It was like hell. At this moment, Ningyi felt like vomiting when he saw the jungle of Nanou Kingdom. It was almost a conditioned reflex. Jin Jun was a madman, a complete madman. He was truly frightening. Crown Prince Ningyi had escaped, but what about the hundreds of thousands of soldiers? He had no energy to think about it. Forget it, when the ship approached Luoya City, he would think of a way to get Li Nanfeng to check out the situation. If there were no enemies in Luoya City, then the Crown Prince would garrison there and wait for Zhu Lin's main army. But he would be ready to turn around and return to Tiannam province at any time. If the hundreds of thousands of soldiers were still there, then he, Ningyi, had not lost yet, and his father would not dare to do anything to him. After all, he had hundreds of thousands of soldiers, and the entire south depended on this army. But what if the army was destroyed? What should he do? Seek refuge at Xianxia Pavilion, or go directly to Yan capital and rely on the Zhu family and the Emperor of Great Yan to protect his position as Crown Prince of the state of Yu? In any case, I, Ningyi, will never admit defeat. Even if my entire army is destroyed, Prince Jin's army will definitely surge into Tiannam province. At that time, the Kim family and Xianlang will be the first to bear the brunt. At that time, the only army in the entire Tiannam province will be the private army of the Kim family. Can Jin Shua's private army stop Prince Jin? Of course not. Therefore, the Kim family's territory and Xuanwu's marquee mansion would be lost. Crown Prince Ningyi felt a little pleased when he thought of this. If I'm unlucky, Xianlang will be unlucky as well. It would be best if the idiot Jin Shua is as loyal and upright as the rumors say and dies on the battlefield. It would be best if the entire Kim family dies. At that moment, all of a sudden, the entire ship shook violently. "Oh no, the bottom of the ship is on fire, on fire." Crown Prince Ningyi's hair stood on end when he heard this. "Heavens? Heavens? You! How dare you treat me like this? Put out the fire, put out the fire." The sailors tried to put out the fire. But, damn it, the fire could not be extinguished at all. When water was poured on it, it was still burning. Moreover, it was a green will-o'-the-wisp. Huff, 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 wisp after wisp of will-o'-the-wisp ignited. In the blink of an eye, the entire bottom of the ship was on fire. The bottom of the ship was burnt through. The entire ship was on fire. Of course, this was white phosphorus. Did Shenlang set it up? No, it was Prince Jin. Where did he get white phosphorus? Shenlang had used white phosphorus to create a few miracles. The earliest was 2 years ago. After Shenlang became famous, many people were researching his miracles, including Prince Jin and the Great Tribulation Temple. Even though they had never met, Prince Jin had always been paying attention to Shenlang and even tried to learn many things from him. He could not create gunpowder and could not learn the transformation of bloodlines. But white phosphorus still learned it. The Great Tribulation Temple was proficient in evil arts and alchemy. After countless experiments, they finally created white phosphorus. But their refining method was outdated and the output was frighteningly low. But it was more than enough to burn Ningyi's ship. Back to the main topic, the entire ship was burning and seawater kept gushing in. "Your Highness, let's go, let's go. The ship is about to sink." Crown Prince Ningyi was completely numb. "Prince Jin, are you a devil? Why can't I escape from your clutches?" It was obvious that he had once again fallen into Jun Jin's trap. Setting the mountain on fire was fake. It was to make Ningyi abandon the cavalry and escape to the south. Jin Jun had already done something to these ships, and it was something that couldn't be detected at all. "Prince Jin, are you a devil? Why do I have to be tricked every step of the way?" "No, no, it was you who led me into a trap and into hell." Ningyi did not vomit blood. He looked at the burning fire. He let out a burst of mournful laughter. He had seen thick smoke in the forest in Nano, but there was no real fire. But when he finally escaped, he encountered a fire. "How sad, Ningyi, you are so sad." "Your Highness, let's go, let's go." The Sky-Sea Pavilion expertly Nanfeng carried Ningyi and was about to jump into the sea. Crown Prince Ningyi did not move. He let others carry him into the sea and row him towards the shore. "We can't escape. Don't waste your energy." "We can't escape, ha 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 ha." Crown Prince Ningyi seemed to have gone crazy. He laughed strangely. "Prince Jin is waiting for us in front." "Ha ha ha ha, we can't escape." Li Nanfeng's hair stood on end when he heard the voice. The Crown Prince must have lost his mind. His heart had been completely ravaged by Jin Jun and he had completely given up on resisting. Indeed, Crown Prince Ningyi's intuition was right. After swimming for more than an hour, a few ships appeared in front of them. Prince Jin appeared on the ship. He was as handsome and calm as ever. He had hundreds of experts from the Great Tribulation Temple and the Sand Primitive Tribe with him. There were catapults and jars of fish oil on the 4 ships. These ships surrounded Ningyi and the 200 Sky-Sea Pavilion experts on the surface of the sea. Prince Jin smiled. "Ningyi, what if I do it? Or do you surrender?" He gave the order. Hundreds of Sand Primitive Tribe warriors drew their bows and aimed at the people in the water. The Sky-Sea Pavilion expertly Nanfeng said, "Your Highness, don't surrender. We can protect you. The Sky-Sea Pavilion experts are invincible." "Ha ha ha ha, not necessarily." A deafening voice sounded. The suffering monk of the Great Tribulation Temple was infinitely close to a grandmaster. There are more than 100 experts from the Great Tribulation Temple and the Sand Primitive Tribe. How much internal energy do you have left after swimming for dozens of miles? Suffering monk laughed. The sea breeze blew. Prince Jin combed his hair and said, "Get ready." Then, he returned to the cabin. "Prince Jin, I surrender, I surrender, I surrender." Crown Prince Ningyi shouted, trembling. Li Nanfeng said angrily, "Your Highness, we can escape." "Don't surrender," Crown Prince Ningyi roared, "you can run if you want." "I won't. I can't escape." Ha 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 ha. He was angry and amused. It had been almost 10 days. It had been a nightmare. Prince Jean, I surrender, I surrender. Crown Prince Ningyi ignored him and rowed toward Prince Jin's ship. Li Nanfeng wanted to stop him. Don't stop me. Don't touch me. Ningyi said sternly. 15 minutes later, Crown Prince Ningyi was captured and knelt before Prince Jean. Note, the first update has been delivered. Today, it still exceeds 15,000. Brothers, continue to support me. You are my greatest motivation. I am extremely grateful. The moment Crown Prince Ningyi knelt down, he didn't feel humiliated. Instead, he wanted to see Prince Jin's expression. Xia Jin must be very satisfied. The Crown Prince and Prince Jean were about the same age. They grew up together. In the capital, Prince Jean was a hostage, so Crown Prince Ningyi had a sense of superiority in front of him. Of course, Ning Yuanxian gave Prince Jean a very high reputation. There was a saying, in the state of you can defame anyone, including the Crown Prince, but you can't defame Prince Jean. But a hostage was a hostage. After Prince Jin's father was killed by the state of Yu, he went to the state of Yu to study. According to the agreement, he could return to Nano Yu to inherit the throne after he came of age. But Ning Yuanxian delayed him for a long time with all kinds of reasons. He didn't let Prince Jean go until Ning Yuanxian felt that Nano Yu's court was under his control. How much did Prince Jean do in order to return to Nano Yu? He did his best, of course, he didn't do things by groveling. Ning Yuanxian was a strange person. The more humble you were, the less he liked you. For almost a decade, Prince Jean had been very considerate. He was even more considerate than Ning Yuanxian's sons. And he behaved more like a citizen of the state of Yu than a citizen of the state of Yu. He always worked for the interests of the state of Yu and Ning Yuanxian. He also acted like a half-ruler in front of the Crown Prince, loyal and close. Under such circumstances, Crown Prince Ningyi was, of course, superior in front of Jun Jin. Ningyi looked like Ning Yuanxian on the surface. They were both elegant and arrogant. And Ningyi's sense of superiority was stronger than Ning Yuanxian's. He was the eldest son and had the support of the Zhu clan and Princess Ninghan from the Sky Sea Pavilion. Ever since he was young, he looked at Prince Jean as if he was looking at a servant. 10 years to the east, 10 years to the west. At this moment, Ningyi was kneeling in front of Prince Jean, wagging his tail and begging. He felt that Prince Jean would definitely feel extremely pleased and proud of himself. He looked up. Prince Jean didn't show any pride on his face. Instead, he looked a little lonely and regretful. At his level, there was no need for him to pretend anymore. Why did he have such an expression? Prince Jean grew up under Ning Yuanxian. His feelings for Ning Yuanxian were very complicated. There was definitely hatred. After all, Ning Yuanxian had killed his father and taken away his country. But Ning Yuanxian did treat him very well, and he was very considerate. He, Ning Luo, Ning Qi, and Ning Yi were indeed like brothers. In the past, he had envied Ning Yi, who was truly of noble birth. He often fantasized about how he would govern the state of Yu if he had Ning Yi's background. Such thoughts had accompanied him for many years. In his mind, he had already made the state of Yu the strongest country in the south. It was because of such thoughts that Ning Yuanxian was at ease with him. He felt that he was someone who was definitely close to the state of Yu. Once one acted too deeply, it was hard to avoid getting into character. But now, Ningyi was acting so badly. While Prince Jean was happy, he also felt that it was a pity. How is His Majesty's health? Jean Jun asked. The Crown Prince was stunned, and then he said with tears in his eyes, not too well. After falling sick last year, his condition has been really bad. Even if he tries to hide it, sometimes his hands will still tremble. Ning Yuanxian had hidden it well, but someone still saw through it. Prince Jean frowned. Ning Yi, do you have to act in front of me? You don't have any father-son relationship with King Yu, and you look down on him in your heart. Are you crying here to remind me of my youth and ask me to let you off? Prince Jean was speechless. This was different from when he was a teenager. Back then, he was a talkative person who loved to converse with scholars. He would often spend the entire night chatting with them, which made him seem like a passionate scholar. He even represented Ming Yuanxian on a diplomatic mission to the Yan capital. His performance was outstanding and he looked like a passionate scholar. But now, he was a little taciturn. Crown Prince Ningyi said, "Brother-in-law, how is my big sister?" Prince Jin nodded and said, "She's fine. She's relatively peaceful." Then, the two faced each other in silence again. After a while, Prince Jin said, "Rest well." The meeting between the two was officially over. Crown Prince Ningyi entered the cabin uneasily and tossed and turned, unable to sleep. Because he couldn't see through Prince Jin, he didn't know how he would be treated. What would happen next? After Jing Jun captured Ningyi, she didn't stop and sailed directly to the east. 14 hours later, a dozen ships docked. Crown Prince Ningyi was brought down and then he couldn't help but be surprised. Because Prince Jin and the others had completely changed their clothes and were dressed exactly like the State of Yu's army. And they were under Ningyi's flag. He understood what Prince Jin wanted to do. He wanted Ningyi to leave Luoya City. "Can I?" Prince Jin asked. There was no threat or persuasion. He just asked, "Can I?" Crown Prince Ningyi nodded bitterly. Prince Jin led 2,000 people and set off under Crown Prince Ningyi's flag. Ningyi found that this group of people marched too fast. They were still walking fast in the mountains and jungles. And when there was a road, they walked fast. When there was no road, they walked fast. More than 2,000 people were silent. Jing Jun was also walking, not riding a horse. Even when he was walking, he was completely silent. He didn't have the posture of a king at all. Only Ningyi and the medics were riding horses. Just 2 hours later, 2,000 people arrived at Luoya City. The speed was really fast. At this time, it was less than 2 days since Ningyi abandoned the 10,000 cavalry and fled. Of course, Namgong Ao had sent the most elite scouts to Luoya City to report the news of the main army. But it was useless. The cavalry's route was fixed and they were all killed by the Sand Barbarian warriors. So Luoya City only knew the news a few days ago. They didn't know that the Crown Prince had escaped, let alone that the Crown Prince had been captured. "Go," Prince Jin said. There was still no threat. Crown Prince Ningyi rode forward and shouted, "Where is Luoya City's General Zhu Tang?" Zhu Tang, Zhu Lin's cousin, didn't have a high status. A general on the city gate saw the Crown Prince and was suddenly stunned. His Highness was so fast? "Your Highness?" At this moment, a thought flashed in Ningyi's mind. If I was a hero, I should shout at this time, "There's a trap, Prince Jin is behind me." In that case, I should be able to save my dignity, right? But unfortunately, hypothetical, always just hypothetical, he, Ningyi, was always an exquisite egoist, not a hero. "Where is Zhu Tang?" Crown Prince Ningyi said, "Open the gate." Yes. Without any accident, the gate of Luoya City opened. What a joke, the Crown Prince came in person, "You dare to report to Lord Zhu Tang first before opening the gate." Prince Jin led 2,000 people and entered Luoya City. 3 hours later, Luoya City fell. Originally, there were 9,000 garrison troops in Luoya City, 4,000 State of Yu troops, and 5,000 Nano servants. 4,000 State of Yu troops were killed. 5,000 Nano servants surrendered to Prince Jin, so Prince Jin's troops in Luoya City soared to 7,000. 2 days later, after going through a lot of hardships, Namgong Ao led 2,500 cavalry to Luoya City. It was really not easy along the way. Hundreds of Sand Barbarian warriors launched a sneak attack, it was simply crazy. Namgong Ao's 2,500 cavalry were almost exhausted. Looking up, the entire Luoya City was still under the flag of the State of Yu, still hanging the word Zhu. He couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. But his heart was still full of vigilance. He shouted towards the city gate, "Where is Zhu Tang?" After a while, Luoya City's General Zhu Tang appeared in his field of vision. Namgong Ao was relieved, but he still did not dare to completely put down his guard. He was really afraid of Prince Jin. He judged in his heart that if Zhu Tang did not surrender, then the first thing he should ask was where the Crown Prince was. "Where was Zhu Lin?" Zhu Tang asked. "Namgong Shumi, where is the Crown Prince? Where is General Zhu Lin?" Nangong Ao said, General Zhu Lin is leading the main force behind and will arrive in a few days. The crown prince will also arrive soon. Of course, he would not say that the crown prince fled. Although he despised him in his heart, the crown prince's dignity still had to be maintained. If the crown prince fled, it would also be a huge blow to the morale of Luoya city. Open the gate, prepare the provisions, the whole city is on guard. Nangong Ao said coldly. The city gate slowly opened. Nangong Ao led 2,500 cavalry and rushed into Luoya city, but, he didn't know why, when he rushed into the city gate, his heart suddenly trembled. There was a very uneasy feeling. What was wrong? He couldn't think of anything, everything was normal. Luoya city's garrison was not elite, so it was normal for the army to be a little slack. That's right, Zhu Tang's expression was not right. Although he was a member of the Zhu clan, because he was not a direct descendant, Nangong Ao's attitude was very humble and intimate when he saw him. But today, it was a little stiff. Nangong Ao thought in his heart and instinctively pulled the reins. However, he did not immediately withdraw from the city. Instead, he asked himself, am I thinking too much, and at this time? Rumble. The city gate behind them closed. Whoosh 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 whoosh. Arrows rained down. When they entered the city, how crowded were the more than 2,000 cavalry under Nangong Ao's command? It could be imagined. Therefore, the rain of arrows did not need to be aimed at all. In an instant, hundreds of horses were shot. There was a burst of miserable cries, these horses fell to the ground and piled up into a meat wall. Then, Prince Jin's thousands of troops appeared. Thousands of arrows were aimed at Nangong Ao's 2,000 cavalry. Not good, it was a trap, Nangong Ao's eyes were about to crack. Rush out, open the city gate. Nangong Ao roared the order. However, the city gate could not be opened. Because it was locked from the outside. Rush out, kill your way into the city. Nangong Ao ordered again. But it was impossible. In such a short distance, they could not accelerate or charge. Moreover, Prince Jin's first wave of arrows was to shoot the horses. Hundreds of horses were either dead or injured, lying on the ground and becoming a huge obstacle. Not to mention that there were many obstacles made of sand and soil in the city. The cavalry could not rush out at all and were trapped here alive. Prince Jin appeared again. General Nangong, I killed all the state of Yu's garrison troops in the city, but I want to keep your cavalry. Most of them should be your direct subordinates, right? Prince Jin said, do you surrender? Surrender to Prince Jin? Nangong Ao had never thought about this matter. He was already a minister in the state of Yu. It was impossible for him to be promoted again, and it was also impossible for him to be promoted again. If he surrendered to Prince Jin, he would not be able to get higher honors. Moreover, the so-called Great Nan state was completely a barbarian. But, Nangong Ao had to think about it now. Prince Jin did not urge him and just waited quietly. There was still no threat or persuasion. Nangong Ao's life or death decision. If he did not surrender, the entire army would be destroyed. He would die, and his son Xianxia would also die. Even his family would be annihilated. Nangong Ao was the great general of the north, serving in the Tianbei province, but his family was in the Tiannam province. As mentioned before, when the new policy came, the Kim family was under the shade of the Nangong family. Although Nangong Ao was a marquis, he was promoted later. His family's fief was not big, and his private army was not much. But the foundation of his family was all in the Tiannam province. Now, the defeat of the Nano state was a foregone conclusion. Next, the entire Tiannam province would be empty, and Prince Jin's army would sweep the entire southern part of the state of Yu. At that time, the Nangong family would not be spared. If he surrendered, his family might be saved. But if he did not surrender, when Prince Jin's army went north, his family would be destroyed. But if he surrendered, his Nangong Ao's reputation would be gone. However, the most important thing was the continuation of his family. What was reputation, if I, Nangong Ao, surrender? Could the family survive? It should be possible. Prince Jin's magnanimity should be very big. He could even hand over the main force to Sunan. What kind of magnanimity was this? Obviously, he could also tolerate me, Nangong Ao. Prince Jin's great Nan state needed to be balanced. The power of the Sand barbaric race was too great, and only Sunan was not enough. But, surrendering was really shameful. Nangong Ao dismounted from his horse and came to Prince Jin. He knelt down and raised his sword above his head. I am willing to surrender. Prince Jin nodded and said, all right, accept your surrender. Nangong Ao was startled, and then looked at Zhu Tang at the side. Immediately, Zhu Tang knelt down and kowtowed, Your Majesty, I am still useful, I am still useful. Useless, Nangong Ao stepped forward and slashed down with his sword. Zhu Tang's head was cut off, and he died a horrible death. Prince Jin said, It's not enough, cut off one of Ningyi's arms. When he said this, Ningyi was shocked and said with a trembling voice, Prince Jin, brother-in-law, why is it like this, why is it like this? Ningyi felt that he was the crown prince of the state of Yu after all. Once he surrendered to Prince Jin, his life should not be in danger. Now, he actually wanted to cut off one of his arms. This Prince Jin was actually so temperamental. Nangong Ao's heart trembled. If he killed Zhu Tang, he might be able to turn back in the state of Yu. If he cut off one of Crown Prince Ningyi's arms, then, he would never be able to turn back, and could only be loyal to Prince Jin forever. This Prince Jin was magnanimous, but he was not naive at all. But, Nangong Ao had no other choice. Moreover, his heart was filled with resentment towards Ningyi. If not for the Crown Prince's incompetence, the situation would not have ended up like this. Nangong Ao, you dare, you dare. Crown Prince Ningyi saw Nangong Ao's expression and instantly shouted. These words incited Nangong Ao's anger, and he walked over with his sword. When Crown Prince Ningyi saw this, he immediately ran. But how could he outrun Nangong Ao? Nangong Ao caught up with him in a few steps and slashed down with his sword. Ah! Ningyi screamed. His entire left arm was cut off. Fresh blood spurted out, and he almost fainted. 2 doctors from the Great Tribulation Temple quickly went forward to stop Ningyi's bleeding to prevent him from losing too much blood and dying. Everyone watched this scene in silence. When Nangong Ao surrendered, the cavalry behind him actually heaved a sigh of relief. When he cut off the Crown Prince's left arm, the 2,000 cavalry actually revealed expressions of joy. It was very obvious that they hated the Crown Prince for betraying them at the crucial moment. After this battle, the 2,000 cavalry lost all confidence after being trampled by Prince Jin, and their hearts were even tortured to the point of worship. Now that they surrendered to Prince Jin, they actually didn't have any psychological barriers. Following a hero like Prince Jin was definitely better than following someone like Crown Prince Ningyi. Prince Jin nodded towards Nangong Ao and said, Your troops will still be under your command. Have a good rest. The rations have been prepared, and there shouldn't be any more battles. Have a good rest. Yes, Your Majesty. Nangong Ao knelt down and kowtowed once again. Prince Jin waved his hand, and his few thousand troops moved aside. Nangong Ao was stunned. He actually didn't disarm, didn't split his military power, and didn't even mix sand into his cavalry. Your Majesty, I have a son, Nangong Xia, who wants to learn from Your Majesty. Nangong Ao said. As expected of an experienced official, he took the initiative to send his son to Prince Jin as a hostage to express his attitude. Prince Jin nodded. Nangong Xia left the cavalry and came to Prince Jin's side. Go and settle down first, let's eat together later. At this point, Prince Jin's army in Luoya City reached about 10,000. The Crown Prince surrendered, and so did Nangong Ao. The state of Yu's main force only had 2 generals, Zhu Lin and Zhang Zhao. In the capital of Nano Yu, Zhang Zhao led 50,000 troops to cover the rear, Sunan led 30,000 Sand barbarian troops to attack, 30,000 against 50,000. Zhang Zhao was very brave, but it was useless. Whether it was combat power or morale, the difference between the two sides was too big. Just 2 hours later, Zhang Zhao's army was completely defeated. The 50,000 troops suffered countless casualties, and many fled. Zhang Zhao led 10,000 troops to escape, and caught up with Zhu Lin's main force. At this time, the state of Yu's main force in Nano Yu was only 110,000 left, but the nightmare was just the beginning. The journey to Luoya City was a few hundred miles, passing through mountains and forests. Sunan led 30,000 Sand barbarian troops to attack and kill. They didn't fight, just like chasing ducks. Chasing for a while, killing for a while, the 110,000 troops of the state of Yu couldn't move in peace, nor could they stay in peace. In this godforsaken place, the army couldn't do anything. When the 110,000 troops set up camp, it stretched for dozens of miles. And it was a one-line snake formation. This kind of formation was completely passive, but there was no other way. There was no open space at all. In fact, Zhu Lin already knew. When the state of Yu lost the capital of Nano Yu, they had already lost the battle. They were 400 miles away from Luoya City, and the army could only travel less than 15 miles a day. At this rate, it would take at least half a month to reach there. Xianxia was still covering the rear, however, no matter how many troops he brought to cover the rear, the result was the same. The army was losing members every day. There were people escaping every day. Although there were jungles and mountains everywhere in Nano Yu, it was impossible to escape, and they would definitely get lost. But the morale of the entire army was too depressing. On the fifth day, 110,000 troops had lost more than 30,000 soldiers, the remaining 70,000 to 80,000 soldiers had completely collapsed. The reason why they didn't run was because they felt that places with more people were slightly safer. The jungles of this godforsaken place were like the mouth of the devil. Once they entered, they might not be able to come out. At night, in the camp of the State of Yu army, Zhu Lin and Zhang Zhao were talking in secret. "We are finished." Zhu Lin said, "Nangong Ao and His Royal Highness should have arrived at Luoya City long ago. They should have sent messengers, but they still haven't." Zhang Zhao said, "The messengers should have been intercepted and killed, because there is only one way." "Maybe." Zhu Lin said, "But look at Sunan. His 30,000 troops can completely destroy us in one go. Why didn't he do that? Instead, it's like he's herding sheep?" Yes, this was the scariest thing. This could only prove one thing: Luoya City might have fallen. Sunan was herding sheep into the pen, and then killing them all in one go, or capturing them. Before the war, only half of Zhu Lin's hair was white, but now, it was all white. "Zhang Zhao, go." Zhu Lin fiercely gritted his teeth and said, "Take a few hundred people and leave. Take the young people of my Zhu clan. Leave Nano Yu State, take the most outstanding young people of our army." Zhang Zhao was stunned. Because of his extreme character, he had always been unpopular. But now, Zhu Lin actually let him go? Before, it was always you who brought up the rear. This time, my 80,000 troops will bring up the rear for you. Take the seeds of this army with you," Zhu Lin said. Zhang Zhao's heart was extremely moved. He directly knelt down and cried, "Great General, why are you like this? Take a few hundred people and leave, I will bring up the rear for you." Zhu Lin said with tears in his eyes, "I was the commander of the battlefield in Nano Yu State. I was defeated so badly, how can I go back?" Zhang Zhao said, "Great General, as long as there is life, there is hope." Zhu Lin said, "Zhang Zhao, if I die, the Zhu clan will still have a trace of dignity. If I escape, the Zhu clan will have no face to stand in the state of Yu. Do you understand? I have to die." Zhang Zhao trembled, then he kowtowed. "Great General, after I escape, where should I go?" "Tiannan City?" Zhang Zhao said, "Should I assist Governor Zhu Yong in setting up defenses there?" "No, it's too late." Zhu Lin said painfully, "We are too useless. Our main force of more than 200,000 were lost in Nano Yu State. Now, Tiannan Province is completely empty. Tiannan City's defensive line does not exceed 10,000 soldiers. It is impossible to stop Prince Jin's army. Tiannan City can't be saved, Tiannan Province can't be saved." Zhang Zhao's scalp went numb. Tiannan Province can't be saved. Doesn't that mean that the state of Yu has lost a quarter of its territory? Zhu Lin said, "Go directly to the capital and see my father. Tell him what happened here. My father should know what to do. Then, when you see His Majesty, tell him my last words. Immediately negotiate with Prince Jin and cede the 5 southern counties of Tiannan Province to him in exchange for a truce from Prince Jin. If necessary, work hard to form an alliance with the Imperial Guard. Then, use all of your troops and all of your strength to fight the state of Chu. Xianxia trembled, Great General, the state of Chu has gathered nearly 300,000 soldiers. Can we still win? This time, in the battle with Nanoyu Kingdom, Zhang Zhao, a fierce general, had completely lost his confidence. Prince Jin only had 100,000 soldiers, but he had beaten the state of Yu's 250,000 soldiers to the point where they couldn't even fight back. What about the state of Chu's 300,000 soldiers? Could the state of Yu win with half of its territory? Zhu Lin nodded. As long as we stop fighting with Prince Jin, we can still hold the western border. Don't forget that we have an ally, the Chang Kingdom. There are many sand barbarian mercenaries in the Chang Kingdom. They don't want to fight the Imperial Guard, but they are willing to fight the state of Chu. The northern part of Tianbei province is the base of the Zhong family. Zhong Yao will definitely fight with all his might. We can still hold the western border. The key is to be fast. Zhu Lin was still worried, so he wrote down a will. In it, he scolded himself to death. Then, with a kind attitude, he asked Ning Yuanxian to negotiate with Prince Jin, and even to form an alliance, so that he could concentrate on the war against the state of Chu. After writing the will, Zhu Lin stood up and bowed to Zhang Zhao, saying, "Everything is in General Zhang's hands. You must live." "Yes, General." Zhang Zhao knelt down and took Zhu Lin's will. That night, Zhang Zhao led hundreds of the most elite young soldiers in the army and the young generals of the Zhu family to leave the army and escape along the dense forest to the north. The next day, General Zhu Lin led the main force of 70,000 soldiers and continued eastward toward Luoya City. In fact, it was better to stay where they were or to disband. But, he wanted to attract Sun An's main force to continue the chase and ignore Zhang Zhao's escaping team. All the outstanding young soldiers of the Zhu family and the young elites of the army were in it. For the sake of these young soldiers, Zhu Lin had to go through the road to hell. Moreover, Zhu Lin needed a dignified way to die. A heroic way to die. In this way, the Zhu family could still save some face. The next 260 miles took 12 days. Zhu Lin appeared at the foot of Luoya City with a beggar-like army. At this time, there were less than 50,000 soldiers left in the army behind him. This time, Prince Jin didn't play any tricks. The flag of the Danan Kingdom was hanging in Luoya City. General Zhu Lin's 50,000 soldiers were at the foot of the city. Behind, Sun An's 30,000 sand barbarian main force had caught up. In front of them was a city occupied by the enemy. Prince Jin's 10,000 soldiers were guarding there. Behind them was the 30,000 sand barbarian main force. These 50,000 state of Yu's main force had entered the real hell. General Zhu Lin looked up. He saw Prince Jin, the one-armed crown prince, and Nangong Ao. As expected, the worst situation was worse than expected. These two had surrendered. Nangong Ao, I don't blame you. For the family, no matter what choice you make, it was the right choice. As for Crown Prince Ning Yi, Zhu Lin didn't hate him. This was the crown prince supported by the Zhu family. He was also the ideal crown prince in their hearts. Such a crown prince inheriting the throne was the most beneficial for the Zhu family. Because he was easy to control, in the future, when the Great Yan Empire was preparing to unify the world, such an emperor would be more likely to compromise. But, there were no buts. Nangong Ao looked at General Zhu Lin, expressionless. As for Crown Prince Ning Yi, shame flashed in his eyes, and he quickly became expressionless. General Zhu Lin suddenly pulled out his sword and roared, "State of Yu army, follow me to recapture Luoya City and eliminate Prince Jin. For the state of Yu, kill." Then, the white-haired Zhu Lin rushed out. Behind him, 2,000 of the Zhu family's most loyal soldiers charged together. However, the remaining 50,000 soldiers remained silent and watched Zhu Lin charge. "For the state of Yu, for His Majesty, kill." Zhu Lin roared heroically. He charged towards Luoya City. Originally, there were 2,000 people charging behind him. However, some people saw that the tens of thousands of people behind them were standing still. So, they also stopped. In the end, the number of soldiers following Zhu Lin to attack the city decreased. The entire battlefield, complete silence, Prince Jin, Nangong Ao, and Crown Prince Ning Yi silently watched Zhu Lin charge. Behind them, the tens of thousands of State of Yu army silently watched their commander charge. Behind them, the Sand Barbarian army led by Su Nan also quietly watched Zhu Lin charge. If Shen Lang saw it, he would think that it was like a black and white silent movie. It was like a movie without sound. Zhu Lin was roaring. But it was as if there was no sound. The whole world was left with only gray. This scene, perhaps more despair than Don Quixote rushing towards the windmill. Prince Jean waved his hand. Arrows rained down, tens of thousands of arrows rained down. More than 300 warriors of the Zhu family behind Zhu Lin were all shot to death. They were so dense that they looked like hedgehogs. Zhu Lin continued to charge alone. For the State of Yu, for His Majesty, he roared. But in his heart, he was saying, for father, for the Zhu family. Zhu Lin charged towards the city wall, towards Prince Jin's army of 10,000. He used all his strength to climb up the city wall. He charged towards Prince Jin alone. For His Majesty, for the State of Yu. Kill. The sword in Zhu Lin's hand slashed towards Prince Jin. Prince Jin made his move like lightning. Swoosh. A head flew into the sky. General Zhu Lin's body, which had just rushed to the top of the city wall, immediately fell backward. His head was separated from his body. The general of the State of Yu was dead. Nearly 100,000 people silently watched Zhu Lin's headless body fall to the ground. Prince Jin put his sword back into its sheath. This is the heroic death that you, Zhu Lin, wanted. I'll fulfill your wish. Below, the 50,000 soldiers of the State of Yu looked up at Prince Jin. Aren't you going to ask us to surrender? Aren't you going to say a word? Even a word would be good. As long as you say the word, we will kneel down and surrender. Prince Jin glanced at the 50,000 soldiers indifferently, then turned around and left. Instantly, the 50,000 soldiers of the State of Yu below the city wall were terrified. They threw down the weapons in their hands and knelt down neatly on the ground. We surrender, we surrender. The 50,000 soldiers, after witnessing Zhu Lin's death, all knelt down and surrendered. At this moment, the war in Nan-O-Yu was finally over. The 250,000 soldiers of the State of Yu were completely annihilated. Note, today's 2 chapters are 16,000. Try your best again. Brothers, please give me your monthly votes, support me, and help me sleep in peace. Kowtow and thank you. Good news, great news. The Crown Prince has won a decisive battle against Prince Jin. 80,000 beheaded and 50,000 casualties. Prince Jin's main force has been completely annihilated. Great news. Huh? What the hell happened? After the battle against the Blackwater Stockade, the Crown Prince could not wait to send out the news. A few hours later, the news of Prince Jin taking over Nano arrived. Zhu Lin and the rest quickly sent elite cavalry to chase after the messengers, hoping to intercept them. But, there were too many messengers, more than 100 of them, and they were scattered all over the north. As a result, they only managed to intercept more than half of them. There was still a small portion of smarties who managed to squeeze through various cracks and successfully enter the Yu Kingdom. Then, they enjoyed the express treatment of 800 Li. They cheered all the way to the north. Although they were just messengers, they enjoyed the treatment of superheroes. As soon as they entered the State of Yu, they immediately enjoyed changing horses every 50 Li. Honey water and sumptuous desserts were prepared at every 100 Li. What was more, they even prepared women. Of course, they did not have enough time to do it once, but they could enjoy the gentle clothes of beauties while changing horses. The more they went, the more exaggerated the treatment became. At first, the messenger was a little uneasy. After all, he knew the truth of the battle in Nano. The State of Yu had 200,000 against the enemy's 40,000. There were 30 to 40,000 casualties, but only 10,000 of the enemy's soldiers were killed. Moreover, the enemy had easily broken through. This kind of victory made him feel a little guilty. But as he received more treatment, he gradually felt more at ease. In any case, we won. Lord Jinjuan's main force was defeated and fled. Originally, there were 100,000 soldiers, but only 20,000 managed to escape. It was not wrong to say that the entire army was annihilated. Since ancient times, there have been many exaggerations of military achievements. We can be considered honest. Moreover, even if it is exposed in the future, they will not blame me. I am just a messenger. After thinking it through, he felt even more justified in enjoying the hero treatment. When they reached Tiannan City. Wow, that was even more incredible. The chief scribe of the governor's office, Yan Wuji, personally led a few hundred nobles to the city gates to receive the news of victory. When he was a few hundred meters away from the city gate, he heard music. It was truly a scene of loud gongs and drums, colorful flags fluttering, and a sea of people. The messenger knight had just arrived at the city gate. Yan Wuji waved his hand. Everyone stopped what they were doing. The chief clerk of the governor's mansion, Yan Wuji, asked, "Hero, how's the situation at the front?" The messenger roared, "Fortunately, the army did not fail in their mission and obtained a complete victory." The crown prince took the lead and commanded the entire situation. He commanded his troops like a god and beheaded 80,000 enemies. Prince Jin's army was almost completely wiped out. Of course, this could not fool Yan Wuji. He quickly deduced the truth of the battle report. However, it was normal to falsely report military merits. Since he said he would behead 80,000 people, he meant it. If it wasn't enough, he would kill the people of the Nan-Ou kingdom to make up the numbers. After all, they were all from the Sand primitive tribe. If it was fake, it would be real. However, Yan Wuji needed some time to prepare his emotions. After all, it was time to show off his acting skills. How magnificent! The warriors of the state of Yu are magnificent. The heavens have blessed our king. The heavens have blessed the crown prince of Yu. Thanks to the blessings of our ancestors in heaven, our state of Yu has finally obtained this glorious victory. From today onwards, our state of Yu will enjoy decades of peace. How fortunate are we? We have such a king? We have such a crown prince. Then, Yan Wuji handed a cup of warm wine to the messenger knight and said, "Hero, please drink this cup of wine and continue your journey north. Spread the good news everywhere." "Thank you, my lord." The messenger knight took the cup and drank it in one gulp. "My lords, I will continue my journey north. I still need to inform His Majesty of this victory," the messenger knight said. Yan Wuji bowed and said, "Farewell, hero. Play the music." Then, beautiful music started playing again. The messenger knight rode his horse and passed through the city along the central axis. There were no obstructions on the entire road, and it was a flat stretch of land. Because everywhere he went, the roads were all sealed. It was like driving on the highway with no cars in front of him. It was awesome. After the messenger knight left, the entire Tiannan city was immersed in a sea of joy. There were still a few days until the new year, but it was like the new year was early. Countless firecrackers went off. The brothel was finally open for business again. The girls took the opportunity to give discounts. To celebrate the victory of the war for the fate of the nation, to celebrate the crown prince's achievements. 100 Flowers brothel gave a 20% discount. Apricot brothel gave a 40% discount. Thus, every brothel was full. Countless scholars and nobles swarmed into the brothels. Drink, drink, sing. Write poems, they were so happy today. In an instant, the entire Tiannan city was filled with thousands of poems. They were all praising the victory of Nan-O. They were all bragging about the crown prince's achievements. Among these poems, how was Crown Prince Ningyi still human? He was practically a god. There was no one like me in the world. A sage that was rarely seen in 100 years. Without Ningyi, the state of Yu was like a long night. This group of literati was so exaggerated. It couldn't be helped. If you didn't exaggerate, you wouldn't be able to stand out. Literati were particular about one thing. They would not stop until they shocked people, otherwise, why would there be so many clickbait headlines? Of course, these articles had been prepared long ago. Each one had a price. As soon as the news of victory came, these articles and poems would instantly explode. Spread all over the world. He, did you think it was just an article to brag? What about auspicious signs? Who knew how many big moves they had yet to release? The crown prince represented the interests of the world's scholars. Even if he had 30% of the achievements, we would still praise him to 120%. If we didn't praise him to be the greatest king in the state of Yu in 300 years, we would lose. Then, there were more messengers with good news entering the state of Yu. Then, this great news really spread all over the state of Yu. Everywhere it passed, people were excited. These messengers were smart enough to know that this route had been taken and had already enjoyed all kinds of treatment. Then I will take another route. I also want to enjoy the treatment of a hero. So, everywhere these messengers went, countless scholars were excited. It really felt like an explosion. In the end, these messengers returned to the same route. They entered the capital. It was still the first messenger to arrive at the capital. 800 kilometers at top speed. It was very fast. When he arrived at the capital, the crown prince's main force of 200,000 had just received the bad news that Sand City had fallen. The messenger was really exhausted. He had been sleeping on his warhorse the whole way, but he was also extremely excited. And he had already made a fortune. I have to hold on. I want to be the first to see His Majesty. I will tell him the great news. It will be the new year in a few days. I must have a good new year. That's right, he wanted to have a good new year. If he reported the good news before the new year, he would definitely be rewarded handsomely. Wouldn't he have a good new year, when they were still a few hundred meters away from the capital? He tried to cough his throat. Then he shouted, "Good news, great news. His Royal Highness the Crown Prince fought against Prince Jean and won a great victory. He beheaded 80,000 people and almost wiped out Prince Jin's army. It was supposed to be almost wiped out. But he made the decision to remove the word who. It sounded like Prince Jin's army had been wiped out because it was similar to the Crown Prince's accent. He loved what he did. Great news, a great victory. He beheaded 80,000 people and almost wiped out Prince Jin's army." The messenger kept shouting. This time, it was still Lan Erqianhu who guarded the gates of the capital, Xuanwu. Hearing this news, he couldn't help but be shocked. So fast, it hadn't even been a month and the battle was over. Speed was indeed important in war. But His Royal Highness the Crown Prince had won a great victory. Then there was no hope for His Royal Highness Ningxing. "Open the gates, open the gates!" The messenger continued shouting. He swaggered off along the center of Xuanwu Avenue towards the palace. "Great news, the Crown Prince has won a great victory. He beheaded 80,000 people and almost wiped out Prince Jin's army." Instantly, the entire capital was in an uproar once again. Nearly 2 months ago, there had been a small explosion. The last time was a great victory. They had repelled Prince Jin's army. This time, however, they beheaded 80,000 people and almost wiped out Prince Jin's army. It was an explosive victory. Therefore, the public's emotions were huge. Tens of thousands of people in the capital rushed out once again. They followed the messenger and ran wildly. "All hail the Crown Prince! All hail the Crown Prince! All hail the state of Yu! All hail the state of Yu! All hail the Crown Prince, F***ck, this is too much. Heaven punish the traitor. Heaven punish the traitor Shenlang." This was F***king provocation. In short, the people in the capital were in an uproar. What a coincidence, this time, the messenger entered the palace and was still at the imperial court. The messenger rushed in and kowtowed to the ground. "Congratulations, Your Majesty. Great news, the Nana Kingdom has won a great victory. 80,000 people were beheaded and almost wiped out Prince Jin's army." In front of Monarch, he added the word who. Then, he raised the memorial high in the air. It was a memorial jointly written by Namgong Ao and Zhu Lin. Monarch Ning Yuanxian read it. He sneered in his heart, 80,000 people were beheaded, what bullsh** t, at most, 20,000. It might be true that the state of Yu suffered 50,000 casualties. And almost wiped out Prince Jin's army? It didn't mention whether Prince Jin was captured or killed. Obviously, he ran away. Purely from a tactical point of view, this battle was relatively ugly. In this memorial, Zhu Lin and Namgong Ao first flattered monarch Ning Yuanxian. Then, they flattered the crown prince. Ning Yuanxian knew that flattering him was just in passing. The key was to flatter the crown prince. Things like loving his soldiers like his own children, taking the lead, working hard, commanding calmly, using troops like a god, stabilizing the sea, etc. He couldn't wait to use all the good idioms. In short, the victory of this battle was entirely due to the Crown Prince's efforts. This battle was all commanded by the Crown Prince. His Royal Highness, the Crown Prince, had achieved an unparalleled merit, winning this war that could topple a nation and bringing decades of peace to the Yu Kingdom. Ning Yuanxian frowned as he read. The atmosphere of a civil official was too heavy, too smelly, too shameless. But, in the end, they won. In the end, they drove Prince Jin out. Crown Prince Ning Yi's performance was not bad. At the very least, after he went over, he did not give orders, overpower the host, and did not interfere with the battle. From a tactical point of view, this battle was ugly. But from a strategic point of view, this battle was brilliant. Congratulations, Your Majesty. In the main hall, the officials bowed one after another. My Yu country has His Majesty, the Crown Prince. It is truly the fortune of the subjects and the people. Every festival, we miss our loved ones. Now that it's almost the new year, when I think of the Crown Prince fighting so hard in the dangerous Nano Kingdom, I feel like my heart is being stabbed by a knife. We can live in peace thanks to the Crown Prince and the soldiers at the front. Suddenly, the officials of the Crown Prince bowed to the south and said, Your Highness, you have worked hard. The state of Yu is blessed. We've finally won this war of national fate. Our Yu state is safe. The Crown Prince is so kind. Hundreds of officials were so excited that they beat their chests and stamped their feet. Ning Yuanxian sighed deeply. Shen Lang, you miscalculated this time. Ning Yi didn't act rashly. Although this battle wasn't good, they won after all. In this way, you will never have a chance to rise again. Ningjing also completely lost the chance to fight for the throne. What a pity, but it was still good news. The officials of the Crown Prince and the scholars all over the world were desperately bragging about this victory. Zhu Lin and Nangong Ao even faked their achievements. But could Ning Yuanxian, as the monarch, expose them? Of course not, because he was the king of the state of Yu, he needed this victory more than anything. It was a pity that Shen Lang would never come back. What a pity that Ningjing might not be able to come back. Also, he started to be vigilant. Previously, he used the third prince to suppress the Crown Prince. Now that the Crown Prince had won, he was afraid that the Crown Prince would use this opportunity to counterattack. Monarch Ning Yuanxian calmed himself down and laughed, good, good, good. Ning Yi did well, Zhu Lin did well, and Nangong Ao did well too. Although this victory was half-baked, Ning Yuanxian had to accept it. He also had to announce it to the world and boast about it as a glorious victory. Firstly, it was to inspire people. Secondly, it was to shock Chu and Wu. At this moment, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of Rights stepped forward and bowed, Your Majesty, please confer the title of Duke of the State of Yu to the Crown Prince. Grand Chancellor Ning Yu stepped forward and said, Your Majesty, please also confer the title of Duke of the State of Yu to the Crown Prince. Ning Yuanxian's heart skipped a beat. As everyone knew, before the state of Yu was conferred a kingdom, the monarch was the Duke of the State of Yu. When Ning Yuanxian was the Crown Prince, he was also conferred the title of Duke of the State of Yu. However, he had promised Shen Lang that he would confer the title of Duke of the State of Yu to Ningjing. Now, he definitely couldn't confer the title on Ningjing. However, he didn't want to completely break his promise, so he didn't want to confer the title of Duke of the State of Yu to the Crown Prince. It was better to put this title on the shelf. Unexpectedly, someone still brought it up. More importantly, Grand Chancellor Ning Yu also came to join in the fun. Monarch Ning Yuanxian found it hard to refuse. Crown Prince Ning Yi's achievements in Nano, did he admit it? If he admitted it, he would have to be rewarded. This was the Crown Prince's way of asking Ning Yuanxian to declare his position and solidify his position as the Crown Prince. Once the title of Duke of the State of Yu was conferred, it would be equivalent to telling the world that Ning Yi's position as the Crown Prince was unshakable. Ning Yuanxian was in a dilemma. He didn't want to confer the title, but he couldn't refuse it explicitly. At this moment, Uncle Ning Qi stepped forward and said, His Highness hasn't returned yet. Isn't it better to confer the title after he returns? His words gave Ning Yuanxian a way out of this embarrassing situation. Then, the Assistant Minister of the Ministry of War suddenly said, Marquis Chongping, now that His Highness has won a great victory and Prince Jin's army was almost wiped out, do Do you still hold on to your previous view? Do you still say that the crown prince can't go to Nano, that he can't go to war without permission, and that he has to defend the city, build a fortress, and defend the border? As expected, the other side couldn't wait any longer and directly attacked Ningjing. Ningjing didn't say a word. Then, the assistant minister of the Ministry of War bowed and said, "Your Majesty, before the war, Ningjing and Shenlang were alarmist. They made unrestrained statements about surrendering, which not only damaged the morale of the army, but also delayed the opportunity to fight. If His Highness could have gone south earlier, the war would have ended long ago, and Prince Jean might not have been able to escape. Because of these two people, we have been delayed for more than 10 days and wasted the blood of the people. How many lives have we lost? Please punish us, Your Majesty." Now, it was time to settle the score. The Crown Prince's political tactics were indeed sharp. They didn't even have to wait for the new year to settle the score with Ningjing and Shenlang. "Please punish us, Your Majesty. Please punish us, Your Majesty." Instantly, more than half of the officials present knelt down. A censor said, "Your Majesty, Shenlang and Ningjing stopped the Crown Prince from going south for their own interests. They didn't care about the interests of the state of Yu. Now that His Highness has won a great victory, it further proves that these two people are jealous of the Crown Prince's ability. Such a destructive, narrow-minded, and despicable behavior will not be tolerated by the heavens. Please punish them, Your Majesty. Otherwise, the heavens will not tolerate it, and the hundreds of thousands of soldiers will be disappointed." F***ck, Ning Yuanxian's pupils shrank. He hated these censors the most. They shouted slogans every day. They represented justice, the world, and the people every day. But, was he going to punish Ningjing? No matter what, the Crown Prince had won this war. He already had the support of the civil officials, and now he had the support of the hundreds of thousands of soldiers. When he returned, he would definitely be arrogant. But at this time, he, the monarch, could no longer oppose the Crown Prince. The danger was not over yet. The Chu state had not retreated yet. Letting Ningjing hide for a while would be a form of protection for him. Ning Yuanxian immediately issued a decree: Ningjing will be suspended from his position as Tianyua's military commander. He will reflect on his mistakes behind closed doors. Ningjing stepped out and kowtowed, "Your Majesty." The court meeting was over, Ningjing returned home, the entire capital was in an uproar. Once again, it was a feast, and once again, there were fireworks. This time, there were more poems and songs, and they were of a higher standard. The Crown Prince's faction celebrated. Victory, a complete victory. Ningjing had just started to rise, but he was crushed like a fly. Third Prince Ningqi could not be touched yet, because he still needed the Third Prince's faction to deal with Chu and Wu. But, since Nano had won, the Chu state would most likely not fight anymore, and Wu Wang dared not act rashly. From now on, the Crown Prince's position was as stable as a mountain. Awesome, this was not only a victory against Prince Jean. It was also a victory against the monarch's faction. Didn't you want to replace the Crown Prince? Didn't you want to suppress the Crown Prince? Didn't you want to suppress the Crown Prince? Monarch, you can't touch the Crown Prince's position anymore. Although the Crown Prince did not succeed the throne, he gained momentum. With the support of the officials, the power of a mean and ungrateful monarch like you will only become weaker and weaker. Of course, the Crown Prince was also mean and ungrateful, but the Zhu clan was not. Moreover, the new monarch was easier to fool. Ningjing was chased home to reflect on his mistakes, but what about Shenlang? Was Shenlang the biggest surrendering faction? Did he have nothing to worry about? However, he had been exiled. What else could be done with him? Demotion? Demotion of the Kim family. From the position of Marquis to the position of Count again. This could be done. Previously, he was worried that the Kim family would surrender to Wu, but now there was basically no need to worry. Because the Kim family and Wu had a blood feud. They had just fought a year ago, and there were countless casualties. Of course, the real punishment of demotion, or even cutting the private army of the Kim family, had to wait until the Chu state completely retreated. But it was to fan the flames in advance. The next day, in the court, countless civil officials started to accuse Shenlang of having ulterior motives and delaying the battle. They also impeached Hou Jinzhua of Xuanwu for not sending troops at the critical moment. This time, the crown prince went south, and all the nobles in the south of the state of Yu sent their family members and elite warriors. Only the Marquis Xuanwu's mansion turned a deaf ear. As a top noble, Marquis Jinzhua's behavior was completely disrespectful to the emperor, and even the intention of rebellion was obvious. He had been receiving the salary of the state of Yu for hundreds of years, and when the country was in danger, he actually stood by and gloated. How could such a villain still have the face to hold the position of Marquis? Please punish him, Your Majesty, deprive him of the title of Marquis Jinzhua and cut the private army of the Kim family. Of course, these impeachments of the monarch were all left unpublished. Next, Zhu Lin and Nangong Ao's secret report still reached the capital. A shocking news broke out. Sunan did not die. Shen Lang released Sunan privately, irrefutable evidence. Shen Lang colluded with Prince Jin, irrefutable evidence. This person deserved to die. At this moment, the civil officials of the crown prince's faction were furious. They used all their power to nail Shen Lang to this pillar of shame, so that he would never be able to rise again. Your Majesty, please punish him. The evidence is conclusive. Your Majesty, please send the Blackwater platform to arrest Shen Lang. Your Majesty, please kill Shen Lang to appease the people. If Shen Lang is not killed, it will not be tolerated. This time, not only the officials of the crown prince's faction, but also the officials of the third prince's faction spoke out. In terms of killing Shen Lang, both the crown prince and the third prince had the same position. Your Majesty, please kill Shen Lang. Ning Yuanxian was furious. Regarding Sunan's matter, Shen Lang had indeed reported to him in secret. At that time, he couldn't believe it and was amazed. Now it seemed that it was true. Hearing that the officials were sharpening their knives to kill Shen Lang, Ning Yuanxian said coldly, "Excuse me, did Shen Lang say that he killed Sunan that day? Did he announce it to the world?" He really didn't. The so-called good news of the destruction of the Su family came from the Blackwater platform and the eldest princess Ning Jia. Ning Yuanxian said angrily, when Shen Lang destroyed the Su family, did he come forward to ask for credit? Did he ask for any reward? The officials were silent. Everyone was well aware of it. Shen Lang was the biggest contributor to the destruction of the Su family's rebellion last time. However, he didn't mention his contribution at all, and the state of Yu pretended that they didn't know about it. This contribution could be conferred a noble title. But did Shen Lang get a reward? Not at all. He used to be the governor of Xinyuan City. After coming back, not only did he not get promoted, but he became the chief clerk of Marquis Chumping's mansion, but he was still only a level 6 official. Monarch Ning Yuanxian sneered, people like to pretend to be ignorant. As an official, you should be thick-skinned and black-hearted. But since you are standing in the court, you should have some face. Ning Yuanxian reached out his hand to slap his face, and suddenly raised his voice, you all should have some face. The officials were shocked. How could His Majesty fall out with them like this? In front of the court, he slapped the officials' faces like this. Was it that crazy? Ning Yuanxian laughed. Who wants to catch Shen Lang and kill Shen Lang? Go yourself, go to the Blackwater platform to find him yourself? Anyway, the Blackwater platform is the same as yours. Hearing this, Xuechei's face trembled. Ning Yuanxian stood up, and knocked the golden paper he was playing with on the table. Acting can be done. But don't go overboard. It doesn't matter if you treat the people as fools. It doesn't matter if you treat me as a fool. But don't treat yourselves as fools. Ning Yuanxian glanced at Zhu Hongzhu. Court dismissed. The officials were silent, the monarch left. Today, the emperor and the officials fell out again. That day, Emperor Wanli was against the officials because of the crown prince. He was completely alienated, and did not attend court for decades. Between the emperor and the officials, they hated each other. That night, many officials entered Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu's house, filled with righteous indignation. What does His Majesty mean? Are we wrong? Are we wrong to want to kill Shen Lang? Are we doing it for ourselves? We are doing it for the state of Yu, for the people. This person brings disaster to the country and people, bewitching the emperor. If we don't kill him, we won't appease the people. Go ask outside. Which citizen doesn't hate Shen Lang? The crown prince is working hard to kill the enemy, but Shenlang is colluding with the enemy and holding us back. Doesn't such a person deserve to die? Zhu Hongzhu opened his eyes. Alright. The country is in danger, let's bear with each other for the sake of the country. So did Zhu Hongzhu think that Shenlang deserved to be killed? He deserved to be killed. Before, he was waiting for Shenlang to die. However, he could already smell an inexplicable sense of danger. Especially when Ningjing and Shenlang strongly opposed the crown prince's trip south, saying that Prince Jin had a conspiracy. Zhu Hongzhu's heart was filled with unease. Fortunately, it was a close shave. Although this battle wasn't a good one, it was still a victory. The crown prince's position was completely secured. But he knew very well that it was impossible to kill Shenlang with the help of monarch Ning Yuanxian. Last time, the third prince used Stupa Mountain to kill Shenlang but failed. How could he kill this person? He knew much more than the average person. Especially about Xianxia Pavilion. Under the persuasion of the Yingyuan Association, someone from Xianxia Pavilion suggested killing Shenlang. Because Jin Mulan had given birth to the second generation of people with metamorphosed bloodlines, it proved that Shenlang was not the person Xianxia Pavilion was looking for. Therefore, this person had no value and could die, but Shenlang had become the last disciple of Elder Wu Tuzi of Stupa Mountain. Of course, Wu Tuzi was not worth mentioning. If not for the Master of Stupa Mountain, with her popularity, how could she sit as an elder? The key was the Master of Stupa Mountain. His meaning was very clear. The ancient relic had been opened, but there might be some problems inside. Shenlang was extremely talented in arithmetic. If he encountered a well-known problem in the ancient relic, he would need to use his talent. Therefore, Yan Nanfei and the elder of Stupa Mountain's constitutional court stopped pursuing Shenlang. After that, Elder Jimia of Xiankong Temple publicly expressed his admiration for Shenlang. Of course, Xiankong Temple was the smallest among the 6 transcendent factions and did not have much say. But, no one dared to underestimate Abbot Ji Kong. If it was just Elder Jimia expressing his admiration for Shenlang, it would be useless. But if Elder Ji Kong also expressed his admiration for Shenlang, Xianxia Pavilion would have to be very cautious if they wanted to do anything to Shenlang. But on Marquis Jin Zhuo's side, after the crown prince succeeded the throne, they could indeed take action. They had to take action. The reason was simple: new policies, reduce military power and take back the fiefdom. The Yingyuan Association was determined to get the Fury Tide City. To destroy the Heavenly Dao Association, they had to take the Fury Tide City first. It was a good thing that the monarch fell out with the officials because of Shenlang. He had already contracted some kind of illness. Even though he tried to hide it, the trembling of his hands was becoming more and more obvious. Xianxia Pavilion had already given the specific symptoms and judgment. Within a few years, Ning Yuanxian might be half paralyzed. One was a half-paralyzed emperor, and the other was a crown prince who had made great contributions to the empire. The officials knew what to choose. By then, it would not be necessary for the crown prince to succeed the throne early, but it was entirely possible to make Ning Yuanxian a figurehead. He had seen Ning Yuanxian since he was young and knew him very well. He was too emotional. Moreover, 8 months ago, Zhu Hongzhu and Ning Yuanxian had already fallen out. Since it was irreversible, they could only stand against each other until one side completely failed. Now, he was very lucky. The crown prince's battle in Nanou was considered successful. The right time, place, and people were all on his side. At this moment, a confidant beside him said, "Master, they wanted me to ask if the impeachment of Shenlang should continue?" Zhu Hongzhu said, "Continue." The confidant was stunned. There was no point in continuing. The monarch would never capture Shenlang or kill Shenlang. Continue. Zhu Hongzhu waved his hand. Zhu Hongzhu asked the officials to continue the impeachment and shouted for Shenlang to be killed. It was not aimed at Shenlang at all. Instead, it was to further tear the officials and the monarch apart. The crown prince had already won. Next, he would be like the sun in the sky. The officials and the monarch would go further against each other. Then, they would support the crown prince even more. The crown prince's power would grow and eventually overshadow the half-paralyzed emperor, Ning Yuanxian. The best situation was The monarch and the officials would completely fall out and no longer attend the court, as expected, under the will of Zhu Hongzhu. Although the monarch had reprimanded him yesterday. But the officials' impeachment of Xianxia did not stop. Instead, it became more and more intense. Impeachment memorials piled up like a mountain. The officials of the Crown Prince's faction were organizing a grand celebration in the capital. They were leading the people to celebrate the Crown Prince's great achievements and the glorious victory of this war. They were crazily preaching the sins of Xianxia. They were leading the people to one-sided crusade against Xianxia and Ningxing. Ningxing had already reflected on his mistakes in seclusion, but they still wanted to kill the tiger. And at the beginning of the court meeting, countless censors came out to impeach Xianxia and Xianxia. The monarch ordered them to be flogged and punished. Instead, these censors became the heroes. The monarch was furious and beat 13 people to death. The officials and people in the capital were furious. They secretly called Xianxia an incompetent emperor. For the sake of Xianxia, he could not distinguish right from wrong and killed the loyal officials. He was an unruly emperor. An incompetent emperor, a tyrant. Therefore, the officials and scholars were looking forward to a wise emperor to replace him. Of course, it was the Crown Prince. Your Highness, when will you return in triumph? The court of the state of you is dark. It was waiting for your light to save it. On this day, the monarch finally announced that the morning court meeting would be suspended. The censors knocked on the palace gate one after another. Xianxia ordered Shuiche and Yanyi to arrest the censors. The first step of Zhu Hongzhu's plan succeeded. The officials and the monarch were completely at odds. Xianxia suspended the morning court meeting. Of course, even if the morning court meeting was suspended, the Secretariat and the Privy Council, as well as the key government offices of the State of Yu, were still operating normally. Nano had won. The key was the war with the State of Yu. Zhu Hongzhu's Secretariat showed great kindness to the Third Prince's faction. If he wanted money, he would give money. If he wanted food, he would give food. The Secretariat and the Privy Council united to resist the Chu state. Xianxia, who seemed to be angry, did not look like a competent emperor. Zhu Hongzhu was very good at killing people with a soft knife. His attitude made people feel that it was not a big deal even if the monarch did not attend the court meeting. As long as the Privy Council and the Secretariat were there, all the government affairs would continue as usual. That was the damn truth. Wanli did not attend the court meeting for decades, but the government affairs were not chaotic. Even if the monarch and the officials were at odds, they still had to tolerate each other for the sake of the country when it came to resisting the Chu state. In fact, the key government affairs and military affairs were all approved by the monarch, Xianxia. He just did not attend the court meeting. But in the eyes of countless people, it was as if the Secretariat and the Privy Council were the ones who did not attend the court meeting. The monarch was lazy, and the officials were fighting for their lives. Zhu Hongzhu's political methods were shrewd and ruthless. It really made one sigh in amazement. Next, can we try to spread the news about His Majesty's illness? Asked his confidant. Zhu Hongzhu shook his head. After a while, when the Crown Prince returns and the Chu state retreats, we can publicize His Majesty's illness. At that time, all the officials will rely on the Crown Prince, and the monarch will be put on the shelf, but at that moment, Prime Minister, General Zhang Zhao wants to see you. Zhu Hongzhu trembled. Zhang Zhao, the admiral of Yu, was he not with the Crown Prince? What happened? Why did he have to come personally? Something happened. Please don't let it be something serious. Please don't. After a while, Zhang Zhao, who was emaciated and smelly, knelt in front of Zhu Hongzhu and cried. Prime Minister, bad news. Bad news. Our army has been completely defeated. The entire Nano state has fallen, and our main force has been wiped out. I'm afraid General Zhu Lin is dead. Instantly, Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu felt like he had been struck by lightning. His whole body twitched violently, and then he fell to the ground. Note, the first update has been sent. Today, it will exceed 16,000. Everyone, please support me, give me monthly votes, and thank me with cakes. Lost. The Zhu clan's decades of accumulation were all destroyed. His future political resources would also go down the drain. For this battle, Zhu Hongzhu almost lost his previous position. He took the initiative to deal with the big and small nobles in the country. For this battle, the Zhu clan almost mortgaged their reputation to borrow money from the Yinyuan Association. For this battle, Zhu Hongzhu almost broke off relations with the monarch. After paying such a big price, they actually lost. He was already in his 70s. When he heard the bad news, the blood vessels in his brain constricted. He almost had a stroke. His whole body seemed to have lost its strength. Then, his whole body turned cold. In an instant, he almost blacked out, as if he couldn't see anything. At this age, he really couldn't take such a blow. Of the 250,000 soldiers, about 150,000 were sent by the monarch Ning Yuanxian. The remaining 100,000 were gathered by the Zhu clan from all over the country. Now, the entire army was destroyed? Prime Minister, a few of his trusted aides stepped forward and patted Zhu Hongzhu's chest, pressing on his philtrum. Then, they poured the ginseng soup. After a quarter of an hour, Zhu Hongzhu felt that his body gradually regained its temperature and his senses. He closed his eyes. Let the endless darkness and pain pass quickly. After a while, he opened his eyes. What exactly happened? Tell me. Xianxia knelt on the ground and recounted the entire incident in detail. Zhu Hongzhu's eyes immediately became wet. His son Zhu Lin should be dead. The 200,000 soldiers should not be able to survive. After a while, Zhu Hongzhu said, "Actually, you didn't make any mistakes. It's just that the enemy was too strong." Xianxia cried and kowtowed, admitting this. At first, he thought that the crown prince made a mistake and should not have led the main force to San City. He thought that Zhu Lin and Nangong Ao were muddle-headed and that only he was right. Later, it was proven that he was also wrong. He was still schemed against by Prince Jin. When the news of San City's fall came, the crown prince wanted to lead the army to the north and continue to seize San City. But Zhang Zhao insisted on attacking the capital of Nano, because the army could only be used there. However, he did not expect that Prince Jin would return to the capital of Nano Yu. He, Zhang Zhao, was just like the crown prince, Zhu Lin, Nangong Ao, and the others. He was not that outstanding. Zhu Hongzhu continued, but we are all wrong. Shen Lang and Ningjing are right. The army shouldn't have left the city at all. They should have defended the city and fought a protracted battle. They should have built countless fortresses at the border. Shen Lang's previous strategy was correct. But it was pointless. At that time, Zhu Hongzhu also felt that Shen Lang and Ning Zhang's plan was correct. But the arrow was already on the bowstring, and it had to be released. The crown prince needed this contribution to solidify his position. He had no choice. This war had always been politically oriented. Where is the crown prince? Zhu Hongzhu asked. Zhang Zhao said, when I left the main force and headed north, the crown prince escaped to the sea under the protection of the Sky Sea Pavilion's experts. Zhu Hongzhu shuddered again and said, tell me in detail. Zhang Zhao said, the crown prince and Nangong Ao led 10,000 cavalrymen to capture Luoya city. But they were attacked and harassed by the Sand barbarian warriors. Prince Jin suspected that they were going to set the mountain on fire. The crown prince abandoned the 10,000 cavalrymen and ran away. As soon as this was said, Zhu Hongzhu almost fainted again. It's over, it's over. Idiot, this idiot. Nano Yu is Prince Jin's country. The people of Nano Yu are his people. How could he really set the mountain on fire? They wanted to force him to abandon the army and escape. They had already set a trap on the sea. Zhu Hongzhu's tears gushed out. This idiot, he must have been captured. The worst-case scenario had happened. If the crown prince was really captured, then everything would be over. Zhang Zhao said, Prime Minister, take care. I have to go to the palace and report the news to His Majesty. Zhu Hongzhu said, General Zhang, go take a bath and change your clothes. I will follow you to see His Majesty. These 2 days, Ning Yuanxian was greatly disappointed with Zhu Hongzhu. Do you think I can't see it? You, Zhu Hongzhu, were the one who pushed for the impeachment of Shen Lang. You wanted to create a conflict between me and the officials. You even wanted to make me a mere figurehead. When the crown prince returned in triumph, he could become the backbone of the officials and stand up to me. Ning Yuanxian was very smart. He knew everything. But sometimes, he couldn't control his emotions. He knew that this was Zhu Hongzhu's plot to isolate him, but he still couldn't help but get angry. He still ordered the arrest of people. But, what was shameful was, those who were beaten to death deserved it. They died in vain. But the rest of the people who had been arrested and beaten had all become heroes. Not only were they heroes in the eyes of the scholars, but they were also heroes in the hearts of the people. Ning Yuanxian became an arrogant ruler instead. A fatuous ruler, a tyrant. Now, there were countless people pointing at his back and cursing him. There were countless people waiting for the crown prince to return in triumph and take charge of the situation. No wonder Xianxia treated everyone like pigs and dogs. He could kill and trample on them whenever he wanted. There was no right or wrong in this world. Maybe there was right or wrong. But when it was clear who was right and who was wrong, the people might have been dead. Black and white were usually clear when it wasn't needed. Xianxia, you are the best. Ning Yuanxian couldn't control his hands in anger. They kept shaking. The eunuch Li Sun said, Your Majesty, let's go to the court tomorrow. Ning Yuanxian said, Go to the court? Those people don't want to do the right thing. They don't care about the 300,000 soldiers of Chu state. They just want to impeach Xianxia and Jin Zhua. Some people have ulterior motives. They want to pit me against the officials. Some people can't wait to let the crown prince take charge of the situation. Some people want to fight back. Li Sun said, That's why your majesty needs to go to the court. Ning Yuanxian sneered, Now the Zhus are very nice to Ning Qi. They give me money and food. The third prince and his people won't become my weapons. And it's better not to involve the third prince. We still need to rely on the Zhong family to defend against Chu state and the third prince, Ning Qi, to defend against Wu state. That was the sad part. Mutual forbearance was for the sake of the country. But the crown prince and his people thought they had won. They didn't need to tolerate each other for the sake of the country. But the monarch had to tolerate each other for the sake of the country, for the sake of the overall situation. Zhu Hongzhu, he really doesn't think of himself as a subject of the state of Yu. The eunuch Li Sun said, Your Majesty, it's late. It's time to rest. Ning Yuanxian instinctively walked toward Concubine Bian's palace. Only there could he feel true gentleness. As expected, Concubine Bian had made him some sweet-scented osmanthus wine. After eating, she massaged his numb arm. Your Majesty, you'd better go to the queen's place tonight. It's her turn, Concubine Bian said gently. No. Ning Yuanxian said. Concubine Bian said, Your Majesty. Ning Yuanxian knew Concubine Bian's painstaking efforts. Now the officials and the monarch were against each other, and the Zhus were the key. She wanted the queen to help ease the relationship between the monarch and Zhu Hongzhu. And it was indeed the queen's turn to sleep with the monarch tonight. No matter how favored she was, she couldn't break the rules. Fine. Ning Yuanxian had no choice but to leave Concubine Bian's palace and walk toward the queen's palace. In the end, he almost exploded with anger, because the queen's palace was tightly shut. Your Majesty, Her Highness has gone to bed, the little palace maid said, trembling as she knelt on the ground. What? What did this mean? As his wife, the queen refused to sleep with him, she refused to let Ning Yuanxian enter. Is this still the emperor's palace? Ha, this was the biggest absurdity in the world. Crown Prince Ning Yi only won an awkward battle. How did it seem like he had made 100 years of achievements? Even my queen is going to climb over my head. The king of the state of Yu is still me, Ning Yuanxian, not Ning Yi. The Zhus can't be the king of the state of Yu. Ning Yuanxian felt humiliated like never before. Ha. He sneered and left the queen's palace, returning to Concubine Bian. Ridiculous and shameful, Ning Yuanxian felt his whole body shaking, and his hands trembling even more. The Zhus, I didn't know you were so arrogant before. Before he reached Concubine Bian's palace, eunuch Xiaoli came to report. Your Majesty, Zhu Hongzhu and Zhang Zhao have come to see you tonight. Ning Yuanxian shuddered. It was strange that Zhu Hongzhu came to see him tonight, and now Zhang Zhao was here too. Wasn't he at the battlefield in Nano? Suddenly, Ning Yuanxian could not help but have a bad premonition. He quickly walked to the study room. Ning Yuanxian had just entered the study when he saw Zhu Hongzhu and Zhang Zhao kneeling neatly on the ground. Your Majesty, we lost the battle in Nan'o. The entire army was annihilated. Zhang Zhao said bluntly. Ning Yuanxian froze, motionless. Lost, an army of more than 200,000 was annihilated. How could this be? The news of victory had just arrived a few days ago, and it was a huge one. Wasn't Prince Jin's army almost annihilated? Why was it the state of Yu's army that was annihilated now? Your Majesty. Your Majesty, Li Sun stepped forward and helped Ning Yuanxian sit down. Speak, tell me everything, Li Sun said angrily. At this moment, Ning Yuanxian was almost speechless. His whole body was so cold that there was no temperature. Zhang Zhao knelt on the ground and recounted the whole process in detail. Then, the entire study fell into a dead silence. All the bad news before. This was the worst news after Emperor Jiangli's sudden death. Ning Yuanxian leaned back and closed his eyes in pain. He really couldn't open his eyes. Once he did, he felt dizzy. Li Sun quickly opened the medicine that Shen Lang had prescribed, stuffed it into Ning Yuanxian's mouth, and then poured ginseng soup down his throat. Zhu Hongzhu, you are really shameless. After a long while, Ning Yuanxian said his first sentence. He sounded very tired. Zhu Hongzhu's forehead was on the ground. Too shameless, say something, Zhu Hongzhu. Zhu Hongzhu said in a trembling voice, I deserve to die. Ning Yuanxian said quietly, at that time, in order for the crown prince to make this contribution, you used all your power to make the crown prince go south. Shen Lang and Ning Jing objected. Although I didn't see it clearly, I believed in Shen Lang. So I didn't make Ning Yi go south, and kept dragging it. You refused. Zhu Lin and Nangong Ao sent one memorial after another. If the crown prince didn't go, it was as if they didn't want to fight. Zhu Yong fell sick, and his life was in danger. He called on all the scholars to attack Shen Lang and Ning Jing, nailing them to the pillar of shame of the capitulators, and nailing me to the pillar of shame of the incompetent ruler. Zhu Hongzhu knelt on the ground. Zhu Hongzhu, your strategic vision is better than mine. Tell me, at that time, Shen Lang insisted that the crown prince couldn't go south, and the army couldn't attack. Instead, he wanted to defend the city and build forts at the border to fight a protracted war with Prince Jin. I didn't see it clearly, did you? Did you think what Shen Lang said made sense? Zhu Hongzhu cowed out and said, yes. Ning Yuanxian said, then why did you want the crown prince to go south, and let the army take the initiative to attack Prince Jin? Zhu Hongzhu said in a trembling voice, because I wanted the crown prince to make this contribution to stabilize his position. Ning Yuanxian said, so, before the war was over, you couldn't wait to send such a great victory report. 200,000 against 40,000, but they couldn't defeat the enemy, and they easily broke through the siege. You had 30 to 40,000, and Prince Jin suffered more than 10,000 casualties. But in your words, it became the killing of 80,000 enemies, and almost the annihilation of Prince Jin's army. Zhu Hongzhu, do you think he is so shameless? I deserve to die, I deserve to die. Ning Yuanxian said, you deserve to die. Shen Lang told me that you are a subject of the Empire of Great Yin. Everything you did was to serve the Empire of Great Yin. You didn't have any loyalty to the state of you. I didn't believe it. I thought you had feelings for me and the state of you. Now, it seems that I thought too much. Zhu Hongzhu prostrated on the ground, I deserve to die. If killing you can solve the problem in front of us, I will tear you into pieces. Ning Yuanxian suddenly stood up and shouted, old thief, you are not even as good as Sunan. I deserve to die. Ning Yuanxian closed his eyes again. What had happened, and it was meaningless to be angry. What should he do next? The kingdom of Nan'o can't be saved, and the 100,000 soldiers in the defensive line of Tiannan City have been transferred by you. How many soldiers are there in the entire Tiannan province? Tell me. Ning Yuanxian asked. At this moment, there were hurried footsteps coming from outside. Zhongyi wants to see you. Ningji wants to see you. The two deputies of the Privy Council came. Then, the two of them also heard the grievous news, there are only a few thousand soldiers left in the Tiannan province. The only fighting force is probably the 5,000 private soldiers of Marquis Jinxue of Xuanwu, King Uncle Ningqi said. Ning Yuanxian said, how many soldiers does Prince Jin have? Zhang Zhao said, 50 to 60,000 at least, more than 100,000. Ning Yuanxian said, in the kingdom of Nan'o, he used 100,000 soldiers to destroy the 250,000 soldiers of the state of Yu. He even used 30 to 40,000 soldiers to suppress our 170,000 soldiers. So, do you think the entire Tiannan province can stop him? Everyone shook their heads bitterly. After the loss of the 250,000 soldiers, the southern part of the state of Yu was completely empty. Now, there were only 2 places with soldiers. Bianshao and Ningqi in the Tiannan province had more than 100,000 soldiers, and Zhongyao in the west had more than 100,000 soldiers. There were still tens of thousands of soldiers in the capital, and Zhang Zishu still had some soldiers in the southern part of the Tiannan province. The rest of the places were empty. Now, in the entire southern part of the state of Yu, there were not only defenseless women, but also women who were naked and could be ravaged by others. It was not a problem for them to go in and out hundreds of times. What should they do next? Zhang Zhao said, Your Majesty, General. Zhu Lin left a will. Ning Yuanxian said in disgust, I don't want to read it. You read it. Zhang Zhao read the will. At the beginning, it was all about Zhu Lin confessing his crimes. Skip this part. Read the important part, Ning Yuanxian said impatiently. Zhang Zhao said, negotiate with Prince Jin immediately, or even form an alliance, and focus on the war against Chu state. You can even cede 5 prefectures of the Tiannan province to Prince Jin. As soon as these words came out, the whole place was silent. No one cursed. Prince Jin's appetite was so small? Was 5 prefectures enough? No one said anything about losing sovereignty and humiliating the country. There were only a few people present, and they were all top nobles, so there was no need to act. If ceding 5 prefectures could satisfy Prince Jin, then it was already a blessing. Now, the state of Yu had entered the most dangerous period. Once Prince Jin crossed the border to the north, the whole southern part of the state of Yu would fall. Junjin's army could sweep through everything in its path. It was as if there was no one there and they could fight their way to the capital. It was impossible to deploy troops to the south to defend the Tiannan province. First of all, there was not enough time. Second, there were no more troops to deploy. Once Chu state got the news, they would launch a crazy war and attack the western border of the state of Yu. Zhongyao's army of more than 100,000 was already stretched to defend against the 300,000 soldiers of Chu state. How could he have any spare power? The state of Yu had no ability to launch 2 battlefields at the same time. Once they were attacked by Prince Jin and Chu state, Wu state would also send troops. At that time, a catastrophe would befall them. The whole state of Yu would never be able to escape the fate of being dismembered. Dismembered, at least 2/3 of the country would be taken away. Then let's talk. Send a secret envoy to negotiate with Prince Jin, Ning Yuanxian said, who will go? How about Shen Lang? Zhong Yi asked. Impossible, Ning Yuanxian rejected directly. Going to negotiate was equivalent to begging for mercy, ceding land, and humiliating the country. King Ningqi said, I'm willing to go. Ning Yuanxian was very touched, but, forget it. Ningqi was too honest and stubborn. He was not suitable for negotiation. Zhu Hongzhu said, let Zhu Yong go first. If there are no accidents, Zhu Yong should be there already. Suddenly, Zhu Hongzhu said, Your Majesty, how about Xue Che? Xue Che, he was a good candidate. This person was stationed in the Great Yan Empire and was in charge of intelligence and diplomacy. He was very capable. In the next few days, the real bad news kept coming. The originally excited people in the capital instantly calmed down. The officials who were celebrating were now trembling. The bad news was getting worse. Nan'o state had completely fallen. The 250,000 soldiers of the state of Yu had been wiped out. General Zhu Lin had died in battle. Of course, this was only official news. There were also private news. Marquis Zhenbei Nangong Ao had surrendered, Crown Prince Ning Yi had surrendered, a fatal blow. This was a fatal blow to the Crown Prince's officials and the people in the capital. It was a slap in the face. just a few days ago, the crown prince had been praised to the skies. The state of Yu was as dark as night if not for Ning Yi, the virtuous king that only appeared once in 100 years. Such a virtuous king had surrendered to Prince Jin. You, as a young king, you didn't even have the courage to commit suicide when you were defeated? Such humiliation. We used to treat such a person as a virtuous king, we still treated him as the hope of the state of Yu. Ning Yuanxian fainted again after hearing the news of Crown Prince Ning Yi's surrender. This time, he almost had a stroke. When he woke up again, half of his body had been numb for a long time. His Parkinson's disease had worsened. He could no longer hide the trembling of his hands. At this moment, Ning Yuanxian wanted to tear his son into pieces. Ning Yi, why didn't you commit suicide? Why didn't you commit suicide? If you committed suicide, the royal family of the state of Yu would still have some face. You surrendered to Prince Jin, what a blow to the morale of the state of Yu. How am I going to face the people of this world? How could the Ning clan rule the state of Yu with dignity? It was the new year, the spring festival had passed. Almost no family celebrated the new year in the entire state of Yu. It was shrouded in a layer of despair. It was the 3rd day of the 1st month, the worst news had come. Prince Jin announced to the world that he had officially recaptured the Nan-Oyu kingdom and the ancestral homeland. After that, Prince Jin's Danan kingdom gathered 100,000 troops and divided them into 2 routes, east and west, to the north. In the east, General Sha Yan of the Danan kingdom was the commander-in-chief, and Nangang Ao was the deputy commander-in-chief. A total of 50,000 troops rushed out of Luoya city. In the west, Su Nan, the privy envoy of the Danan kingdom, was the commander-in-chief. He led 50,000 troops out of Sha city. The situation in the state of Yu had collapsed. Countless people in Tiannam province had begun to flee. The capital of the state of Yu, once again, the curfew was imposed. Once again, the food rationing system was implemented. This time, there was almost no need to control the situation, because the atmosphere of despair had almost frozen the entire capital. And every day, countless refugees poured into the capital, all of whom were fleeing from Tiannam province. The rumors were getting more and more terrifying. Prince Jin had already seized Tiannan city. Prince Jin had already seized the entire Tiannam province. The Kim family surrendered. Prince Jin's army would soon reach the capital. The entire capital was in a state of panic. The 5th day of the 1st month, the envoy of Prince Jin entered the capital to see Ning Yuanxian. My lord is willing to stop the war. Hearing this, the ruler and ministers of the state of Yu were overjoyed. Ning Yuanxian had already sent a secret envoy to negotiate with Prince Jin. But the envoy should have just entered Nan-Oyu kingdom, and the negotiation should not have officially started. Why did Prince Jin take the initiative to send an envoy, and it was a public request to see Ning Yuanxian? The condition of the ceasefire is very simple, cede the 5 southern counties of Tiannam province. Hearing this, Ning Yuanxian and the ministers present were completely shocked. What the hell was going on? There should be no more than 7 people who knew about the so-called ceding of the 5 counties. Ning Yuanxian, Zhu Hongzhu, Zhong Yi, Ning Qi, Zhang Zhao, Li Sun, Xue Che. None of these 7 people could have leaked it. And Prince Jin was like a roundworm in their stomachs. Before the envoy of the state of Yu arrived, he directly put forward this condition. Then, the envoy of Prince Jin took out a map and pointed out the 5 counties to be ceded. Tiannan, Yanguo, Nujiang, Wuan, Ningxue. Including the capital of Tiannam province, and Nujiang county, where the Kim family was located. The 5 counties had an area of more than 70,000 square kilometers and a population of more than 2 million. Of course, this was a humiliating surrender. An unprecedented humiliation. 20 years ago, after Wu Kingdom ceded the 9 counties, they had been kneeling for more than 20 years and still could not stand up. But in the eyes of the ruler and ministers of the state of Yu, this price was actually not that big. And Prince Jin did not have a big appetite. After all, this was a moment of life and death. If he did not agree with Prince Jin, the entire Tiannam province would be lost. Even half of the territory of the state of Yu would fall. If the 5 counties were ceded, Prince Jin could stop the war. The state of Yu could focus on defending against Chu state, which was totally worth it. But it was just a slap in the face. The envoy of Prince Jin put forward this condition in front of everyone in the court. If Ning Yuanxian dared to agree, he would go down in history. This kind of thing should be negotiated by ministers, and then the ministers should be blamed for the surrender of sovereignty and humiliation of the country. For example, the Treaty of Ma Guan was signed by Li Hongzhang. Ning Yuanxian said, "Honorable envoy, please take a rest. We need to discuss such an important matter." The envoy of Prince Jin said, "My lord said that I will only stay here for 3 days. Once the time is up, the negotiation will be regarded as a failure, and the army of the Great Nan state will sweep across the southern part of the state of Yu. Farewell." The envoy of Prince Jin left. It seemed that he was here to inform, not to negotiate. He was so unyielding, either agree or fight. After the envoy of Prince Jin left, the court of the state of Yu fell into silence. No one dared to speak. Although everyone thought that this condition should be unified. This condition of Prince Jin was very kind. Of course, once the state of Yu agreed to this condition, the territory of the Kim family would be lost. The fief of the Shui family would be lost. Because Shuangwu City and Wuan City were within the scope of ceding. But whoever spoke would be blamed for the surrender of sovereignty and humiliation of the country. Ning Yuanxian, the monarch, couldn't speak. After a long while, Prime Minister Zhu Hongzhu stepped forward. "I am willing to negotiate with the envoy of the Great Nan state." The Prime Minister finally stood up and was willing to bear the blame of the surrender of sovereignty and humiliation of the country. Ning Yuanxian didn't speak. King Uncle Ning Qi said, "Will Prince Jin go back on his words?" "He won't." This was everyone's instinctive reaction. Even King Wu knew that the signed contract couldn't be broken easily, let alone a talented and bold monarch like Prince Jin. Once the treaty was signed, Prince Jin wouldn't go back on his words for a long time. King Uncle Ning Qi said, "If Prince Jin won't go back on his words, I think we can agree." Hearing this, everyone was stunned. King Uncle Ning Qi was really naive and honest. "How could you say such a thing? Aren't you afraid of being cursed for thousands of years?" But Ning Qi was furious. "If I don't speak, should I let His Majesty speak? His Majesty is not feeling well. Why don't you go back and rest?" "Leave this matter to us," King Uncle Ning Qi said. His meaning was clear. His Majesty shouldn't be involved in such a humiliating matter. Ning Yuanxian smiled bitterly, "Don't deceive yourself at this time. I'm a person who cherishes my reputation, but I also want it. In the face of national crisis, let's abandon hypocrisy and get through this. Everyone, tell me, should we agree to Jin Juan's condition?" Everyone still didn't dare to speak. Zhu Hongzhu, the Prime Minister, bowed and said, "I think we can agree." Ning Qi represented the generals, and Zhu Hongzhu represented the civil officials. After these two giants spoke, the civil and military officials also spoke. "I second it. I second it. What a shame. You betrayed your country so happily. You think you're taking advantage of others when they cede 5 counties to you." Ning Yuanxian said, "Let's talk to Prince Jin's envoy and see if we can exchange 2 counties. Don't cede Nujiang County and Wuan County." Shen Lang's family was in Nujiang County, and Shuichei's family was in Wuan County. Hearing this, everyone was shocked. "Your Majesty, do you still care about the Kim family and the Shui family at a time like this? The Kim family has the Angry Tide City, and the Shui family has the South Sea Sword sect. You don't need to worry about them. Go and talk to them. If you can persuade them, try to exchange 2 counties. If you can't, then, the Kim family and the Shui family will suffer a loss." Zhu Hongzhu bowed and said, "Yes, Your Majesty." Hearing this, it was almost a foregone conclusion. The emperor and the ministers of the state of Yu agreed to cede 5 counties of the Tiannan province to Prince Jin in exchange for a truce. They would focus on the war against Chu state and protect most of their territory. As for the Kim family and the Shui family, when the nest is overturned, no eggs can remain intact. Since they were old nobles of the state of Yu, they should be sacrificed together with the state of Yu. And the truce agreement should be signed as soon as possible. The war waited for no one. The war against Chu state in the west would determine the survival of the state of Yu. Zhu Hongzhu left the court and walked outside. He was going to negotiate with the envoy group of Prince Jin. This was the will of the emperor and the ministers of the state of Yu. At this moment, a voice sounded. I object. Ningjing. It was Ningjing. Following that, another figure walked in. It was Xianxia, who had not seen him for a long time. It had been almost a year, and he had actually returned to the capital once again. He was finally back. Monarch Ning Yuanxian's eyes were wet. Xianxia, you little bastard. You jinx, last year, when you left, you made it clear that you would lose the war against Nano and that you would return to the court. You're right. But, we did not expect to lose so badly. In less than a year, everything had changed. The state of Yu was in such a desperate situation where our country was on the verge of collapse. Unfortunately, Xianxia, you came too late. The situation in the south was hopeless. Even the gods could not save it. The defeat was inevitable. Xianxia walked in and bowed. Your Majesty, I object to signing this truce agreement with Prince Jin. Ning Yuanxian said, Xianxia, I know that the land ceded this time includes your family. We can try to negotiate and get Prince Jin to agree to change to another county and try to keep your family. But if you really can't keep it, your Kim family still has Raging Tide City and Liuzhou Island. Xianxia said, Your Majesty, I object not only because of my Kim family. It is for the whole Tiannam province and the whole state of Yu. This time, the state of Yu will not give up an inch of land. Suddenly, a cold voice was heard. Xianxia, it is easy to say tough words, but everyone knows how to be righteous. Now the whole Tiannam province is completely empty without a complete army. If we don't agree to Prince Jin's cession of 5 counties, who will defend against Prince Jin's 100,000 troops? Will you defend against them? Xianxia said, Yes. His Highness Ningjing and I will defend against Prince Jin's 100,000 troops. We will make sure that the state of Yu will not lose an inch of land and win a great victory. As soon as this was said, everyone was shocked. Note, today's number is close to 17,000. I almost skipped dinner and went back to the computer to write. I was criticized so much that I could not eat. I beg for monthly votes and support. I can only say that I will do my best. Whether it is the number of words or the content, I will kowtow to you. End of chapter 370. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.